Chapter 1. The Sea God, Oleus. Considering that some readers may possess less flexible cognitive abilities, I shall make the following declaration. 1. This novel is divided into two narrative threads, the overt and the covert. The overt thread follows the protagonist's storyline, while the covert thread weaves the machinations of Istalu, serving as a reminder. The river flows towards the distant ocean under the watchful gaze of the seasons. The streams that merge into the sea bring forth the turmoil of the earth. This turmoil awakens the deities of the deep. The great deity does not rage at the disturbances of mortals instead. He listens intently to the lamentations of all beings upon the earth. O great deity, we beseech you. We suffer from hunger, as if a parasitic worm clings to our very being. We are without a home, the omnipresent monsters and beasts compel us to wander aimlessly. We yearn for sanctuary, for calamities and curses threaten to annihilate us. O deity, have mercy upon the suffering of mortals. The great deity weeps for the plight of humanity. He sighs, lowering his gaze. The tears of the deity cascade through the heavens, transforming into the veil of twilight. This veil rends the world asunder, forming a barrier. From henceforth, we possess the sanctuary bestowed by the deity. From henceforth, we dwell in the earthly paradise gifted by the divine. This is the realm of the deity. This is the realm of the ocean. Lemuria, Chronicles of the Sea God. Tulp, tulp, tulp. His fingertips gently tapped against the armrest of the crystalline throne, a contemplative glimmer reflected in his azure eyes. He is a traveler, known by his true name, Sunan, and by his divine appellation, Oleus, hailing from the land of earth. He has traversed into this world. It has been over a millennium, perhaps even longer. When he first arrived in this realm, the celestial emissaries walked upon the earth, disseminating the primordial radiance. Four supreme shadows bore the responsibility of maintaining the world's equilibrium, guiding the sages through the depths of the earth to uncover the mysteries of existence. Then, everything changed. He bore witness to the rending of the skies, the fall of the sun and moon. He saw the ocean transform into land, and land plunge into the abyss as the stars descended from the celestial expanse. The thunderous roars of dragons reverberated through the cosmos, while the mournful echoes of the world drifted through the void. In those tumultuous years, interwoven with light and darkness, he metamorphosed from an ordinary water elemental fish into the sovereign of these waters, the god of the ocean, Oleus. He, Oleus, with absolute power, he commands this boundless sea. In truth, his dominion is not vast, and his strength is not entirely absolute. In an unknown confrontation, he could claim superiority over none of the sea's demigods, but in a brawl, that would be a different matter entirely. Within the expansive sea god palace, he stood alone, devoid of any other being's presence. Leaning slightly against the throne, he cradled his face in his right hand, while his left hand extended, a diminutive seashell floating above it. By the habit of his previous life, the sea god palace is devoid of water. Perhaps the absence of water in this palace, apart from Sunan, is a contributing factor to its solitude. As if a thought crossed his mind, Sunan's consciousness stirred. The tide of the deep sea. The sound of the seashell resonated, stirring invisible waves upon the ocean surface. The earth's pulse responded to the waves, conveying information to some distant part of the sea. Several hours later, the realm of Lemuria welcomed another oceanic demigod, the Lord of Whirlpools, Osail. The temple doors swung open, revealing a handsome young man clad in azure robes. Oleus, what is it that you seek me for? Osail inquired curiously upon entering and spotting Sunan upon the throne. Or are we to wage war against another demigod this time? If war is the intent, simply say so. I've long held a grudge against the Pearl Palace. Next door, shall we strike against it? That scoundrel, Orobos, recently seized one of my hunting targets. I have yearned to confront him for quite some time. Though I may not stand a chance against him, you certainly could. The tide of the deep sea heralds the approach of war. For centuries, whenever Sunan's deep sea tide sounded, it foretold the demise of a demigod. The remains of fallen demigods solidified the great throne of the sea. Osail, our time is limited. Sunan's gaze shifted northward, his deep eyes piercing through the ocean, through the earth, and into the vast expanse of the sky. The radiant sky island, suspended high above the horizon. High above, it surveyed the realm of mortals. Time is running short? A flicker of confusion crossed Osael's eyes. It appeared he had not quite grasped Sunan's intent. He had assumed Sunan summoned him to confront Orobas. The order of the heavens began to unravel 4 centuries ago. Sunan rose, clasping his hands behind his back as he approached Osael. The order of the 7 shall soon return. The birth of the demigods is but a consequence of this. Osael fell into a contemplative silence. He understood that the return of the order of the 7 was inevitable following the collapse of the order of the heavens, yet he did not wish for it to arrive so swiftly. However, only order can yield brilliance. The current order is a continuation of the heavenly order, as well as a rebirth of the order of the 7. The alternation of these 2 orders will be executed through war. Once the war concludes, the 7-colored radiance shall traverse the heavens and the earth, upholding the vast barrier. So what do you mean? Osael inquired, as a flicker of understanding ignited within him. The ocean is vast. This is merely the eastern domain. The south, the west, the north. This immense ocean requires a singular, absolute Di'ya sovereign king. Casting his gaze upon his friend of centuries, Sunan extended his hand, declaring, Osael, let us formally ally. This sea is an utter chaos. Warfare brings only fleeting suffering. The longer-lasting anguish lies in the protracted healing that follows the conflict. A cataclysmic war will soon engulf the world. The shorter the duration of the war, the lesser the pain of healing thereafter. I aim to ensure that this sea resonates with but a single voice. That voice shall be mine, the sea demigod, Oleus. I shall reign over all oceans. Sunan's ambition to command the seas is not born of a desire to ascend as one of the 7 deities, but rather to soothe his own restless heart. When he first arrived in this world, he was but an ordinary elemental fish. Though the cause remains a mystery, he found himself plagued by a state of hunger. He could not comprehend how an elemental being could experience such a sensation, but to prevent hunger from consuming his rationality, he chose to become a hunter of the deep sea, targeting the myriad monstrosities that dwell therein. In essence, any being existing within the depths of the ocean became Sunan's quarry. Upon his arrival, he was exceedingly weak, incapable even of defeating the most feeble of monsters, the slime. In his struggle for survival, he resorted to the most humble, means-consuming dirt. Indeed, he literally ate dirt. The soil of the deep sea is far more nourishing than that of the coast. This is Sunan's first-hand experience. During the direst of hunger, he survived by consuming the soil of the deep sea. Eventually, he grew accustomed to this diet, relying on it for sustenance. As he feasted upon the earth, he matured, grew stronger, and began to hunt the deep-sea monstrosities. As he hunted and hunted, the instances of hunger diminished, and foes worthy of his strength became increasingly scarce, prompting him to reevaluate his way of life. Such a mundane existence of eating and drinking did not suit him. He, Sunan, yearned for greatness. This was his resolution. Thus, the world conspired to fulfill his wish, and in an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. He nearly transformed from a deep-sea fish into a terrestrial one. That cataclysmic war turned the deep sea into land. Sunan was fortunate to survive the aftermath of that conflict. It was also due to that monumental battle that he comprehended the nature of the world in which he resided. Sunan, alas, what a revelation. Chapter 2. Sunan's Past. In the world of Genshin, during the era of the Throne Wars. Prior to this period, it was known as the Age of Eternal Continents. Upon grasping the essence of this world and its temporal context, Sunan became increasingly cautious in his survival. His chief concern was the possibility of being abducted by an unknown entity to serve as a pet, or perishing amidst the chaotic aftermath of a titanic battle. However, to his astonishment, the fears he harbored never materialized, and as time progressed, the number of beings capable of challenging him dwindled. The order of the heavens continued its descent into chaos, and the great being representing the primordial essence perished, giving rise to formidable beings of extraordinary combat prowess. They possess the power to shatter mountains and reshape the very landscape, influencing the climate itself. They're the demigods. During this period, Sunan encountered his first demigod acquaintance, Ashakusa, rather loquacious and cunning deity. He had been ensnared by Ashika's deceptions, laboring for over a decade, traversing the deep sea in a relentless campaign, until that it is perplexing to fathom what this individual is contemplating, as if a synapse in their brain has misfired, unleashing a tempest that ravaged the land, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of a youthful deity of precious metals. The manner of their death was nothing short of tragic. Scattered in disarray, one could scarcely find substantial fragments of the once great hero. Sunan was well aware that the deity of precious metals had descended from the celestial realm to vanquish a formidable demon, heralding their arrival with a show of might. That vanquished demon was considerably more powerful than Ashicus. Confronted with the formidable and impetuous deity, Sunan found himself with no choice but to retreat from the limelight, dedicating his utmost efforts to salvaging the remnants of Ashicus' heroic essence. Indeed, unable to contend with the deity of precious metals, Sunan opted to mournfully gather what he could. Yet, one must admit, Ashicus' spoils were undeniably enticing. Upon luckily receiving Ashicus' gift, Sunan was suddenly enveloped by an immensely potent foreign force that began to erode him, transforming him. He resisted the change, yet unexpectedly underwent an evolution, emerging more powerful and pure than before. He also acquired a new name, Oleus. With tears in his eyes, he mournfully gathered the remnants of Ashicus' box, obtaining the fractured powers of Ashicus. The fractured power fused with his very essence, undergoing a transformation, ultimately earning him the favor of the ocean as the god of the sea. He wielded formidable might in the abyssal depths. He became an embodiment of the ocean, a deity of the waters. Those who once could not contend with him found themselves even less capable now. Consequently, the opportunistic Sunan stealthily gathered the remnants of Ashicus, piecing them together to forge the tide's symphony of the deep. Allowing his late comrade to continue illuminating his path as a devoted brother. Soon after, he proclaimed himself the sovereign, embarking on conquests across the land and sea, under the guidance of the tide's symphony. He initiated campaigns, witnessing the birth and demise of numerous demigods. Harnessing the remains and authority of these divine beings, he constructed the Sea God Palace, alongside the divine realm of Remilia. Although he had ascended to become the most formidable being in the Eastern Sea, Sunan was not yet a demigod. Rather, he remained the elemental fish of old. Only within the ocean did he embody the god of the sea, for upon reaching land, devoid of the ocean's endorsement, he was but a long-living elemental fish, albeit with slightly enhanced combat prowess. This was the unique evolution he achieved by rejecting the bestowed gifts that in Sunan's memory. This era presented two paths for the evolution of elemental beings: the ancient path of the Dragon King, evolving into a primordial Dragon King through the accumulation of elemental essence, and the path of sublimation, wherein one ascended to become a demigod through a special gift from the heavens. Ashicus, who still radiated his brilliance, chose the path of sublimation, becoming a demigod. Though stronger at the time, he met an untimely end, tragically reduced to mere fragments of heroism by Morix. Faced with the dilemma of these two paths, Sunan found himself in a state of indecision. On one hand, he coveted the power and sublimation of the demigods. On the other, he wished to avoid the constraints of primordial existence. Thus, in his inner turmoil, he opted for a compromise. Seeking both paths, he integrated the remnants of Ashicus's power, subsequently dismantling it during the sublimation process, merging it with the ocean. The ocean, with its memory, recalled Sunan's virtues and bestowed its favor upon him. Therefore, in a certain sense, Sunan could be considered a half-sublimated demigod, yet still belonged to the realm of elemental beings, capable of growing stronger through the passage of time. Having gained the ocean's favor and a divine name, Sunan now stood as a legitimate demigod. However, he found himself pondering the whereabouts of the anticipated sea demigod. The absence of the expected sea demigod was apparent upon Sunan claiming the title of sea demigod. The fate that should have unfolded was altered, leading to a divergence in destiny. Moreover, with the shifting order and the demise of the goddess of fate, the future became inscrutable, with a formal alliance established with Osair. Sunan reclined upon the divine throne, his gaze flashing with hues of intrigue. His primary objective was to fully dominate the Eastern Sea, a region teeming with numerous demigods. He resolved to engage in discourse with the most formidable among them. Should negotiations falter, he would not hesitate to wage war. After all, in this era, warfare could resolve most disputes. With this thought, Sunan rose, preparing to journey to the Palace of Pearls. The Eastern Sea was an expansive expanse, primarily divided into the Cloud-Coming Sea, the Thousand Stars Sea, and the Boundless Sea. The Cloud-Coming Sea, closest to land, was ruled by the three powers of Osair's Whirlpool Reefs, Sunan's Remilia, and the Palace of Pearls of Alobus. Beyond these three major powers, the Cloud-Coming Sea also harbored areas of neglect, regions unmonitored by any of the three, providing sanctuary for weaker, independent entities. The Thousand Stars Sea was more complex, home to demigods of varying strengths, some barely weaker than the trio of gods of the Cloud-Coming Sea, while others were akin to mere cannon fodder. As for the Boundless Sea, bordering the Tivit continent's barrier, it housed sparse life forms, with few powerful entities. While demigods were scarce, numerous elemental beings possessed combat prowess akin to that of demigods. Stepping forth from the Sea God Palace, Sunan traversed the deep sea corridor connecting the Remilia Palace and the Sea God Palace. Before proceeding to the Palace of Pearls, he intended to confer with the little ones of Remilia. Chapter 3. The Crown of Remilia, the Oath of the Deep Sea. The title bears significance, linked to Fontaine. The Kingdom of Remilia was divided into two major regions, the Land District for human habitation and the Ocean District for the deep-sea denizens. Sunan's formidable strength attracted numerous sea tribes under his protection, among which three major clans stood out: the Manta Ray clan, the Deep-Sea Jellyfish clan, and the Spray Fish clan. The remainder consisted of various smaller sea tribes. As he walked through the deep-sea corridor adorned with divine attendants, Sunan soon spotted three adorable figures seated, appearing somewhat drowsy. Queen Shioi, a charming Manta Ray girl with an adorably quirky speech pattern. Princess Inaur, a kind and noble jellyfish girl, clever and graceful, and Knight Gubwa, a slightly proud little fish girl who despised comparisons of her artifact to a hairdryer, despite her lack of knowledge about what a hairdryer was. Indeed, these three delightful characters are inspired by those from the mobile game 300 Heroes, though they are merely reference prototypes. In truth, the leaders of these three clans were not originally these three, but after being chosen by Sunan as his subordinates, they became symbolic leaders of sorts, while the true power still resided with the original three leaders. Good day, Shioi, Inaur, and Gubwa. Sunan greeted the trio of little darlings, then produced a crown adorned with a veil from the void. The Oath of the Deep Sea, an artifact crafted by Sunan, could harness the ocean's power and control the grand barrier of the Remilia realm. This was the artifact he fashioned for Inaur, compared to the orichalcum he created for Shioi and the deep ocean bow for Gubwa. The Oath of the Deep Sea, as Remilia's guardian artifact, held paramount importance. Gently patting the heads of the three little girls, Sunan smiled and said, "I intend to embark on a distant journey, so I entrust the protection of Remilia to you three little ones. Shioi will wait for you at home." "God of the Divine," Shioi exclaimed, her big, adorable eyes sparkling as she addressed Sunan. "Please, be safe, God of the Divine," Inaur said gently. "In your absence, we will do our utmost to protect Remilia." "Humph. Before me, all enemies shall be vanquished by the deep ocean bow," Gubwa proclaimed, her little head held high, her gaze seemingly fixed on Sunan, as if seeking praise. "God of the Divine, hurry and compliment me." Seeing Gubwa's adorable demeanor, Sunan smiled knowingly and reached out to pat her head. "Then Gubwa, you must protect the queen and the princess well. The weighty responsibility of safeguarding Remilia rests upon your knightly shoulders." Feeling the warmth on her head, Gubwa's cheeks flushed slightly, her starry eyes closing in delight as she confidently declared, "Of course, I am a knight honored by the God of the Divine. I vow by the honor of a knight to protect Shioi, Inaur, and Remilia." After bidding farewell to the three little ones of Remilia, Sunan steered through the waters towards the southwest. Geographically, the junction of the South Sea and the East Sea was none other than the Palace of Pearls of Alobus. The Tide's Symphony, Revelation. As he hastened towards the Pearl Palace, he harnessed the power of the Earth's veins to convey his impending visit to Arobus. Tob Frank, were it not for his limited understanding of time and space spells. He would have preferred to teleport directly to his destination using the relevant magics. However, this self-created technique proved far too challenging, and he found himself at a loss as to how to seek guidance from others. In the past, in order to survive, Sunan had directed his talent tree predominantly towards the path of combat. His primary focus in spell development revolved around augmenting his armor, health, and attack power, stacking them to the highest degree possible. Such enhancements included increased attack following a blow, heightened attack upon depletion of health, and boost to attack after his shield was breached, with additional recovery after sustaining critical damage. In essence, he aimed to endure the most punishing blows to maximize his output damage. Sunan envisioned his spell development akin to the annihilation of the star god Nanak in the realm of crumbling iron, growing stronger as he became more battered. Presently, his combat prowess was on par with Osail, though slightly inferior to Orobas. Nonetheless, Sunan had a peculiar habit of inflicting wounds upon himself at the onset of battle. After sustaining 2 cuts, he would accumulate buffs, teaching Orobas a lesson in cruelty. At the distant intersection of the South Sea and East Sea, a colossal serpent, as imposing as a mountain, slightly raised its head. Orobas, perceiving the information transmitted through the earth's veins, felt a flicker of concern in his platinum eyes. Is there a matter of significance for his visit? Or perhaps, recalling Sunan's past deeds of warring against the demon gods, Orobas furrowed his brow that he feared that Sunan might be contemplating a declaration of war against him. Orobas harbored a distaste for conflict, primarily due to his existing tensions with the terrestrial deity of precious metals. This discord was neither trivial nor insurmountable, as it involved the mortal populace, an altogether troublesome predicament. If he were to provoke the neighboring sea demon god at this juncture, his existence within the Cloud Sea might become quite untenable. He sincerely hoped that Sunan did not intend to instigate a war. As Orobas contemplated this, he followed the information coursing through the earth towards the realm of the Lemuria Sea Kingdom. He had resolved that, should the sea demon god seek to wage war, he would certainly halt the conflict outside the Pearl Palace. This maritime territory was his domain, any divine battle erupting within it, even if it merely damaged a few corals or shells, would constitute a loss for him. Sunan, sensing that his message had been received, continued to steer through the waters towards the realm of the Pearl Palace. He had decided that upon meeting Orobas, he would first engage in combat. Only after the battle would he address other matters. To ascend as the sovereign god of the seas, he must vanquish all sea-related demon gods, even Osail, with whom he had formed an alliance, would have to be bested first. However, the outcome of his earlier contest with Osail had long since been determined. Now, within the confines of the Cloud Sea, only Orobas remained. Deep Sea, echo of ruin. The power of the deep sea surged within him, forcing him to inflict self-harm, and Sunan's aura suddenly intensified. Indeed, he intended to grant himself a buff before the onset of battle. Chapter 4. A bewildered Orobas having layered himself with buffs. Sunan cast his gaze towards the southwest that he could sense, thousands of miles away, a formidable presence drawing near. Orobas approached with an air of urgency, though it was merely a brisk pace devoid of hostility. Sensing this rapidly approaching aura, a smirk played upon Sunan's lips. Just as I suspected, you two yearn for a confrontation, do you not? Then come forth. Deep sea, endless surge, boom. The thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens as the potent divine power rent the skies and seas asunder. And in an instant, a towering wave reaching a height of 1,000 meters surged forth. Yet, this colossal wave was merely the beginning. Behind it loomed countless waves capable of toppling mountains. Boom, 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 the ceaseless tide, imbued with apocalyptic might, spread in all directions. Under Sunan's command, a titanic wave spanning 100 miles cascaded forth into the distance. Orobas pondered, with whom is Olias engaged in combat, as he advanced towards Sunan's direction. A look of confusion crossed his features. However, he did not halt his steps. Given the proximity, it seemed that whatever entity was battling Olias was alarmingly close to his Pearl Palace. What if this close proximity resulted in damage to his territory? Yet, as he drew nearer, Orobas suddenly sensed something amiss. Where was the demon god clashing with Olias? And why was this wave surging towards me? The situation felt increasingly precarious. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. And in that moment, Orobas seemed to grasp the truth. Olias was launching an attack against me. Is he instigating a divine battle? Is he out of his mind? A torrent of thoughts flashed through his mind. But due to their mutual approach, he was now exceedingly close to the tidal wave stirred up by Sunan. A's malevolent energy rushed towards him. Orobas's gaze sharpened, and divine light shimmered. The power of the sea demon god activated, and divine energy surged forth as Orobas sought to forcibly wrest control of the endless tides. However, how could that be? Orobas's serpentine eyes widened as he realized that his authority as the sea god had no sway over the tumultuous waves before him. Your dominion over the seas exceeds mine by such a margin. Though he was known as the serpent demon god, Orobas's authority as a sea god was formidable in its own right. While it paled in comparison to the pure sea-themed powers of Osael, he could still influence an adversary's divine techniques using his powers that in their previous confrontation. He had simultaneously utilized his sea god powers to manipulate Osael's divine techniques while launching thunderous assaults. As a result, Osael nearly became a charred octopus, and to this day, he harbored considerable resentment towards Orobas that in battles between demon gods. Aside from the disparities in powers, there were also differences in divine energy reserves and life tiers. While experience in combat played a role, every demon god of their caliber had undoubtedly engaged in fierce battles for survival since their days as elemental beings. Of course, there were also unique entities, such as fortunate elemental beings that, through sheer happenstance, annihilated their ill-fated counterparts. Additionally, some elemental beings favored by the primordial Olden received coins from him, enabling their ascension to demon gods. Truly the epitome of luck. You think my title as the sea demon god is mere pretense? Sunan's voice traversed the earth's veins, crossing over the 100-mile waves, reaching Orobas's ears. Thunder prison. With the roar of thunder, countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking down upon Orobas's waves like a torrential rain. However, upon shattering one wave, countless others remained, compelling Orobas to persist in driving the lightning to obliterate the waves ahead. Even if you are the sea demon god, and your authority over the seas surpasses mine, my own powers are not so feeble as to be unable to influence these waves. Orobas's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Hey, that's precisely because a bloodied figure materialized before Orobas. I have fully stacked my buffs. Buffs? Orobas stared blankly at the bloodied Sunan, his wide eyes filled with profound confusion. He could sense that his divine techniques had not struck their target, yet this individual's battered appearance suggested otherwise. As if he had endured a brutal beating, one particularly savage in nature. If only Orobas understood the concept of playing the victim, he would have certainly introduced Sunan to the terrifying power of the green corpse cold. My divine techniques clearly did not land on you. Why do you appear to bear such severe injuries? Orobas inquired, his mind swirling with questions as he sought to comprehend who had managed to inflict such harm upon the renowned sea demon god of the ocean. Ah, that was self-inflicted. Do you suffer from some affliction? In a moment of instinctive curiosity, Aralabas inquired, his gaze towards Sunan tinged with a hint of foreboding. After all, this was an ailment that even the demonic gods could fall prey to. What if he, Aralabas, contracted it by being so close to the other? Observing the nervous demeanor of Aureus, it was likely that he was afflicted with some incurable malady. Sunan, without hesitation, nodded and stated, I have a phobia of insufficient firepower. Although Aralabas did not fully grasp the meaning behind Sunan's words, his keen intellect allowed him to discern the underlying implications. The fear of lacking firepower compelled one to inflict harm upon oneself. Aralabas silently stepped back a little. Aureus is gravely ill. This was Aralabas's initial thought. This. Sunan merely chuckled, appearing utterly unfazed, for Sunan possessed an admirable habit. He was submissive before the god of precious metals, yet unleashed his full might when confronting the sea god. His approach was one of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Now faced with Aralabas, a sea-type demonic god, how could he refrain from striking with all his might? Thus, Sunan drew forth a pale blue long blade named Tianhai from the void. The blade measured 2.5 feet, adorned with ancient cloud dragon patterns and wave motifs, resembling a divine dragon soaring through the sea, only to ascend to the heavens, swallowing clouds and exhaling mist. A soft glow radiated from it, and embedded in the hilt was the Tsanglong pearl, forged from the heart of the sea god. Resonating with the power of the ocean and further amplifying Sunan's might, the Tianhai divine blade, crafted from deep-sea dark ore in the body of the sea god, had, through the infusion and resonance of the sea god's authority, transformed into a formidable artifact capable of effortlessly cleaving mountains and parting seas. Wounded and grinning savagely, Sunan swung the divine blade towards Aralabas, uttering a phrase that would not gain popularity until a millennium later. Fall before me. Chapter 5. Tianhai Xian Yuan's Chaotic Deity. The profound azure light of the blade sliced through the void, striking Aralabas's divine form in an instant. With a soft splatter, a glaring crimson mark appeared upon the ivory-white scales of Aralabas's towering physique. Drip, drip, crimson blood fell into the ocean, carrying an unusual, enchanting fragrance that lured certain oblivious sea monsters to feast upon it. Yet those aquatic creatures, having consumed merely a portion of the blood, soon exhibited strange reactions. Whether by distortion or sudden demise, clang. Tianhai returned to its sheath. You are wounded, Aralabas. Observing the bright crimson stain upon the serpent god's body, Sunan remarked with a hint of significance, this does not bode well. The ability to be injured signifies the potential to be slain. And what of you? Aralabas retorted coldly, the flesh around the wound writhed, quickly concealing the glaring crimson. Fighting with me while injured will lead to your demise. Especially with such grievous wounds. His tone carried a trace of anger and murderous intent. Aralabas was incensed by Sunan's inexplicable behavior. There was clearly no animosity between them, yet he had suddenly come to provoke him. Even if a fight was to ensue, at least provide a valid excuse, would it not? This senselessness, this abrupt assault, would wear down even his best temper. He was a demonic god, the serpent demonic god Aralabas. An exalted demonic god forged through the brutality of life and death, the thunderous realm of the celestial heavens. The lightning that pierced the skies and seas surged once more. The booming thunder resonated, revealing the thunderous world that enveloped 100-mile domain, sealing off the oceanic expanse. The celestial lightning spear, a tremendous amount of lightning elements gathered in the dark clouds above, gradually condensing into a colossal lightning spear encircled by blinding arcs of electricity. It stretched a full 100 meters long. The spear's tip transitioned from deep purple to an unfathomable pitch black, the very fabric of space trembling under the weight of this terrifying power, faint fissures appearing. With keen interest, Sunan scrutinized the lightning spear in the sky, its power resembling divine retribution poised to descend at any moment. The sense of danger emanated from it, indicating that Aralabas had truly unleashed his full strength. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed the chaotic lightning elements, simultaneously expelling a significant amount of the water elements that should have been present. Standing slightly straighter, his pale blue eyes sparkled with divine light. He gripped the sheathed Tianhai divine blade tightly, the crystal upon it shimmering with radiant brilliance. An overwhelming surge of divine power flowed into the blade. His arms' muscles tensed. Tianhai Xian Yuan's chaotic deity. The gentlest water elements were skillfully manipulated and condensed, continuously gathering upon the razor-sharp edge of the blade. Long ago, Sunan pondered how, as a water element demonic god, he could attain sufficient combat prowess. Later, during battle, he encountered a peculiar species that indirectly reminded him of the unique creature known as the Hunter Ray from the realm of Fendian, a being capable of unleashing water blade waves. The water blade wave was a simple application of water elemental power, gathering a portion of it to form a blade-like shape for attack, thus inflicting basic damage. Naturally, this did not satisfy Sunan's aspirations. Hence, he endeavored to amass a vast amount of water elemental power, perpetually condensing and consolidating it. At last, he achieved a form of water that was remarkably dense. Instinctively, he recalled the legendary 1 yuan heavy water from his homeland. However, aware that his serendipitous heavy water did not quite fit that name, he decided to bestow it with a more melodious title, Xian Yuan Heavy Water. Although this name felt more mystical, it did not align with what he had created, yet one must always harbor dreams. Perhaps one day, he might indeed manufacture true 1 yuan heavy water. Thus, he settled upon the name Xian Yuan Heavy Water. After creating Xian Yuan Heavy Water, Sunan employed it in an offensive manner akin to the Hunter Ray's waterblade waves, and discovered that the scales of demonic gods could hardly withstand the cutting force of the Xian Yuan Heavy Water without the application of divine techniques. Consequently, having recognized the unique properties of Xian Yuan Heavy Water, Sunan adopted it as his primary offensive divine technique. Xian Yuan's chaotic deity was thus born from his reliance on Xian Yuan heavy water. Clang! A crisp sound of the blade resonated as a profound azure light surged towards the sky, aimed at the lightning spear. As the blade light flew toward the spear, it continuously absorbed the surrounding water elemental power. With each passing moment, as it drew closer to the lightning spear, the blade light grew larger and sharper. Celestial lightning spear divine punishment. Whoosh! The dazzling purple lightning spear instantly descended towards the ground. Boom! The collision between the celestial lightning spear and Xian Yuan's chaotic deity unleashed a violent roar, tearing apart the very fabric of space where they met. Elemental light erupted and faded, surging waves radiating outward. Generating successive colossal tides, the two formidable divine techniques remained locked in a stalemate for several seconds, ultimately resulting in a slightly dimmed water blade soaring towards the heavens, vanishing deep within the clouds. The outcome was evident. With the debilitating effects stacked against him, Sunan's strength surpassed that of Aralaba's. Clang! Exhaling a breath of murky air, Sunan sheathed the Tianhai divine blade once more and cast his gaze upon Aralaba's. He beheld Aralaba's, who, once radiant with divine light, now appeared somewhat fatigued. Even the brilliance of his scales dimmed. It was evident that the recent divine technique had taken a considerable toll on him. As his breathing steadied, Aralabas's previously furious gaze shifted to one of resignation. Although he could not argue against his opponent, he now found himself unable to prevail. Aureus, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Aralabas inquired calmly, having taken a deep breath. That it was imperative to remain composed. Given the current situation, Aralabas found himself at a disadvantage and had to acknowledge the wisdom of adapting to circumstances. Yet, most importantly, he still did not comprehend the reason behind the sudden outbreak of hostilities. Simply to prove one thing, Sunan replied calmly. What thing? Aralabas inquired, his expression reflecting confusion. That I am stronger than you, Sunan asserted earnestly. Aralabas momentarily faltered. Calm down, calm down. Now that you have proven you are stronger than me, what next? Aralabas's expression turned slightly grim. You came all this way just to demonstrate such a trivial matter. And you even went so far as to wound me. This is truly quite difficult to articulate. Chapter 6. The Alliance of the Seas. And then, let us form an alliance, Ouroboros, declared Sunan, his face earnest. The transition was rather abrupt. Just moments ago, they were locked in a fierce battle, and now, he was proposing an alliance. Did you expect me to simply acquiesce without regard for my dignity, despite Ouroboros currently bearing the visage of a serpent? Sunan could still discern the unmistakable expression of refusal etched on his face. In response, Sunan devised his own approach. After a moment of contemplation, he placed his hand upon the sheathed heavenly sea divine blade. Ready to persuade Ouroboros with both emotion and reason, for sometimes, physical negotiation proved more effective than mere words and charm. Sunan wholeheartedly endorsed this notion, observing Sunan's hand resting once more on his weapon. Ouroboros' serpentine eyes flickered slightly. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he remarked nonchalantly, Ahem, I require a compelling reason. Aureus. It was not that he was cowardly. Rather, he believed there was no necessity for such hostility. Considering there were no deep-seated grudges between them, continuing this back and forth would be detrimental to both parties. Most importantly, they were currently within the domain of the Pearl Palace. Although it was merely the periphery, any damage inflicted could result in losses that he would bear. You, Aureus, could simply walk away without consequence. But could I, Ouroboros? Certainly not. If I did so, how would my subjects perceive me? As you know, in this world, every action requires justification, even if it stems from a mere whim. After a brief pause, Sunan responded, The number of demon gods is steadily increasing. Upon hearing this, Ouroboros fell into contemplation, suspecting that Sunan desired to forge an alliance to wage war indiscriminately. Or perhaps the rise in demon gods had instilled a sense of unease within him. It was evident that Ouroboros was temporarily out of sync with Sunan's line of thought. Do you not find it peculiar? Ouroboros. Sunan hesitated for a moment before deciding to lay his cards on the table. Peculiar? What could possibly be strange about it? A hint of confusion flickered in Ouroboros' eyes. After all, in times long past, hundreds or even thousands of years ago, the existence of demon gods was far more prevalent. He vaguely recalled that during that era, the envoys of the divine, namely the celestial spirits, included some beings that were akin to today's demon gods. Possessing extraordinary combat prowess, the envoys were tasked with guiding mortals along the righteous path. And was it not the case that today's demon gods have similarly assumed such responsibilities? Thus, where lay the strangeness in this? Ouroboros, having lived for such an extensive period and governed vast territories, you must be acquainted with quite a number of demon gods, no? Sunan inquired with a half-smile. Ouroboros fell silent, unable to grasp the underlying meaning behind Sunan's words. What of it, that he knew a few more demon gods at the exalted rank of high demon god? Was that not a rather ordinary occurrence? Have you not noticed how those demon gods have become somewhat palatable? Sunan remarked, his words laced with insinuation. Having traversed into this realm after an untimely demise in version 4.3, he had gained a deeper understanding of the world's background. The primordial fragments were known to incite demon gods to devour one another. When he initially acquired the powers of Ashicus, his decision to disperse them back into the ocean was partially influenced by this very notion. Ouroboros' gaze flickered slightly at this revelation. Recently, during his visit to the Thousand-Star Sea to see the high demon god Radilia, he had inexplicably sensed an unusual allure emanating from the latter. Upon recalling this, Ouroboros felt a slight constriction in his breath. After a few moments of silence, he muttered, "War? Yes, war." Sunan nodded in affirmation that I understand now. Ouroboros sighed, "I acquiesce to your request for an alliance. Although it is an alliance, it ultimately requires a principal leader." As he spoke, Ouroboros paused, having comprehended much of the information that he relinquished the notion of leading this supposed alliance. "Have you considered a name for this alliance?" Ouroboros inquired. "Indeed, I conferred with Ossel, and we have decided on the seas." Sunan replied with a hint of amusement. "The seas?" A look of astonishment crossed Ouroboros' face. "Indeed," Sunan replied, his expression turning serious. "You harbor quite the ambition." Ouroboros sighed, feeling as though he had embarked upon a treacherous voyage. He could not help but wonder whether this vessel would weather the storm. The seas, dominion over the seas. Ouroboros grasped the implication. This sea demon god Olias aspired to become the deity presiding over the dominion of the seas. What grand aspirations you possess! Establishing a pact was no trivial matter. Hence, Sunan intended to escort Ouroboros to Ramilia for the formal ratification of their alliance. As they journeyed toward Ramilia, a thought crossed Sunan's mind. And in that instant, the sound of a conch horn echoed once more. The conch's call, infused with Sunan's will, traversed the Earth's veins toward the Vortex Reef territory. His prior pact with Ossel had lacked the requisite solemnity, devoid of a testament to witness their vow. Therefore, this upcoming alliance would necessitate Ossel's involvement. In the Vortex Reef territory, Ossel's tentacles stirred slightly as he awakened from slumber, his 9 pairs of shimmering eyes blinking open. Extending a tentacle adorned with glimmering eyes, he received a stream of information into his mind. Proceed to Ramilia for the formal ratification of the alliance with Olias. Ossel's voice carried a hint of solemnity, indicating that Ouroboros had indeed been swayed. Yet, he pondered whether the toll on Ouroboros had been excessively burdensome. If it had, perhaps he would take a subtle opportunity to retaliate. He had not forgotten the prior incident when he was assaulted. It struck him as odd. Why, as a sea demon god, did Ouroboros possess a lightning element? How perplexing! With these thoughts in mind, Ossel directed the waters toward Ramilia, eager to assess Ouroboros' injuries, should they reach a critical point. He would not hesitate to discard any semblance of decorum that as he contemplated the amusing scenarios that might unfold. Ossel smiled mischievously. "I shall cast aside all pretense of honor." Achoo! Suddenly, Ouroboros sneezed while en route, the unexpected eruption sending ripples through the water. "Why do I feel as though someone is speaking of me? Is it merely a figment of my imagination?" Sunan cast a curious glance at Ouroboros. Slightly perplexed, how can a sea demon god catch a cold? He instinctively took a step back, wary of any potential contagion. Chapter 7. Old memories after concluding the alliance, within the resplendent sea god palace. 3 sea demon gods engaged in a rather awkward conversation. "Your sea god palace is quite magnificent, Olias," Ouroboros remarked with an air of critique. "Indeed, I concur. I too believe it is splendid," Sunan responded with a smile, affirming Ouroboros' discerning eye. "However, I find it lacking in depth compared to my Pearl Palace." Ouroboros added. Though it may not rival my Pearl Palace, it far surpasses Ossel's Vortex Reef. Even dogs disdain his territory. Ouroboros, you and Olias have just fought. Your injuries should still be fresh, yes? Ossel interjected, clearly displeased. What do you mean by that? Ouroboros shot him a sharp glance. Heh, do not test my patience, Ossel retorted with a cold smile. Should you bear any visible marks, it would not reflect well on you. In response, Sunan quietly unsheathed his heavenly sea divine blade. With a decisive motion, he slammed the blade onto the stone table. Crossing his arms with a cold grin as he observed the two gods, the atmosphere suddenly turned silent. Moments later, the two gods began appraising the heavenly sea divine blade. Ouroboros scrutinized the weapon intently. Expressing his admiration, this blade is remarkably sharp, a rarity in the world that it is not meant for mere mortals. I kindly ask you to sheath it. Olias that I believe he speaks the truth, Ossel chimed in. Ozer nodded in agreement. Having previously experienced a violent encounter, he felt an unsettling discomfort at the sight of the blade. Ouroboros, having recently endured a similar fate, was also uneasy in its presence to alleviate the sentiments of his two allies. Sunan sheathed the divine blade back into his storage space. Upon witnessing this action, both Ouroboros and Ozer released a collective sigh of relief. They had been apprehensive that Sunan might suddenly turn on them with a couple of swift strikes, an act of betrayal akin to a dagger thrust. After all, Sunan was not a deity to be trifled with. However, upon reflection, they concluded that such an extreme reaction was unlikely. According to their memories, Sunan often inflicted wounds upon himself before engaging in battle, embodying the principle of wound the enemy before wounding oneself. Coughing softly, Ouroboros turned his gaze towards Sunan, an inquisitive expression adorning his face. What troubles you? Sunan inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Now that we have forged an alliance, we are considered comrades. Pray tell, what prompted you to establish this so-called alliance of the seas, despite the current era being far from the peaceful times of yore, under the guidance of the demon gods? The subjects had reaped considerable benefits that is due to the order, Sunan interjected, cutting off Ouroboros mid-sentence. With the shifting tides of order and the changing times, if we do not adapt soon, we risk meeting the same fate as those demon gods who perished at our hands, our souls shattered, our divine realms collapsing. The two gods remained silent, yet their expressions conveyed their skepticism. They were aware of their superiority as upper-tier demon gods, far surpassing those of the mid-tier and lower ranks. To put it bluntly, they held a disdain for the weaker demon gods, regarding them as mere fodder, unworthy of even a descriptive term that in their eyes. Demon gods were divided into two categories: the upper-tier gods, capable of summoning elemental chaos across vast distances at will, and the expendable ones, whose significance paled in comparison to that of their subjects. The god of precious metals, Sunan gently uttered those four words. Ouroboros and Ozer exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Frankly, the mention of the god of precious metals brought them discomfort, as both had suffered at his hands in the past, before Sunan's rise. The two most powerful factions in the Yunlai Sea were Ouroboros and Ozer. Ouroboros' South Territory was perilously close to the Rock Tribe, whose sustenance heavily relied on the ocean, leading to inevitable conflict. When the denizens of the Rock Tribe harvested from the sea, clashes occurred with Ouroboros' followers, resulting in losses on both sides. Several of Ouroboros' kin perished, while a few from the Rock Tribe drowned. Unbeknownst to the gods above, the lower-tier followers initiated a minor skirmish on one side. Ships were overturned, and fishermen were ambushed. On the other, sea creatures were hunted, their flesh and blood consumed as tensions escalated. War broke out. Stars and spears fell like rain, and waves shattered rock formations. The battle concluded swiftly, with a clear outcome. Ouroboros was decisively defeated. The god of precious metals quelled the tides and established stability at the Tianheng Mountain, while the serpent demon god relocated his tribe southward, drawing closer to the southern sea. Subsequently, Ouroboros' ally, Ashicus, made a rash decision to assault mortals on land and was swiftly subdued, while Sunan pieced together fragments of heroism. Earning the favor of the SEAS for Ozer, he fell victim to an unforeseen calamity. Ouroboros' actions aroused suspicion from the god of precious metals, Morix, who descended into the depths to scrutinize Ozer. After the investigation, Ozer's territory was forcibly relocated northward to the present-day Vortex Reef, in a strict sense, Sunan's divine realm, Remelia, was merely a combination of the territories lost by Ozer and Oroba. What neither had anticipated was the rapid emergence of Sunan, whose ascension to the status and combat prowess of an upper-tier demon god occurred before they could react. Oh, you have a conflict with the god of precious metals? Oroba inquired tentatively. He pondered that if Sunan were at odds with Morix, he would certainly choose to flee. This was not due to cowardice, but rather a clear understanding of his own position. Just as he could look down upon the weaker demon gods, Morix would similarly regard him with disdain. After all, for the god of precious metals, the presence or absence of an upper-tier demon god like Oroba made little difference, merely a matter of time. The effort required to defeat an individual was significantly less than that needed to vanquish a multitude. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within Oroba, Oleus, Ozer, and I. While individually we may lack the strength of Morix, together we comprise 3 upper-tier demon gods. Surely, 3 against 1 stands in our favor. Contemplating this, Oroba nodded with satisfaction. Initially concerned about being driven out of the Yunlai Sea by Morix, he now sensed an opportunity for retaliation. 3 against 1. Advantage lies with me. Sunan and Ozer exchanged a knowing glance, acknowledging Oroba's enthusiasm. Chapter 8. The objective of dominating the seas. Noticing the sudden shift in Oroba's expression, Sunan furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "What peculiar thoughts have crossed your mind? Should we engage Morix in battle? What do you reckon our chances of victory would be?" A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Oroba's eyes. Enough. This fellow is lost in his own fantasies. He never stated an intention to confront Morix. Sunan began to speak, but Ozer interjected eagerly. "I believe our probability of victory is quite high. Regardless of Morix's strength, he cannot possibly overcome 3 adversaries. 3 against 1. The odds are in our favor." "Oh, they are on the same wavelength, and I find myself isolated." "No, it is I who have isolated them." "Stop," Sunan interjected, putting an end to their daydreams with a weary tone. "When did I ever inform you two that we are planning to wage war against Morix?" He then added, a hint of confusion on his face. "Or do you both have a penchant for punishment and wish to be beaten? If it is a beating you desire, I can certainly oblige. At worst, it would merely be a painful thrashing, but should Morix be the one to strike, it could very well lead to your demise. If you survive, consider yourself fortunate. However, should you be sealed, life would become a living hell." After a moment of awkward silence, Oroba cleared his throat and asked, his gaze somewhat evasive, "What, then, is your perspective? Surely you have something to share? If you remain silent, how would we know what is on your mind?" As he spoke, a faint frown appeared on his face. "You share your thoughts, but only partially. You expect us to decipher the rest. You are well aware that we have both faced Morix before. Mentioning him only serves to provoke our desire for vengeance. Yet now you tell us there is no need for confrontation." Sighing in resignation, Sunan offered an apology. My intention in mentioning the god of precious metals was to highlight our differences. "Differences?" Oroba and Ozer raised their brows in unison. Intrigued. "What do you mean?" "He hails from a different realm." Sunan gestured towards the sky. "Whereas we originate from here." He then pointed to the ocean. "Our fates diverge as well. Avoiding confrontation with Morix is a matter of survival. Engaging him would ultimately lead to our demise. That is our destiny. Minor alterations to fate are permissible, but significant changes may attract the gaze of the heavens. Put it bluntly, the 3 of us combined are still insufficient against the might of the skies. We are too weak, mere fragile existences striving to survive amidst overwhelming circumstances." That a thought seemed to dawn upon Oroba, his gaze sharpening as he inquired with uncertainty, "Do you seek to dominate the seas in response to a calling from the heavens?" "No," Sunan shook his head, replying, "The ambition to dominate the seas stems from a desire to grow stronger, strong enough to negotiate with them. Should I command the vast seas of Tivit, perhaps I too could give birth to my own shadow." Sunan still vividly recalls that a vital lesson was imparted in the tale of Violet. Only those who govern and those who can rival the world possess their own reflection. If I could master the seas, perhaps I might be deemed a rival to the world. If I do not wish to become a ruler, then I shall strive to possess my reflection, standing shoulder to shoulder with the heavens, transcending the shackles of fate, ultimately seeking survival. Sunan pondered thus, yet he refrained from voicing these thoughts. The more one knows, the swifter one meets their demise. That he is a soul from another world, inherently detached from the fate of this realm. However, as his connection to the world deepens, he finds himself increasingly ensnared by destiny's constraints. Only by mastering the seas and wielding their authority can he attain his reflection, enabling him to communicate equally with the skies. As for the dominion over the seas, once he possesses his reflection, he shall naturally return the authority of the seas at the appropriate time at that juncture, even if he relinquishes his power. It would scarcely affect his prowess, for possessing a reflection signifies transcending the original sacred design. According to the lore of his homeland, at that moment, he would embody one of the traits of the great Luo Jingxian, an eternal testament. Since he aspires to command the seas, war is inevitable. The Yunlai Sea has fully united, while the Qianqing and Wuyin Seas remain in a state of fragmentation. Indeed, as Sunan would assert, the Qianqing and Wuyin Seas are in a state of disunity. There exists neither a unified nation nor a cohesive alliance. What could be more fragmented than this? Thus, Sunan resolved to issue a declaration of war against the demon lords of these two seas. What constitutes a declaration of war? To put it simply, it is a public announcement to the demon lords of these two seas, saying, "We are coming to fight you. Give us your opinions and thoughts." Those willing to abandon the darkness and seek the light may come to the Yunlai Sea to discuss matters of alliance. Those unwilling should remain in their homes, safeguarding their powers and divine realms. For we shall come to claim them. In simpler terms, that is the essence of it. The clarion call of war resounded, echoing through the vast expanse of the deep sea. The tumult of war awakened a certain ocean deity, fond of melodies. In the Qianqing Sea, the realm of mermaids, the deity there is a demon lord named Remus, who is referred to as Ridlai by Aelobas. Upon his sacred throne, Remus, who composes mysterious symphonies within his mind, opened his eyes and gazed into the distance, where he perceived three great auras entwined together. Admittedly, this sounds rather peculiar. To elaborate, through the information conveyed by the Earth's veins, he discerned that the three gods of the Yunlai Sea had forged an alliance and were now on the brink of war. The conflict would reach the Wuyin Sea, and Qianqing would be unable to evade the flames of battle. Perhaps I should discuss the matters of war with the Yunlai Sea, Remus mused silently. Rising from his seat as he ascended his magnificent throne amidst the mermaid serenade, the tides surged, as a colossal beast resembling a mountain bore his throne away into the distance. War would bring suffering. Incinerate splendid maritime nations, topple great temples, and extinguish the will of the deities. I am acutely aware of the agonies of war, hence I compose melodies of peace. May my symphonies reverberate across the boundless seas and quench the flames of destruction. A brief interlude, Aelobas. Did you not say that war need not be waged? Sunan, one must choose the right persimmons to squeeze. Do you wish to squeeze a rock-hard persimmon or a seawater one? Chapter 9. The Starfall sees Patrick Star. Chapter 10. Remus is coming to take a beating. Time flows like a shuttle. The passage of days, well, in truth, it has not been long. Merely a day or two has elapsed. During this interval of the arrival of the gods from the Qianqing Sea, the maritime nation of Remilia has begun to operate at full capacity. This is both for preparations for war and to host the deities. Calculating the time, they are nearly upon us. Leaning against his divine seat, Sunan swirled the wine in his glass, filled to the brim with drunken dreams. Drunken dreams, crafted by Remilia's renowned winemaker, Savoy, involves a brewing process exceeding 100 methods and spans years. Taking a sip transports one into a myriad of enchanting dreams, savoring the bittersweet memories of his homeland and the passage of time. The grandeur and brilliance of what is to come bury these recollections. Comfortably squinting his eyes, Sunan's right hand gently tapped the armrest. Logically, they should have arrived by now. Aelobas, likewise indulging in the exquisite wines of Remilia, took a sip and gazed into the distance with a somewhat complex expression. Who knows? Perhaps they have arrived. Perhaps not. Have they truly come? Most likely they have. Having drunk, Elser muttered incoherently. One might think he was lamenting the life of a deity that, of course, he might simply be intoxicated. However, demon lords do not get drunk unless they choose to. Just as the three gods exchanged vague pleasantries, a melodious tune resonated from afar. That it was a splendid symphony that pierced through the deep sea. That intoxicating melody brought with it the gentle caress of a breeze, akin to the beloved extending a fingertip to touch Tada. Sunan suddenly had a revelation and, upon regaining his senses, recognized a crucial point. I do not possess a favored one. Sunan is an orphan, in his past life, and this one as well, that he feels akin to the most solitary of souls, arriving in this world devoid of anything, and departing in sleep. In dreams, there is nothing but darkness and solitude, accompanied by an unspoken chill. That chill obscures the path ahead. Fortunately, Sunan has long learned to mask all his emotions with a smile. He has come to return to his senses and said to Aelobas, "Who?" Sunan inquired. "Remus, a music-loving ocean demon lord, with mermaids as his subjects," Aelobas explained. "Remus always heralds his presence with a symphony to a man with his own BGM." Sunan nodded thoughtfully. I have learned a new phrase," Aelobas reflected inwardly, yet his explanation continued unabated. "Remus and I share a cordial relationship. He abhors war, despite ruling a magnificent realm of mermaids. What is the name of his kingdom?" Sunan inquired with curiosity, a vague figure of a man surfacing in his mind. It seems to be called Remulia. At this juncture, Aelobas cast a curious glance at Sunan. Sunan's realm is named Remulia, while Remus's oceanic kingdom is called Remulia. Initially, Aelobas had thought these two gods might share an undisclosed connection, but observing Sunan's demeanor, it appeared he truly did not know Remus. Sunan executed tactical calmness. "Drink," concealing the shock in his eyes with his wine glass. How could he not know of Remus, the king of gods during the War of the Fongdan Demons, the sovereign of Remulia, who constructed a vast kingdom, comprehended the laws of the world, and composed a harmonious symphony with his subjects? Although, according to Aelobas, he seems not to be inclined towards warfare, Sunan would not underestimate him. Upon meeting him, I shall engage in a contest to assert my authority. Sunan mused inwardly. For Sunan, only the mightiest power can shake the fate decreed by the heavens, and now, he is in pursuit of that ultimate strength. The ancient Fongdan must eventually be visited. Sunan gently swirled his wine glass. At his command, a crystal bottle floated to his side, tilting to pour forth the wine. The ancient Fongdan, the high seas, are indeed a part of his dominion. Command does not equate to ruling. A deity managing such vast seas, Sunan understands, is beyond his capability. Thus, only through alliances, only by enlisting the aid of his old friends, can he hope to command the seas. Do you wish to engage in a slight spar with him? Ausur posed the initial inquiry. As a close friend of Sunan, he possessed far greater insight into Sunan than Aelobas. Ausur believed that the similarity in the names of their respective realms, Remus and Sunan, inevitably signified a forthcoming clash between the two. Among the deities, it is solely power that determines supremacy. Thus, when Remus arrives, Sunan will undoubtedly challenge him to battle. Otherwise, which realm do we truly refer to? Is it Lemuria or Remuria? After exchanging a knowing glance with Ausur, Sunan comprehended the underlying message. Unconsciously, he recalled a steadfast and unyielding principle from his homeland, the insistence on the One China principle. Indeed, having traversed from his homeland, how could he be ignorant of this fundamental tenet? Therefore, on this continent of Teyvat, there can only exist one sea god nation, and that is Lemuria. Setting down his azure crystal goblet, Sunan rose, the celestial sea blade materializing in the void, now gracefully adorning his waist. "Let us pay a visit to the god king of Remuria," Sunan stated calmly. Indeed, a confrontation is imminent, Ausur mused, yet his body instinctively rose from his seat to accompany Sunan. This was a contest of authority and titles between the sea gods. Although Remus may not have intended such a confrontation, the moment he inexplicably emerged in the Thousand Stars Sea, this battle became unavoidable. May the deity of Remuria dazzle me with his prowess. Ausur, too, was one fond of witnessing the unfolding drama. In his heart, he believed Sunan could never be vanquished by Remus. Thus, the outcome of this skirmish was already predetermined in his mind. The only variable was how long Remus could endure under Sunan's might. Let me speculate. How long could he possibly last? Ausur's thoughts wandered, vividly picturing Remus being subdued beneath the ocean's depths. Indeed, a battle is on the horizon. Aelobas sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He held a tinge of grievance towards Remus for naming his realm Remuria. Did he not realize, suddenly, a hint of embarrassment flickered in Aelobas's eyes? How to put it? He had just recalled that Remus had bestowed the name Remuria long before Aelobas, Sunan, had but that is of little consequence. I am now an ally of Aeolia's, and although I share a past with Remus, My allegiance lies firmly with the alliance of the seas. If the time comes when Remus finds himself on the brink of defeat, I shall merely intervene lightly. Just a touch. Mind you, an aside, Sunan muttered. Damn it. Why did Remus emerge in the thousand-star sea of the east? What on earth is happening? Shouldn't he be lingering in the corners of Fontaine? The salted fish replied, I have no idea either. Defensively, it must be due to that little rascal, and I am merely an innocent deer. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 11. The Reason Commanding the Tide, accompanied by sea monsters. A melody symbolizing peace resonated throughout Remuria, its soothing notes calming agitated hearts. The once tense Remurian army, stirred by the prospect of war, laid down their arms as they listened to the harmonious strains emanating from the distant sea. This was the melody of ultimate goodness, destined to bring the longed-for peace to all beings. That a melody of unparalleled beauty. It conjured the most exquisite world of dreams. That it was pure. Ahem. A sudden cough shattered the enchanting melody that echoed through the maritime realm of Remuria. Sunan and two other deities emerged from the grand barrier of Remuria, and Sunan's expression was less than pleased. After all, this was his divine realm, and the owner of the melody had dared to attempt to quell the martial spirit of the citizens without permission. Was this not a transgression? Moreover, how could this act not seem like a slap in his face? He had been struggling to find a suitable pretext, and now, it seemed, he had stumbled upon an opportunity. Should I ever encounter you in battle, you shall rue the day you crossed me. Initially, Sunan pondered the appropriateness of challenging Remus based solely on the similarity of their realm names, but he had not anticipated Remus's audacity. To provoke trouble even before entering Remuria, such folly. With a light snap of his fingers, the grand barrier of Remuria unfurled, drawing upon the surrounding water element to form a vast and gentle shield. As the barrier rose, the portion of the realm visible within the ocean abruptly vanished from sight. Of course, this did not mean that the territory had been banished to another dimension. Rather, it was concealed by the barrier's unique effect. Approaching the realm's edge would reveal a resilient and supple water membrane. Having summoned the protective barrier of Remuria, Sunan directed his gaze toward the source of the melody, the deity of music. Remus, emerging with an entire orchestral accompaniment, epitomized the adage that a god may be humble, yet must maintain an air of grandeur. At this moment, Remus was not summoned by the heavens. Thus, he did not ride upon the golden vessel, the fathomless, but instead, a golden chariot adorned with precious gems, drawn by a colossal sea beast. This creature bore a horse's head, yet possessed a fish's tail, its physique somewhat elongated, reminiscent of the seahorses of Sunan's homeland. Yet distinctly different, this beast belonged to the Hydira clan, known as the deep-sea minstrels. Its unique vocalizations naturally produced enchanting melodies as it moved, leading Remus to adopt it as one of his kin. However, due to the lengthy breeding cycle and short mating periods of the Hydira clan, fewer than 10 have been captured since Remus's acquisition. Now, as a gesture of respect towards the sea god Aeolus, he commanded the king of Hydira, Helka, to pull his chariot and play the melody of peace in the realm of sea monsters. This was Remus's way of extending hospitality, symbolizing goodwill. However, the cultural nuances between the sea monster nation of Remuria and the sea god nation of Lemuria were subtly different, leading Sunan to misinterpret Remus's intentions as provocation. This conveniently provided Sunan with the perfect excuse to escalate matters. Your Excellency Remus, what a grand display you present, Sunan remarked with a cold smirk as he stood firm in the depths of the ocean. Gazing at the resplendent golden chariot of the god of music, could it be that you intend to declare war upon me? When gods of similar rank encounter each other, they address one another with such titles. Cultural differences among nations, whether large or small, can lead to misunderstandings. While the previous book did not delve into these intricacies, this narrative aims to be more detailed, though not excessively so, as I do not possess a mind of such brilliance. Sunan's voice resonated through the earth's veins, acting as a grand amplifier for communication. Upon hearing this, Remus momentarily faltered, questioning whether he had misheard. The look of perplexity crossed his features as he strained to discern Sunan and his companions. Aralabas and Ausur. A shiver of realization coursed through him. Upon reflecting on his actions, he could not identify any wrongdoing. Was Aeolus deliberately provoking him? After all, this was the territory of Remuria, and surely the sea god would not act so foolishly. If conflict were to arise between them, It would be the land of the sea god that would suffer the consequences. Does this imply that I have indeed erred? But what exactly have I done wrong? Remus found himself ensnared in a web of confusion in his mind. He believed he had adhered to the highest standards of hospitality according to their cultural norms. Then, a fleeting insight struck him. The names Remuria and Lemuria differ, and perhaps their cultures do as well. What I perceive as the pinnacle of guest etiquette may be construed as a provocation here that, oh no, my good intentions have led to a misunderstanding. Realizing this, a hint of panic flickered across Remus's face. Before him stood three deities of equal rank, and it seemed that the leader among them harbored misconceptions about his actions. How should I respond? I await your guidance. Time is of the essence. As Remus contemplated how to explain himself to Sunan, the latter seized the opportunity to challenge him. Your Excellency Remus, your imposing demeanor suggests dissatisfaction with my proclamation. Does it not? Since you harbor such discontent, let us resolve it through the martial arts. Wounds began to manifest upon Sunan's body, crimson blood seeping outward, only to be absorbed by a diminutive crystal. The blood of the demon god, infused with its formidable power, posed a grave risk of distorting any ordinary being or demonic creature that dared to consume it. To avert such an occurrence. Particularly in the realm of Remuria, Sunan engaged in discussions with the two deities and subsequently devised a specialized device for collecting his blood. This very crystal, the heart of deep blue. As the wounds became visible, a surging aura abruptly expanded forward. With a deafening roar, the king of Hidira, burdened by the overwhelming force, let out a mournful cry as his flesh began to crack and blood erupted from his body, suggesting that this colossal sea beast, capable of shattering mountains, was on the brink of explosion. Helka! Without any forewarning, Remus exclaimed, instinctively invoking the gentle melody of the Mercury chapter to heal the king of Hidira's injuries. The protective melody, the Venus chapter, a resonant hum echoed forth, ripples undulating, forming a barrier before Helka, shielding against Sunan's overwhelming might. In a brief interlude. Remus, alas, cultural differences can be deadly. Sunan, your actions resonate with my intentions. Drinking, sidelong glance, smiling, and sighing softly. Chapter 12. Sunan vs. Remus, 1. Chapter 13. Sunan vs. Remus, 2. Chapter 14. Sunan vs. Remus, final. As Oroba had asserted, Sunan's prowess was far beyond mere appearances, from his inception a millennium ago to the present. Sunan had seldom engaged in desperate struggles, apart from his initial fight for survival. In fact, he typically exerted only 70 or 80% of his strength in most encounters, as such a measure sufficed to match or even surpass his adversaries. This held true even in battles against Oroba and Ozer. While Remus undeniably possessed the rank and might of a high-ranking demon god, in Sunan's estimation, he fell short of Oroba. The relationship between the lightning and water elements necessitated that Sunan exert a modicum more effort against Oroba than against Remus. Nonetheless, neither party had unleashed their full potential in their confrontations, as Oroba remained concerned about collateral damage to Pearl Palace, while Sunan did not wish to escalate their sparring into a lethal conflict. Perhaps it is time to conclude this. I must also make time for a journey to the mainland. A glimmer of starlight flickered in Sunan's eyes, intertwining to manifest a fish in the northern sea. There exists a fish named Kuan, so immense that it cannot be contained in a single pot. Sealing technique. Northern Sea's abyss. In the mythology of Sunan's homeland, the abyss symbolizes the terminus of life, the ultimate end of all that is mortal. Yet, as the great principle dictates, 50 to the way, 49 to the heavens, the escape of one equates to the last vestige of vitality. Sunan was aware that this divine technique was ill-suited as a finishing move. He recognized that no matter how he refined it, the Northern Sea's abyss could never achieve perfection as a lethal technique. The lingering essence of life within the abyss would become a vulnerability in Sunan's battles. Since it could not serve as the ultimate killing technique, he resolved to repurpose it as a sealing technique. As such, the Northern Sea's abyss ensured that the enemy would be sealed while retaining a semblance of life. In accordance with the grand design of the universe, in Sunan's understanding, the essence of life represented the opportunity for survival. Though being sealed might entail a loss of freedom, the chance to live was a considerable boon. Thus, with this direction in mind, the Northern Sea's abyss was developed commendably. Beneath his throne in the sea god's palace, It suppressed the nearly indomitable remnants of the demon god's grievances as the northern sea's abyss was unleashed. An immediate stillness enveloped the heavens and seas, as if the world had succumbed to an eternal silence. Yet, the sky soon darkened with inky clouds, an endless aura of death creeping across the waters. A fierce wind howled, and light began to fade, centered around Remus. Hundreds of miles of ocean were forcibly sealed, all spatial techniques rendered impotent, an invisible barrier encasing the area in an impenetrable sphere. As Remus sensed the omnipresent aura of danger, his eyes involuntarily twitched. Is this brother truly so ruthless? All it took was a single strike to send you flying. Must you resort to such a lethal technique? Even the composure cultivated over millennia nearly faltered under the weight of his expression. In this moment, the pervasive air of peril conveyed a singular truth to Remus. He was facing imminent doom. He could feel that any slight movement might summon something catastrophic. What a truly horrifying divine technique, Remus mused, yet he was resolute not to accept his fate passively. Drawing a deep breath, he readied himself to unleash a surge of power in an attempt to vanquish Sunan in the briefest time possible. Any fearsome divine technique could be unraveled should its wielder be defeated or perish during its casting. At this juncture, Remus held firmly to this belief. With a clatter, as Remus's body stirred, the sound of clinking metal reverberated through the void. What is this? His brow furrowed, and filled with trepidation, Remus swiftly retreated hundreds of meters. Upon regaining his position, he beheld a crystalline chain, shimmering with blue light, piercing through the void and striking precisely where he had stood moments before, right at the center of his brow. Another clattering sound echoed as chains continued to shift, and Remus's figure began to flicker as if he were using some extraordinary ability. Blue chains traversed the heavens and the seas, pursuing the evasive Remus. They penetrated one void after another, relentless in their pursuit. As Remus evaded, the chains released an enigmatic resonance, and a dark vortex gradually manifested on the surface of the sea. This colossal whirlpool resembled an unfathomable abyss, crackling with black lightning, leaving trails of darkness in its wake. This a sealing divine technique. The moment Remus beheld the obsidian vortex, his movements faltered, and he swiftly comprehended its nature. Without hesitation, he charged towards Sunan's location. In such a scenario, his only option was to defeat Sunan with utmost speed. Alas, Remus sorrowfully realized he could not best Sunan. Thus, he was met with a sudden piercing pain as a chain shot through his shoulder blade. Coughing, blood spilled from his lips as he gazed deeply at Sunan. In quick succession, several chains pierced through his limbs and spine, while others slithered around him, binding his form with a snap of his fingers. The sound reverberated in all directions. The inky clouds above began to dissipate, the oceanic seal lifted, and the dark whirlpool receded. The chains that had been moving also vanished, including those that had pierced Remus. With a whoosh, the sound of rushing wind announced Sunan's arrival before Remus. As Remus sensed Sunan's presence, he merely lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes filled with bewilderment. The wounds on his body writhed and mended. Observing the seemingly dazed Remus, Sunan raised an eyebrow and hoisted him onto his shoulder. As Remus emerged from his stupor, he uttered a question, instinctively beginning to struggle. So you are not dazed after all. Sunan casually tossed Remus aside. He had initially assumed that Remus would remain in a state of confusion following his crushing defeat, but he was astonished by how swiftly Remus regained his composure. If it were he, having suffered such a beating, he would likely wallow in despair for days before recovering. After a brief moment of silence, Remus responded, I was prepared for this. You are the sea demon god. Wielding dominion over the ocean, nearly no demon god can defeat you within these waters. Being bested by you is only to be expected. With a deep gaze cast upon Sunan, Lei Mu Si sighed softly. Appearing somewhat despondent in a small theater, Sunan remarked, I thought it would take you quite some time to recover. Lei Mu Si replied, I'm simply not skilled. Losing is quite normal, Sunan commented with a hint of confusion. 6. Sensing that Lei Mu Si's character was rather peculiar, perhaps you should first read chapter 150 before returning, or you may take your time, as one can only truly comprehend my arrangements after reading everything. In chapter 15, Aelobas noted, their relationship is quite close. In chapter 16, they journey to the falling star sea. Aelobas murmured to himself, these two fellows spare me no dignity, as he began to use divine power to heal his injuries. Not long ago, his handsome visage had been marred by the blows from these two, and he required immediate treatment. Logically speaking, such minor injuries should have healed automatically given a demon god's recovery abilities. However, when Su Nan and Ao Sire assaulted Aolobas, they added a little extra force, necessitating the use of divine power for healing. After a few moments, having mended his facial wounds, Aolobas removed his mask and addressed Lei Musi. "Did you see that, Lado Li Ai?" "What?" Lei Musi replied, his expression puzzled. "The I in the future, if you wish to tease them, just think about it in your heart. Do not voice it aloud like I did. Or a beating is inevitable." That momentarily taken aback, Lei Musi nearly restrained his urge to retort. "Do you believe everyone is as tactless as you? Teasing is one thing, but to do so in such a bizarre manner is absurd. You deserve that beating." A faint smile crept onto Lei Musi's lips, revealing a hint of schadenfreude. Noticing this, Aolobas furrowed his brow. "Well, you little rascal, I thought I was setting a good example for you to validate a truth. Yet here you are reveling in misfortune. I tell you, you are doomed. Mark my words, no one can save you." With that, Aolobas began to stretch his limbs, swiftly appearing behind Lei Musi to execute a powerful restraint. Su Nan and Ao Sire exchanged satisfied glances at this scene, clearly indicating that Lei Musi could engage with them quite well. That it seemed the other party was not as peculiar as they first appeared. Su Nan casually retrieved a crystal cup filled with wine, clinking it with Ao Sire's, and discreetly conveyed through sound transmission, "What do you think?" "What do I think?" Ao Sire raised an eyebrow. And after sipping the wine, he replied with a playful smile, with Aolobas vouching for him, "I suppose he can stay. Besides, if any issues arise, we can always give Aolobas another beating." "Did I ask that so?" Su Nan nodded, refraining from further comments, as he raised his wine cup towards the bickering Aolobas and Lei Musi, signaling them to join in the toast. Aolobas, who was currently restraining Lei Musi, noticed this gesture and felt a mix of complex emotions, akin to relief and joy. Thus, he released Lei Musi from his grasp and guided him to a corresponding seat, where another cup filled with wine awaited. With a sigh of relief, Lei Musi took his seat and raised the cup before him. Observing Lei Musi making the appropriate gesture, Su Nan stood with a smile and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us celebrate the Alliance of the Seas at this moment." Having formed an alliance and joined the League of the Seas, many matters could now be discussed with Lei Musi. However, while the three gods were tutoring Lei Musi, an unusual fluctuation from the earth's veins caught Su Nan's attention. Extending his hand toward the void, he grasped at an intercepted message that had been caught outside the Great Barrier of Remilia. "Falling star sea, black calamity, come swiftly." Simultaneously, a scene accompanied this message. In a vast chasm, at one of its fissures, a surge of black energy seeped forth. The gigantic starfish, covered in eyes, rested at the source of this dark essence, its body involuntarily writhing as it absorbed the surrounding black miasma. Upon witnessing this, Su Nan's expression darkened considerably, as if he had realized a troubling possibility. "Olias, what is happening?" Ao Sire, noticing Su Nan's grim demeanor, tentatively inquired, fearing they might have misspoken. His question drew the attention of the other two gods, who gazed at Su Nan with inquiries in their eyes. "Look for yourselves." Shaking his head and saying little more, Su Nan manifested the intercepted message. The scene he had just witnessed materialized before them. "This is..." Ao Sire instinctively rose, his face filled with horror. This is far too familiar. If memory served him right, this was what he had glimpsed from the rift in the sky during his days as an elemental creature. Aolobas, on the other hand, wore a puzzled expression, glancing curiously at Ao Sire. Above information is inferred from the historical records of Aolobas. The circumstances surrounding Aolobas's demise are rather intricate. To simplify, based on the archives of the Kingdom of White Knight, if we assume Aolobas was unaware of the events during the Year of Funeral Flames, then it can be inferred that he is younger than Ao Sire. The reasoning behind this is due to the runes on Ao Sire's head. These runes are quite peculiar, and combined with Ao Sire's elemental nature, they may have some connection with the ruler of death. Thus, I deduce that the individual in question is likely older than Aolobas. Lei Musi also wore a grave expression. Although he was unaware of the events unfolding, the expressions on Su Nan's and Ao Sire's faces indicated something was amiss. and his look of concern was certainly justified. Regardless, he thought to himself that he could not appear as dazed as Aolobas, as if oblivious to everything. Taking a deep breath, Aosire, with a troubled expression, turned to Sunan and said, Olias, it seems we must make a trip to the falling star sea. Indeed, Sunan affirmed with a nod, looking at Aolobas and Lei Musi, adding, you too should come along. The four of us will go together. Although this matter is not our doing, if an incident occurs, none of us will escape unscathed, unless we are willing to abandon our subjects. With that, Sunan took the lead. Directly navigating toward the coordinates provided in the message, riding the waves of the ocean, Aosire followed closely behind. Aolobas and Lei Musi exchanged glances, aware that although they were unaware of the situation, Sunan's and Aosire's urgency signaled that this matter was of great importance. Thus, they too summoned the tides and sped toward the falling star sea in the thousand-star region. However, as Lei Musi departed on the waves, a faint sense of doubt crept into his mind. Did I forget something? Outside the great barrier of Remilia, King Hidura Helka, who was poised at the reins of his war chariot, watched the four beams of divine light flicker away. Particularly, he lingered in silence regarding one of the two beams trailing behind. Surely, Lord Lei Musi has his profound reasons for such actions? Helka pondered, yet two tears that glimmered at the corners of his eyes seemed to contradict his thoughts. In a small theater, Helka mused, the world has forgotten me. The benevolent tree king of the future timeline has bestowed upon me a commendation. In Chapter 17, The Magical Calamity of the Falling Star Sea, the Fallen Sea God, 1. The four beams of divine light, riding the tides, traversed thousands of miles, arriving at the vast chasm of the falling star sea in the thousand-star region. At this moment, the falling star sea had been utterly tainted by black miasma. Even the sky was shrouded in inky clouds. Yet, as if bound by some mysterious force, this black essence was contained within this sea, unable to spread further. Seeing this scene, the four gods who had traveled from afar bore expressions of grave concern. Can we ascertain the characteristics and severity of this situation, standing outside the Starfall Sea? In a place devoid of the encroaching black aura, Ausur inquired of Sunan. The nature of the phenomenon remained unclear, yet the gravity of the situation was palpable that a brilliant azure divine light ignited. And strange runes etched themselves in his vision as Sunan activated a peculiar ocular technique. Peering into the depths of the Starfall Sea, his gaze pierced through layer upon layer of barriers, ultimately resting upon the starfish, its body adorned with numerous large eyes. However, at this moment, the condition of the starfish appeared dire. The central largest eye had become somewhat murky, while the smaller eyes oozed a noxious mixture of yellow and black pus. Portions of its flesh were undergoing decay, with crimson and obsidian blood entwined. It was confirmed. The situation was grave. Gently closing his eyes, Sunan withdrew his gaze and deactivated the corresponding ocular technique. In truth, he had wished to see more, such as the deeper fissure exuding the dark aura, but regrettably, his technique lacked the finesse required. His intuition warned him that continuing to observe might provoke unforeseen consequences. For instance, as he retracted his gaze, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the starfish's eyes beginning to tremble and shatter, some twisting as they directed their gaze towards him. Indeed, it was quite serious. The great starfish Cybos appeared to be on the brink of death. Beside him, Aolobas nodded in agreement. Sunan turned his attention to Remus, who also radiated divine light from his serpentine eyes. It was evident that he too had activated an ocular technique to observe. After a few moments of silence, Sunan asked Aolobas, how does your ocular technique fare? Aolobas, my ocular technique. Aolobas raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied with a hint of pride. Let me tell you, my ocular technique is unparalleled, at least far superior to the one you just employed. As he spoke, he placed his hands on his hips. Let me revel in my prowess for a moment. Observing Aolobas's demeanor, Sunan felt no anger but rather contemplated how to extort a trade for his ocular technique as a reference. Really? Allow me to see, Remus interjected, curiosity piqued by the display. Wait. Both Aolobas and Sunan urgently attempted to deter him. Aolobas, knowing Remus well, was aware that his technique was lacking and thus voiced his concern, while Sunan instinctively felt the urge to stop him. Unfortunately, despite their swift attempts, Remus was quicker in activating his ocular technique. The moment Remus initiated his technique, He felt his gaze pierce through numerous obstacles, only to meet countless large eyes staring back that, oh no. A pang of alarm struck him, prompting Remus to hastily deactivate his technique. But it was too late. I see you. An unusual mental wave surged throughout the entire Starfall Sea, and the pervasive black aura began to writhe and churn violently, resembling countless maggots squirming. I think I may have done something wrong, Remus said, a sheepish expression creeping onto his face as he scratched his head. Orobas stepped forward, strategically positioning himself to shield half of Remus's body, and addressed Sunan and Ausur. Let us put the previous matter aside for now. It seems something peculiar is about to emerge from the Starfall Sea. Upon hearing Orobas's words, Sunan and Ausur obediently directed their gazes towards the tumultuous sea. The roiling black mist suddenly fell silent for a brief moment, and in an instant, an unsightly and grotesque figure shot forth. The figure moved with remarkable speed, yet it was still insufficient before the four exalted demon gods. The four gods focused their attention. They beheld a creature resembling a maggot, adorned with a pair of tattered wings, its body infested with eyes. The creature's head was akin to an open flower petal, yet its petals were lined with sharp teeth. Worse still, the creature was covered in numerous small, spindly legs and bore many dilapidated eyeballs. Abyssal worm, Sunan muttered instinctively upon sighting the creature. The other three gods glanced at him, curiosity evident in their expressions, as if questioning how he knew the name of this abomination. Ignoring their inquisitive gazes, Sunan followed his instincts, extending his hand to unleash a spell he had never attempted before. Purifying light, the three gods beheld as a small ray of seven-colored brilliance shot forth from Sunan's fingertip, piercing through the abyssal worm. Upon being struck by the light, the abyssal worm's body suddenly stiffened, writhing involuntarily as its eyes began to drop off one by one. That its tattered wings reformed, and the eyes upon them began to solidify, creating a flowing rune-like patterned eye. In mere moments, the once twisted and filthy abyssal worm transformed into a fish adorned with azure wings. The winged fish gently swayed, casting its gaze toward the four gods not far ahead, then turned to glance at the Starfall Sea engulfed in darkness, and without hesitation, fled in the opposite direction. In the simple mind of the fish, both the presence ahead and the sea behind posed a tremendous threat to its life. Thus, driven by instinct, it sought refuge elsewhere. However, as it swam away, it turned back to cast a deep glance at Sunan. Was that a flying fish? Ausur mused, stroking his chin with a look of uncertainty. You are not mistaken. That was indeed a flying fish, Orobas confirmed Ausur's conjecture. Olius, do you happen to know something? Remus inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing Remus's question, Sunan's expression became complex as he nodded, looking at the three gods as he replied. I do possess some information, albeit limited. Scene shift, Ausur. Ugh, this worm is utterly revolting. Orobas, what s with your strange way of speaking? Sunan's words were rooted in his own rationale. The moment he beheld the grotesque creature, a flood of information regarding it surged into his mind. Among this was knowledge of its living habits and methods of counteraction. Oddly enough, upon seeing the creature, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered this species long ago. Or more accurately, had been acquainted with it. Gazing into the Starfall Sea, a fragmented vision surfaced in Sunan's mind that a colossal rift marred the sky, through which countless dark fiends surged from beyond the world. Yet amidst those shadowy beasts, there emerged a group of beings that seemed oddly out of place. Unlike other monstrous entities with devastating offensive capabilities, these creatures thrived on attachment and erosion. After latching onto the flesh and blood of other beings, they would attempt to disguise themselves, subsequently releasing a peculiar substance to alter their host. This transformation would distort both body and soul. Over time, the altered beings would become grotesque and misshapen, and they would propagate within their hosts. The weakness of such creatures lay within themselves. When not parasitized, they possessed no combat ability whatsoever, even inferior to elemental crystal butterflies. However, once affixed to a biological host, they became exceedingly troublesome. Their every action drained the life force of the host, including their reproduction and erosion. In most scenarios, to eliminate these creatures, the host must be destroyed alongside them. Unfortunately, even if the host is obliterated, there remains a significant likelihood that the abyssal worm will persist. But what about the rest? Sunan murmured, his brow furrowing slightly. His knowledge regarding these abyssal worms was scant, The information he had previously pieced together was merely a compilation of fragmented knowledge and speculation. As for the purifying light, aside from its method of release, he possessed virtually no information. In fact, he had no understanding of why the purifying light was effective against the abyssal worms. This is quite troubling. Sunan sighed softly. What happened? Is there something amiss? Asel, undeniably a commendable ally of Sunan, immediately inquired upon hearing his words. Orobas and Remus remained quietly in anticipation of Sunan's utterance, after a brief moment of silence. Sunan divulged all the information he possessed regarding the abyssal worm, along with the method for employing the purifying light. The three deities exchanged perplexed glances, unable to comprehend why Sunan had previously uttered the word terrible. After all, with pertinent information and a solution at hand, was that not an excellent situation? Indeed, it could even be deemed flawless. Perhaps it was the origin of the information that was troubling him? Many matters in this world eluded their understanding and explanation. Thus, why delve deeper? The more one knows, the greater the peril. With such thoughts, Asel began to counsel Sunan. Upon hearing these words, Sunan's mind shifted slightly. Indeed, there was no fault in that reasoning. During his gaming days, he had often been unaware of much information, yet he had continued to play diligently. With this realization, Sunan abandoned his inquiry into the origins of the information in his mind. By the way, Orobas, seemingly struck by a thought, Sunan turned his gaze toward Orobas. Orobas possessed the strongest ocular technique among the four deities, and thus should be able to perceive more. What? Orobas exhibited a puzzled expression. But in an instant, his agile mind seemed to grasp something, furrowing his brow as he spoke. If you wish for me to ascertain whether Sybos has been eroded and altered by the abyssal worm, then I shall endeavor to do so. However, I must make one declaration. Sybos's ocular technique is, in fact, superior to mine. If I were to conduct a deep observation of Sybos using my own technique, it could very well provoke an aberration. Is that so? Sunan fell into contemplation. Currently, they had four high demon gods, theoretically granting them an overwhelming advantage against the abyssal star Sybos. Moreover, Sybos's present condition rendered him inferior in combat prowess to any of the four deities. Therefore, if they so desired, they could simply overwhelm him with sheer force. However, the source of calamity beneath Sybos, the fissure emanating dark energies, was the reason Sunan refrained from acting rashly, reflecting upon events millennia hence. Specifically 500 years prior to the main storyline, when Korinia breached the veil of false heavens and glimpsed the world's true nature, it resulted in significant losses for both the maintainers of celestial order and the seven gods. Furthermore, considering the narrative of the small yellow-haired figure, it became evident that the maintainers were perishing. Even those far more powerful than themselves were on the brink of demise. What right did they have to underestimate the calamity of the falling star sea? Thus, to prevent unforeseen mishaps, ample preparations must be made. With this in mind, Sunan addressed the other three deities. Let us first establish a barrier, completely sealing off the falling star sea, forbidding entry and exit. Once we have dealt with the calamity, we shall lift the seal. Sybos transmitted the information to us, perhaps unable to endure any longer or for other reasons. Regardless, time is likely of the essence, and we must quell the disaster without delay. Agreed, echoed the three deities in unison. As Sunan's words concluded, the four deities proceeded to the four corners of the falling star sea, unleashing a copious amount of purifying light. Drawing upon the characteristics of the abyssal worm, they resolved to establish a threefold seal encompassing the entirety of the falling star sea. The formation based on purifying light was specifically designed to counter the abyssal worm. And as a precaution, the deities devised several additional sealing formations, prioritizing stability. Having resolved the sealing issue, the four deities reconvened, preparing to enter the falling star sea. Orobas, before we proceed, utilize your ocular technique to observe the deeper circumstances within. Sunan instructed Orobas. Understood. Orobas nodded in agreement without hesitation, swiftly unleashing his ocular technique for observation. His gaze penetrated numerous barriers, revealing a colossal starfish, amplifying his divine power. Orobas delved deeper into the observation. Uncovering new revelations, he beheld a resplendent eye, as beautiful as a gem. Within the depths of that eye, two figures were engaged in a fierce struggle. One was the owner of the eye, the abyssal star Sybos, while the other was the distorted creature, the abyssal worm. In that instant, Orobas comprehended a substantial amount of information. Hurry, we must enter. Cybos and the abyssal worm appear to be locked in a battle of consciousness. The abyssal worm has successfully parasitized Cybos. Orobas's pupils constricted slightly as he urgently proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the deities present displayed expressions of shock. The abyssal worm is waging war on Cybos at the level of consciousness? What does this imply? It signifies that even the high demon gods are vulnerable to parasitism by the abyssal worm, and all four present are indeed high demon gods. This meant that if fortune were to frown upon them, they too could be subjected to the same fate as Cybos. With this thought, the eyes of the four deities shimmered with relief. It was fortunate that they had exercised caution and refrained from entering the falling star sea directly. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in a predicament identical to that of Cybos. Transmute the purifying light to form a barrier. Do not allow any matter from the falling star sea to come into contact with us. Not even elemental forces, Sunan cautioned, simultaneously enveloping himself in a thin veil of light. The three deities, hearing Sunan's words, also shielded themselves with the purifying light. Thus, enveloped in a radiant barrier, the four deities plunged into the murky depths of the falling star sea. The falling star sea was an immense chasm, where the seabed appeared as though it had been torn asunder, revealing a peculiar geological formation. The walls of the chasm were adorned with numerous mutated starfish, each bearing strange, pus-filled eyes. There were also mutated fish and plants. Through the barrier of purifying light, the deities observed countless small, writhing abyssal worms. These worms resembled black maggots, lacking any remarkable characteristics apart from this. These are the original forms of the abyssal worm, Sunan elucidated. The abyssal worm manifests in various forms, but they can generally be categorized into two types. Point 1 is the original form before us, utterly devoid of any special attributes, rated as inferior to the elemental crystal butterfly. The other consists of the products that have undergone mutation. These mutated entities arise from the abyssal worm's infection and alteration of other organisms, typically appearing bizarre and grotesque. These original forms of the abyssal worm swam freely around them, as if the falling star sea were their home. It could be said that these abyssal worms had mastered the art of occupying another's domain. The multitude of original abyssal worms was highly active, with some even encroaching upon the deity's barrier of purifying light. Sizzle, a peculiar sound echoed as these freely swimming original abyssal worms met their demise. They collided with the barrier of purifying light, promptly succumbing. Witnessing this scene, Remus suddenly grinned that he now understood why the original forms of the abyssal worm were deemed inferior to the elemental crystal butterfly. It turned out they were utterly worthless. However, as one after another of the original abyssal worms perished, the remaining abyssal worms seemed to receive some sort of signal and began to disperse. We have become somewhat out of sync, Orobas remarked, his golden eyes shimmering. Thus far, his ocular technique had remained active, allowing him to perceive more than Sunan and the other deities' eye in his vision. The arrangements here appeared harmonious, including the swimming original abyssal worms. The movements of these energies were so cohesive. Except for them, such a stark contrast, the anomalous presence naturally incited a reaction. Consequently, the mutated starfish turned their gaze toward them, their numerous pus-filled eyes fixating upon the newcomers, as if anticipating the appearance of their kin. A resonant hum filled the air, and suddenly, everything around them coalesced into a singular entity. Cybos' consciousness was suppressed. A grave expression crossed Orobas' face. Something significant is approaching. Roar. Even the roar of the sea cannot be obstructed by the medium of the ocean itself. Vast waves surge and churn upon the surface, while the sky suddenly shifts in hue, profoundly affected by the flow of elemental forces. The strata of the Great Rift are shattered, and a multitude of abyssal worms and aberrant creatures begin to writhe in a distorted manner. They do not recklessly launch an attack against the deities, for the king of the abyssal worms has commanded them to retreat from the battlefield, fleeing towards other maritime realms. Previously, due to the psychic battle between Cybosis and the Worm King, the surrounding worms remained in a state of silence, aiding their king in the conflict against Cybosis. However, the arrival of the four gods of Sunan has instilled a sense of urgency in the Worm King, compelling him to deploy his most secretive tactics to suppress Cybosis' consciousness. Yet, such suppression will not endure long. It will inevitably loosen with the passage of time. After all, Cybosis is one of the two supreme demon gods of the Star Sea. Were it not for the need to contain the abyssal corruption seeping from the rift, the Worm King would have had no opportunity to encroach upon the aberrant Cybosis. Regrettably, Cybosis is not in optimal condition at present. Otherwise, he could have conveyed this information to the four gods of Sunan, revealing that the Worm King is but a weakling, easily vanquished with a mere flick of their fingers, sending both him and his kin into the River of Oblivion. In this world, being sent to the River of Oblivion is akin to being dispatched to the afterlife. A colossal starfish, reminiscent of a mountainous behemoth, lunges toward the four gods, who, apprehensive of potential contamination, swiftly retreat in all directions. Although they discern that the aberrant sea god Cybosis is currently in a weakened state, they remain wary of any unique means of corruption the adversary might possess. What if such a method were to affect them? What if their defenses were insufficient? This uncertainty gives rise to an intriguing scenario. The Worm King, the aberrant sea god Cybosis, achieves the remarkable feat of confronting four deities. While they dare not retaliate, primarily, Cybosis is utterly repulsive, and the close combat adept of Sunan wishes to avoid contact. The other three gods, seeing Sunan evade, assume that the aberrant sea god possesses some extraordinary technique, and thus follow suit in their retreat. Yet, as they flee, the four gods suddenly realize something. Thus far, the aberrant sea god has only utilized simple lunges, failing to employ even the most rudimentary elemental spells, let alone advanced divine arts. As the four gods repeatedly dodge Cybosis's onslaught, their suspicions begin to surface, leading to a silent exchange akin to whispered thoughts. Why has the aberrant sea god not utilized aberrant divine techniques? Osael is the first to pose the question. I don't know. X3 The other three gods express their ignorance. Could it be that this fellow is incapable of utilizing divine techniques, or has simply not been afforded the opportunity? Osael ventures a hypothesis that it is possible. X3 The three gods of Sunan concur with Osael's notion. Who will take the initiative to test the waters? Osael continues to inquire, yet for some inexplicable reason, his right eyelid begins to twitch uncontrollably. You go. X3 When I utter a question mark, it is not I who has the issue, but rather you who does. A brief comedic interlude. Left eye twitches wealth. Osael. Good. Right eye twitches disaster. Osael. Damn it, superstitions. Chapter 20. The Cataclysm of Falling Stars, the Fallen Sea God. 4. Are you serious? Osael exclaims in shock, utterly unprepared for the incompetence of the gods surrounding him. The idea he proposed should, in theory, have excluded him from the equation. Yet what other option is there? Can it be anything but true? X3 The three gods of Sunan continue to speak, all while evading the aberrant sea god's attacks. In their minds, the Worm King must possess some special trump card to dare invade the aberrant sea god, so they decide to let one unfortunate soul take the plunge. Conveniently, Osael has suggested this very notion. In that case, let him take the risk. After all, the other three will have his back. Should anything unforeseen occur, they can provide adequate support. However, if it cannot be resolved, then the only alternative left would be to eliminate the aberrant sea god. Avenging Osael, Osael takes a breath, falling silent for a moment before sighing resignedly. You lot truly know how to introduce new tricks into my life. His tone resembles that of a parent lamenting the shortcomings of their child. Clearly, Osael, in his helplessness, opts to capitalize on the context. Meanwhile, the three gods of Sunan share a knowing smile, dispersing to prepare for whatever may unfold next. Noticing that the distance between the three gods and the aberrant sea god has widened, Osael directs his gaze toward the distant figure of Cybosis. Just a light probe will suffice. Osael, a demon god of his word, does not intend to quietly unleash his full power. He gathers a small amount of water elemental energy, coalescing it into a sphere of elemental force. Under his command, the elemental sphere abruptly transforms, differentiating into a peculiar magical array. Merely a commonplace elemental energy gathering array. Following purification, a substantial amount of water elemental energy converges within it. And then, boom, a searing pillar of light erupts, instantly shattering parts of the aberrant sea god's form and charging toward the rift's rocky wall. With tremendous force, the rock face fractures and collapses, raising an immense cloud of dust until moments later, a new chasm is formed. After tearing apart portions of the aberrant sea goddess body, Osael swiftly retreats, positioning himself in a square formation with the other three gods. Has anything unusual occurred? Standing firm, Osael sets up multiple layers of composite defensive divine techniques and telepathically inquires of Olobus. Nothing. Olobus frowns, his ocular techniques never ceasing their observation that it appears he cannot even employ the simplest of spells. No, wait. Olobus's brow suddenly furrows. Upon hearing this, the three gods, including Sunan, grow anxious and inquire. Is something amiss? Is it manageable? Should we directly deploy large-scale destructive divine techniques to level the falling star sea? No. After scrutinizing for a few moments, Olobus replies with an odd expression. It seems he cannot even manipulate basic elemental energy, that I believe Cybosis's consciousness is merely suppressed, but the impact on his divine body is still feasible. Precisely due to Cybosis's influence over his own divine body, his divine power cannot be wielded by the Worm King. In other words, Lemus's lips curl into a faint smile. Does this mean we can act without hesitation? At this moment, Sunan suddenly interjects with a denial. No. X3 originally, the three gods were eager to unleash their full power upon the aberrant sea god, teaching him who truly reigns supreme in this maritime domain. However, Sunan's words instinctively halt their movements, leading them to suspect an unexpected complication. Meanwhile, the encircled aberrant sea god attempts to mend his injuries. Sunan, raising his hands, whispers to the other three gods, "What I mean is, we may need Cybosis to relinquish something. So let us refrain from striking him down, but if he perishes here, the cost will likely fall upon us. Better a dead ally than a dead enemy." Ah, I see. The other three gods nod in sudden understanding, revealing subtle smiles, harmony of voices, the chapter of extreme sound, celestial thunder domain, shattered thunder light, vortex sea erosion, the pinnacle of ocean roars. As Sunan's words conclude, the three gods, having received the signal to act, waste no time in unleashing their divine techniques, believing they would not fatally wound the aberrant CGOD in an instant. Three exceedingly terrifying divine techniques are unleashed. The extreme sound forms a sonic dragon that tears through the void, charging toward the aberrant sea god, leaving a trail of destructive power in its wake, while the seawater evaporates entirely without a trace. The sound of thunder reverberates through the heavens as countless bolts of lightning descend from the sky into the ocean, seemingly drawn by some mysterious force, converging into a brilliantly radiant white lightning pillar, which strikes precisely where the aberrant sea god stands. The ancient cries of sea beasts echo from the primordial wilderness, spiraling around the aberrant sea god as the surrounding waters begin to whirl uncontrollably. As if influenced by a great will, the speed of the water's rotation accelerates, and the immense tearing force erodes the surrounding rock formations, shattering the solid bedrock. In unison, these three terrifying divine techniques descend upon the divine form of the aberrant sea god. Boom! A tremendous explosion upheaved the depths of the oceanic crust, transforming the once colossal chasm into an immense pit in the blink of an eye. It resembled the fall of celestial bodies. Stirring boundless tides, the benevolence of the abyssal depths seeks to quell. The terrifying force rendered the intricate bindings set by the four divine beings precarious, while Sunan refrained from intervening, intent on preventing the formation from being shattered. As the formations trembled under the assault of three divine techniques, on the brink of collapse, Sunan unleashed his might, forcefully restraining the residual waves of the falling star's divine art, through the considerable divine energy he expended to restore calm. The residual waves were ultimately subdued. Time passed unmeasured until the murky waters around settled under control. The once massive sea star, now fragmented, lay scattered in pieces. Witnessing this, Sunan could not help but sigh. Pressing his forehead in exasperation, "Did I not request that you all exercise restraint?" The aberrant sea deity, stripped of divine techniques and devoid of protection, reminded him of a tale from the game where Orobas, having removed his defenses, was felled by a single strike from the lightning deity. Sunan found himself in a perplexing predicament. Without divine protection, although the body of an upper-tier demon god is formidable, it remains vulnerable to attacks from equals. In other words, gazing upon the motionless, seemingly lifeless fragments of the sea star hero, Sunan felt an acute headache. However, with events having unfolded as they had, he had little recourse but to gather everyone to contribute their essence to mend the fissures He silently hoped they would not lose their ranks in the process. In a small interlude, Sunan exclaimed, "Did I not instruct you to be gentle?" In fury, the three gods began to point fingers at one another. "It's all his fault. I thought they would leave the main offensive to me." But who could have anticipated this? The starfish, Cybus, interjected, "Oh yes, yes, the abyssal worm king. I'm merely a small, pitiful, and helpless worm. Did it necessitate such a ruthless strike?" Chapter 21. The house does not change its name, nor its surname. The abyssal demon god, Aser, with Cybus reduced to fragments by the divine arts of the three gods, Sunan, compelled by necessity and perhaps a tinge of luck, summoned the three gods to begin collecting the shards. Perhaps, upon gathering the hero fragments, they could attempt synthesis. It was entirely possible that they could reconstitute a complete sea star, Cybus. Prompted by Sunan, the gods fell silent and commenced their collection of fragments. With limbs scattered hundreds of miles away, the agile Remus utilized the principle of collective sound to retrieve the debris. Meanwhile, Sunan, skilled in healing arts, diligently pieced together the mangled remnants. Aser and Orobas took on the task of broadly gathering the fragments. It appeared the three gods had been overly ruthless. By the time the fragments of Cybus were nearly collected, half an hour had elapsed. The bulk of this time was consumed by Sunan's efforts to reassemble the hero fragments. Some flesh had been utterly obliterated, rendering any attempts at restoration futile. In resignation, Sunan could only undertake partial reconstruction. This partial reconstruction involved repairing and cutting Cybus's body, forcing mismatched textures into alignment, and subsequently restoring it based on that foundation. As time flowed, a new, albeit diminished, Cybus emerged, now half the original size. Observing the significantly reduced figure before him, Sunan tentatively extended his divine consciousness, inquiring, "Are you still alive, Cybus?" The depths of the ocean were eerily silent. The other three gods remained mute, granting Sunan the stage entirely. Cybus, Cybus, Cybus. Just as Sunan buzzed incessantly like a mosquito, the lingering spirit of Cybus interrupted. "Stop calling me. If you keep this up, I'll perish." "Oh, Cybus, you are still alive," Sunan exclaimed, astonished, intrigued by how Cybus managed to survive. The To put it bluntly, even he, stripped of all defenses and divine power stagnating, would likely meet a grim fate against the formidable divine arts of the three gods. Yet, here Cybus was, inexplicably still clinging to life, which piqued Sunan's curiosity to inquire about the relevant divine arts. Although he might not need them under normal circumstances, one could never tell when fortune might turn against him, necessitating Cybus's survival tactics to avert disaster. With this thought, Sunan's gaze towards Cybus shifted, his expression growing fervent. "This was an uncharted treasure of a sea star. Though I am not dead yet, I am not far from it." Cybus's voice faltered slightly, seemingly taken aback by Sunan's words. After a brief pause, he responded languidly. His speech was so slow that even the elderly woman next door to the salted fish shop could articulate her words more smoothly. Perhaps witnessing his own dismal state had led him to accept his fate. "Since you are not dead, do you still possess the ability to recount everything that transpired here?" Sunan, devoid of compassion for the dying, unabashedly pressed for crucial information, as if he would not relent until he had extracted every last detail from Cybus. He resembled a street lamp adorned with trinkets. "My situation is rather dire," the lingering spirit of Cybus stated after a prolonged silence. "I am aware." Sunan nodded, a smile gracing his face. "Given your condition, it's likely you won't last much longer. Therefore, while you can still speak, do share everything with us. After all, if you are to perish, why not engage in some good deeds beforehand?" Cybus's spirit fell silent for a considerable time, nearly at the brink of breaking. "You truly are a great person. May I inquire your name?" Upon hearing this, Sunan slightly raised an eyebrow, unhesitatingly fabricating a tale. "I am Hututu, residing at Building 2, Apartment 1001, Flipflower Garden. I possess." "Are you trying to deceive me?" Cybus retorted, irritated. He was a god on the verge of death. Could he not even hear a truth before his demise? What manner of deity was so unscrupulous? Sunan, however, held his own opinions on the matter. "Indeed, you appear as if you are a dying specter. To suggest you are easy to deceive is a gross exaggeration. In your current state, if I do not deceive you, would that not betray my own conscience?" Naturally, Sunan would never voice these thoughts aloud. They were merely musings. To speak them would be excessively unscrupulous. Thus, Su Nan's expression suddenly turned grave as he addressed Cybus's spirit. A certain house does not change its name, nor its surname. I am the abyssal demon god, Aser. Aser, initially observing with amusement, felt his expression stiffen upon hearing Su Nan's declaration, 3 question marks appearing above his head. Aser gazed at Su Nan with a look of deep resentment, his silence deafening. This aura of grievance felt tangible, sensed even by the other 2 gods, Remus and Orobos. On the opposite side, that truly your name? Cybus's spirit regarded Su Nan with suspicion, then glanced at the resentful Aser. Although he was nearing his end, he was not blind. Even if he were to become blind, his perception would remain intact. He could sense that the unscrupulous deity had invoked his name for some dubious purpose. Indeed, Su Nan, with a face as thick as the Himalaya Great Barrier, unabashedly affirmed the accusation. Very well, you wish to play this game. Do you? If that is your intent, then I am left with no recourse. As it stood, Cybus found himself utterly at a loss regarding Su Nan's brazen conduct, not to mention, even at his peak. He would have been powerless against Su Nan. Resigned, Cybus sighed, conceding to Su Nan's actions. Call yourself what you will, it matters little now. Chapter 22. The Starfish Against the High Heaven Backdrop, if it is unimportant. Why do you still ask? Su Nan rolled his eyes. Clearly, it is you who has acted without decency. The words that emerge from your lips are scarcely truthful. Had you uttered a single genuine statement, I would not find myself in such a predicament. The remnants of cyborgs howl frantically within my heart, yet my countenance betrays no hint of this turmoil. Only the visibly agitated spirit reveals my inner thoughts. It appears you harbor some discontent towards me. Su Nan, noticing the manifestation of cyborg spirit, arched his lips into a subtly enigmatic smile, even beginning to crack his knuckles in anticipation, with a resigned sigh. Cyborgs cast his gaze towards the remaining deities. If any of you possess questions, do not hesitate to ask. My time is limited. Upon hearing this, Su Nan raised an eyebrow, abandoning his playful demeanor. Might you elucidate the origins of this magical disaster? Upon hearing Su Nan's unusually solemn inquiry, Cyborgs exhibited a flicker of surprise, but upon observing the silence of the other 3 deities, he grasped the underlying significance. He comprehended the stature of this whimsical demon god, who was prone to nonsensical utterances. As if recalling something, Cyborg's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement as he cautiously inquired, Might I ask if you are the esteemed sea demon god, Oleus? Su Nan neither confirmed nor denied, merely stating with a calm demeanor, Please divulge all the information you possess regarding the magical disaster, lest you inadvertently succumb and leave without a chance to speak. Fear not, Lord Oleus. Strangely enough, upon realizing Su Nan's identity, the pent-up frustration that had arisen from Su Nan's words dissipated entirely. Although my current state is feeble, I can still manage to transform a plethora of information into a suitable stream. As he spoke, Cyborg scrutinized Su Nan, growing increasingly satisfied. Truly, the sea demon god Oleus possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Even his perplexed expression exudes an indescribable aura of dominance. No wonder he harbors ambitions to govern the seas. Su Nan hesitated, torn between words, but ultimately could not suppress his inquiry. Since you are capable of forming an effective stream of information, why were your previous words so disparate? Cyborgs countered. One is an unfamiliar, potentially perilous higher demon god, while the other is the sea demon god Oleus. The distinction between the two is vast. The former may represent an unknown mortal threat, while the latter seems to verge upon an unspeakable taboo. Cyborgs chose to remain silent, and Su Nan's mind began to spiral into peculiar thoughts due to this statement. He awkwardly cleared his throat, refraining from delving deeper. Given the other party's demeanor, he realized that any further provocative remarks were ill-advised. One should not strike a smiling face. In that case, could you present the multitude of information related to this magical disaster? Su Nan's intent was clear. He wished for Cyborgs to project all pertinent information concerning the magical disaster in a 3-dimensional illusion for the assembled deities to witness. Cyborgs fell into a brief silence, casting a scrutinizing glance at the other 3 deities. They are my allies. They can be trusted, Su Nan reminded him. Consequently, very well, Lord Oleus and esteemed guests, please observe closely. As Cyborg's words resonated, a scroll gradually materialized, What once was an incredibly beautiful ocean unfolded before them. Sunlight cascaded from the heavens, penetrating 100 meters of seawater, illuminating the depths with countless bioluminescent flora and fauna. Whether coral or elemental beings, the perspective delved deeper, revealing an increasingly complex and diverse array of magical creatures that in that era of the falling star sea, no demon god existed, or rather, the time depicted in this scroll belonged to a millennium past. During the age of the eternal continent that time, the falling star sea was not yet the falling star sea. It was merely a fragment of the ancient ocean, the primordial ocean, despite its savage conflicts. Thrived under the will of magnificent celestial beings, fostering a peculiar peace. However, all things that unite must eventually part, and those that part must unite again. Disaster struck abruptly that a massive rift split the sky. An entity from beyond the world shattered the sun. Fragments of the sun plummeted from the celestial heights, with some landing precisely in the falling star sea. Thus, a colossal chasm emerged, giving rise to inexplicable fissures. Within this chasm, a starfish underwent a transformation. Time passed, and once more, divine light descended from the celestial realm, imbued with a peculiar will, landing upon the starfish. Ultimately, the starfish responded to the celestial summons, taking on the role of guardian of this place. Henceforth, the celestial will manifest it in the form of the starfish demon god cyborgs. I see now. Observing this scene, Sunan's expression transformed into one of understanding. He had discerned the origins of cyborgs. It turned out he was indeed a demon god of the celestial lineage. Although not a celestial being in the traditional sense, he nonetheless carried the weight of celestial heritage. Yet, one lingering question remained. Why did cyborgs seem to hold him in such esteem? No, it would be more accurate to say that cyborgs respected the identity of the sea demon god Oleus. Could it be that the identity of this sea demon god harbored peculiar significance unknown to him? A sense of doubt began to brew within Sunan. What could be so special about the identity of the sea demon god, aside from a quicker growth rate and slightly greater strength compared to other sea gods, and a higher authority over the sea compared to other sea deities? There seemed to be nothing particularly extraordinary. Pondering this, Sunan found himself brushing against certain unspoken truths, realizing that cyborgs was unwilling to divulge them. How vexing! I detest riddles. Riddlers, begone from Gotham. Were it not for his complete unfamiliarity with soul-searching techniques, he would have considered forcibly extracting memories from the imposing starfish before him. Alas, such memories, touching upon forbidden matters, are often bound by restrictions. Any attempt at soul-searching would likely trigger these restraints, resulting in no gain at all, or worse, inflicting injury from unknown barriers. Very well, let us momentarily set aside these myriad uncertainties. Sooner or later, when my strength reaches its zenith, all will be revealed. With this thought, Sunan relinquished his probing into Cyborg's peculiarities and redirected his focus toward the dominion of the seas. Given the circumstances, you are tasked by the heavens to guard this rift, are you not? Sunan inquired. Indeed, Lord Oleus, Cyborgs replied earnestly, as if addressing a superior with utmost seriousness. Tevat's little theater, Sunan. I possess a mysterious identity even I am unaware of. Seriously pondering face. JPG, Cyborgs. You are correct, but, three deities. Did you forget the beginning, the middle, and the end? Cyborgs. Yes. Chapter 23. Calmly facing death, the great star. Have they, or has he, ever mentioned the circumstances surrounding this rift? After a moment of contemplation, Sunan inquired. For instance, is it possible to repair or seal this rift? Any matters pertaining to the abyss must not be underestimated, especially those that could be said to directly connect to some place within the abyss. A single misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. Indeed, there are methods. The faint smile graced Cyborg's lips. Though he indicated that the cost was somewhat substantial as he spoke, he gestured with his hands, illustrating a miniature cosmos. However, my task has been accomplished, so the cost matters little. Task? Upon hearing this term, Sunan instinctively recalled a saying from his homeland. It is merely the master's task. Instantly, everything before him felt oddly skewed. Shaking his head, he discarded the peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind and tentatively inquired, "What do you mean by task?" To be honest, he was quite curious about Cyborg's task, even though he suspected the other party would likely choose to remain silent. Apologies, Lord Oleus, but I cannot disclose that information, Cyborgs replied after a brief silence, his tone calm as expected. Despite having prepared himself, a sense of disappointment lingered. And what are the methods you mentioned for mending the rift? Sunan continued to inquire. In truth, he had already formed a conjecture in his mind. The so-called method of mending the rift proposed by Sybos was, in fact, to sacrifice the life of the Archon to fill the void. The essence of the Archon's power was fundamentally derived from the fragments expelled by the primordial Old Dung, and it could be said that the world of Teyvat was crafted by the same entity. The source of their powers was shared, making it entirely reasonable to use the life force of an Archon to mend the world's rifts. You had anticipated this long ago, had you not? Your Excellency Oleus? Sybos smiled benignly, seemingly indifferent to his own existence. Sunan observed Sybos's soul form without any veil, keenly discerning the fluctuations in his essence to ascertain his emotions. Is there not a shred of resentment in your heart? Sunan asked. Resentment? Why would there be resentment? His face was etched with confusion, as if unaware that having one's life preordained could be a profoundly tragic affair. But in truth, he was acutely aware of everything. He understood his fate better than anyone else. Yet, he remained unconcerned. As for the reason behind his indifference, it was simply that, indifference. From the time he was merely an ordinary magical starfish, every moment of life had been both a blessing and a torment. For from the very beginning, he had been tainted. Becoming an Archon was merely a struggle for survival. I see. Sunan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. This was Sybos's own choice. It was not his place to decide for him. Thus, let us depart. Sunan addressed the gods. The matter of the falling star sea has been resolved, and we may leave now. Is it truly resolved just like that? Osael's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Sunan affirmed, Sybos will manage everything effectively. I see. A glimmer of understanding crossed Osael's eyes. He was not the kind of foolish Archon. From the dialogue between Sunan and Sybos, he gleaned ample information that he realized that there would likely be no further opportunities to meet this great starfish again. This encounter should indeed be their last. Yet, he was also curious as to why the disparity in Sybos's demeanor towards Sunan was so pronounced compared to his own. Unfortunately, Sunan did not pose any inquiries, and Osael refrained from taking the initiative to ask questions himself. Meanwhile, Arobas was whispering to Remus in a language only they could comprehend. Upon hearing Sunan's directive to return to Lemuria, they ceased their private conversation. No further questions were posed. Everyone seemed to possess a tacit understanding. After the gods had departed, Sybos gazed at their retreating figures and sighed. This sigh was laden with complexity. As you have seen. As you have heard, he murmured, as if recounting a tale from long ago. What was once carried has now been fulfilled. Am I free? Indeed, I am free, yet this freedom is both fleeting and enduring. He detached his soul from his shattered divine form, extending his somewhat translucent, ethereal hands to observe. You have forgotten many things, even yourself. How can that which does not exist come into being? The treasure of the falling star sea. His eyes was controlled by him to detach from his divine body, transforming into a gem. Only by comprehending the principles of the world can one mend the principles of the world. It seemed as if some ancient incantation was being chanted, and the gem suddenly shattered. Bang! Upon shattering, it emitted 8 radiant glows, which circled Sybos's lingering soul for a moment before drifting towards the pitch-black rift. Wherever they passed, all taint vanished. As the radiance enveloped the rift, and the rift was mysteriously restored. Everything in the falling star sea returned to its primordial state. However, the Archon of Ur had already perished. Naturally, with the rift mended, the abyssal worms that had derived sustenance from it lost their vitality and naturally disintegrated into the sea, becoming nourishment for deep-sea flora. There is no reason for sorrow, nor for lamentation. Everything has returned to the origin. Standing at the edge of the falling star sea, Sunan glanced back, noting that everything here had changed from its previous state. He has perished, Sunan remarked. Indeed, he has perished, Osael replied nonchalantly. Death is merely death. The governance of the thousand-star sea has become more expedient. Does the mending of the abyssal rift necessitate the Archon's life as recompense? Remus inquired. Perhaps. Sunan shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. As for matters related to the abyss, this was also his first experience. Perhaps it was the first time. In any case, the only thing he presently knew that could seal the abyssal rift seemed to be the nail of the cold sky. But no, it appears that things have changed. Sunan cast a deep gaze at the clear waters of the falling star sea. Night had already descended, and the sea mirrored countless stars above, though merely an illusory starry sky. The reflection was breathtakingly beautiful. Everyone is seeking life, yet you are seeking death. What exists that compels you to seek death? Or is it that Sybos harbors too many uncertainties? Alas, Sybos was unwilling to divulge anything. Could it be that Istaru is meddling again? Sunan recalled the most active arbiter of time, Istaru, as the most prominent figure in the game. His influence could be felt everywhere, whenever time was involved. It was likely that he had intervened in the shadows. Although the calamity of the falling star sea did not exhibit obvious temporal traces, it could very well have been orchestrated by Istaru. Regardless of the circumstances, whenever peculiar and incomprehensible occurrences arose, one could always attribute them to Istaru. Chapter 24. Individual Tasks. Forget it. Sunan's gaze dimmed slightly. This matter could be set aside for now. Alas, my strength is insufficient. Otherwise, I could have directly dealt with those who caused the problems. Returning to the throne of the Sea God Palace, Sunan propped his chin on his hands, sinking into contemplation. Meanwhile, the other three gods remained seated in their respective places. Saying nothing, Sunan pondered the direction of future actions. The three strongest gods of the Cloud Sea had already formed an alliance. One of the two most powerful gods of the Thousand-Star Sea, Remus, had joined the alliance of the seas, while Sybos had tasted the joy of primordial salvation. This meant that the Thousand-Star Sea was now entirely defenseless against the alliance of the seas. As for the more distant Boundless Sea, there was little concern. The Archons there were not particularly formidable. Arobas, Sunan raised his gaze towards Arobas, who appeared somewhat drowsy. What is it? Arobas yawned, looking somewhat bored, yet he held a teacup in his hand. As Sunan had been deep in thought for a while, the bored Arobas had begun to sip his tea. It was unclear what kind of tea he was drinking, judging by its color. It appeared to be red. Could it be the legendary drowsy red tea? After dismissing the strange notion, Sunan inquired, "Would you mind taking a trip to the Boundless Sea? What is the purpose of going to the Boundless Sea?" Upon hearing this, Arobas shifted his posture, appearing more alert. "To bring that sea region under the governance of the Alliance of the Seas," Sunan replied. "Did I see?" Arobas mused, recalling whether there were any excessively powerful entities in the Boundless Sea. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Very well, it is merely the Boundless Sea. After all, there are no formidable beings there. Within a century at most, I could subdue many sea tribes and generally bring that region under the governance of the Alliance of the Seas." However, it seems he recalled something, and Arobas's brow furrowed slightly. "What is it?" Sunan asked, intrigued. The four great sea regions are interconnected. Although the Boundless Sea has few Archons, limited races, and weak strength, it is uncertain whether other Archons from different regions or seas might venture into our territory. I fear that some reckless beings might come seeking their own demise from other lands or seas that I see. Sunan contemplated for a few moments before shifting his gaze to Remus. "Remus, would you accompany Arobas to handle the governance situation in the Boundless Sea?" "What about the Thousand-Star Sea?" Remus was open to working alongside his old friend, but had some thoughts regarding the handling of the Thousand-Star Sea. "The Thousand-Star Sea can be entrusted to Osail." Sunan shook his head and stated, "In the current Genshin Sea region, a portion of the demon gods have already responded to us through the Earth's veins, expressing their willingness to join the Alliance of the Seas." As he spoke, he reached into the void and drew out a dozen points of light. Each point of light represented an entity of demon god caliber. However, the strength of these demon gods mostly resided within the same tier, rendering them inconsequential in the eyes of the higher-ranking demon gods, mere cannon fodder, whose demise would nonetheless result in troublesome consequences. "And what about you?" Alzur frowned as he looked at Sunan. "You aren't considering venturing into other sea regions, are you? The demon gods on land have already taken notice of our situation at sea. Should you engage with the other regions, assuming war breaks out, facing enemies from multiple fronts would be quite a dilemma. Do you truly perceive me as such a reckless individual?" Sunan replied somewhat helplessly upon hearing Alzur's words. "Is it not so?" Alzur rolled his eyes. "Have you not conducted yourself in this manner all these years? Were it not for your formidable strength, I would not be surprised to find your remains adrift in the wild sea one day." Coughing awkwardly, Sunan clarified to the gods, "My intention is to venture to the land." "To the land?" Alzur's brows immediately knitted tighter. "Are you unaware of your own circumstances?" "I am quite aware," Sunan smiled. While his strength was indeed formidable, it was primarily under the sea's embrace, should he set foot on land. His power would be significantly diminished. Although Auser was unsure of the exact extent of this reduction, he suspected it would likely fall short of that of a higher-ranking demon god in a certain sense. Stepping onto land would equate to a fall from the status of a higher-ranking demon god to the level of mere cannon fodder in the eyes of the sea gods present. In this era, the might of a nation is inherently dictated by the demon gods who serve as both deities and rulers. Should a nation's deity perish, that nation would be devoid of a future. Had it been in the past, I might have insisted on bringing you all to the land as a precaution. However, now, at this juncture, a peculiar expression crossed Sunan's face. How should I put this? Shortly after Cybus's demise, my power inexplicably increased. The principle remains unknown. The cause uncleared. My instincts suggest that even should I ascend to land now, my strength would not be overly compromised, at the very least. I would retain a baseline level of power. Since returning from the Falling Star Sea, my power has seen an enhancement. If I were to step on a land again, I would still be at the lower limit of a higher-ranking demon god. Thus, you need not worry excessively about my safety. Is that so? A thoughtful expression appeared on Auser's face. In that case, I shall head to the boundless sea first, with the assurance that Sunan could guarantee his own safety. Olobas felt relieved and addressed Sunan. Then I shall accompany you. Remus raised his hand in indication to go ahead. Sunan nodded, acknowledging their decision. Thus, two beams of divine light traversed the ocean, heading toward the distant horizon. I shall join as well. Do take care. Auser, watching Olobas and Remus depart, also stood up and spoke to Sunan. Very well. You too. Sunan nodded in agreement, rising to set forth toward the land. Sunan found himself lost in thought as he navigated the waters toward the land. Gazing at the increasingly proximate seashore city and then glancing at the distant Tianning Mountain, he pondered for a moment before deciding to prioritize resolving the important matters at hand. I should meet Morix. Redirecting his course, Sunan swiftly arrived on land within mere moments. Upon stepping onto the earth, Sunan sensed a slight diminishment of the overwhelming power coursing through him. Did the sea's favor wane merely by stepping onto land? Even near the coast, Sunan's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. He was not venturing deep into the interior. He merely intended to discuss matters of war with Morix at the nearby rock tribe. Thus, even if his strength had diminished slightly, it was not a significant issue. With this in mind, Sunan ambled leisurely toward the rock tribe. Indeed, he was walking. Over the years, he had scarcely walked formally on land, spending nearly all his time training or battling within the ocean. Hence, it was truly his first experience strolling leisurely upon the earth. The scenery of Liyue was breathtaking, particularly during this season when the unspoiled land brimmed with primordial charm. Mountains encircled the land, akin to emeralds embedded in the vast terrain, with peaks rising and falling, shrouded in mist, resembling a realm of immortals. Lush greenery flourished, and the songs of birds harmonized with the rustle of flowers. While some trees bore blossoms in abundance, such a splendid vista, alas, Sunan had no phone in hand, or he would have undoubtedly captured the moment and shared it online. However, there was a slight flaw. The indigenous inhabitants here seemed less than welcoming to outsiders. Amidst the rustling, various demon creatures lurked in the woods. Observing the relaxed Sunan from the shadows, as he walked forward, Sunan's gaze caught sight of several demon creatures stealthily watching him. These local demons were exceedingly impolite. A flicker of discontent crossed Sunan's eyes as he discreetly released his perception. After a few moments of sensing, he determined a direction and extended his hand. Concentrating his divine power, he transcended space and swiftly seized a seemingly imposing large cat. After drawing it before him, he scrutinized the creature closely. Its coat, a blend of green and brown, shimmered like flowing water, adorned with peculiar plum blossom symbols that emitted a breezy aura. Its entire form was as swift and graceful as a leopard. Yet its sharp gaze revealed traces of fear. Blinking, Sunan assessed this creature, which was of a size comparable to a horse, standing at 1.5 meters tall and 3 meters long. What manner of demon was this? Sunan, lost in contemplation, realized he had never encountered such a creature before. In all his previous memories, there had been no mention of such a being. In other words, are you not a rare curiosity? Sunan gazed at the large cat with a hint of intrigue. The green-brown cat trembled, its fear becoming increasingly evident. Yet, for reasons unknown, it had yet to display submission by exposing its belly before Sunan. a being of great strength. Circling the imposing feline a few times, Sunan nodded thoughtfully. How about I name you Melee Cat? He inquired playfully, providing an explanation. They as a local demon. Your lack of courtesy is quite apparent. Though you possess striking beauty, it does not justify your peering at me. Hence, I find this name fitting, especially since you belong to the feline family and bear the plum blossom mark. The large cat responded with a startled yowl. The large cat of a teal-brown hue, seemingly a merry cat, growled lowly, as if to warn Sunan to keep his distance. However, at present, the merry cat was bound by Sunan's divine power, rendering it incapable of free movement. Thus, the proximity between Sunan and the creature was rather close. Alas, a lack of intelligence is indeed a significant flaw. Observing the impolite merry cat, Sunan sighed helplessly. What a loss! He extended his hand once more, but this time not to absorb the large cat, but rather to employ divine power to initiate a spirit awakening. Spirit awakening, a spell that unlocks wisdom. Sunan intended to use this awakening on the merry cat, with the aim of claiming it as his steed. Not far ahead, the forest was teeming with merry cats, and the one he was attempting to awaken was undoubtedly the most handsome and majestic among them. Given the circumstances, this merry cat was likely the ruler of its kind. Awakening it would, in a sense, bind the entire clan to him. His awakening technique possessed the capability to establish a connection. Placing his hand upon the head of the merry cat king, divine energy coalesced in his palm, forming an enigmatic rune that symbolized wisdom. The rune, shaped by divine power, gradually vanished into the cat king's head. The creature, which had initially resisted and struggled, suddenly closed its eyes and became stilled. Of course, it was not dead. Rather, its wisdom was being unlocked. A few minutes later, it reopened its eyes, now filled with an unusual rationality. The merry cat king slightly bowed, lowering its head to the ground, as the runes upon its body shimmered. My lord, a voice, tinged with intellect and a hint of a husky, mature tone, rang out. This was the merry cat king speaking through elemental resonance. Currently, it had yet to refine its vocal cords, thus unable to articulate human speech. Upon hearing this melodious voice, a large question mark suddenly appeared above Sunan's head. After briefly releasing his perception, an odd expression crossed his face. So, you are actually a female merry cat. The merry cat tilted its head slightly, a look of confusion evident in its teal eyes. That is the name I have bestowed upon your kind. Sunan replied with a cheerful grin, his eyes sparkling with amusement. He was aware that, upon gaining wisdom, the large cat would likely take issue with the name he had chosen. The large cat remained silent, clearly dissatisfied with the name of its clan. Yet, given that this individual was its superior, it could only express its discontent through silence. What's wrong? If you don't speak, I shall assume your satisfaction. Sunan turned his back to the large cat, his face brimming with mischievous intent. If you are satisfied, then your clan, my lord. Sunan turned, tilting his ear to listen, indicating he had not heard clearly. What? Louder, please, Sunan urged again. Please, my lord. The voice was too soft. Sunan feigned a frown, yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. That I request, my lord, to change the name. Chapter 26. The Decree from the Heavens, Prelude to the War of the Gods. What name do you prefer? Sunan raised an eyebrow, his smile brightening. As my lord decides. The merry cat replied. Sunan once more suggested the name. Please, my lord, do not jest any further. The large cat's eyes were filled with resignation, and she had come to realize that her superior was exceedingly mischievous and quite unreliable. Very well, very well. Sunan's expression fell to one of disappointment as he muttered softly. What name should I choose? Sunan scrutinized the large cat, seemingly searching for inspiration within her. The cat bore the plum blossom runes upon her form. Winter plum? Sunan blinked, murmuring quietly Oh, it's nothing. He waved his hand dismissively, and, after a brief moment of contemplation, inquired of the large cat, Do you have any requests, my lord? As long as it is not a name as strange as merry cat, I shall accept it. What of flowing light? In the midst of his thoughts, Sunan caught sight of a streak of light flashing across the horizon, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with clarity. Flowing light? The large cat's voice was tinged with hesitation. My lord, I wonder if this name is designated for me or for my clan. It is a name for your race, Sunan mused, stroking his chin while carefully observing the trail left by the passing light. As for your own name, You may choose it yourself. A name holds great significance for a being, particularly a true name. Flowing Mirage. Sunan was slightly taken aback. Have you already settled upon a name for yourself? Yes, my lord. I see. Sunan's eyes sparkled with divine light as he carefully contemplated the name Flowing Mirage, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. This is not a true name. If it is not a true name, then the issue is not significant. Thus, Flow, just as Sunan was about to articulate something, an inexplicable wave suddenly surged from the earth's veins, accompanied by a stunning message disseminating in all directions. The world is in chaos, the people lament, heaven pities the mortal realm. By this decree, the gods shall rise, and 7 deities shall be chosen. The 7 deities are enshrined in the heavens to govern the mortal realm. Heaven declares, the 7 deities of the mortal realm shall govern. The messages were translated into forms comprehensible to various life forms, utilizing the earth's veins, spreading across the entire continent in an instant. At this moment, the entire continent of Teyvat was aware that the Sky Island would select 7 deities from among the mortals to assist in managing the mortal realm. These 7 demon gods would ascend above all other gods as victors. Thus, Teyvat erupted with fervor. One by one, the demon gods began to entertain thoughts of vying for the position of the 7 deities. Compelled by an inexplicable allure, their reason teetered on the brink of collapse, as an intangible force began to influence their wisdom. Upon hearing this information and recalling the streak of light that fell from the heavens, Sunan fell silent. Truly, plans cannot keep pace with change. A bitter smile crossed his face. He had attempted to gauge the timing for the onset of the demon god war, yet he never anticipated it would commence so swiftly. He had originally hoped for a slower journey to the Rock Tribe, but it seemed he must go there after all. A glimmer of determination shone in Sunan's eyes. Otherwise, the next meeting might very well be as adversaries. Flowing Mirage, Sunan, having learned from the lesson of Remus, did not forget the steed he had just acquired. My lord. Flowing Mirage's feline face bore a hint of confusion. You shall lead your kin to migrate towards Ocean Source City. There is no need to enter the city, just maintain an appropriate distance. Ocean Source City is my domain, and its common people are my subjects, so you must also ensure your kin behave accordingly. As for the issue of identity, Sunan pondered for a moment, extending his hand as divine power coalesced, forming a jade orb. Within the orb, a faint blue light orb danced up and down, resembling a peculiar mutated floating spirit. This is a drop of my divine blood in its illusory form, Sunan stated calmly. This item may serve as proof of your kinship. Yes, my lord. Although Flowing Mirage was uncertain of Sunan's intentions, the current situation seemed somewhat amiss. She vowed never to get involved in anything suspicious again, having witnessed the consequences of being a bystander. Awo! Flowing Mirage called out loudly, summoning her kin, the Flowing Lightmare cats, to head towards the forest where Ocean Source City is located. Sunan sensed the large cats moving in the right direction under Flowing Mirage's guidance. He retracted his perception. The demon god war. Sunan's eyes sparkled with divine light. A most troubling message indeed. He could only hope that it would not significantly impede his plans to dominate the seas. Otherwise, the pollution from fallen demon gods would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate. With such thoughts, Sunan lost interest in lingering and transformed into a beam of divine light, soaring through the sky towards the location of the Rock Tribe. A quarter of an hour later, having traversed hundreds of miles, Sunan was suddenly obstructed by a divine mountain that rose abruptly from the ground. The moment Sunan halted his flight, the divine mountain crumbled into a myriad of rock elemental forces, which then converged into a spear of rock radiating an abundance of golden light. Upon witnessing this sudden emergence of the rock spear, a fleeting daze washed over Sunan. The last time he beheld this spear, his elder brother Ashikos had been brutally reduced to shards of a hero. After regaining his senses, the rock spear hurtled towards him with increased speed. Sunan did not immediately dodge, as he sensed no murderous intent emanating from the spear. This indicated that it was a warning from the esteemed Geo-Archon Morix. Whoosh! The sound of wind slicing through the air resonated around him as a colossal rock spear surged past, piercing the void and plunging into the earth, accompanied by a thunderous roar, creating a vast chasm upon the ground. The earth trembled violently, and the distant waters of the sea surged in tumult. These raging waves mirrored the tumultuous state of Sunan's heart. With a discerning eye, Sunan assessed the formidable force represented by the rock spear, ultimately lamenting the sobering truth. Even in this moment, his strength paled in comparison to that of this god of precious metals. In such a precarious state, how long could he withstand a confrontation before succumbing to defeat? Suspended in midair, Su Nan fell into deep contemplation. As time elapsed, the dust and debris that had been stirred up gradually settled, revealing a brilliant golden light that instantaneously illuminated Su Nan's vision, adorned in a robe woven with golden threads. Beneath the hood lay a pair of cold, unyielding diamond-like golden eyes, and beneath him, a colossal hand forged from pure elemental energy. Su Nan's gaze sharpened momentarily as he softly uttered the name of his opponent. The god of precious metals, Morix. Chapter 27. The god of precious metals, Morix. Upon hearing Su Nan utter his name, Morix lifted his head slightly, scrutinizing Su Nan with keen interest. The instant he laid eyes on Su Nan and sensed the aura emanating from him, memories began to resurface in his mind as Morix's deep, magnetic voice reverberated. "Have we met before?" "Indeed, we have," Su Nan replied with a smile and a nod. "But at that time, I did not possess the qualifications to catch your attention." Morix remained silent, immersed in recollection of Su Nan's identity. After a few breaths, his memories traversed back several centuries, and he calmly recounted. "Centuries ago, there existed a demon god named Ashikos. Yes, he was my elder brother." Su Nan replied with a cheerful smile. Curious about what Morix would say next, he attacked the mortal tribe I protected, and thus, I slayed him. Due to his rank, I scattered his essence across various seals. "Ah, indeed," Su Nan continued to smile, transformed into shards of heroic essence. "It appears that was quite unfortunate for him. It took me considerable time to break your seal and retrieve his fragments." With that, Morix retracted the rock spear, instinctively performing a simple flourish before solemnly inquiring, "Have you come to seek vengeance for him?" In light of the impending demon-god war, which would soon be ignited under the decree of the heavens, even Morix, as the god of precious metals, had to remain vigilant, and no matter how powerful he was, if he were to be ensnared, he could not adequately protect his subjects. Thus, confronted with Su Nan, whose life rank was above that of a demon god, yet whose strength remained somewhat ambiguous, Morix maintained an appropriate decorum. Just as Su Nan did not resort to violence upon their first encounter, Morix could not strike Su Nan down simply because he was flying towards his protected domain. That would be exceedingly rash. Should Su Nan harbor intentions of revenge for Ashikos or ill will towards the rock tribe, then perhaps it would be justified to eliminate him here. Morix pondered silently. However, Su Nan, for reasons unbeknownst to him, suddenly felt a shiver run through him that it was as if someone behind him was discussing him. Perhaps they were praising his looks? A fleeting thought crossed Su Nan's mind. Yet his expression remained unchanged, that he feared that any display of emotion might be misconstrued by this martial god as a signal of provocation, should he find himself slain in this secluded valley. It would be a most unjust fate to avoid being mistakenly killed by Morix. Despite his heart racing slightly, Su Nan revealed no signs of agitation. "Not at all," Su Nan smiled. "In the past, Ashikos deceived me, using me as his pawn to conquer and pillage. That I was rather pleased when you put an end to him, my lord Morix." Indeed, this was the truth, when Ashikos had deceived him into servitude. Su Nan had been plotting to expose Ashikos at the earliest opportunity. Who would have guessed that Ashikos would have the audacity to believe he could stand alongside the celestial deities of the skies? Thus, Su Nan joyfully attained his freedom, along with the inheritance of his elder brother, a most delightful outcome. Naturally, Su Nan harbored no ambitions of becoming a chancellor, nor did he seek to inherit the legacy of Wei Wu. Thus he chose to eradicate his elder brother's wife without hesitation. After dealing with Ashikos' wife, he stumbled upon a fortunate soul. With the intention of performing a good deed, he bestowed upon this fortunate individual 2 items, a long sword and a precious gemstone. Alongside these 2 gifts, there existed 2 choices that he had already devised a plan that if the individual chose the sword, it would signify a murderous intent, indicating that he must not be spared. If he chose the gemstone, it would denote a deep-seated cunning, suggesting that he intended to bide his time before seeking revenge, and therefore he must not be allowed to live. Should he desire both, it would signify an insatiable greed, marking him as a future threat, and thus he must not be spared. Yet, if he chose neither, it would imply a rebellious nature, heralding a future calamity. This individual must not be spared. However, What Sunan could not have anticipated was that this fortunate soul opted for a fifth option. That is to say, to repay enmity with enmity. The individual immediately launched an attack against him, only to be swiftly dispatched, reflecting on tales from his homeland, and to be on the safe side. He deliberately concealed himself in the void, wary of potential hiding spots. Indeed, shortly after he concealed himself, a being resembling his elder brother Ashikos, bearing a striking resemblance, emerged from the void, weeping while clutching the carcass of a great fish. This fish was Ashikos' wife, the first life he had claimed. Upon seeing this small figure weeping over the fish's remains, eyes brimming with intense hatred, Sunan smiled with satisfaction, silently praising his own cleverness before appearing before the individual with a sinister chuckle. Without further ado, he plunged his sword directly into the left side of the individual's chest. Accompanied by the spillage of blood and a scream, Sunan's laughter grew ever louder. However, to prevent and after forging an alliance with Morix, the latter's demeanor was no longer as frigid as stone, in contrast to their initial encounter. Morix now exhibited a hint of warmth and humanity. Indeed, positive emotions and expressions are best reserved for those with whom one shares a close bond. A flicker of understanding passed through Sunan's eyes. He did not indulge in pretentiousness, but rather stated plainly, "I intend to venture north." North? A glimmer of confusion crossed Morix's gaze. "What purpose do you have in the northern regions?" Sunan smiled, replying, "To journey north along the Bihue River, in search of new allies." This. Morix fell into a brief silence. How to put it? While neither of them cared about the positions of the seven gods, it did not imply that the other demon gods shared their indifference. Sunan had no intention of vying for the divine positions of the seven gods, yet he desired Morix to ascend to such heights, which inherently meant that Sunan's allies would also need to relinquish their claims to divinity, to forego such a monumental temptation. This endeavor could harbor certain dangers. After contemplating for a few moments, Morix spoke, "I can accompany you." Sunan understood Morix's intentions, but promptly declined before he could finish his thought. "There is no need for that, Morix." Sunan offered a carefree smile, his eyes devoid of fear, even brimming with eagerness. "I am well aware of the perils involved, yet my willingness to undertake this journey is grounded in solid assurance. At this juncture, Sunan dismissively added, "Besides, even if I were to falter, surely I could still make my escape." Despite not being in peak form on land, he was not the invincible sea god in a diminished state. His quest for allies was, in another sense, an effort to persuade certain demon gods to abandon their aspirations for the positions of the seven gods. If his sought allies were lesser or mid-tier demon gods, he would face no defeat. However, should they be upper-tier demon gods with aspirations for the seven gods' positions, conflict would likely ensue. If war were to erupt, Sunan, in a non-peak state, might very well be at a disadvantage. Defeat would equate to death. Yet, just as Sunan had stated, if he were unable to prevail, would he not be able to flee? Then, in that case, I can rest easy, Morix remarked. With these words, he conjured a minuscule celestial star from the void and handed it to Sunan. "Should you encounter significant troubles, you may shatter this object. It will send coordinates to me, and I shall arrive with utmost haste." Given that, I am truly grateful. Sunan accepted Morix's goodwill with pleasure, seeing Sunan accept the celestial star. Morix exhaled in relief and bid him farewell as he departed towards the horizon. Following the direction of his divine light, it seemed he was headed back to the rock tribe. Well then, I too must set forth. Sunan glanced around before determining a suitable direction, preparing to journey along the river that bordered the Bihue River and the Yunlai Sea. If memory served, traveling north along the Bihue River, he might encounter the Qilong of Qingce village. What is a Qilong? According to Guanyashi, those with scales are called Jiaolong, those with wings are Yinglong, those with horns are Qiolong, and those without horns are Qilong. It is stated that male dragons possess horns while females do not. The offspring with one horn are Jiaolong, those with two are Qiolong, and those without are Qilong. Theoretically, most dragons are a type of sea creature, particularly Jiaolong and Qiolong, that if they are sea creatures, they should reside in the ocean. However, Sunan had previously taken the time to search in the Yunlai Sea, but found no trace of the Qilong or Qiolong mentioned in the lore of the game he once played. In other words, these two types of dragons likely do not inhabit the Yunlai Sea. Given their absence from the Yunlai Sea, they could potentially reside in the Qianqing Sea, the Boundless Sea, or Qingce territory. The background story indicated that a demon god Qilong was suppressed by the rock god in Qingce village, suggesting that this demon god Qilong should be the leader of the Qilong clan. Furthermore, referencing the records in Jiyunjuan, Sea God Palace, the sea goddess conch was pulled by two enormous sea creatures comparable in size to Tianheng Mountain. From this, it could be inferred that the sea god likely knew the Qilong king residing in Qingce territory. Sunan was uncertain whether he was the sea god still alive in the background narrative up to version 4.3, but he bore no objection to knowing a being who was most likely an upper-tier demon god, the Qilong king. Yet, it was said that the 8 Jiaolong in the abyss of the sea were likely to be found in the Qianxing Sea or the Boundless Sea, both of which he had entrusted to Ozer and the other 3 gods. The sea creatures known as the 8 Jiaolong, which could be vanquished by Morix's celestial arts, were presumably not upper-tier demon gods but rather mid-tier at most, since they were not upper-tier demon gods. Sunan felt quite at ease leaving them in the hands of Ozer and his compatriots. Moreover, Sunan had already devised a plan to foster a good relationship with the Qilong king of Qingce territory and forge an alliance. Ensuring that the Qilong king would not wage war against Morix as for the dust demon god, Hagen thus, he would prefer to refer to her as Guizhong. The death of Guizhong likely entailed the involvement of the Qilong king, the sea god, and even the vortex demon god or the serpent demon god. According to Sunan's speculation, in the game's background story, Guizhong likely perished due to a joint assault by the Qilong king and Ozer. Morix's failure to assist Guizhong at the time was likely due to a delay caused by the sea god. Now, having formed the alliance of the seas with the other sea gods and forged an alliance with Morix, coupled with his impending journey to persuade the Qilong king, Sunan mused, what fate awaited Guizhong? Would she meet her demise? Absolutely not. It was utterly inconceivable. With this thought, a smile crept across Sunan's face. Chapter 31. The Sea God Balaton. As long as Guizhong remained alive, there would be ample amusement to be had at Morix's expense. To be frank, even during his gaming days, Sunan felt that Morix and Guizhong were quite compatible, especially considering one was the dust demon god and the other the rock god, one endowed with immense wisdom and the other with formidable combat prowess. Should anyone claim they were mismatched, Sunan would be the first to object. It was a pity. However, Morix, true to his nature as a being of stone, seemed to be entirely oblivious to any peculiar feelings Guizhong may harbor for him. Thus, Morix, "Oh Morix, do not blame me," Sunan murmured to himself, the grin on his face growing increasingly enigmatic. After all, one cannot fault you for lacking an understanding of adaptability. It appears I must be the one to lend you a helping hand with a decisive strike. Meanwhile, as Morix made his way to the rock tribe, he suddenly sneezed, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. His instincts suggested that a deity was secretly plotting against him, though he could not discern who harbored such malicious intent. Sunan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yet his pace remained unwavering as he continued his journey. Unlike the ocean, rivers do not provide the same propulsion for travel, thus flying would be swifter. Therefore, Sunan transformed into a beam of divine light, soaring northward along the river. As time passed, and day melded into night. Truth be told, time did not change that rapidly. However, in all honesty, it felt as though time was indeed passing swiftly. Take, for instance, the battle between Sunan and Morix. Though described as a fleeting moment, their clash had persisted for several days. After traveling approximately 1,000 to 2,000 miles along the river, Sunan encountered the territory of the first demon god, the sea god Balaton, a particularly flamboyant deity. Certainly, the reference here is not to his lifestyle, but rather to his combat habits. This fellow, akin to the current Sunan, is a solitary demon god. As for why it is said that his combat style is rather flamboyant, taking advantage of favorable conditions while recklessly engaging when the odds are against him. That is precisely him. Even more troublesome is his penchant for hurling taunts during battle, provoking his enemies through verbal jabs. Despite possessing greater strength than his adversaries, he chooses to suppress his power to match theirs, deriving pleasure from tormenting them with his trash talk while they fight. Those unaware might bestow upon him the moniker of a jester-like demon god. However, in truth, he is not a mere jester. He simply delights in deriving amusement from others. Balaton wields the powers of controlling waves and storms, making him a demon god of both wind and water. He is capable of expanding his magical prowess. His territory is known as Langlang Mountain, adjacent to the Baishui region, and his kin are the water birds, his true essence. Langlang Mountain has two primary sides, with the riverside serving as the habitat for the Waterbird clan, while the opposite side is a gathering place for the small magical creatures under his protection. As for the surplus northern and southern sides, they differ. The north borders the territories of other demon gods, necessitating the establishment of a defensive line against enemy incursions, while the south shelters the human tribes under Balaton's guardianship. Balaton relishes in extracting amusement from others, yet he is a benevolent demon god, refraining from deriving joy at the expense of his own in summary. He is indeed a rather complex demon god. Today, Balaton did not wander as he usually would. Instead, he stood atop Langlang Mountain, gazing into the distance, seemingly waiting for something or lost in contemplation. War, he murmured after much reflection, his eyes appearing somewhat vacant. It seemed he was contemplating the future wrought by war, a flicker of resentment flashing in his gaze. Why do those bastards up there love war so much? Why don't they come down themselves? Simply put, they are cowards, a bunch of weaklings. If they have the guts, they should come down and fight us themselves. All they do is point fingers from above. Just as he was about to utter more outrageous words, he suddenly closed his mouth. Some things can be said, while others cannot. Balaton knows this well. Moreover, those words, seemingly mere murmurs, were in fact leveraging the power of the Earth's veins. The Earth's veins can record the information of the world, including numerous events occurring in a specific location. Balaton spoke this way intentionally, allowing the Earth's veins to document his words. As for the reason behind it, certain nature element demon gods possess extensive knowledge because they can communicate with the Earth's veins through their unique talents, thus acquiring relevant information. To illustrate, the Earth's veins can be likened to a vast computer, while the nature element demon gods can access the client through the Earth's veins to obtain partial information from the computer. The words spoken by Balaton would be recorded by the Earth's veins, and thus, those nature element demon gods would seek out this information and, based on their imaginative tendencies, likely burn away a significant portion of their brain cells. This was Balaton's intent. The mere thought of those nature element demon gods wildly speculating and ending up with useless information made Balaton unable to suppress a grin. Yet, after the laughter faded, he suddenly found it hard to keep smiling. As a terrifying aura of divine light approached him, an upper demon god. I cannot withstand this. Oh no. Swallowing hard, Balaton forced a strained smile onto his face. May I ask, what brings you to this place? Su Nan inquired after surveying the surroundings. Langlang Mountain, Balaton replied, slightly taken aback. Langlang Mountain? Su Nan appeared somewhat puzzled, perhaps even surprised. How should I put it? Langlang Mountain. Is it a place for little monsters during summer? Are there any pig demons or crow monsters here? Is the West Heaven Quartet about to arrive? Instinctively, Su Nan fell into contemplation. Langlang Mountain. A complex mix of emotions coursed through his mind, and inexplicably, he felt an urge to wander and explore this Langlang Mountain. I am the sea demon god, Oleus. Su Nan introduced himself to Balaton. I have come from the depths of the ocean, passing through this area, and I find the scenery quite enchanting. Might I request, Balaton, if you could show me around this place? Of course. After a few moments of contemplation, Balaton noted Su Nan's lack of hostile intent and breathed a sigh of relief, thus agreeing to Su Nan's request. Chapter 32. A different Langlang Mountain. It is best to avoid engaging with upper demon gods whenever possible. After all, the disparity in strength between the two parties is too great. Even if I exert all my effort, I cannot inflict any effective damage upon them. Who knows, the esteemed individual before me might defeat me in a single blow, and I would find myself returning to the embrace of the Earth's veins. Today is not a suitable day for travel, Balaton mused, casting a glance at Su Nan and adding, nor is it wise to remain at home. In short, everything seems to be going awry. Balaton never anticipated that his daily pursuit of amusement would lead him to become the source of amusement today. Could you kindly enlighten me about Langlang Mountain? Just as Balaton lamented internally, Su Nan's voice reached his ears. Certainly, Lord Oleus. Raising his head, Balaton donned a gentle smile, and with the innate charm of a demon god, he appeared truly enchanting. Yet, Su Nan remained unmoved, even suppressing a chuckle. Cough. Seeing the lack of emotional fluctuation from Su Nan, Balaton cleared his throat and began his introduction. Langlang Mountain rises 600 jong high, with my palace at its peak, from where one can behold the myriad wonders of heaven and earth. To the north lies the territory of the demon god Gami-gu. He is not a good individual, always causing trouble here. To the west reside some reformed magical creatures. Some possess decent intelligence, while others are utterly foolish and insufferable. To the south is a gathering place for common folk, who have established houses and markets, living quite well. To the east is my kin's territory, a designated habitat for them, as the Waterbird clan has rather high demands for their living conditions, and a misstep could lead to their demise. Sunan listened quietly to Balaton's increasingly skewed narrative, his expression remaining unchanged, yet internally he couldn't help but want to interject. The descriptions of the north and west undoubtedly carried personal sentiment and bias. Setting aside the nature of the western magical creatures, merely labeling the northern demon god Gami-gu as not a good individual speaks volumes. Are you truly stating facts, or do you intend to use me as a pawn? Do you think I am easily deceived? As these thoughts swirled, Sunan's gaze towards Balaton gradually turned unfriendly. Seemingly sensing the hostility in Sunan's eyes, Balaton's speech faltered momentarily, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. But it was quickly suppressed. Ahem, my introduction is complete. Does Lord Olias have any questions? Half an hour later, amidst a plethora of personal opinions, Balaton divulged all his information to Sunan, despite Sunan having issued warnings through his gaze during this time. Balaton, realizing that Sunan would not act immediately, repeatedly tested the waters until he ultimately let loose. What could have been summarized in 10 words was inflated to 100, multiplying the original tenfold. 90% of it was drivel. This is outrageous. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Sunan rubbed his wrist, a cold smile gracing his face as he approached Balaton. The previously jovial Balaton suddenly found his mirth extinguished. Truly, everything is going awry. 1 minute later, Sunan felt refreshed as he moved his right arm, the smile on his face transforming from a cold smirk to one of delight. As for Balaton, with an impassive demeanor, reiterated the unembellished words, simultaneously kneading his swollen left cheek with his hand. Ordinarily, such an innocuous injury could be effortlessly healed by Balaton if he so desired. However, when Sunan struck him with his fists, he had added just a modicum of force, akin to the manner in which Balaton spoke in vain. Consequently, the swelling on his face would likely take several days to dissipate. Sunan had not struck with excessive malice, which was why only the left side of Balaton's face was affected. I intend to visit the small gathering of magical creatures to the west. Would you care to join me? Sunan inquired tentatively, casting a glance at Balaton for his response. Upon hearing about the western gathering place for magical creatures, Balaton's brow furrowed imperceptibly. It seemed rather beneath a being of his stature, a high-ranking demon god, to venture into a locale frequented by lowly magical creatures. What could possibly be of interest in such an inconsequential gathering? Had he perhaps uncovered my research? Balaton pondered, his thoughts veiled, yet his face maintained an unchanging smile, albeit with a hint of stiffness at that moment. Of course, my Lord Orias, he replied, nodding. But in an instant, a divine light struck him with such swiftness that he barely had time to react. And why, Lord? You? Just as Balaton was about to question Sunan's intentions, he suddenly felt the swelling in his cheek recede, after a brief pause to absorb the disappearance of the foreign divine power from his left cheek. Balaton amended his previous statement. Please, follow me. Under Balaton's guidance and Sunan's suggestion, they cloaked themselves and began to meander along the western side of Langling Mountain. The gathering place of magical creatures on this western side was situated at the mountain's midsection and base. At the midpoint, a vast platform was adorned with a haphazard array of stone dwellings, inhabited by a variety of magical beings. These entities appeared remarkably distinct. To describe them more vividly, they resembled a tribe of beastmen. Indeed, they possessed humanoid outlines yet bore the animalistic traits characteristic of magical creatures, much like the diminutive tricksters within Langlang Mountain. Observing this scene, Sunan's eyes narrowed slightly. Humanoid magical beings. No, to be precise, beastman magical beings. Such creatures were entirely unfamiliar to him. As he scrutinized these unique beings, who had established a harmonious order among themselves, a memory stirred within Sunan's mind. He recalled his previous life spent playing games, wherein similar beings were documented, such as the Dragon Lizard Clan. The archives of the White Knight Kingdom contained experimental records of the deep-sea dragon lizard, which included a fantastical tale of a dragon lizard person. This raised a question. Was that tale merely a figment of imagination? Further recollection of information regarding the Fontaine Kingdom led him to ponder whether the Melson could, in a sense, be considered a type of beast-man. It appeared that the entity before him was rather extraordinary. Sunan cast a meaningful glance at Balaton, who, ever attentive to Sunan's demeanor, felt his heart race upon perceiving the significance of that look. Had he discovered something? A startling realization dawned upon him. Lord Aureus, this world is vast, Balaton sighed, seemingly grasping Sunan's thoughts, and thus offered a gentle reminder. Indeed, the world is immense. If I were to assist everyone, would I truly be able to help? He mused on the fact that the small boar spirits and crow monsters abhorred conflict. Attempting to forcibly end the war with his own strength would yield little. What would happen after he departed? The war would likely reignite. Unless either Gamago or Balaton met their demise, should either of the two demon gods perish, the other would inevitably absorb the fallen's forces, leading to a temporary cessation of hostilities, only for war to erupt anew against the remaining demon gods at some future juncture. This cycle would persist, rendering his efforts meaningless. Sunan understood Balaton's sentiments. However, he also recognized that often, only through action can one ascertain the outcome. Until results manifested, any deductions made from information would merely be speculative. The war will cease, Sunan asserted, shaking his head, but it will take time. He then turned his gaze toward Balaton. I propose that we, the sea gods, forge an alliance and establish the Alliance of the Seas. Are you interested in joining? The Alliance of the Seas, Balaton murmured, contemplating the name of the coalition. However, before we proceed, I must pose a question. Sunan interrupted Balaton's thoughts once more by stating, what do you think of the so-called 7 god positions? His gaze bore into Balaton. Quietly releasing his perceptive abilities, he sought to discern Balaton's true thoughts. Should Balaton harbor no aspirations for this position, he would invite him into the Alliance of the Seas. Conversely, if the latter held ambitions for it, Sunan would first gauge his resolve. If his determination was strong and he was willing to risk his life for it, Sunan would confine him and deliver a harsh lesson to temper that resolve. However, if his resolve was weak, yet he possessed a clear self-awareness and merely a flicker of hope, Sunan would allow him to forge an alliance. Then, at an opportune moment, gather everyone around him to reassess his commitment. It was likely that such pressure would extinguish any lingering aspirations. Balaton whispered to himself, a bitter expression surfacing on his face. Looking across the Tivit continent, there are only 7 positions available. How could I possibly lack ambition? Yet, Balaton felt a touch of melancholy. For beings of their strength, merely surviving the chaos of war was an accomplishment in itself. My world was once tranquil, devoid of turmoil. Yet, after the decree from the heavens, my world underwent a profound transformation. In the blink of an eye, former allies seemed to turn into foes. That I truly despise war. I cannot stand it. Balaton articulated his innermost thoughts, yet he continued, but I cannot forsake war simply because I detest it. Even if I withdraw, will the other demon gods do the same? That position of the 7 gods holds immense allure. His expression grew serious. Lord Aureus, I cannot gamble with the lives of my people. For a demon god, the welfare of one's subjects was paramount. Should he capitulate or abandon preparations for war, what fate awaited his people when the other demon gods came to claim what was theirs? The Alliance of the Seas could serve as your bulwark, Sunan calmly stated, presenting a fact. The alliance is formidable, both on land and at sea. That Sunan's message was clear. Joining the Alliance of the Seas would alleviate his concerns regarding war, as they would handle those matters. With the alliance as a backer, even if he wished to avoid conflict, the alliance would grant him the opportunity to do so. Lord Aureus, could you elaborate on the Alliance of the Seas? Balaton inquired after a moment of silence. This region was known as the Azure Water Domain, and due to its distance from the ocean, news of the alliance had not yet reached him, leaving him unfamiliar with its details. The Alliance of the Seas is a coalition I advocated for, consisting of 5 high-ranking demon gods. Sunan began to unfold the strengths of the alliance. Wait, 5 high-ranking demon gods. Balaton interjected, astonishment etched across his features. That a mixture of shock and bewilderment flickered in his gaze as he regarded Sunan. With such power, the discussion need not proceed further. The direct declaration through the ley lines to the entire eastern continent would suffice, urging them to surrender post-haste. We are speaking of 5 high-ranking demon gods. This is no trifling matter. Moreover, It is quite perplexing for such a formidable force to be unknown to him. Logically, a power of this magnitude should have echoed throughout the entire continent. However, the Zhihai alliance was only recently established, which explains your ignorance of It. Yunan's words were laden with double meanings, revealing both the reason for the alliance's lack of widespread recognition and subtly informing the other party that the alliance currently lacks fresh blood, inviting them to join swiftly. Amidst his contemplations, Balaton posed a critically important question. I and the sea god Oleus, alongside my allies, the vortex god Osair, the serpent god Olobas, the melody god Remus, and the god of precious metals Morix. Sunan spoke the names of the deities with a calm demeanor, deliberately emphasizing Morix's name. The rationale was straightforward. Morix's renown was known throughout the eastern continent, especially on land. While the deities of the land might be oblivious to the matters concerning the sea gods, they would undoubtedly be aware of Morix's illustrious name. Upon hearing this, Balaton's pupils constricted slightly. Whose name did he just hear? Morix, the god of precious metals Morix. The mere mention of Morix filled Balaton with a profound sense of shock, soon followed by a wave of exhilaration. If even Morix had forged a covenant with the Zhihai alliance, then the implications were unmistakable. Balaton took a deep breath, intending to inquire about divine positions from Sunan. My ambitions lie with the Zhihai. The mere rank of 7 gods cannot constrain my heart, Sunan remarked with a hint of profundity. Thus, one of the 7 gods of the eastern continent shall not emerge from among us sea deities. I understand, Balaton replied, his mind racing as he grasped the implications of Sunan's words. If one of the 7 gods would not arise from the sea gods, it signified that Morix had already secured that position. Once the time arrives, the conflict here would merely be a formality, and then the 7 gods would be born. Chapter 35. The Ambush of Osair. Chapter 36. The Schemes of Gaddis Osair. Do you truly have no concern about meeting your demise here today? Gaddis said with a sinister tone, omitting even the honorifics. It was evident that Osair's earlier gaze, akin to that of a fool, had incited his ire. Worry? Osair raised an eyebrow, looking at Gaddis as if he were a simpleton. Do you think you are worthy of such concern? He let out a derisive laugh before continuing. You, a newly ascended upper-level deity, dare to challenge me. I find your arrogance amusing, yet you believe you can slay me. In a flash of divine light, Osair struck first, teleporting directly in front of Gaddis and delivering a powerful punch. A surge of divine power coursed through that fist, and with a resounding impact, Osair's blow shattered Gaddis's face, leaving him in a state of utter disbelief. Witnessing this, Osair felt no sense of triumph. Instead, he swiftly transformed into divine light and retreated that he needed to escape quickly. After all, the powers of the individual before him were rather peculiar. Engaging in a prolonged battle with him would not guarantee victory, unless he introduced variables beyond just 2 gods. In fact, the moment Osair's punch struck Gaddis, he suddenly realized that the figure before him was, in a sense, merely a doppelganger, a manifestation born of the powers of authority, infused with a touch of divine energy, and spawned from blood. This was the conclusion he reached in the briefest of moments. Moreover, recalling the blood-red torrent that had initially obliterated his incomplete palace and the corresponding aura, that doppelganger might possess the power to strike an upper-level deity. How many such manifestations could the opponent possibly have? The inability to ascertain the exact number of the opponent's doppelgangers meant he could not know how many flesh and blood counterparts wielded the power of a strike from an upper-level deity. Such a unique ability reminded him of the information he had acquired during his previous exchange with Remus. By the way, are there any powerful or unique entities in the Thousand Stars Sea? Osair inquired, casting a curious glance at Remus. After a moment of contemplation, Remus replied, if we are speaking of powerful entities among the upper-level deities, there are only myself and the deceased Cybus. However, if we consider unique entities. He clasped his hands behind his back and began to pace, seemingly retracing his memories. After a brief pause, he stopped and suddenly slapped his forehead. That I recall now. There are indeed a few rather unique middle-level deities in the Thousand Stars Sea. While their current life stages have not yet reached our level, their unique powers render them formidable even among middle-level deities. Assuming my memory serves me correctly, I can tell you about 2 such unique middle-level deities. The god of flesh and resentment, Gaddis. I do not know much about his powers, but it is said he possesses the ability to transform in myriad ways. Should you encounter him, eliminate him with utmost swiftness. This deity is obstinate and prideful. He will never submit to the divine and ally with us. He desires to be the singular deity. Furthermore, he seems to harbor a particular penchant for hunting down other deities. Remus cast a subtle glance at Su Nan, who frowned slightly, sensing the implication in Remus's words. Then, Osair inquired, "And who is the other deity?" Remus's expression turned contemplative, and after a few moments, he responded, "The god of death's whispers. Lute that I do not know much about her. To be precise, her reputation comes from the accounts of other deities, and I am unaware of her specific abilities. However, it is said that her status and strength are substantial." At this point, a hint of embarrassment and apology crossed Remus's face. "You know, I am the god of melody, and I do not concern myself with such matters." Osair transformed into a beam of divine light and retreated towards the boundless sea. The words of Remus echoing in his mind. Possessing the ability to transform in myriad ways, Osair's gaze flickered. Having ascended to upper-level deity status, he now had a new doppelganger ability, such a manifestation. Possessing the power of a strike from an upper-level deity would undoubtedly inflict significant damage upon him if it landed. This excessively formidable ability must surely come with limitations. Otherwise, Gaddis would have already swarmed him with doppelgangers and ended his existence on the spot. Osair's mind raced, analyzing the multitude of information gleaned from his brief encounter with Gaddis. The cumulative power of multiple upper-level deity strikes could pose a lethal risk to him if he failed to evade. Additionally, why did he not confront me with his true form? Is he afraid of death or simply unable to? Remus had mentioned that Gaddis was obstinate and prideful, unwilling to forego this opportunity for slaughter. In light of this, Osair's expression grew increasingly grave as he halted his progress at that moment. The expanse of sea where he and Gaddis were situated had been completely sealed off. Clap, clap, though they were deep beneath the ocean. The sound of clapping resonated through a peculiar medium, reaching Osair's ears. "It seems you have come to understand, Osair." Another figure clad in a blood-red robe emerged, and Osair squinted, unable to discern whether the Gaddis before him was the original or a doppelganger. "This is a doppelganger," Gaddis's manifestation smiled, kindly elucidating for Osair. "Since when have you been plotting against me?" Osair suppressed all expressions, aiming to extract more information from Gaddis. Gaddis, fully aware of Osair's intentions, felt secure in his superiority and was willing to offer a brief explanation. After all, he was the benevolent Gaddis, granting the vortex god Osair the clarity of understanding. Wasn't that a display of his goodwill? The tumultuous emotions surged within Gaddis as he envisioned Osair's demise. "If I were to reveal that I had been scheming against you from the very beginning, would you feel fear?" A triumphant smile spread across Gaddis's doppelganger's face. Chapter 37. Osair vs. Gaddis. 1. "Oh," Osair responded with an air of remarkable calm, as though Gaddis's inquiry were merely about whether he had eaten today. Gaddis's radiant smile suddenly froze in place. He had not heard the words he yearned to hear. "Wait, why say again?" A peculiar thought flitted through his mind, which he swiftly suppressed, and then he roared at Osair. "Are you even listening? You must understand one thing. You are on the brink of death, and it will be at my hands." Osair, however, appeared utterly indifferent. Unfazed by Gaddis's threats, he scratched his ear and directed it toward Gaddis as he spoke. "I am listening. Please continue." To Gaddis's fury ignited, akin to a fire spirit trapped in eternal suffering. All right, Gaddis stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Osair, nearly choking on his words. "Today, I shall ensure your demise without a grave." Osair, uninterested in Gaddis's further ramblings, summoned a vast amount of divine power into his fist without hesitation. In a flash, he unleashed a devastating punch, obliterating Gaddis's fleshly avatar into a mist of blood. In Osair's mind, Gaddis was unlikely to pose any new inquiries, and allowing time to drift would likely lead to unforeseen consequences he wished to avoid. Thus, the battle must be swift. Although Gaddis had not explicitly stated it during their earlier exchange, Osair had already deduced that the colossal formation enveloping the 1,000-mile sea was likely the root cause of obstructing his information transmission. This enormous barrier required a substantial expenditure of divine power to maintain. In other words, it explained why Gaddis had yet to confront him with his true form. Moreover, Osair sensed that this immense barrier seemed to exhibit a flaw, as Gaddis could only dispatch a singular avatar each time. If he was not mistaken, Your true form must be somewhere within this sea, perfecting the Grand Barrier, right? Ozer's gaze deepened, filled with the power of wisdom. He began to unleash his perception to the fullest, sensing every corner of the sea. Any anomalous point that differed from the rest would be met with his divine power. Now, the roles of offense and defense had reversed. Upon detecting an unusual node on his perceptual map, a subtle smile crept across Ozer's face. In a secluded corner of the thousand-star sea, where the nebulous sea lay, Gaddis, who was maintaining the grand sealing barrier, suddenly opened his eyes, his face contorted with rage, nearly rising to confront Ozer in a fit of fury. This is an outrageous affront. Truly, an intolerable affront. Gaddis's anger surged as he began to berate Ozer for his unscrupulous conduct. Not only did you not allow me to finish my words, but you also failed to give me a warning before making your move. And to make matters worse, you have done this twice. Twice. Gaddis ground his teeth, forcing himself to quell the raging fire within. Once my barrier is fully constructed, Ozer, your demise will be imminent. Clearly, while Ozer's unscrupulous actions infuriated Gaddis, they had not yet reached a level that would shatter his defenses entirely. It could only be said that Ozer's efforts were still insufficient. After venting his ire, the power of wisdom reclaimed its stronghold, and Gaddis became significantly more astute than before, now that the barrier is nearing completion. Your choices are limited to two: to kill me or to dismantle the barrier. I have linked the ley lines of this 1,000-mile sea to the barrier, making it impossible to unravel in a short time. If you wish to dismantle it, it will naturally require an immense expenditure of mental energy for forcefully breaking through the barrier. The sea demon Alias aims to dominate the seas. If this barrier were to be forcibly breached, the ley lines of this 1,000-mile sea would surely collapse. You cannot afford to make such a choice. Thus, it was highly probable that you would seek out the location of my true form. Contemplating this, Gaddis paused for a few moments, allowing his flesh to writhe and fall away. Immediately, countless enigmatic runes emerged, and a fleshly avatar was born from his creation. However, mere seconds later, as if recalling something, a pained expression flickered across Gaddis's face, an expression of genuine anguish. Another 2 pieces of flesh fell away, birthing 2 new avatars as before. Yet, with the emergence of these 2 new avatars, Gaddis's aura began to dwindle significantly, even hinting at a potential descent below that of a high-ranking demon god. It seemed that a certain special rule restricted him. To divide into 6 fleshly avatars was his limit. 7, including himself. 7 was the maximum. Moreover, as the cost of producing such a multitude of avatars, his control over them would drastically diminish. In fact, for each additional fleshly avatar created, his degree of control would decrease by 1 tier. Accompanying this, his own emotions became increasingly difficult to manage. Tio illustrated vividly. It was as if Gaddis were suffering from a form of schizophrenia, possessing 7 distinct personalities, with his true self as the primary persona and the others as subpersonas. Under normal circumstances, the primary persona holds absolute dominance over the subpersonas. However, with an excess of subpersonas, they can impede the primary persona's authority. Seated in his original position, Gaddis addressed the 3 newly birthed fleshly avatars. You 3 must do your utmost to prevent Ozer from discovering this place. Then, seemingly recalling something, he added, remember, do not utter the name of this location, and if he insists on inquiring about my true form's whereabouts. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, simply respond with Falling Star Sea. Just as he was about to wave his hand to dismiss the 3 avatars, one of them, appearing markedly different, boldly interjected, just us 3, his demeanor was somewhat carefree. So we shall refer to him as Avatar 4. What else? Do you expect me to accompany you? Gaddis's true form shot a warning glare at Avatar 4, seemingly cautioning him against any mischief. In truth, Gaddis's concerns were well-founded. This Avatar 4, being the most peculiar among his fleshly avatars, possessed a thought process distinct from the others. How should one put it? This fellow had a big mouth, speaking indiscriminately and unable to keep secrets. Should anyone dare to inquire, he would respond without hesitation. Even if someone were to ask him the color of his undergarments, he would nonchalantly divulge the information. Thus, to prevent this avatar from betraying him, Gaddis discreetly transmitted a message to the other 2 avatars, namely Avatar 5 and Avatar 6, that you 2 keep a close watch on this fellow, Avatar 4. Do not let him reveal my true location. He has a tendency to blabber, and with the Grand Barrier nearing completion, if he were to betray me, You understand the principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. If I perish, you will undoubtedly meet the same fate. Do you comprehend? 2 Chapter 38 Ozer versus Gaddis. 2. Where exactly is his true form located? Within the sealed 1,000-mile sea. Ozer transformed into a beam of divine light, searching earnestly, yet no matter how he sought, he could not locate Gaddis's true form. He had also attempted to trace the anomalous nodes that appeared in his perception. But each time he drew near to one of those nodes, the anomaly would vanish instantly. He had considered demolishing the 100-mile sea area entirely, yet that region was teeming with sea beasts. It could be said that it was their ideal habitat. He could not bring himself to do such a thing. Thus, he was repeatedly toyed with by the appearance and disappearance of these anomalous nodes. The ominous premonition grew increasingly intense, and Ozer found himself becoming anxious. What exactly must he do to uncover Gaddis's true form? Suddenly, a thought struck Ozer. Perhaps I could approach it this way. Within Ozer's reasoning, it was highly likely that Gaddis possessed more than one avatar. Coupled with the fact that the two avatars he had encountered previously bore no trace of difference in aura, could he not deduce that the auras of the avatars and the true form were indistinguishable? Could it not also be assumed that there existed an inseparable connection between the avatars and the true form? If he were to capture one of the avatars, could he not use the blood and flesh of that avatar as a means to locate the others? Even the true form. With this thought in mind, Ozer resolved to attempt to forcibly capture the next avatar he encountered, and in doing so, seek out the location of the true form. However, if I am not mistaken, it is highly likely that the flesh avatars I will encounter next are more than one. A glimmer flickered in Ozer's eyes as he began to devise various calculations. The flesh avatars possess the power of a few strikes from a high-ranking demon god. The next encounter will likely be a trap. If that is indeed the case, then I shall turn their scheme against them. Yet, as these thoughts crossed his mind, a twinge of regret stirred within him. He lamented that his earlier haste had prevented him from acquiring the opponent's flesh, hindering a swifter search for their true form. Nonetheless, it was not a significant issue. While Ozer pondered, an unusual disturbance in the information of an anomaly appeared 200 miles to his 7 o'clock direction, instantly capturing his attention. Just as I suspected, it has manifested. A trap prepared for me. A fleeting look of realization crossed Ozer's eyes as he slightly shifted his form, donning an ethereal armor upon his divine body. Following that, a layer of unique remnants enveloped his exterior. The former was a specialized defensive armor, while the latter was a semi-finished substitute for death, a vestige from his past metamorphosis from elemental being to demon god. After augmenting himself with numerous formidable defensive divine arts, Ozer's entire being began to radiate with brilliance. Noticing the resplendent glow enveloping him, he furrowed his brow slightly before unleashing a spell to conceal his aura and luminescence. Feeling a sense of security emanating from his entire being, he smiled subtly and immediately set off towards the anomaly. Minutes later, Ozer, transformed into a divine light, arrived at a deep-sea volcanic vent within his perception. The fluctuations of the anomaly originated from this very spot. Almost there, a hint of amusement flickered deep within Ozer's eyes as he deliberately advanced toward the volcanic vent. Buzz, a peculiar humming sound resonated. Accompanied by 3 torrents of crimson energy surging forth from the surroundings, an inexplicable binding spell was imposed upon Ozer's divine form, revealing 3 flesh avatars of Gaddis. They exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, instantly unleashing their most potent offensive divine arts in their current state. Blood God's funeral blossom. The crimson torrents converged, forming a resplendent flower, whose petals gradually unfurled and, in an instant, shattered into fine blood mist. A portion of the blood mist merged with the surrounding ocean, transforming into chains that traversed the area, establishing a powerful technique for stabilization and sealing the majority of the remaining blood mist. In conjunction with the flower's core, formed a special rune array, ultimately evolving into a crimson spear measuring 100 feet in length. Blood God's Spear. The crimson spear, under control, locked its aura onto Ozer's divine form. As the breath of the 3 avatars suddenly waned, accompanied by an ever-growing aura of lethal intent emanating from the spear, heaven's murderous intent, shifting stars and changing abodes, earth's murderous intent, dragons and serpents rising from the land, humanity's murderous intent, the heavens and earth overturning. The three terrifying spears instantaneously traversed the vast distance, piercing through Oser's divine form. Moreover, the momentum of the spears did not diminish, striking the volcanic vent beside him. Boom, boom, boom. The deep-sea continent trembled and quaked, with endless dust scattering in all directions. The terrifying might of the three spears awakened the ancient memories of the divine sea continent. Thus, it erupted in response. The underwater volcano erupted. Scorching magma surged forth from the vent, accompanied by tremendous roars and searing steam. The magma churned at the seabed, forming fiery rivers that shimmered with intense glow in the darkness. The heat and impact of the magma caused the marine life nearby, already perished by the spear's influence, to perish once more, igniting the entire underwater realm in an instant, with the eruption of the magma. The waters surrounding the vent turned a scorching red, as if the entire seabed had been set ablaze. The heat and shock of the magma also triggered an underwater earthquake, sending waves of fear through the other marine creatures in the vicinity. Is he dead? Number 5 inquired of Number 6 via telepathy. As the most composed among the 6 avatars, he had chosen to infuse nearly all his power to ensure Oser would be severely injured or even slain, leaving only a sliver of strength to maintain his existence. Thus, he was currently unable to ascertain whether Oser at the volcanic eruption site had been gravely wounded or met his demise. I don't know. Number 4, with a glimmer of inherent naivety in his eyes, shook his head and blurted out this response. Number 5 expressed no surprise, for his initial inquiry had not been directed at Number 4, but rather at Number 6. However, Number 4, being his inherently carefree and foolish self, always liked to chime in on any matter that I suspect he is not dead. The light in Number 6's eyes flickered as he intently focused on the site of the volcanic eruption. Their existence as flesh avatars was intrinsically tied to the original body, sharing a symbiotic relationship where one flourishes, all flourish, one suffers, all suffer. Thus, they held the tasks assigned by their original form in utmost seriousness. Of course, excluding the dim-witted Number 4, but now, Number 6 hesitated. Their earlier strike had already exhausted nearly all their power, leaving them with no opportunity to unleash further divine arts. Retreat. Number 5 stated calmly, to slay a high-ranking demon god. Our powers are absolutely insufficient. Oser is a formidable foe, and the original body harbors great trepidation towards him. Hence, one of our purposes for this assault was to gauge his combat prowess. Now, whether for testing or attacking, both objectives have been fulfilled. It is time for us to depart. Upon our complete return, the original body will obtain all the memories. Our deaths upon returning to the original body will yield little in memory. Therefore, we must leave immediately. I'm not dead yet. Where do you think you're running? A leisurely yet slightly fatigued voice rang out. Chapter 39, Oser vs. Gaddis. 3. Want to flee, offending the abbot, and still wishing to escape? Do you think you can? Naturally, they could escape. This was a splendid opportunity for them to lead him directly to Gaddis's original body. How could he possibly let it slip away? However, if he were to let them guide him directly, it would most likely be an impossible feat, so they would have to pay some price. With this in mind, Oser revealed his seemingly unscathed form, though his remnants had been pierced with 3 holes. A process of repair that would be exceedingly time-consuming. You 3 wish to flee, but have you consulted me first? A cold smile adorned Oser's face as his gaze swept across the 3 Gaddis avatars before him. The full-force strike from the 3 avatars had indeed penetrated my remnant's defenses. It appears that Gaddis's method of creating avatars is truly flawed. Merely the full-force strike of 3 avatars achieved such an effect. What if there were more? If only he had summoned a few more avatars, a more effective outcome could have been attained. Yet he had not done so. Is it that Gaddis is incapable of doing so? Or does he simply not wish to? Given his nature, it is highly unlikely he would relinquish such potential unless Oser's eyes glimmered with an unusual light, indicating that he truly could not. Lord Oser, if you wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the original body, I will not disclose that he is in the Falling Star Sea domain. The most composed Number 5 avatar stated thus. Upon seeing Oser appear without immediately attacking them, Number 5 quickly deduced the opponent's intentions through conjecture. Indeed. Number 4, the Great Fool, nodded in agreement. When we departed from the Nebulous Sea domain, the original body instructed us not to inform you of his location in the Falling Star Sea. Woo. Number 4's foolish words immediately prompted a startled reaction from Number 6, who hastily attempted to cover his mouth, but alas, he was too late. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of astonishment crossed Osiris' eyes, followed by a semblance of understanding as he nodded slightly in realization. He comprehended why Gaddis's original body had not dispatched a multitude of avatars to assault him. It was because once the number of avatars reached a certain threshold, abnormalities would arise. For instance, that incongruous avatar, whose eyes brimmed with foolishness. "Thank you, my friend." Osir nodded with a smile, extracting an ancient staff embedded with light blue crystals from the void, known as the Ancient Beast Seal. "In return, I shall temporarily bind you here. Of course, once I have dealt with your original bodies, this binding spell will transform into a spell of annihilation, allowing you to perish without a hint of suffering. Be grateful for my mercy." Vortex Ancient Beast Sealing. Countless blue chains emerged from the depths of the unknown in the deep sea, ensnaring the three Gaddis avatars who had nearly lost all their power in this binding. Vortex Ancient Beast Seal Annihilation. A series of runes, imbued with the essence of annihilation, materialized in the void, inscribing themselves upon the forms of the three avatars of Gaddis in an instant. The conjecture of Osir. Should these avatars perish, they would most likely return to Gaddis's true form, bearing fragments of memory. Thus, from any perspective, allowing these avatars to exist temporarily was the most prudent choice. Moreover, to prevent these avatars from becoming a means for Gaddis to resurrect after being slain by him, he resolved to confine these three entities within a realm of another dimension. Furthermore, this alternate space would be enveloped with various seals and annihilation barriers, emphasizing stability above all else. Alas, if only Olias were here. He could effortlessly shatter all of this fellow's spells with overwhelming force. With a sigh of exasperation, Osir hastened towards the coordinates of the nebulous sea. "Nevertheless, even without Olias's assistance, I am fully capable of slaying Gaddis." Strange as it may be, within the nebulous sea, Gaddis, on the verge of perfecting the barrier, glanced about with a look of confusion. "Why do I sense an inexplicable unease? Who seeks to harm me?" Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, his expression turned grave. Theoretically, any unease stemming from the mind originates from some potential future. Perhaps. Gaddis rose to his feet, halting his efforts to enhance the grand barrier. For he could ascertain with high probability that the vortex demon god Osir had already pinpointed his location. Should he continue in this manner, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage in the impending confrontation. "Number 1, Gaddis said, crossing his arms and turning to a shadow nearby. "Should a battle between Osir and myself commence, remember this. Exert every effort to seek out Osir's vulnerabilities. When I engage Osir to the limits of our clash, he will likely be unable to attend to his surroundings in that moment. Striking at a flaw, a decisive blow will be yours. Do you understand?" The shadow began to quiver, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. Accompanying this was a singular affirmative sound. Gaddis, having received the response, nodded slightly before resting upon a blood-red throne he had conjured with ease, devoid of any special significance. Time passed unmeasured, and when a blue divine light approached, Gaddis opened his eyes. He directed his gaze towards the rushing divine light, sensing the aura emanating from it, meticulously assessing the likelihood of defeating this opponent head-on. "Yes, I can prevail," Gaddis affirmed to himself. Moments later, Osir, clad in blue divine raiment, materialized 10 meters before Gaddis. For beings of their caliber, the difference between 10 meters and 100 was negligible. After all, their attack range was measured in miles, often beginning from distances of 100 miles. Thus, rather than engage in a distant exchange where neither could discern the other's features, it was far more advantageous to converse face-to-face before embarking on a physical and magical confrontation. Vortex Demon God Osir. Gaddis lifted his gaze slightly, regarding Osir with calm composure. Indeed, Osir nodded gently, acknowledging Gaddis's inquiry, and spoke. "God of flesh and hatred, Gaddis?" "Yes," Gaddis replied with a faint smile. "It is my true form. You need not worry about my retreat. After all, today, it is either your demise or mine. Shall we engage?" Let us. Both parties concluded their statements. Two resplendent beams of divine light instantaneously enveloped the nebulous sea, signaling that battle was imminent. Chapter 40. Osir vs. Gaddis. And Chapter 41. Balaton and Gamago. Tell me, how did you survive? Gaddis, aware of his unavoidable fate, chose to confront the situation directly and inquired of Osir. I did not survive. Ozer gently shook his head, refuting Gatus's assertion. Then you, Gatus began another question. You indeed killed me once, Ozer chuckled lightly. However, that was merely a singular instance, before arriving at the Nebula Sea. I had crafted a shell capable of withstanding fatal blows from the remnants of my former self after ascending to demonhood. The strike that could have slain me was thwarted by this shell. Of course, as a consequence, you caused me to lose a resurrection vessel forever. Ozer's words echoed within Gatus's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned as he gazed deeply at Ozer, seemingly coming to terms with the reality. I cannot contest that I lost fairly, Ozer. Gatus resumed his divine form. Sitting serenely in the void as he regarded Ozer, he appeared tranquil, seemingly indifferent to his impending demise. That in truth, he was deeply concerned. Yet, given the current circumstances, his avenues for escape were entirely blocked. Ozer would not permit his survival, and the avatars he could have used as resurrection vessels had perished or been sealed away. He had truly reached the end of the road. I shall remember you, Ozer, Gatus stated, casting a final gaze at Ozer before closing his eyes. Subsequently, his divine essence dissipated silently upon the wind. This was his last act of defiance. He could accept his demise, but he would never allow it to occur at another's hands. If he were to die, it would be by his own hand. Ozer made no attempt to intervene. Instead, he extended his hand to grasp the fragment of power that was on the verge of vanishing, examining it closely for a moment before utterly dispersing it. Previously, when he had the opportunity, Sunan had already divulged the truth about the powers of the demon gods to them. Thus, Ozer chose to dismantle the power of this high-ranking demon god, allowing it to return to the ley lines of Teyvat. Vortex, ancient beast seal. The remnants of divine power erupted in a brilliant display. The Nebula Sea witnessed the demise of a high-ranking demon god. Though the act was one of self-destruction, the lingering hatred was palpable. Consequently, remnants of that demon god would undoubtedly remain in this place. Following a demon god's death, a unique realm devoid of life would form, where normal beings would struggle to survive, should this desolate realm remain unaddressed. It would remain unchanged for centuries to come to prevent the Nebula Sea from becoming a barren wasteland. Ozer resolved to seal this place away. With the might of the sea, may all sins be obliterated. O great sea, heed the sins that dwell within this domain. Though the battle between Ozer and Gatus appeared brief, upon reflection, it had spanned over a month. During this time, numerous events unfolded upon the lands of the eastern continent. Now, let us revert to Sunan, back to the moment following Balaton's joining of the Alliance of the Seas. Balaton, you are now considered one of us in the Alliance of the Seas, Sunan said with a smile, patting Balaton on the shoulder. Now, what are your thoughts? Huh? Balaton was initially taken aback, displaying a bewildered expression at Sunan's inquiry. Thoughts? Was he expected to articulate his feelings about joining the Alliance? What should he say? Gratitude to Lord Olias for his recognition? Would that be too? Balaton's face contorted with indecision, uncertain of what to express. Noticing this, Sunan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. All right. There's really nothing profound to say about joining the Alliance. We must first address the matters concerning Thin Cloud Peak to the north of Langling Mountain. Yes, Lord Olias. Balaton nodded vigorously at Sunan's words. What is the temperament of the demon god at Thin Cloud Peak? Sunan inquired regarding Gamago, the demon god of Thin Cloud Peak. Since they had decided to engage in this regional conflict with the demon gods, it was imperative to understand the nature of the demon god in question. Though Sunan did not know Balaton well yet, he could discern certain qualities in him. Balaton appeared to be a commendable demon god, treating his subjects with great kindness, likely not of the malevolent sort. All right, before passing judgment, it is wise to first understand the situation regarding Gamago. As Balaton began to speak, a complex expression emerged on his face. Sunan's curiosity was piqued upon noticing this change. Did Balaton and Gamago have some prior acquaintance? I was once friends with Gamago. Balaton hesitated for a moment before elaborating. However, his opening statement left Sunan somewhat astonished. Balaton and Gamago were friends? Given that they are friends, why have they descended to such a state of enmity? Observing the current situation, it appears this antagonism has persisted for at least a century. The decree of the Demon God War was issued only recently. Thus, the discord between the two deities cannot stem from matters of divine rank. So, what could possibly have driven the relationship between these two gods to such a distance? Your Excellency, Oleas, Balaton said with a hint of complexity in his tone. Before I divulge all matters concerning Gamago, I must sincerely apologize to you that I have deceived you. Balaton continued his narrative. Sunan began to grasp the truth behind the enmity of the two gods. The animosity between them originated from conflicts between their respective races, escalating into a clash of ideologies. Balaton was born in the Azure Water domain, his essence being that of the Jade Waterbird clan. Gamago also hailed from the Azure Water domain, yet belonged to the Marsh Frog clan. From a certain perspective, the relationship between the Jade Waterbird clan and the Marsh Frog clan could be likened to that of natural enemies. However, from this enmity emerged two rebels, Balaton and Gamago. These two individuals, endowed with an innate wisdom, pondered the meaning of existence from the moment they drew breath. Balaton questioned why the Jade Waterbird clan deemed it necessary to hunt the Marsh Frog clan, while Gamago contemplated, from the perspective of the Marsh Frogs, why the Jade Waterbirds pursued them. Thus, by mere chance, they encountered one another. Rather than launching immediate attacks, they began a fateful discussion. They deliberated on the significance of existence, their individual purposes, and the meaning of their races. As their dialogue progressed, their bond grew ever stronger, to the extent that, if they were to take human form, they would gladly share the same garments. They were true friends. Even after ascending to the status of demon gods, the relationship between their clans saw a slight improvement due to their influence. Yet, fate is often unkind. The previously ameliorated relationship between the two clans ultimately underwent a dramatic shift due to an unforeseen incident. Although Balaton refrained from elaborating on the specifics, his sorrowful demeanor suggested it likely involved familial ties. Sunan found himself unable to express any opinion on the matter. Chapter 42. Gamago. Urgent matter. Come see me when matters pertain to family. Even demon gods may hesitate. Is it related to your family? Sunan inquired tentatively after a moment of silence. Yes, Balaton nodded, his eyes reflecting deeper melancholy. This situation is beyond my capacity to manage. Sunan openly admitted his inability to handle the matter, recognizing that issues entwined with emotions and kinship could easily transform a positive outcome into a negative one, that after so many years, the two gods remained adversaries, indicating that they likely still harbored grievances regarding past events. It's truly difficult to manage, Sunan mused, pacing with his hands clasped behind his back. Why must it be so complicated? Why can't it be as simple as one being the villain and the other the hero? I could simply descend like a divine avenger to punish the wicked. Just then, Balaton's expression shifted, revealing a profound surprise, as an object that had lain dormant for nearly a century began to tremble with renewed energy. Sensing the vibrations of this relic, Balaton hesitated, his hand trembling, uncertain of what to do. After an indeterminate period, as the tremors subsided, he finally resolved to act. With a gentle motion through the void, he created a rift and reached inside with a clear objective. Moments later, he retrieved a stone that radiated brilliance yet bore an unappealing form. There is an urgent matter. Come see me. A message flashed through Balaton's mind, and an involuntary smile graced his face, reminiscent of the days when his old friend preferred silence. However, this thought was quickly overshadowed by embarrassment, for he realized that Sunan remarked, observing Balaton with mild curiosity, your expression just now resembled that of a couple who had been at odds for years, suddenly reconciling, with one rushing to the other. Are you not that kind of person? Upon hearing this, Balaton's embarrassment deepened. Clearing his throat, he replied somewhat evasively, I would appreciate it if your excellency, Oleas, refrained from jesting. It's merely a common occurrence. Yet as he spoke, Balaton hesitated, acutely aware that the rift between the two gods had persisted for a century. Enough, Sunan said, smiling as he patted Balaton's shoulder. Ultimately, the decision lies with you. My own decision? Balaton reflected on the memories of and after a moment of silence, he looked up at Sunan with determination. Your Excellency, Oleas, I must go see her. At that moment, Sunan was unaware of the gravity of the situation, and he nodded with a smile that I shall accompany you, for I am quite curious about your friend. Balaton smiled shyly in response. Amidst towering peaks, a magnificent temple stood tall. Within its sacred halls, two figures faced each other. One figure sat regally upon a throne, exuding a solemn demeanor, while the other appeared notably bored, casually surveying the surroundings and occasionally expressing surprise that I wonder what brings you, Lord Chulong, to my thin cloud peak. A cool voice inquired from the throne. The speaker was a striking woman with chestnut hair and pale lilac eyes, her head adorned with a delicate veil of purple, and her attire was an exceptionally modest gown. The demon god war has commenced. A new era is upon us, the Chulong king stated, shifting his gaze to the woman before him, calmly articulating what he perceived as the truth. Only through an alliance with me can one safeguard a realm. I refuse, Gamago stated resolutely, her rejection unhesitating. She found the Chulong king's tone displeasing, as if he were bestowing her a favor. She despised it. Why? The Chulong king inquired, his gaze flickering with surprise at him. Gamago was merely a mid-tier demon god. Inconsequential in the eyes of higher-tier demon gods, akin to cannon fodder. Were it not for their shared status as demon gods, he would hardly have deemed her worthy of attention. In truth, he held a genuine appreciation for Gamago, believing her to be an exceptional demon god in both character and capability. If they could forge an alliance, he felt his clan could thrive under her guidance. Yet, he found himself unable to articulate such praise, as it invariably carried an air of arrogance and condescension. This internal conflict often left him feeling exasperated, as if his heart and tongue were governed by two distinctly different entities. His heart yearned to convey one message, while his mouth distorted it: I am not a villain. I am not an unyielding demon god, Gamago, the Chulong king declared, his tone tinged with arrogance. Oh no, oh no, oh no, how did I misstep again? Upon hearing this, Gamago lowered her gaze, rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. She considered that if she were to express her true thoughts, that in her mind, the Chulong king was indeed a villain, would he retaliate? After all, the Chulong king was a formidable being, having attained the rank of upper-tier demon god. Even multiplying her own numbers tenfold might not suffice against him if she were to speak out of turn. Would he not take action against her? Truth be told, she did not fear the Chulong king's reprimand or even death, but she was terrified of the potential devastation that could befall her people. The Marshfrog clan was merely an ordinary tribe within the Azure Water domain. Had she not fortuitously ascended to the rank of demon god, they might have long since perished in obscurity. Actually, I was very serious in my proposal, with no intention of offering any favors. Do you truly believe I am negotiating with you? The gaze of the Dragon King was as fierce as a bolt of lightning, seemingly poised to unleash the wrath of the heavens at any moment. Upon hearing this, Gamago's breath quickened slightly, and instinctively, she uttered a few words directed at an artifact that she had once shared with a certain fool to bear witness to the past. There is an urgent matter. Come see me. Chapter 43. The long-awaited meeting with Gamago. The bewildered Sunan as Gamago's message reached Balaton. Two beams of divine light swiftly traversed the sky, covering a distance of 100 miles in mere moments. Arriving at the Cloudy Peak, towering majestically above the earth, Cloudy Peak boasted mountain summits that pierced the heavens, resembling a sword aimed directly at the firmament. Its grandeur was truly awe-inspiring. Atop the peak, a winding path spiraled upwards, aligning with the mountains that reached into the clouds, resembling a celestial staircase leading to the heavens, beckoning one to ascend. The mountains, layered and verdant, were adorned with rare flowers and exotic herbs scattered amidst the sheer cliffs, while ethereal waterfalls cascaded from the gorges, converging into crystal-clear streams that meandered towards distant azure waters. Amidst the swirling mists of the mountains, the summit and the divine temple would sometimes reveal themselves, and at other times be concealed, akin to a magnificent tapestry. Under the radiant sunlight, Cloudy Peak shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, harmoniously reflecting the blue sky and white clouds as the mountain breeze rustled through the pines. It echoed like a fairy gently plucking the strings of a lute, with a melodious tune resonating throughout the cosmos. Upon witnessing such beauty, Sunan, standing in the void, couldn't help but feel a tremor in his frame. As his companions bowed their heads in reverence, realizing they had wandered into the wrong channel, he should have felt a jolt of excitement, and thus, he mused, what an enchanting sight. It seems the taste of this demon god must be exquisite. Balaton's face bore a hint of nostalgia as he gazed at the temple atop Cloudy Peak, seemingly sensing some unusual aura. His expression shifted slightly, and in an instant, he vanished towards the temple. Sunan, perplexed, thought to himself, why the sudden urgency over an old acquaintance? It's not like she's your wife. However, when he turned his gaze towards the temple summit, his expression too changed. The aura of a high-ranking demon god? His countenance reflected a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Without a moment's hesitation, Sunan followed suit. Yet, upon entering the temple, Sunan was met with an unexpected scene that left him utterly astonished. Balaton stood before a serene woman seated upon a throne, while before them stood a man clad in a black and gold robe. This tableau resembled a knight guarding a queen, facing off against an adversary. What? Glancing at Balaton and then at the cool woman on the throne, an incredulous realization dawned upon him. Gamago was female. The esteemed friend Balaton spoke of was a female demon god. As he silently scrutinized the three divine beings within the temple, Sunan suddenly recognized a peculiar truth. He felt as out of place as a pickled fish, sour, leafy, and superfluous. He shouldn't be there. He belonged in the sea. Damn it. Even as a demon god, I still have to witness this dog food. I thought I was dealing with a close friend, but it turns out to be a close friend. All right, so this is how we play it, huh? You little rascal. Sunan suddenly froze, as he realized he had never inquired about Gamago's gender. This meant his expression darkened with a mix of emotions. Is this all my own doing? The moment he stepped into the temple, he inadvertently drew the attention of all present demon gods. Gamago's gaze towards Sunan was filled with wariness and confusion, while Balaton exhaled a sigh of relief and delight. The Dragon King, however, remained unervingly calm. He was a stoic figure, naturally devoid of mirth. Lord Oleus, you have finally arrived, Balaton remarked, relief evident in his voice as he turned to Sunan, casting a slightly provocative glance at the Dragon King, as if to say, see, my superior has arrived. Now you shall face the consequences. Upon hearing Balaton's words, Sunan couldn't help but sigh internally. He hadn't even reaped the benefits yet, and now this fellow was already diving into serious matters. What a disheartening feeling. Yet, he couldn't just ignore it. After all, this person had already joined the Alliance of Seas. With that thought, Sunan cast aside unnecessary musings and focused his attention on the Dragon King. Might I inquire what brings you here today? My lord, Sunan spoke calmly, as the high-ranking demon god before him bore no hostility, and thus his tone was not aggressive. What concern is it of yours? The Dragon King replied coolly, a hint of rudeness permeating his words. In truth, this did not reflect his innermost thoughts. What he truly meant to convey was, though I am unsure of our connection, since you asked, I shall certainly respond. Sunan's brow furrowed slightly at the response. A flicker of displeasure in his eyes, yet he refrained from expressing it directly. Might I suggest your words are somewhat discourteous? Why should it concern you? The Dragon King continued. This is beyond your purview. Indeed, it need not concern him. Yet before Sunan could finish his thought, the Dragon King interrupted with visible impatience. If it is not your concern, then what are you doing here? Are you not aware how superfluous you appear? Could you perhaps refrain from addressing me for the moment? I have significant matters at hand, and I fear complications may arise. Enough? You think you can bring me to my knees, do you? Sunan's expression darkened, his eyes suddenly radiating a dangerous glint as an icy aura began to emanate from him. It seems you are quite confident in your abilities, my lord, Sunan remarked, a hint of meaning behind his words. Am I unaware of my own power? Do you reside by the sea, meddling so far into matters? The Dragon King retorted, his impatience palpable. My strength is modest. Compared to yours, I must surely fall short. So could we possibly avoid a confrontation? Upon hearing this, the previously menacing aura surrounding Sunan faltered slightly. How should one say it? The Dragon King had indeed spoken the truth. To be fair, he did indeed reside by the sea. Taking a deep breath to rekindle his fighting spirit, Sunan, with an expression of indifference, addressed the Dragon King. Since you are a high-ranking demon god, I trust your combat experience is quite extensive. Might you be willing to engage in a discussion regarding techniques and spells today? However, what Sunan never anticipated was the reply that echoed in his ears for the very first time in his life. You? The Dragon King's tone was flat, yet laced with disdain. Can you manage? If you believe you can, then I shall begrudgingly bestow my teachings upon you today. Are we truly to engage? How troublesome. Very well. A single bout shall suffice. I hope you will show mercy. I assure you, I am quite inexperienced. Should you inflict pain upon me, I shall surrender on the spot. Damn it, I shall not tolerate this. Today, I shall take your head to see what lies within. Chapter 44. Sunan vs. Dragon King. As Sunan's words fell, the Dragon King transformed into a beam of divine light. soaring away from Cloudy Peak. His intent was clear. If a battle was to ensue, it could not take place here. Observing the Dragon King's departure, Sunan felt his earlier animosity, spurred by the Dragon King's words, diminish slightly. He too became a beam of divine light, vanishing from the temple atop Cloudy Peak. Once the two gods departed, Balaton and Gamago were left in a state of astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief. The atmosphere between the two gods was thick with silence. Until Gamago finally broke it. Just now, that was Lord Oleus, a high-ranking demon god from the Alliance of Seas, whose strength is truly formidable. He is our ally. Balaton immediately interjected, providing an explanation without allowing Gamago the chance to finish her inquiry. The Alliance of Seas is a coalition of numerous sea gods, comprising 5 high-ranking demon gods. Their power is immense, making them the most formidable demon god alliance in the entire eastern continent. Balaton spoke with utmost seriousness, scarcely pausing for breath. However, the Alliance of Seas is not solely comprised of sea gods. There is also a land demon god, the Lord of the Rock, Moryx, from the south. Knowing that Moryx had also joined the Alliance of Seas, I readily agreed to join as well. That I came here because I was concerned for your safety. Balaton continued to explain, as you know, we share a bond of friendship. The reason His Excellency Oleus chose to assist us is that I have now joined the Alliance of the Seas. Balaton's rapid speech left Gamago momentarily at a loss for words. As a member of the Alliance, His Excellency Oleus is naturally inclined to extend his aid to me. His Excellency Oleus possesses formidable strength. Being an upper-tier demigod is merely his baseline. Thus you need not be concerned about the impending battles. Balaton smiled, his eyes brimming with respect for Sunan. Do not fear. With me by your side, I can ensure your protection. Balaton waved his hand, his gaze resolute. I certainly understand you. A hint of pride flickered across Balaton's face. Given our close relationship, it is only natural that I seek to know you deeply. Gamago fell into silence, utterly speechless. Regardless of what she intended to express next, Balaton seemed to possess foresight, preemptively addressing all her unvoiced inquiries. How to describe this feeling? It seemed rather pleasant. Gamago's pale lilac eyes gazed deeply at Balaton, as if she wished to imprint him firmly in her memory. Meanwhile, the battle between Sunan and the Dragon King commenced with a thunderous roar. Boom! The sky crackled with lightning as the Dragon King, wielding the dual elemental powers of thunder and water, stood out among upper-tier demigods. An endless expanse of dark clouds enveloped the realm, and under the Dragon King's will, a torrential downpour suddenly descended from the heavens. Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. As a dragon, the Dragon King naturally possesses the authority to summon rain. Thunder roared, towering above the clouds. The Dragon King summoned a spear, its tip shimmering with purple lightning, pointing skyward. Accompanying this was a bolt of lightning that struck down towards Sunan with ferocity. A breathtaking bolt of lightning, several dozen meters in diameter, struck Sunan's form in an instant. In response, Sunan couldn't even muster the effort to deploy defensive spells. Just a bit of lightning, he thought. Growing stronger with each wound is no trivial matter. As divine blood spilled and returned, Sunan's aura suddenly surged. Upon witnessing this spectacle, even the seasoned Dragon King couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary sight. Soon after, he cast aside his concerns, unleashing a relentless barrage of lightning upon Sunan. From the moment the battle commenced, the Dragon King recognized Sunan as a water element demigod, sensing the rich essence of the deep sea emanating from him, confirming that Sunan hailed from the depths of the ocean. Thus, in this confrontation, he resolved to wield only the powers of thunder. With thunder, he aimed to shatter the ocean. Thunder domain. As the Dragon King's voice resonated, the lightning in the sky became exceedingly dense, transforming the world into a realm of thunder. Boom! Bolts of lightning rained down upon Sunan, arcs of electricity flickering around him, and as he felt the stinging sensation coursing through his body, he yawned with mild boredom. This thunder domain was inferior to the might of the celestial thunder spear conjured by Orobase. For Sunan, the threat posed by this myriad of lightning was far less significant than that of Orobase's celestial weapon. Thus, he remained disinclined to defend himself. After all, his injuries would automatically heal once they reached a certain severity. However, the Dragon King was unaware of this. He merely assumed that Sunan possessed a trait of growing stronger with each wound, oblivious to the fact that Sunan had an unconventional ability that prevented fatal harm. Noticing the increasing severity of Sunan's injuries, he halted the Thunder Domain's onslaught and addressed Sunan. You should surrender. Your injuries are becoming more grievous. Should you continue to suffer, it will adversely affect your standing in the upcoming Demigod War. The Dragon King was momentarily taken aback by his own words, as it was rare for him to express thoughts that aligned with his heart. Contemplating this, he inexplicably developed a measure of goodwill towards Sunan. Sunan, in turn, regarded the Dragon King with slight surprise. He had initially thought this individual to be insufferably arrogant and unpleasant, yet here he was, expressing concern for his well-being. Rubbing his chin, Sunan mused that it was indeed time to take action. After all, if he delayed any longer, he would be thoroughly underestimated by this foe. Thus far, I have refrained from counterattacking. What leads you to believe I am truly at a disadvantage? Sunan's hand reached into the void, extracting a pale blue divine blade. Injured? You see, in the depths of the ocean, my injuries signify that the true battle has only just begun. So, my lord, you would do well to tread carefully. One misstep could lead to your demise. With the divine blade in hand, Sunan transformed from the previously languid figure, akin to a slothful creature merely waiting for death, into a being radiating an extraordinary aura, sharp and lethal. The Dragon King, witnessing this transformation, felt a tightening in his expression. The calm demeanor he had previously maintained was now replaced with a sense of urgency. Injured is merely the beginning. His face reflected uncertainty, yet Sunan had no intention of granting him the luxury of time. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through the air, slicing apart the thick clouds that loomed above like a mountain. Chapter 45. Unraveling misunderstandings. A colossal rift appeared in the cloud cover. Sunan's strike directly shattered the thunder domain conjured by the Dragon King. The force of the attack remained unabated as it aimed straight for the Dragon King's true form. Sunan's voice resonated through the earth, reaching the Dragon King's ears at a speed surpassing that of sound, proclaiming, "This is the Xian Yuan blade." The darkness, shrouded by the ominous clouds, was abruptly cleaved apart, the divine blade hurtling towards him with unyielding force. Sensing the blade's sharpness and an omnipresent feeling of impending doom, as if it had locked onto him, the Dragon King immediately understood that this blow was inescapable. Yet, was it truly unavoidable? Golden runes materialized around him, merging with space in an instant. As Sunan's strike approached, the Dragon King's body seemed to be enveloped by an unseen force, forcibly shifting several meters to evade the seemingly unavoidable blow. The sound of wind rushing past filled his ears, and as he dodged the strike, the Dragon King felt a slight sting and dampness on his forehead. Upon inspection, he discovered a fine crack had appeared. Am I injured? The Dragon King placed his hand before his eyes, observing the trace of blood, momentarily entranced. How could it be so swift and so simple? Just like that, I am wounded. This adversary is a true threat. His gaze sharpened with newfound intensity. Meanwhile, Sunan, surprised that his certain strike had not landed, did not immediately pursue but instead paused, intrigued by the Dragon King. What kind of divine technique was that? How could you forcibly alter the locked energy? Indeed, the technique utilized by the Dragon King had allowed the energy that Sunan had locked onto him to be forcibly redirected into the surrounding space, thus evading what was meant to be a guaranteed hit. This divine technique, capable of forcibly transferring energy and even redirecting the locked force to the surrounding space, filled Sunan with awe, as he had never encountered such a technique before. At this thought, Sunan suddenly recalled something he had overlooked for some time. He had not sought out Morix for the celestial technique system. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? That system encompassed various celestial techniques related to space and time. There were also many techniques concerning dreams and souls. These were precisely what he desperately needed. Although he appeared formidable, he had yet to face any opponent who wielded soul-type divine techniques, leaving him woefully unprepared in that domain. Acquiring the celestial technique system would most likely remedy his various shortcomings. Ouch! This is so painful. Sunan suddenly felt a pang of distress. Not far away, the Dragon King noticed the sudden anguish etched across Sunan's face, a trace of confusion crossing his own. He could not fathom why Sunan would exhibit such a countenance. Could it be that the previous strike demanded a grievous toll? The Dragon King fell into contemplation. "Hey, by the way, I still don't know your name," Sunan remarked, intending to settle this battle before seeking an alliance with the Dragon King and promptly heading to the Rock Tribe to learn the celestial techniques from Morix. "What is your name?" The Dragon King of Qi was momentarily taken aback. It had been a considerable time since he had spoken his name to anyone. After a brief silence, as if recollecting something, a flicker of melancholy crossed his eyes, and he addressed Su Nan. It is merely a name, a mere designation. You may refer to me simply as Qi. This fellow is the Dragon King of Qi. Su Nan's face was a portrait of astonishment, as if he could scarcely believe it. What troubles you? The Dragon King of Qi, noticing the shock etched on Su Nan's countenance, wondered if he had misspoken. Thus he retorted. Yet, upon questioning, he too felt a twinge of surprise. Once again, his mouth had betrayed his inner thoughts. How splendid! No, it is nothing. A peculiar expression of awkwardness surfaced on Su Nan's face. Oh no. This is a calamity. His primary intention for traversing the waters of the Bai Shui River to the north was to seek an alliance with the Dragon King of Qi. He had envisioned the scene of their first meeting in a completely different light. However, he could never have anticipated such a scenario. It was as shocking as discovering that Jamago was an icy maiden. What ill fortune! Su Nan harbored grave doubts about whether his luck had soured recently. It seemed that everything was going awry. How could he venture forth seeking an ally, only to nearly clash with the very one he sought to ally with? I believe we should pause for a moment to discuss this. Su Nan gently rubbed his forehead, speaking with a hint of exasperation, that I sense there may be a misunderstanding between us. Indeed, a misunderstanding. Su Nan had already mentally designated the Dragon King of Qi as his ally. Hence this occurrence must surely be a misunderstanding. As for the Dragon King's earlier discourteous remarks, well, he, Su Nan, was magnanimous enough not to dwell on them. The Dragon King of Qi's large eyes brimmed with profound confusion. We are not fighting anymore? Just like that, we cease hostilities. Were we not just engaged in a life or death struggle? Do you perhaps underestimate me? The Dragon King of Qi furrowed his brow, speaking with a hint of concern. Very well, let us not engage in combat. I too believe this matter must be a misunderstanding. Oh dear, his mouth was once again betraying him. The Dragon King of Qi felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, he sensed that if he continued down this path of discourse, this being from the oceanic realms would likely provoke him once more, and that confrontation would inevitably lead to battle. Such a violent clash would be most unfortunate. Just as he was about to speak, he seemed to recall the issue with his own tongue, and promptly fell silent. With immense determination and willpower, he forcibly restrained his mouth from uttering what he wished to convey. Upon hearing the Dragon King's words, Su Nan cast a surprised glance at him. He had not anticipated that the Dragon King would be such a fervent warrior. No. Wait. Noticing the Dragon King's expression of conflict, as if he wished to speak yet held back, Su Nan was plunged into contemplation. He began to meticulously recall every detail from their brief exchange. After a few moments, Su Nan formed a bold hypothesis in his mind. Thus, he tentatively suggested, Qi, from this point onward, you need only nod or shake your head in response. There is no need for you to speak. Upon hearing Su Nan's words, the Dragon King of Qi was momentarily taken aback, then regarded Su Nan with a glimmer of excitement, quickly nodding in agreement. Qi, does your mouth pose an issue? Su Nan inquired. His gaze fixed intently on the Dragon King. It is you who has the problem, the Dragon King of Qi candidly retorted, yet his head was nodding vigorously, as if electrified. Observing this scene, Su Nan became even more convinced of his hypothesis. His gaze towards the Dragon King was tinged with a hint of pity. Poor fellow, this disobedient mouth must have cost him countless potential friendships. For reasons unknown, Su Nan felt an inexplicable sense of schadenfreude. Chapter 46. Qi. Why has the war barely commenced yet already concluded? Reflecting upon it, it was indeed a conundrum. The mouth and the heart were at odds. Overcome by an impulse, Su Nan considered how the Dragon King's inability to articulate his thoughts had led to enmity with other deities after only brief interactions. Engaging in combat with one today, and another tomorrow, occasionally facing a severe thrashing, it was indeed a pain for him, yet a source of amusement for Su Nan. Trained as he was, Su Nan typically maintained a stoic demeanor, rarely smiling unless unable to contain himself. Alas, this time, he could not hold back. What are you laughing at, you scoundrel? The Dragon King of Qi's brow twitched, his gaze towards Su Nan growing increasingly grave. He harbored serious suspicions that Su Nan was mocking him, yet he lacked direct evidence to confront him. Hearing this, Su Nan's expression shifted slightly. and he stifled his laughter, feigning calmness as he replied to the Dragon King. Is there? I did not hear anything, though. Oh ha ha. The Dragon King's gaze deepened as he scrutinized Su Nan, pondering his thoughts. Perhaps he intended to confront Su Nan about his cruel mirth. After sharing a laugh, Su Nan did not forget the matter at hand. His purpose for venturing into the Bai Shui River region was to forge an alliance with the Dragon King of Qi. However, given the Dragon King's current predicament, could an alliance be formed without complications? Would his tongue not lead to trouble, for instance, provoking the myriad deities of the sea, or perhaps directly confronting the formidable Morix? Suddenly, Su Nan's thoughts brightened as he recalled Morix as a being with a hidden identity among the celestial deities. Morix was likely well-versed in various matters. Moreover, given his mastery of celestial arts, perhaps Morix could provide a remedy for the Dragon King's conflicting thoughts. However, how could he persuade the Dragon King to seek treatment? After pondering for a few moments, Su Nan decided to test the waters. Do you wish to resolve this issue? Resolve? The Dragon King of Qi hastily covered his mouth to stifle an impending expletive. Nodding vigorously instead, I have a friend, Su Nan said, relieved to see the Dragon King's reaction, and he proceeded to explain Morix's situation. His name is Morix. Upon hearing the name Morix, Su Nan feigned ignorance. Yet he noticed the Dragon King's expression darkened, his gaze becoming as profound as the abyss. Though this change was fleeting, it was evident. Morix, possessing extensive knowledge and formidable strength, should be able to comprehend the Dragon King's current predicament. Personally, Su Nan suspected that the Dragon King's unusual situation might stem from a soul-related issue. However, due to his own lack of understanding in matters of the soul, he could not confidently proclaim he could resolve it. What do you think, Qi? Su Nan inquired regarding the Dragon King's opinion. The Dragon King remained silent, bowing his head in contemplation for an extended period, just as Su Nan began to assume the Dragon King intended to signify his rejection through silence. He suddenly heard a soft voice, but Su Nan was taken aback. Glancing at the Dragon King in mild astonishment, he realized that, at this moment, the Dragon King was not expressing conflicting thoughts. How intriguing. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Su Nan's eyes as he smiled and posed another question. What is your perspective on the ongoing war among the deities? The Dragon King of Qi remained silent, regarding Su Nan with an expression of incredulity, as if questioning whether Su Nan was being intentionally obtuse. Was he truly unaware of the Dragon King's passive inconsistency, yet chose to discuss such matters at this juncture? Was he not courting disaster? Did he not fear that the Dragon King would utter something catastrophic? Under the Dragon King's incredulous gaze, Su Nan recalled his own question, and a look of embarrassment crept onto his face as he sheepishly admitted, Ahem, I seem to have overlooked that aspect. Given that, you need only nod or shake your head in response. The Dragon King's condition made vocal communication challenging. Thus the most suitable approach was to rely on gestures for now. As for why not write or use other means, too cumbersome. Moreover, given the cultural disparities among various tribes, a miscommunication due to a verbal slip could lead to unforeseen complications. Might I inquire, esteemed Qi, do you hold any thoughts regarding the 7 divine thrones? Su Nan gazed intensely at the Qi Long Wang, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his very soul. Upon hearing his words, the Qi Long Wang fell silent for a few moments before nodding slightly. Observing this exchange, Su Nan's heart sank ever so slightly that it was troubling to contemplate that the Qi Long Wang harbored ambitions regarding the position of the 7 gods. He wished to avoid any discord among his allies due to this coveted title. Thus, 2 possible courses of action lay before him. Point 1 was to eradicate the threat entirely, rallying the Brethren of the Sea Alliance to confront the Qi Long Wang together, eliminating him on the spot, thereby resolving all issues at once. The other approach would involve appealing to his emotions and reasoning with him, enlightening the Qi Long Wang to understand Su Nan's genuine intentions, thereby persuading him to relinquish his aspirations for the position of the 7 gods. The former method felt excessively ruthless and did not align with Su Nan's character. At least, that was his inclination. Nor did it resonate with his current principles. The latter seemed feasible, albeit somewhat challenging. Perhaps he could persuade Morix to offer treatment to the Qi Long Wang, while subtly encouraging him to reconsider his ambitions. However, before proceeding down that path, it would be prudent to ascertain whether the Qi Long Wang was willing to forego this position. Might I inquire, Your Excellency Qi, if you are inclined to abandon your pursuit of the 7 gods title? Su Nan inquired earnestly, and to prevent any potential misunderstandings, he swiftly added, "Our Sea Alliance comprises 5 upper-tier demon gods and 1 mid-tier demon god, who have all acknowledged Morix as the rightful victor of this domain. And we shall assist him in the forthcoming conflict for the title of the 7 gods." Yunan's message was not delivered in the clearest terms, yet its essence was unmistakably clear. He was effectively warning the Qilong Wang that should he persist in his ambitions for the 7 gods' position in the eastern continent, he would find himself opposed by 5 upper-tier demon gods. This signified that once hostilities commenced, his demise would be swift and decisive, akin to a small stone cast into the sea, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Thus, Your Excellency Qi, do you comprehend this? The title of the 7 gods in the eastern continent is akin to a hot potato. Although he was uncertain of the true intensity of this metaphor, he nonetheless understood Su Nan's implication. Consequently, he lapsed into silence. Was this war among demon gods not just beginning? How could it seem as though it had already reached its conclusion? Chapter 47. Departure from the Thin Cloud Peak. Chapter 48. Probing that night. Su Nan found himself somewhat sleepless. In truth, insomnia was not a significant concern for demon gods. It was merely that Su Nan, retaining the habits of his previous life, still adhered to the practice of resting at night. For beings such as demon gods, particularly upper-tier ones, the absence of sleep for mere days posed no issue. Even years or centuries without rest would be inconsequential. Take, for instance, Osail, who was suppressed beneath the lonely cloud pavilion in a gaming backdrop. He had gone millennia without slumber. Upon the unsealing of his imprisonment, he eagerly set forth to assault Liyue Harbor, despite having just emerged from confinement, utterly drained. Yet, even in such a weakened state, he managed to force himself to make the journey to Liyue Harbor. It seems that true stalwarts can endure thousands of years without a single moment of repose. As the restless Su Nan stepped out of the stone palace, the moonlight illuminated his path, revealing the Qilong Wang, who also appeared to be without rest. However, in stark contrast, the Qilong Wang reclined against an apricot tree, seated upon the ground, holding a somewhat withered leaf while gazing up at the cold, luminous moon. Qi, you too are awake. Su Nan greeted the Qilong Wang, subsequently taking a seat upon a nearby boulder. The nocturnal visage of the Qilong Wang mirrored that of the daytime, calm and composed, exuding an air of stoicism. Reflecting on this, Su Nan recalled that since their initial encounter, the Qilong Wang's expression had rarely fluctuated, save for the occasional flicker of light in his eyes, revealing the shifts in his emotions. With this realization, Su Nan pondered whether the Qilong Wang truly possessed a stoic demeanor. "Qi, may I pose a question?" he inquired with a smile, curiosity evident in his tone. "Why is it that you seldom smile? Is it simply your nature, or perhaps you are afflicted with a perpetual expressionless countenance?" Initially intrigued by Su Nan's query, the Qilong Wang's expression swiftly morphed into one of exasperation upon hearing the latter part. With an impassive countenance, he replied, "If you lack the ability to converse meaningfully, it may be best to refrain from speaking altogether. Given your current state, I might not be surprised if your next utterance were to occur in the next reincarnation." "I refuse to respond to that." "I see," Su Nan replied, seemingly oblivious to the Qilong Wang's retort. As he nodded sagely, "It appears you are not inherently disinclined to smile, but rather, you simply possess a rather flat expression." Once more, the Qilong Wang cast a look of incredulity at Su Nan, his demeanor unchanged, as he returned his gaze skyward, contemplating the moon. Indeed, the moon appeared larger and rounder than ever. Su Nan followed suit, raising his head and remarking with a hint of profundity, "Yet, it feels distinctly different from before. At the very least, the moon of yours seemed far more vibrant than this one. Wouldn't you agree?" Qi, Morix, in the eyes of the scholarly, was intricately linked to the celestial moon, further accentuated by the name Liyue. Anyone would surmise the deeper implications of Morix's background. And as for Qi, when he had previously mentioned Morix, an unusual glimmer had flickered in his eyes. However, at that moment, he had refrained from direct inquiry due to certain circumstances. Yet, this time was different. While constructing this humble stone palace, they had established a barrier outside the mountain, primarily to evade detection, prevent geological records, and obscure sightlines. With such a barrier enveloping the area, it would facilitate the exchange of discrete information. Thus, on this night, with sleep already a distant concern, and noticing the Qi Long Wang's departure from the palace to lean against the apricot tree. Su Nan resolved to probe the Qi Long Wang. Morix was a deity who seldom lied. Should he be directly questioned, he would likely respond in a manner that adhered to the constraints of his contract, rendering inquiry futile. However, the Qi Long Wang was of a different ilk. Therefore, this probing could be seen as Su Nan's endeavor to deepen his understanding of past mysteries, having traversed into this world and ascended to the status of a demon god. Was it not reasonable to seek further insight into information previously unknown? Upon hearing Su Nan's exploratory remarks, the Qi Long Wang's expression remained unchanged, yet a ripple of astonishment stirred within the depths of his gaze. Despite having exchanged no words with Su Nan, he found himself astonished by Su Nan's ability to deduce a connection between him and Morix based solely on certain subtle traces that I in that moment. The Qi Long Wang began to engage in a whirlwind of speculation. Rising to his feet, he regarded Su Nan with a glimmer of wariness in his eyes. However, this caution was fleeting, swiftly giving way to skepticism. This moon appears so cold, it dampens my spirits considerably. Oh well, let it be. Without uttering another word, Su Nan turned and returned to the stone palace. After all, his hypothesis had been validated, and with that confirmation, he felt satisfied. There would be time for deeper exploration in the future. As Su Nan entered the stone palace, the Qi Long Wang remained. Enveloped in a haze of uncertainty, he found himself perplexed. Given that the other party had initiated a probe, why then did he choose to depart? Surely, this was not the appropriate moment to withdraw. Perhaps it was not merely a probe, but rather a verification. A flicker of realization, a spark of astonishment, and a hint of apprehension danced in the Qi Long Wang's eyes, and the final fragment. Naturally, it was the resignation born of having been seen through. In such a short span of interaction, with but a few exchanges, he had managed to glean profound insights. The sea demon god, Olias, I shall remember you. The dragon king of Qi cast a profound gaze upon the stone palace, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of the abode of the sea god within. After a considerable time, he retreated to another chamber within the palace. He felt the need to pause and reconsider his approach towards Su Nan in their forthcoming interactions. Despite the limited time they would share, he wished to avoid allowing Su Nan to see through him entirely. This sensation of being fully understood was, in truth, rather unpleasant. On the following day, Su Nan and the Dragon King of Qi embarked on their journey towards the Rock Tribe without exchanging a word. One had attained what he desired, thus found no need for conversation, while the other sought to conceal too much of himself and was therefore reluctant to engage. Chapter 49. As steady as a rock, the journey from the Bai Shui River region to the Rock Tribe spanned a daunting 10,000 miles. Even at the speed of a demon god, it would take a considerable amount of time. After all, as a demon god, even without the enhancement of magical flight, the standard speed of flight had already reached Mach 3. Should one employ spatial divine arts, a mere blink would suffice to teleport from one nation to another. One could reference the method in version 3.8, where Ailey sent a teleportation letter to Klee. The principle utilized the connection of ley lines, leveraging predetermined spatial coordinates to awaken the ley lines information link with extraordinary power for effective transportation. In more scientific terms, this equates to quantum state information transmission. However, utilizing such divine arts necessitates suitable and corresponding spatial coordinates. In the absence of these, one might inadvertently experience a spatial accident, arriving at some obscure corner of Teyvat, should fortune be particularly unkind. Akin to Bennett's luck, he would undoubtedly find himself teleported to the Abyssal Sea due to such an accident. Of course, with Bennett's peculiar fate, even reaching the Abyssal Sea, he would likely survive. After all, this lad is merely unfortunate, not doomed. This might just be the sole advantage of being the forsaken child of destiny. Theoretically, Su Nan and the Dragon King of Qi should not require much time to reach the Rock Tribe. Yet both deities felt no pressing need to hasten their journey. They chose instead to meander along the way, taking in the sights and gathering fruits, vegetables, and rare plants as collectibles. Consequently, their leisurely approach led them to encounter unforeseen circumstances. The Salt Tribe, composed of the subjects of the Salt Demon God, Hulia, could be considered a medium-sized tribe in the early days of the Demon God War. This does not imply the strength of the Salt Demon God, but rather reflects her dominion over salt, which plays a crucial role in human balance. Coupled with her gentle and graceful demeanor, her following grew increasingly numerous. Under normal circumstances, without the demon god war, the Salt tribe would likely have thrived, but fate had other plans. Julia is not a powerful demon god, a fact evident not only in her strength, but also in her mindset. Faced with war, she did not contemplate resistance or combat. Instead, she opted for retreat. Fearing the casualties of war, she chose to lead her people away from their homeland to seek refuge in a new domain. 2 months have elapsed since the onset of the demon god war. In this brief span, the Salt tribe and its goddess have endured experiences surpassing centuries of history. They sought to negotiate a departure to find new shelter, only to encounter casualties along the journey. Thus, this cycle repeated itself. In just 2 months, they had changed their dwelling place 4 times. During this period, any suitable habitat for mortals had been eyed by numerous demon gods. At that time, Liyue was marred by calamity and evil, and even with the power of demon gods, it was impossible to eradicate these dangers without considering the depletion of their essence. Hence, a suitable and developable habitat became a coveted prize among the gods. The Salt tribe's original dwelling was such a place. Under Julia's stewardship, the region flourished with picturesque landscapes, perfect for mortal habitation. However, during an exploration, another demon god discovered their tribe and initiated war. Fearing conflict, Julia led her people away from their homeland, their hearts heavy with disappointment as they looked back to see the invaders reveling in their spoils. Once, a tribesman proposed resistance to Julia, their divine leader, but she turned a blind eye, stifling the seed of rebellion in its infancy. Resistance equated to war, and war begets death, which inevitably leads to sorrow. The benevolent Julia could not bear to witness such suffering. Thus, she chose silence. Yet today, the haven they had painstakingly found was once again threatened. Snowbach, the mid-tier rock element demon god, renowned for his expertise in city building and military strategy, is the deity and leader of the Earth City. Within this expanse of 3,000 miles, he stands as the most formidable warrior among demon gods. For Snowbach, war is a necessary means of tribal expansion. His tribe had reached the limits of the land's bearing capacity. If growth continued unchecked, an overabundance of population would become a hindrance to development. Thus, while surveying the surrounding territories, he identified 3 suitable regions. However, 2 of these regions were fiercely contested by demon gods nearly equal in strength, and war would likely result in significant losses for his Earth City. Consequently, he turned his gaze toward the Salt demon god and her tribe, perceiving them as the weakest adversaries. Naturally cautious, Snowbach sought to ensure a success rate of no less than 98% in all endeavors. Although he viewed Julia as exceedingly weak, he opted to conduct further reconnaissance to avert any miscalculations. After nearly a week of investigation, he arrived at a definitive conclusion. This was a guaranteed success. Indeed, more secure than ever before, the information he gathered revealed that Julia was timid and cowardly, unwilling to resist in the face of war, instead choosing to flee without a fight, to seize her territory. All he needed to do was make a simple declaration. What would this declaration entail? Quite straightforward. He would candidly inform her of his interest in her land, and should she refuse to yield, he would initiate war, thereby erasing the Salt tribe from existence. This would suffice. She would obediently relinquish her territory, not even contemplating resistance. Splendid that a broad smile adorned Snowbach's face, as he perceived this as the reward for a lifetime of virtuous deeds. There would be no need for bloodshed. A mere threat would secure him a land meticulously tailored for mortal survival. Julia, have you made your choice? Regaining his composure, Snowbach gazed upon the white-haired maiden before him, his eyes imbued with solemnity, as if on the verge of declaring war against Julia. War or retreat? What shall you choose? At that moment, Snowbach remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, oblivious to the fact that his intentions resembled those of a seasoned general bedecked with banners upon a stage. Chapter 50. The astute Snowbach, Julia's delicate hands clutched the hem of her gown tightly. Her head bowed, her pearly teeth grazing her rosy lip as she fell into a prolonged silence. War, once again. This detestable war. The onset of conflict would surely result in the loss of countless lives. She did not wish for their deaths. Thus, evasion was the only solution. To flee to a place devoid of outsiders, to escape to a realm free from warfare. Surely, if they could find such a sanctuary, they could live peacefully, right? Surely it must be so. After an extended silence, Julia lifted her exquisitely crafted visage, revealing a strained smile as she spoke softly. I will lead the Salt tribe away from here. So please, do not initiate war, all right? As she uttered these words, her eyes brimmed with pleading. The amber depths of her gaze, once vibrant, now reflected only a dull and despondent hue akin to ashes. It must have pained her deeply to utter such cowardly sentiments. She is genuinely terrified of the devastating costs that war brings. In just a span of 2 months, the world seems to have transformed into something entirely different. For reasons unknown, her heart is overwhelmed with exhaustion. How wonderful it would be to find a place of peace. In her heart, Helia prays to the heavens, hoping that such a place truly exists, a paradise, a land free of strife. O sky, please do not unleash war upon my people. If it were possible to eradicate war, I would gladly relinquish everything I hold dear. Alas, the heavens remain deaf to her heartfelt supplications. Then, 2 rather dubious individuals resembling street urchins make their appearance. Facing the harsh realities of war, Sunan emerges from the void, casting a glance at Helia and Snovak, his face betraying a hint of disdain for their lack of resolve. However, to evade war is to confront the agony of losing everything. Indeed, escaping war means tasting the bitterness of utter loss, loss of dignity, loss of valor, loss of future. Losing one's humanity entails many forfeitures, but to lose one's primal essence would mean losing it all. If one wishes to avoid the bitter taste of loss, resistance is the only recourse. Only through rebellion and the experience of failure can one truly appreciate the value of courage. This sentiment is not without merit. Even the Dragon King, who is notorious for causing trouble, finds himself in rare agreement with it. The Dragon King observes Helia before him, unable to suppress a sigh of lamentation, lamenting the choices of this demonic deity and the future of her people. A deity devoid of any semblance of courage will bring nothing but boundless disappointment to her followers. Noticing the sudden appearance of Sunan and the Dragon King, Helia's eyes fill with confusion, tinged with a flicker of hope. Perhaps the heavens have heard her prayers. Faintly, a glimmer of hope ignites in the depths of her gaze. In stark contrast stands Snovak, the moment Sunan and the Dragon King materialize. Snovak realizes he can see neither of the 2 deities clearly. He understands precisely what this signifies. Either the 2 possess some unique, or a concealing divine art or treasure, or they are formidable entities capable of dominating Teyvat. Sunan glances at Snovak and then at Helia, shaking his head in resignation. In his previous life, while indulging in games, he could glean from background information that Helia was a deity characterized by extreme gentleness and timidity. Initially skeptical, he soon found his doubts dispelled upon witnessing her and hearing her words. This deity, exuding an aura of vulnerability, could easily be perceived as someone who is easily manipulated. Wouldn't you agree? Especially since she appears utterly incapable of deceit. Ugh, how troublesome. Sunan, slightly vexed, rubs his face, realizing he must once again play the role of the villain. Snovak, having noticed the indifference in Sunan's gaze directed at him, is filled with trepidation. Upon hearing Sunan's words, he quickly deduces various implications. Firstly, it is clear that the other party is not here to assist him. The reasoning is evident. Sunan's gaze towards him is starkly different from that directed at Helia. One is imbued with a chilling coldness akin to winter, while the other exudes a sense of resigned pity and regret. 2 attitudes. 1 conclusion. He is about to face disaster, unable to perceive any clear aura. The indifferent gaze, alongside the vaguely familiar figure beside him, points to 1 conclusion. Superior deities. They are undoubtedly superior deities. Given their relationship, it is likely they are both of that caliber. What merit do I possess to attract the attention of not one, but 2 powerful superior deities? A tumult of indignation and helplessness surges within him. How could he, Snovak, possibly have offended 2 such formidable beings simultaneously? What perplexes him even more is Helia's predicament. If you are acquainted with these 2 superior deities, why not just say so? If you had spoken earlier, wouldn't the matter have been resolved? Why the secrecy? If only you had been honest. Would I have resorted to such underhanded tactics? No. Noticing the peculiar glint in Helia's eyes, Snovak begins to sense something amiss, soon arriving at a realization. Could it be that my luck is this abysmal? I had just intended to commit a misdeed today and have been caught already. Snovak ventures a further guess. Helia likely does not recognize these 2, who are most probably superior deities. The reasoning is straightforward. Helia's expression bears traces of confusion, and furthermore, he has learned that she has relocated her people 4 times thus far. The deities who compelled the Salt tribe to move have caused no issues. This implies that today, by sheer fortune, he has encountered 2 deities aimlessly wandering about, and even better, they seem discontented with his actions and Helia's choices. Upon realizing this, Snovak commends his own cleverness, while simultaneously rating his luck poorly. Consequently, having confirmed his suspicions, Snovak promptly declares, "Lady Helia, I believe that war is far from a favorable outcome, and relocating your people is an exceedingly complex and troublesome endeavor. Hence, after much contemplation, I surmise it would be better for your Salt tribe to remain here. Moreover, your powers allow you to produce fine salt, which can serve as a vital trading resource between our 2 tribes. For our people, salt is an indispensable commodity. What say you?" Chapter 51. A Gesture of Reconciliation. Will Helia join the Alliance of Oceans? Snovak is an astute deity. Upon recognizing the current predicament, his objective swiftly shifts from expelling Helia and her Salt tribe from their territory to forming an alliance with them. Prior to the appearance of Sunan and the Dragon King, he had deemed the occupation of the Salt tribe's land as nearly certain, with a success probability of 98%. However, with their arrival, the question of success is rendered moot. He now questions whether he can even preserve his own life. Though he fears not death, he is concerned that should he perish, the city would collapse without his protection, and his people would suffer grievously from monsters or calamities. The mere thought of such a scenario compels him to resolve never to die. If he must perish, it should not be at this moment. At the very least, it should be after the war concludes. After the war, when peace prevails, his life or death becomes inconsequential, as his people will no longer face such grim realities. Thus, the paramount concern is to earn Helia's forgiveness. He intended to seize the Salt tribe's territory through unscrupulous means, and while Helia opted to retreat, the newly appeared duo seems inclined to support her. This means that if he wishes to ensure his safety and that of the city, he must secure Helia's forgiveness. Snovak has already formulated a plan. Since these 2 deities harbor intentions to assist Helia but have yet to take direct action, they likely care about her perspective. In other words, his greatest chance of survival lies with Helia. "Lady Helia, what do you think?" Snovak emphasizes, seemingly concerned that Helia may not have heard him, but he refrains from meeting the gazes of Sunan and the Dragon King. It is not the time for such exchanges. After all, a mere glance could lead to his undoing. To be why avoiding eye contact, he hopes to retain some semblance of face, allowing his actions to be tacitly accepted. Upon hearing Snovak's sudden change in tone, Sunan and the Dragon King are momentarily taken aback, before their expressions shift to one of understanding, their gazes towards Snovak becoming laden with meaning. Well, you truly are a master of adapting to circumstances. The moment you sensed trouble, you promptly sought to remedy the situation. That it seems you only shed tears upon seeing the coffin. Yet, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. As for Helia on the other side, she gazed up at Snovak, who towered over her by a full head, her eyes brimming with confusion, skepticism, and astonishment. In short, her emotions were exceedingly intricate. To what extent was this complexity? It was overwhelming enough that her little mind struggled to process it. Consequently, she shifted her gaze towards Sunan and the Dragon King, her eyes tinged with a hint of pleading. Though her lips remained sealed, after all, she could not ascertain whether Sunan and the 2 deities had genuinely come to her aid. If not, it would be exceedingly awkward to seek assistance only to be rebuffed. Such a scenario would be embarrassing not just for her, but for them as well. Oh no, this is a disaster. Observing Helia's movements, Snovak's heart raced in trepidation. Of course, it wasn't a physical sensation of fear. He was anxious about what potentially grave words might escape Helia's lips, fearing that these 2 formidable figures might disregard his explanations and swiftly bring about his demise. If that were to occur, it would be utterly unjust. Thus, he felt compelled to avert such a calamity. Just as Snovak was about to speak, he noticed Sunan abruptly raise his hand, signaling him to remain silent to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. He reluctantly closed his mouth, his heart fluttering with unease as he awaited Sunan's next actions or words. Sunan tentatively began to speak, refraining from directly mentioning Helia's name since he was, after all, the sea deity Oleus, and theoretically, it was improbable that he would know Helia. "Helia, my name is Helia, the deity of salt. she cautiously responded, concerned that her tone might irk Sunan, even in her current state of bewilderment and naivety. She discerned the abrupt shift in Snowbach's manner of speaking was undoubtedly related to the figure before her. As for why it was this figure and not the other, it was simply because the Dragon King had not exhibited the slightest change in his gaze towards her, his countenance remaining utterly expressionless. This indicated that the current shift in circumstance was, without a doubt, due to Sunan. Hylia, Sunan nodded, his brow furrowing in puzzlement as he inquired, "What do you perceive war to be?" "What is war?" This was indeed a profound question. Snowbach, overhearing, found himself lost in thought, fervently speculating that I knew this figure's intentions were far from simple. Meanwhile, Hylia remained silent, seemingly deep in contemplation. After a considerable pause, she carefully articulated, "War is an endless sacrifice." "All right, understood." A flicker of resignation flashed in Sunan's eyes. With just that one statement, he grasped the essence of the deity's perspective. War is an endless sacrifice, a sentiment that, while accurate, subtly hinted at an alternative implication, that by choosing to evade war, one could escape the perpetual toll of sacrifice. Thus, she opted to flee from conflict. Sunan found himself at a loss for words. The philosophies of governance and approaches to war differed among deities. Hylia, disliking war, chose to evade it, whereas he, harboring a similar disdain, opted to take decisive action to end all dissent, shattering the clouds of war with overwhelming might. Truly, it was the consequence of power. He mused internally. He felt a surge of gratitude for the choices he had made in his quest for survival. Were it not for those past decisions, he would not possess his current strength, nor would he have attained his present status. Alas, who could blame me for being benevolent? Sunan sighed softly. His benevolence could not bear to witness such occurrences nor the regret of future subjects betraying their deities. Thus, he addressed Hylia, saying, "Hylia, would you be willing to forge an alliance with me? Would you like to become one of the deities of the Alliance of the Seas?" Chapter 52. Morix and Guizhong. Before Hylia could respond, Snowbach stood there, utterly astonished. An alliance? No. Is it happening this swiftly? No hesitation whatsoever. The Alliance of the Seas was evidently a prestigious coalition. Could such a formidable alliance also include me? I wish to join as well. Snowbach frantically blinked at Sunan and the Dragon King, seemingly trying to convey a hint that no, this was not merely a hint. It was practically an outright indication. Noticing Snowbach's animated gestures, Sunan turned to assess him, his brow slightly furrowing in disdain. After a moment of silence, he too inquired, "And what about you? Is there such a stark disparity in treatment?" Inviting Hylia to forge an alliance that is full of sincerity, while inviting me is accompanied by a somewhat disdainful gaze. Is it? His heart brimmed with countless unspoken grievances, yet he wore a cheerful smile on his face. Simply preserving his life was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. Now, the chance to join the Alliance of the Seas felt like a windfall. Indeed, the virtues of years spent doing good deeds paid off, Snowbach thought. Thus, both Snowbach and Hylia chose to forge the alliance, becoming members of the Alliance of the Seas. Meanwhile, in the distant Cheonji wilds, amidst the blooming fields of glass lilies, Morix was accompanied by a girl clad in flowing, wide-sleeved garments. In essence, they were not truly accompanying one another. The girl seemed to have her own motives, following Morix at her own pace. Had she exuded even a hint of malice, she would likely have already faced the bombardment of meteorites or the rain of stone spears. How troublesome, this individual's self-absorbed following. Though he thought this, Morix found himself surprisingly unbothered. However, just as he pondered this, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind, and he instinctively glanced northward. Have two new allies emerged? He murmured to himself, just as the girl beside him caught wind of his words. Upon hearing this, she seemed to recall something, her eyes brightening momentarily. With newfound enthusiasm, she addressed Morix. "Morix, let us form an alliance as well." The girl's blue-gray eyes sparkled like the night sky, and she waved her small hand, obscured by her wide sleeves, bouncing excitedly in front of Morix. Just as Morix was about to respond, he was promptly interrupted by the girl. "Call me Guizhong." Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. For reasons unknown, the moment Morix beheld those eyes, his initial inclination to refuse dissipated. After a few moments of silence, he nodded in agreement. "All right," Guizhong exclaimed joyfully, leaping with delight. After her cheers subsided, she puffed out her cheeks, and with a surge of divine energy, A ring composed of countless golden runes materialized before her. She reached her hand into the circle, seemingly searching for something that a few minutes later, her eyes brightened, and she declared, "Found it." With that, she produced a constantly shifting mechanism, the lock of the mundane world. Cough, cough. Guizhong cleared her throat with determination. Her petite face taut with feigned solemnity, yet unable to conceal her elation. She raised the ever-changing stone lock before Morix, saying, "Morix, shall we use this as the token of our alliance?" Compared to Morix, Guizhong appeared considerably smaller, resembling a cute little girl presenting a new toy to her older brother. "What do you think?" she asked excitedly, and with that, her already unassuming demeanor shattered into fragments. Today, Miss Guizhong exuded an air of authority as well. Laughs. Observing this, Morix calmly extended his hand, placing it atop the stone lock. "Huh?" Guizhong tilted her head, her large eyes filled with curiosity, but upon hearing Morix's subsequent words, her expression shifted to one of solemnity. "I, the god of precious metals, Morix, and I, the deity of dust, Hagen, thus, hereby form a defensive alliance under the witness of the world today. Let this serve as the token of our pact, never to betray." As a golden radiance enveloped the two figures, a subtle force of contract bound the two deities under the witness of the world. Casting a deep glance at Guizhong, Morix calmly declared, "The pact is established. The Oathbreaker shall face the penalty of the Stone of Consumption." However, Guizhong merely blinked, seemingly envisioning a delightful scenario, and with a playful grin, replied, "Indeed, the Oathbreaker shall face the penalty of the Stone of Consumption. It is but a trifling punishment. After all, I am the god of dust. Essentially, there is little distinction from the god of rock. Should I inadvertently break my word, I could simply demonstrate my ability to swallow a boulder whole right here. Nothing dire would ensue." With this thought, Guizhong suddenly noticed Morix retracting his hand from the stone lock. Could she endure such a situation? Hence, she boldly thrust the lock of dust into Morix's embrace. As if fearing he would return it, her right hand firmly grasped his left, pressing it against the stone lock, while her other hand applied gentle force, pushing the lock further into Morix's arms. Morix, somewhat taken aback, struggled to comprehend the thoughts of the young girl before him. Nevertheless, he did not halt his actions, accepting the stone lock. "Humph. This serves as the token of our covenant," Guizhong remarked, relieved to see Morix accept the lock. She then placed her hands on her hips, lifting her chin in a haughty manner, exclaiming, "It is also my challenge to you. This stone lock embodies all my wisdom. In summary, although my strength may not match yours, my intellect is undoubtedly on par. She spoke. A faint blush crept across Guizhong's cheeks, and she waved her small hand, which was obscured by her oversized sleeve, as if to assert her prowess. This gesture rendered her appearance akin to an adorable kitten, undeniably charming. In a meadow adorned with blooming glass lilies, the two deities stood facing one another. One bowed, the other gazing upward, seemingly locked in an exchange of glances. A gentle breeze swept through, causing petals to dance and fall, landing softly upon their shoulders. Sunlight streamed from the heavens, casting a tapestry of dappled shadows. Morix and Guizhong maintained their silent gaze, until, unable to withstand the girl's slightly audacious stare, he turned away and nodded gently, stating, "Very well, I accept your challenge." Accompanying this declaration, the infinitely shifting stone lock was placed into an alternate space. "Yay!" Guizhong exclaimed joyfully, addressing Morix earnestly. "You must remember the name of this stone lock. It is called the Lock of Dust." Chapter 53. The direction of the new territory in Xiongji Wild in the mortal realm. The Pact of the Lock of Dust served as a testament to their agreement. This lock, imbued with boundless transformations, would witness the myriad futures diverging from fate. After spending some time wandering in Xiongji Wild with Guizhong, Morix fell into contemplation. The expanse of Xiongji Wild stretched for thousands of miles. With tribes scattered throughout, in an era where the war among deities had commenced, conflicts between gods were relentless. The territory they occupied held significant importance, not only strategically, but also symbolically. The east lay the Yunlai Sea. Gazing across the waters at the Whirlpool Reef, to the north faced the Azure Waters, while westward led to Tianheng, and southward encompassed the Sea Nation. Moreover, he had forged a pact with Guizhong in this very locale. No matter how one considered it, this region needed to be pacified. However, true to Morix's character, He would not initiate an attack lightly unless provoked. Yet, the vibrant meadow of glass lilies seemed devoid of any residing deities or tribes. Leading Morix deeper into his thoughts, beside him, Guizhong tilted her head, scrutinizing Morix for a few moments, seemingly grasping his thoughts. Suddenly, her face broke into a radiant smile, and this whimsical girl promptly scurried to a nearby spot to begin her own endeavor. Of course, her actions were not malevolent. Rather, she was delineating boundaries. To be precise, she was declaring her sovereignty over the land. Given that no gods or humans occupied this meadow, it was only fitting that she would announce it as her territory as the god of dust. Just as Morix was lost in thought, Guizhong's voice suddenly broke through. He turned his gaze, just in time to see her extend her hand from her sleeve, giving a light clap before stepping before him. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing toward the area she had been fussing over, she declared, "Look!" A wooden sign had been erected in the ground, inscribed with words. Morix and Guizhong visited this place together? Upon reading the message on the sign, Morix expressed his confusion with a raised eyebrow. "This is now our territory," Guizhong said, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she waved her small hand in front of Morix. "If anyone comes here to stir trouble, we shall deal with them, I assure you. Together we will wreak havoc. Utterly invincible. Mind you, for reasons unknown, Morix felt an urge to deny any acquaintance with the girl before him. However, Guizhong, bouncing with enthusiasm, chirped, "What do you think about relocating our people here? My dust tribe and your rock tribe. Let's bring all our people together. This way, we can forge a stronger alliance." She resembled a joyful little bird. Carefree and seemingly devoid of worries. Relocating the populace would necessitate transporting their belongings, a task that demanded immense manpower and resources. Morix neither outright rejected nor accepted the idea. He responded calmly, "Even if we are to establish a shared territory for the dust and rock tribes, we must first assess the current situation that we could gradually develop this area, perhaps relocating a small group first to settle and observe their adaptation to the land." Morix's prudent nature dictated that any migration should prioritize the safety and comfort of their subjects. Respecting the will of the majority, that if most were unwilling, they could not be forced. Guizhong, nibbling on her pristine nails, expressed her frustration. "I understand all that. But what if we don't let our people settle here first? What if other deities discover this splendid location? Would they not relocate their subjects before us? If they are the first to establish their presence, wouldn't it be rather disadvantageous for us?" "Fear not," Morix reassured, shaking his head. "We can reach out to the Remilia Sea Nation or the Whirlpool Reef." Guizhong's face lit up with curiosity, but then she seemed to grasp something, her mouth agape in surprise. When did this happen? The ability to seek assistance implied a connection. Given the current circumstances during the Divine War, such information could serve as valuable intelligence. Morix had already forged alliances with the deities of these two maritime realms. "Not long after the Edict of the Divine War was issued, I formed a pact with the deity Olias of the Remilia Sea Nation," Morix replied calmly, "and joined the Alliance of the Seas." The Alliance of the Seas? Guizhong's face once again displayed bewilderment. The Dust Tribe, situated north of Tianhing Mountain, had limited interactions with the Rock Tribe, and the news of Morix's alliance with Sunan had not circulated widely, leaving her unaware of the alliance's existence. After all, the Dust Tribe had its own matters to attend to and lacked the time to monitor external affairs. The Alliance of the Seas was established under Olias's leadership and currently comprises 10 deities. Morix elaborated on the number of members in the Alliance. 10. Guizhong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Yes, you are included in that count," Morix added. "That I am included?" Guizhong tilted her head, displaying her confusion. "Indeed," Morix affirmed with a nod. "Wait a minute, I never agreed to that." Guizhong pouted, her demeanor hinting at reluctance. However, her subsequent words dispelled any doubts Morix had about her willingness to join the alliance. "But since you say I am a member of the Alliance of the Seas, then I surely am." Her cheerful demeanor returned, her eyes sparkling with joy. "That if they do not acknowledge my identity, you must advocate for me. Moreover, should I find myself in a situation where I am bullied while out and about, I shall invoke the name of the Sea Alliance. If they do not afford us the respect we deserve, you must ensure to restore my honor. My abilities pale in comparison to yours. Furthermore, you must take it upon yourself to protect me diligently, shielding me from any harm that may come my way. Do you understand?" "Very well." At this moment, he wore a helpless expression, yet his eyes sparkled with mirth. Chapter 54. Raiden Makoto, might I inquire if you two would be willing to join me in the pavilion for a discussion? Chapter 55. Seizing the opportunity of Raiden Makoto. Upon hearing Raiden Makoto's words and observing the sincerity in her gaze, Orobasis and Remus exchanged glances, each finding the answer reflected in the other's eyes. We must go. They had initially intended to address the disobedient or those willing to submit among the demons in the boundless seas. Yet here they found themselves, lost. How strange it was that as deities, they could become disoriented. After all, if Violet, as the dragon of completion, could get lost in the valley of sinking jade, what of Orobasis and Remus? Thus, their confusion here is entirely reasonable indeed. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue. Once they ascertained their location, they could simply retrace their steps. Surely, they could not become lost again on the way back. Could they? Impossible? Absolutely impossible. Given your gracious invitation, Orobasis and I, Remus, shall not decline and will humbly accept. Orobasis performed a standard Pearl Palace salute, introducing both himself and Remus. While Remus remained silent, he too executed the customary gesture of the Sea Demon Kingdom. After the exchange of pleasantries, the two gods surveyed their surroundings with mild curiosity. The situation of this archipelago was entirely different from that of the Eastern continent, in both environment and style. For some reason, they suddenly felt no urgency to return to the Eastern Sea. After all, Olias had not pressed them nor seemed overly anxious, had he? Moreover, Olias's aim was to dominate the seas, was it not? Surely he would not let such a vast expanse of ocean escape his grasp. Observing the two distinct forms of greeting, each with its unique style and motions, Raiden Makoto quickly surmised that Orobasis and Remus must hail from regions beyond this one. Coupled with their curious glances, it became evident that their arrival here was due to some unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, they bore no injuries nor exhibited signs of frantic flight, and their demeanor was somewhat amicable. It was confirmed, these two deities must have become lost, leading them unexpectedly to Inazuma. Raiden Makoto mused, so, why had they lost their way? In such an expansive ocean, it was implausible that these two would stray merely out of leisure, as such behavior would be utterly irresponsible, not only towards their mission but also towards their subjects. Therefore, their journey through these vast waters must have been for a significant reason. What could that reason be? This warranted further investigation. Raiden Makoto's mind began to race, pondering the motives behind Orobasis and Remus's presence in Inazuma, and upon arriving at a suitable conclusion, she yearned to uncover their true intentions. Thus, she prepared to escort Orobasis and Remus to Inazuma City. At this juncture, Inazuma City was merely a humble settlement, not yet developed into a true city, lacking even walls that it would be more accurately referred to as Narukami Village. Yet for the sake of clarity and contemporary understanding, it shall be referred to as Inazuma City. However, before proceeding to Narukami Village, there was still a matter to address. Her delicate white hand reached into the void, enveloped in a surge of elemental lightning, ultimately summoning a sheathed long sword, Dreams of One Heart. This was the name Raiden Makoto bestowed upon it. After retrieving Dreams of One Heart, Raiden Makoto gazed up at the fierce battle unfolding in the sky. The heavens were shrouded in dense clouds, thunder and fierce winds howling in tumult. Although the aftermath of the demon war had been contained by her barrier, its essence lingered, instilling immense pressure upon the denizens of Narukami Island. This pressure persisted for 3 days and nights. It was time for it to end. Raiden Makoto sighed softly, murmuring an apology deep within her heart, then swung her blade fiercely toward the tumultuous sky. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, a blade of thunder, several hundred meters long, was cleaved into existence. The blade soared across the sky, heading toward Inverness. Absorbing the lightning elements from the air, it grew larger with each passing moment, finally generating enough energy to catch Inverness's attention amidst the chaos. Raiden Makoto made her move. Inverness, having anticipated this, immediately roared, preparing to unleash his most potent offensive technique, retreating to brace against the impending divine strike. Howl, wind of the rending god. Tiger's roar shattering the clouds. Accompanying his roar was the divine wind that tore through the clouds. Under Inverness's command, a spectral blue tiger materialized, charging toward Raiden Makoto. Its path set to collide with the immense blade of thunder. Upon witnessing the advancing spectral tiger, Raiden Shogun's violet eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of anxiety crossing her gaze as her sister's guardian. She was acutely aware of her sister's prowess. Thus, without hesitation, she harnessed the lightning elements to bolster her own strength, teleporting directly above Raiden Makoto, preparing to intercept the strike. Moments later, the Thunderblade swung down, colliding with Inverness's roaring spectral tiger. In that instant, the Thunderblade shattered as if it were a foundationless edifice, while the spectral tiger merely dimmed slightly. Seeing this, Inverness above was momentarily taken aback, instinctively questioning the situation. Was it truly this weak? A sense of dread washed over him. What had he been so wary of during these 3 days? Had he known of Raiden Makoto's condition, he would have acted decisively, using the divine wind to eliminate her beforehand. Even if he could not slay her, he could use her presence to sway Raiden Shogun's battle capabilities. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a flicker of regret flashed in Inverness's azure eyes. However, unfortunate for him, as he glanced back at Raiden Makoto, he was met with an unexpected sight. What on earth? Where did these two upper-tier demons come from? Indeed, Inverness had noticed Orobasis and Remus standing beside Raiden Makoto. He instinctively activated his ocular technique to glean information, but found nothing of substance. This led him to deduce that these two unknown entities were undoubtedly demons, and upper-tier ones at that. Observing their positioning relative to Raiden Makoto, it seemed their relationship was quite amicable, especially considering the earlier performance of the Thunderblade, indicating Raiden Makoto's combat prowess was lacking. Close ties and being upper-tier demons suggested they were likely engaged in light-hearted banter. They would, undoubtedly, assist. What did this signify? It meant 4 upper-tier demons in total, even if Raiden Makoto's combat capabilities were not particularly formidable. The strength of the other 2 unfamiliar demons could not be underestimated. 3 primary combatants encircling him alone. At this realization, a spark of panic ignited in Inverness's eyes, even tinged with fear. He had no desire to become shattered remnants of a hero so swiftly. Facing the assault of 3 primary combatants, even 9 lives would not suffice. Moreover, he did not possess 9 lives. Chapter 56. The urgent need to escape from Inverness. Flee. It was imperative to escape, to vacate this archipelago. Remaining here was not an option. He must run, or he would surely meet his demise. They would not squander such a prime opportunity to ensnare him. Fortune may favor the bold, yet it could also lead to ruin. Especially when there was no fortune to be had, merely a deep pit, a bottomless abyss. The mere thought of potentially being besieged by the malevolent deities, ultimately succumbing to their relentless onslaught, and being reduced to mere fragments of a fallen hero, sent a chill down his spine. Thus, as the ethereal form of the divine tiger was severed and dissipated by the scythe of lightning, the once aloof Inverness vanished like a wisp of divine wind, fleeing the scene without hesitation, forsaking his kin and subjects. Not every deity possesses the fortitude for a desperate battle, and Inverness was particularly averse to such an endeavor. However, before his departure, he cast a resentful glance at Orobase and Remus. It was these 2 that had compelled Inverness to vanish so promptly. Witnessing his retreat, Thunderbolt, with a knowing smile, expressed her gratitude to Orobase and Remus, acknowledging their assistance. After all, having leveraged their power, it would be remiss not to extend thanks, lest it breed resentment between them. Such animosity was unacceptable, hence the need for gratitude. However, mere words of thanks were insufficient. No one relishes being utilized. One must not exploit others without preparing adequate compensation in advance. Moreover, this instance of leveraging their strength could be deemed a complete eradication of future troubles, especially considering Inverness's escape trajectory starkly deviated from his territorial domain. Upon receiving Thunderbolt's gesture of appreciation, the 2 deities exchanged bemused glances, momentarily taken aback, yet the lingering, resentful gaze from Inverness as he fled ignited a spark of intrigue on their faces. That a subtle dissatisfaction shimmered in their expressions directed at Thunderbolt. Such manipulation could not be appeased by mere apologies. How could one expect to garner their favor and forgiveness with such feeble words? It was utterly implausible. Yet, it seemed they could articulate their sentiments. After a brief exchange of glances, Orobase and Remus discerned a flicker of understanding in each other's eyes. What do you think? Orobase communicated telepathically to Remus. I believe it is permissible, Remus replied, albeit with a hint of distaste for such unilateral actions. However, she did offer an apology, and we have suffered no losses. merely earned the ire of a superior deity that a mere upper-tier god poses no threat before the alliance of the seas. It is folly to presume otherwise. Besides, judging by her current situation, she has likely fled far away, and such audacity to attack us seems improbable. What if she were to become unhinged over this incident? Orobase countered. Indeed, Remus mused, a hint of concern surfacing. An upper-tier deity, especially one of the wind element, though unlikely to affect us directly, poses a danger to our subjects. This individual must be eliminated. If not death, then she must be sealed away. I share your sentiments. Orobase concurred, yet Remus felt a twinge of unease at the distance already created by Inverness' flight. However, Orobase's mind word, conjuring a plan. The battle here has persisted for some time. That individual must have sustained injuries and shed some divine blood. He pondered aloud. You mean? Remus's eyes brightened with the realization. Yes, precisely as you surmise, Orobase affirmed, smiling. Once we collect that divine blood and return to the Eastern Sea, we may discover a method to trace her location based on it. A sinister smile crept upon Remus's face, exuding a malevolent glee. She is as good as doomed. Orobase echoed, their gazes locking, each reflecting a shared treachery. Their scheme was clear. Upon tracing Inverness's whereabouts, they would rally their allies from the Alliance of the Seas to confront her. Declaring, brothers, there is no need for chivalry against such vile entities. Let us advance together. Orobase's face broke into a comical grin, mirrored by Remus. Inverness, you had best hope we do not catch you, for if we do, you shall face dire consequences. A sense of unease crept over Thunderbolt as she observed the peculiar exchange between the two deities, yet their courteous demeanor exuded an unspoken comfort. Respect is a universal language. You honor me, and I shall honor you in return. Thunderbolt extended her respect to the two, subtly hinting at her desire for recompense. If that is the case, might we not engage in further discourse? Orobase replied with a courteous nod, his smile warm. Remus echoed his sentiments, though internally he harbored a curiosity about the local musical styles, eager to explore the unique rhythms of this distinctive island. Under the guidance of Thunderbolt, the three deities proceeded toward the village of the singing gods that as for lightning. She, having blocked the divine arts and returned to the ground, stood bewildered by the unfolding events. She was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Usually focused on combat, the current scene overwhelmed her senses. She absent-mindedly scratched her head, casting a puzzled look at her sister. Yet before Lightning could voice her confusion, a slender, jade-like finger gently pressed against her lips. Hush! Thunderbolt smiled tenderly, signaling her sister to remain silent and simply follow. Lightning nodded, albeit with a hint of incomprehension, and obediently trailed behind as she did so. She instinctively brushed her finger against her lips where Thunderbolt had touched her. A flicker of change danced in Lightning's gaze, tinged with a hint of enchantment. In that moment, she realized her fondness for her sister had deepened. And thus, she followed closely, her steps imbued with a light-hearted bounce, reminiscent of a playful little sparrow. Chapter 57. Recompense and Inclusion in the Grand Loft. Thunderbolt personally poured tea for Orobase and Remus, while Lightning maintained a serious demeanor, poised as if to prevent any potential threat to Thunderbolt. One could only commend her vigilance, though the tension in her expression contrasted amusingly with her inherently innocent nature. Today, I sincerely apologize for leveraging your esteemed presence to compel Inverness's retreat, perhaps even his flight, Thunderbolt said, kneeling gracefully, hands resting on her lap, her face adorned with a gentle smile. A simple apology, however, pales in comparison to the wrath and threat posed by a superior deity. To convey my regret genuinely, I am willing to exert every effort to compensate you both, provided it aligns with my principles. Though the act of kneeling was customary, Orobase and Remus found it somewhat unconventional. Therefore, they opted to sit cross-legged upon the plush cushions. This action only deepened Thunderbolt's curiosity about their intentions. A bemused smile graced Orobase's lips as he refrained from accepting the tea Thunderbolt had poured. Instead, crossing his arms and scrutinizing the two deities, Remus, contemplating the local musical nuances, yielded the floor to Orobase, who was poised to take the lead. After a moment of silent appraisal, Orobase's expression transformed into one of serene calm, reminiscent of a tranquil abyss. Might I inquire how Lady Thunderbolt intends to provide recompense? Before entering the village of Narukami, Raiden Makoto offered a brief self-introduction, which naturally included Raiden Shogun. Consequently, both gods of Ouroboros became acquainted with the names of the Raiden sisters. "Might I inquire what form of compensation you two require?" Raiden Makoto chuckled lightly, deftly passing the burden of decision-making to Ouroboros. This so-called compensation could vary in magnitude, and even be entirely optional. However, it served as a means to gauge each other's character. Should one exhibit excessive greed, deepening the bond would be unwise. Conversely, if the compensation were paltry, it would denote extreme stinginess, equally unworthy of a close alliance. Thus, a delicate balance must be struck. In response, Ouroboros extended his hand, lifting a teacup from the table, and took a gentle sip. His action was a goodwill gesture towards Raiden Makoto. Accepting this cup of tea signified a willingness to engage in genuine discourse. "Might I inquire if the conflicts among the archipelagos have concluded?" Setting down the teacup, Ouroboros posed another question. "Alas, the war among the archipelago's deities persists." Raiden Makoto sighed softly, a hint of sorrow crossing her features. "What is your perspective on this maritime territory?" Then, Ouroboros continued to probe. "Maritime territory?" A fleeting glimmer appeared in Raiden Makoto's eyes as her mind whirred, contemplating the true implications of the inquiry. Yet, given that both gods had cloaked their own auras with divine arts, Raiden Makoto was unable to discern further information, rendering her incapable of deciphering the meaning behind his words. After all, the potential meanings and directions a single phrase could convey are vast. After several moments of contemplation without arriving at a conclusion, Raiden Makoto candidly stated, "Might I request your explicit clarification, Lord Ouroboros? Pondering this matter seems overly burdensome. It would be far more practical to inquire directly. Such an approach might even yield unexpected insights." Indeed, Raiden Makoto did receive an unexpected revelation, albeit one that was somewhat startling. "Since you have requested clarity, I shall no longer veil the truth." Ouroboros smiled faintly before adopting a more serious demeanor. "We hail from the Alliance of the Seas in the Eastern Ocean. The Alliance seeks to gain dominion over these waters." Ouroboros proceeded to elaborate on the background and strength of the Alliance, revealing that their purpose for coming to this region was to establish control over the maritime domains. He also mentioned that the Alliance was in desperate need of capable individuals and warmly welcomed the Raiden sisters to join their ranks. Upon hearing Ouroboros' words, Raiden Makoto fell into deep contemplation. As she pondered, the air within the pavilion transformed into an unusual stillness. After a considerable time, Raiden Makoto exhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She then spoke. "According to your words, Lord Ouroboros, the Alliance's dominion over the seas merely necessitates an acknowledgement of title. Furthermore, should we join the Alliance, would the management of these waters still remain under our purview?" Indeed, Ouroboros affirmed with a nod. This direction was established long ago by Sunan. His intention was to secure the nominal authority of dominion first. Once this title is secured, the actual power of governance will be beyond the denial of the archipelago's deities. Who would dare to refute it? Would they not fear retribution? Moreover, the Alliance welcomes all deities to join, particularly those of other maritime regions, albeit they must relinquish their claims to maritime dominion. For instance, should the Raiden sisters join the Alliance and become members, they would receive the support of the Alliance, expediting their path to victory in the war. Subsequently, the matter of jurisdiction over the Inazuma region would be determined. If the Alliance assists the Raiden sisters in achieving victory, they would need to cede their claim to dominion over the sea to the Alliance. However, given the vastness of the maritime territories, the Alliance has no intention of managing this particular region. Thus, the Raiden sisters would retain control over it. All that would be required of them is to relinquish the nominal claim to dominion over the Inazuma region, which would grant them actual governance and assured support in their quest for victory. More importantly, should the Alliance ultimately fulfill its grand objective of governing the seas, the Raiden sisters, as members, would have the freedom to traverse the vast world. Contemplating this, even a being as wise as Raiden Makoto could not help but feel a stirring in her heart. After meticulously examining the logic of the proposition numerous times without uncovering any pitfalls, she suppressed her excitement and addressed the two gods. In light of this, why not formalize an alliance? Thus, Raiden Makoto and Raiden Shogun joined the Alliance of the Seas, becoming among its esteemed higher deities. The moment the pact was sealed, the peculiar energy of the contract naturally drew the attention of Sunan and Morix. Far away in the eastern continent at that time, Sunan had arrived at the Rock Tribe accompanied by the Dragon King. But due to Morix's absence, they were currently guests at the Rock Tribe. As he felt the vibrations of the deep-sea contract resonating, Sunan's expression turned slightly peculiar as he gazed towards the direction of Inazuma. The addition of 2 higher deities was indeed a significant change. Something felt amiss, particularly from that direction. At them, Sunan inhaled sharply, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. That direction? Is it Raiden Makoto and Raiden Shogun? They have actually joined the Alliance of the Seas. As a realization struck him, Sunan found himself bemused. If I recall correctly, according to the original fate line, Ouroboros was supposed to perish beneath Raiden Shogun's blade. Yet now they stand as allies. However, this is a positive development, as it should significantly reduce the likelihood of tragic events occurring in Inazuma, right? This world is rife with regrets, whether in Liyue or Inazuma. Now that the Raiden sisters have joined the alliance, it implies that the Tengu Sakura will not perish in the war against the East. It may even influence the timeline ahead. Perhaps there will no longer be a Hanamizuki, for the Fox Shrine Maiden may not meet her end after all. And what of the likes of Hira and so many others? They may yet live on, leading fulfilling lives and futures. Perhaps. Chapter 58. Farewell to Morix. Questions regarding the Dragon King, standing atop the summit of Tianheng Mountain, gazing out towards the distant ocean. Sunan allowed his thoughts to drift into a tranquil void, experiencing an unexpected sense of comfort. Sometimes, overthinking can lead to unnecessary troubles. Moreover, this was a rare moment for him to rest. Just then, a hand gently nudged his shoulder, presenting him with something fragrant. Sunan turned to see the Dragon King, expressionless, munching on a roasted bamboo shoot, offering him a similar one while inquiring, "Would you like some?" "Oh, thank you." Sunan was momentarily taken aback, but accepted the roasted bamboo shoot and began to nibble on it. The flavor was quite pleasant. As he chewed, he casually asked, "By the way, aren't all these little creatures roaming the mountains merely unawakened animals? Their lack of sentience means they can be consumed. Why not help them escape the trials of life?" The Dragon King paused in his eating, contemplating before explaining, "This is Tianheng Mountain. I cannot ascertain which of these little beings may have ties to Morix. I see," Sunan responded, a look of realization crossing his face. He understood that the reluctance to free those small creatures stemmed from uncertainty regarding their connections to Morix. Should he inadvertently consume one favored by Morix, he would likely face dire consequences. "So, you fear retribution? I feel the same. I once fought him and did not emerge victorious." Hearing Sunan's words, a curious glint appeared in the Dragon King's eyes. After a moment, he asked, "By the way, how much longer do you think it will be until Morix returns?" Having finished his bamboo shoot, the Dragon King inquired expressionlessly. "Well, let me think." Sunan sensed a familiar aura drawing nearer and pointed towards the east. "Look, is that not him approaching?" In the sky, 2 divine lights streaked across, revealing Morix and Guizhong walking side by side before the eyes of the 2 gods. They have landed smoothly. Upon alighting on solid ground, Guizhong spun around in exuberance, raising her hands in jubilant celebration, reminiscent of a conspicuous package. However, as she became aware of the presence of 2 others, particularly noting their bemused expressions as if gazing at a fool, a sudden flush of embarrassment crept across her face. The distinction between her demeanor in front of Morix and in the presence of others was stark. With a nervous chuckle, she pouted her lips and sought refuge behind Morix, murmuring, "Honestly, couldn't you have announced your presence earlier?" This is mortifying. Though Morix chose to disregard Guizhong's awkwardness, he positioned himself in front of her, effectively blocking the curious gazes of Sunan and the Dragon King. It seemed his intention was to alleviate Guizhong's discomfort by minimizing the scrutiny from outsiders. As Morix glanced at the Dragon King, then back at Sunan, he was about to speak when his gaze returned to the Dragon King. The figure seemed somewhat familiar, yet uncertain. "Long time no see." "Morix," the Dragon King greeted impassively. "It seems you barely recognize me after all these years." The familiar words triggered the image of a refined gentleman in Morix's mind, one who favored simple robes, always adorned with a gentle smile, exuding humility and grace, in stark contrast to the seemingly expressionless figure before him. "You have changed remarkably," Morix remarked, his expression a blend of complexity. You have changed as well. The Dragon King replied with a faintly stiff smile. Your condition appears troubling. Noticing the Dragon King's unusual state, Morix's brow furrowed slightly. This is merely a normal occurrence, the Dragon King replied, his demeanor calming. It has been this way for centuries. Beneath his calm exterior lay an unmistakable weariness that moment. Sunan, observing from the side, could no longer contain his thoughts that it seems his soul is troubled. Morix, can you examine him? Why not address the pressing matters first instead of idly chatting? He retorted, exasperated. Soul? Morix murmured, extending his hand to rest on the Dragon King's shoulder, seemingly probing. Yet, the instant he gleaned the information, his pupils constricted sharply. With a wave of his hand, golden divine light erupted, and a secret realm was swiftly conjured, into which he promptly transported the Dragon King. Witnessing this scene, Sunan wore a perplexed expression. How severe must the situation be to warrant the creation of a secret realm for treatment? Is this fellow on the brink of death? Meanwhile, Guizhong, equally bewildered, raised her head, realizing that Morix had vanished before her eyes in an instant. Thus, atop Mount Tianheng, only Sunan and Guizhong remained, each wide-eyed and exchanging glances. After a few moments, Guizhong broke the silence. I am the god of dust, Hagentis, but you may call me Guizhong. She then tilted her head slightly towards Sunan, as if prompting him for his introduction. I am the god of the sea, Oleus. You may simply call me Oleus. Once the introductions were complete, Guizhong's naturally sociable disposition emerged instantly. What is going on between them? I have no idea, Sunan replied. Shaking his head, I only know they are acquainted, but the particulars of their relationship elude me. His knowledge of celestial affairs was limited, and he was entirely unaware of Morix and the Dragon King's standing in the celestial realm. What shall we do? Guizhong inquired further. Patience, Sunan sighed. They are old friends. It is entirely normal for their reunion to take some time. Is that so? Guizhong questioned, her expression tinged with skepticism. In the secret realm. Morix asked in a serious tone, Lester, why is your divine soul reduced to merely 30%? Indeed, during Morix's earlier probing, he discovered the Dragon King's soul was patently incomplete, with 70% already shattered and vanished. The remaining 30% exhibited a peculiar state of fragmentation. Were it not for a unique force sustaining its integrity, the Dragon King would have perished long ago due to the extensive loss of his soul. Alarmingly, this protective enchantment seemed only to last a few centuries at most. In that moment, even the typically composed Morix lost his usual calm. The price of betrayal. The Dragon King chuckled lightly. Surviving is already a fortune. To demand more would be sheer greed. Morix. Upon hearing the word betrayal, Morix momentarily drifted into thought, as it invoked secrets tied to the past war of the burial fire, a narrative he could not share with any soul. Not even his closest confidant. He fell into silence, uncertain how to continue the conversation. Though I chose betrayal that year, and though it resulted in failure, I have never regretted it, the Dragon King reflected, his expression growing increasingly bitter. It is a pity for the celestial spirits. They have faced such punishment, and even their royal court has crumbled. He sighed, as if reflecting on an old wound, revealing fragments of a bygone mystery. Being a guide is no easy feat. I have heard that in the West, there remains a member of the celestial spirits. If you recall their past ties, perhaps you could offer assistance. I am now powerless. With each battle, I draw closer to demise. In no more than 4 or 5 encounters, I shall meet my end. The celestial spirits maintain a strong rapport with the deities of the Moon Palace. And their progenitor, in the presence of the 3 deities of the Moon Palace, fell in love with a traveler from beyond. Forgive me, Morix murmured softly. Is it that wretched contract again? The Dragon King paused, momentarily taken aback, before quickly comprehending Morix's intent. The contract had shaped him, yet it also constrained him. He was the god of contracts of the mortal realm, and the celestial sphere. It appeared the celestial spirits had been entirely forsaken. After all, she was still his daughter, and yet such abandonment was so easily enacted. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. What actions had he taken over the years that could earn the respect of the gods? Simply pursuing his desires led to the inevitable betrayal by the celestial spirits. The Dragon King's words were shrouded in ambiguity, yet Morix understood. After all, he bore not only the title of the god of contracts, but also unspeakably noble. So, what decisions do you have in mind? Morix redirected the conversation, Not engaging with the Dragon King's previous decisions, the Dragon King, arms crossed, fell into contemplation. I am uncertain, for your ally, the one named Oleus, has thrown the affairs of this continent into disarray. As he spoke, a hint of frustration seeped through. Who on earth is responsible for this? Does he not realize his actions have deviated from the destined course? The threads of fate are constantly under her scrutiny. She is fully aware of everything. His fate is unfettered by the confines of the world. Yet, a sudden revelation from Morix left the Dragon King in a state of shock. Are you implying? The Dragon King's voice trembled slightly as he seemed to envision a particular scenario, hesitantly asking, Morix, can you be certain? He is neither a god nor a demon, yet possesses power surpassing that of the gods. He is not an ancient dragon, devoid of any trace of their essence. Morix spoke softly. Moreover, no star of destiny shines for him in the cosmos. Upon hearing the term star of destiny, the Dragon King lapsed into silence. The star of destiny symbolizes the gaze upon fate. Any deity attempting to peer into destiny faced severe repercussions in the past. You may defy time and space, yet fate and reason are sacrosanct. Now, Morix has dared to gaze upon fate. You are quite audacious, the Dragon King chuckled softly. It seems you harbor some grievances against her. That was only to be expected. How could she justify her actions towards you? Enough of this idle chatter, Morix interrupted, cutting off the Dragon King before he could divulge further secrets. The realm had been sealed with special divine incantations, isolating it from the probing of the Earth's veins. Now, we must address the issues afflicting you. Morix scrutinized the Dragon King with great care, seemingly pondering how to resolve the issue of his old friend's shattered and fragmented soul. The matter of fragmentation was manageable. It merely manifested in sporadic episodes of severe dissociation. However, the issue of shattering required specialized care and nurturing. Is my soul still salvageable? The Dragon King inquired in astonishment, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Who among the living wishes for death? Especially considering the numerous regrets of the past that I have yet to address, along with the lingering hatred and the subjects of light strategy. Although he appeared indifferent to his own existence, it was, in truth, due to his commitment to a far more significant being that he sought to protect in his days as a celestial deity. He had boldly wielded a divine spear against the higher powers on behalf of the common folk. Now, for the sake of his own subjects, what fear could he possibly harbor? Yes, there was fear. But it was a difficult path. Morix's brow furrowed slightly as he commenced a more profound examination of the Dragon King's soul. If there is a chance for healing, that is all that matters. A peculiar smile blossomed on the Dragon King's face, infusing him with a newfound vitality. At least a millennium is required, and you must remain in a state of unconsciousness, Morix stated calmly. The Dragon King's expression soured slightly. Is it truly that troublesome? This is still the more favorable outcome, Morix retorted bluntly. Were it not for the fact that your primary soul remains intact, and that you possess the faith of numerous commoners, bolstering you with the strength of the mortal realm to prevent further dissociation of your primary essence, I would not even dare to suggest the possibility of restoration. Your very existence would be in jeopardy. But a millennium is an exceedingly long time, the Dragon King lamented, his countenance tinged with bitterness. What of my subjects during this prolonged absence? Let us not forget the alliance of the seas. Morix reminded him appropriately. The current alliance of the seas has become the most formidable power in the eastern continent. By joining the alliance, forging a pact with the deities, we allies shall ensure the well-being of your subjects in your absence. I suspect you covet my subjects. The Dragon King's lips twitched slightly, his heart brimming with suspicion towards Morix. Yet, confronted with Morix's amiable demeanor, he felt reluctant to voice his doubts. Well, I primarily fear that should I articulate my concerns and expose your deceit, I may find myself on the receiving end of a beating. Enough jesting, Morix said as the atmosphere lightened considerably, his expression suddenly turning grave. The war in the eastern continent must come to a swift conclusion. The sooner it ends, the more favorable it will be for the restoration of your soul. Under the current circumstances, the sole means of healing your spirit lies in the faith of the people. Even the most mundane form of faith can contribute to the restoration of your essence. That I understand, the Dragon King replied solemnly. Subsequently, the two deities began to deliberate on the matter of the Dragon King's subjects. Shinyu Little Theater, Sunan, fear not, my divine friend. I shall see to your wife, daughter, and subjects with utmost care. Vihi, Dragon King. 6 Chapter 60. Relocation to the Gili domain, when Morix and the Dragon King emerged from the secret realm of Dongtian. Several hours had already elapsed. The cycle of day and night had turned. Sunan stood at the cliff's edge, gazing out at the ocean, feeling the caress of the sea breeze, while Guizhong busied herself with a collection of peculiar trinkets. Seemingly engrossed in research, after casually shattering the secret realm, Morix first turned his gaze towards Guizhong, observing a small object on her table that resembled a crossbow. He then shifted his attention to Sunan, whose silhouette appeared somewhat solitary, exuding an inexplicable melancholy. "You seem to be pondering the essence of divinity," the Dragon King remarked, eyeing the two deities with a look of confusion. "That I am merely engaged in the study of mechanical arts," Guizhong replied casually, returning to her tinkering. The Dragon King was taken aback, casting a skeptical glance at Sunan, sensing that the latter was not truly contemplating divine matters. Just then, Sunan stifled a yawn and turned toward the two deities emerging from the secret realm, fatigue evident in his voice. "Have you finished your discussion? If so, do share the outcome. I am quite weary that I haven't had a proper rest in days. I nearly dozed off just now." Upon witnessing Sunan's demeanor, Morix understood that the latter wished to avoid unnecessary discussions. Thus, he conveyed the result of his conversation with the Dragon King. As Morix spoke, Sunan grasped the essence of their private discourse. "Are you implying that the Dragon King's condition has deteriorated to the point that he requires sleep for the restoration of his soul?" Sunan asked, the weariness vanishing from his face in astonishment. "Indeed," Morix confirmed, "his essence is shattered by 70%, and the remaining 30% is in a poor state. That in such circumstances, each action he takes further depletes his remaining lifespan." "I see, my apologies," Sunan responded, suddenly comprehending the implications of their previous confrontation, which had resulted in the Dragon King's shortened lifespan. At a wave of inexplicable guilt washed over him. "What is this overwhelming sense of remorse?" "Truly, I am still a good person," Sunan sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of pride. "Morality is too constraining. Had I none, I would not feel guilt over this matter." Resolved to explore the depths of his moral ambiguity, Sunan inquired, "Are you truly determined to proceed with the relocation of the subjects of light strategy?" Sunan regarded the Dragon King with surprise. That in their discussions, Morix and the Dragon King had resolved to relocate the commoners to coastal regions, primarily via waterways, sailing from Bu Plain to Cheongji Wilds, then to the beach near the Vortex Reef of Aozur. Borrowing a route through the Vortex Reef, they aim to establish a new settlement adjacent to the land of the realm of Lemuria. "Since I will be unable to perceive matters beyond the realm while in slumber, I must rely on you to care for my subjects," the Dragon King said with a smile, having temporarily overcome his dissociative state thanks to Morix's initial treatment. This once genteel man, who exuded politeness and humility, would not even engage in battle were it not for his dedication to the common folk. That in his life, there existed certain entities that were more significant than life itself. Now, he awaited further treatment to restore his essence. That being said, Sunan pondered aloud, "Why not allow them to settle in our new territory, Morix?" Just then, Guizhong, still engaged with her peculiar devices, suddenly lifted her head and spoke. Although she had been working on mechanisms suitable for the common folk, she had been eavesdropping and had heard Morix's recent remarks. That moment, she thought, was this not an opportune moment? The flourishing fields of glazed lilies were in need of inhabitants. And now that the Dragon King was to enter slumber, his subjects required relocation to a safe and peaceful place. What locale could be more fitting than those fields? To the south, west, and east lay the strongholds of allies. Thus only the potential dangers from the north needed to be guarded against, significantly reducing any threats. If they were to migrate to those fields, would it not be the most appropriate course of action? Moreover, if they were to relocate to the land adjacent to the realm of Lemuria, what if the indigenous inhabitants rejected the newcomers from the light strategy? The conflicts between natives and settlers could prove exceedingly challenging to navigate. Thus, in her contemplation, those fields emerged as the most suitable destination for relocation. Point 1 required vitality to thrive, while the other serendipitously sought relocation. How could this not seem fitting? Morix, upon hearing her, was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing the location she referred to. After a brief period of contemplation, he nodded. "It is indeed the most suitable place, though the surrounding demon lords will need to be dealt with. Once we eliminate the nearby demon threats, we shall have no further concerns." What locale are you referring to? Sunan feigned confusion, for if he was not mistaken, it should be the Geely domain that was fated to appear. However, given his current circumstances, he should not possess such knowledge, so it was entirely appropriate to express some bewilderment that I encountered Morix amidst a field of blooming glazed lilies. Guizhong began, her words laden with significance before Morix could respond. There, we forged an inseparable bond of great importance, and we named that place of profound meaning the Geely domain. Sunan found himself enveloped in a contemplative silence, despite the utterance of what should have been a mundane statement. The words that slipped from his lips felt oddly disconcerting. Was it merely my overactive imagination? Quietly, Sunan shifted his gaze towards Morix, the latter, unable to decipher the profound implications in Sunan's eyes, nonetheless affirmed the designation of the region of significant commemorative value as the realm of departure. Geographically speaking, it was indeed most suitable as a relocation site for the common folk of Liyue. I never expected you, Morix, with your bushy eyebrows and large eyes, to have learned this. A knowing smile crept across Sunan's face, leaving Morix momentarily taken aback. Chapter 61. A perfect match from any angle. What's this? Morix questioned, clearly puzzled, but was interrupted by Sunan's words. That I understand. I truly do, Sunan replied, his smile deepening as he scrutinized both Guizhong and Morix. Guizhong, Zhong-el, no matter how you look at it, they seem perfectly matched. Have you already mastered this little trick of protecting your loved ones? Yet, as Sunan continued to chuckle, he found that his laughter faltered. Even Zhongli had a beloved companion by his side, while he remained a solitary deity. Why had his spirits suddenly plummeted? Guizhong approached Morix, gently poking him in the side, standing on tiptoe to whisper, "What's the matter?" "I don't know," Morix sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Sensing that there had been a misunderstanding, though he could not ascertain what it was. Ultimately, he was but a stone man, emotionally obtuse and lacking in knowledge of such matters. After a brief moment of melancholic introspection, Sunan swiftly composed himself. "Since the migration plan has been finalized, let us commence," he said with a smile, appearing entirely unaffected by his earlier mood. Just as I was about to speak, the Dragon King of the Qilong began. But Morix interrupted him. "Resolve your spiritual issues first, and I shall establish your secret realm here," Morix stated. "Tianheng Mountain is a creation of my divine power, once utilized to stabilize this land's ley lines, making it an excellent foundation for your sanctuary." He continued, "I will employ the Four Symbols Sacred Method to settle you here." The Four Symbols Sacred Method? The Dragon King knew well the capabilities of such celestial arts. And thus he remarked, "You truly possess a grandeur that is somewhat intimidating. But, thank you." "Indeed," Morix nodded, ready to conjure a cave-like secret realm anchored to Tianheng Mountain, with the addition of a sealing stone. He would channel the power of the surrounding ley lines into this space. Ultimately, after several hours, a suitably crafted secret realm emerged. This sanctuary was akin to an enhanced version of the Immortal's Abode, boasting a protective barrier established by Morix himself, and within and without the realm stood statues of the Dragon King, designed to channel faith energy into the sanctuary, thus providing him with remarkable restorative support. Additionally, Morix had already conceived a plan. Once the war concluded, he would erect a Hall of the Gods, housing the statues of all the deities of the Oceanic Alliance, allowing their followers to pay homage. The believers' faith would be freely expressed. Even those who did not worship were welcomed as a demon god tasked with guiding humanity. He was largely indifferent to such matters as long as he fulfilled his divine duties. His power would flow ceaselessly. Thus, theoretically, as long as contracts existed in the world, he would not lose his true strength. After approximately 3 days, Morix had completed the sanctuary for the Dragon King, known as the Four Symbols Secret Realm. During this time, Sunan took the opportunity to inquire about the celestial arts system to minimize his own troubles. Morix, being the god of precious metals, embodied grandeur and wealth. He thus bundled the entirety of the celestial arts system, presenting it to Sunan in its entirety. Upon receiving an abundance of celestial arts information, Sunan could not help but marvel at the system's sophistication and richness. It was evident that this celestial arts framework had reached maturity, encompassing a comprehensive array of techniques, whether concerning advanced celestial arts related to time and space, formations, alchemy, artifact crafting, talismans, curses, or soul-related arts. It encompassed all. There were even some forbidden techniques related to fate. Preposterous. Utterly outrageous, with such a vast array of knowledge. Even if I were to forsake food, drink, and sleep, I would need at least a century to master it all, especially those forbidden techniques, each one more formidable than the last. This thought. Sunan felt a wave of relief that Morix had refrained from employing such forbidden techniques during their battle. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable hardship. Of course, given that Tivit's false sky lacked Sunan's fateful star, these fate-related forbidden techniques would have been utterly ineffective against him. Yet, Sunan remained unaware of this detail. Believing that Morix had generously allowed him some leniency. Morix, shall we meet again in a millennium? The Dragon King stood before the entrance of the Four-Symbols secret realm, turning to address Morix. A millennium hence, I hope the war has truly come to an end, whether here or in other lands that I truly despise war. When it arrives, countless lives are lost. Look after them, Morix, Oleus, Hackntus, do your utmost to spare humanity from further calamities. They have suffered enough. With that, he cast a hopeful glance at the three deities before him. I shall do my best. Sunan blinked, smiling as he said, though I once reveled in battles and warfare. I have since begun to change that. Of course, should I encounter those who refuse to heed reason, do not blame me for resorting to martial prowess. Sunan had already resolved that if anyone dared to provoke him, he would first attempt to reason with them. Should they remain obstinate, he would declare, if you cannot comprehend the words of the divine, then I possess some skill in both martial arts and divine arts. I sense that the seemingly insignificant mortals harbor immense potential. Gui Zhong mused after a moment of contemplation. Thus, I have decided to delve deeper into the study of mechanical arts. Are you familiar with mechanical arts? Mechanical arts are, before Gui Zhong could elaborate, Morix swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. Feeling her mouth covered, Gui Zhong's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of anger igniting within her as she began to tug at Morix's hand. Unfortunately, her strength was insufficient to dislodge it. Witnessing this scene, Sunan's brows furrowed in disbelief. Do you not think I am unaware? Morix is not truly exerting himself, and Gui Zhong is not genuinely resisting. These two clearly were unwittingly indulging in a display of affection, watching Gui Zhong revel in the moment. While Morix's lips curled ever so slightly in amusement, Sunan shook his head with a sigh. Had these two not realized that their relationship had transcended mere friendship? This was no ordinary bond. Chapter 62. All matters concluded. Where to next? However, Sunan found himself rather enjoying the spectacle that in his previous life. While playing the game, he had felt a deep sense of regret regarding the relationship between Gui Zhong and Zhongli, who had the earthly lock ensnared, whose light had been extinguished in the battle for the realm of departure. And after Gui Zhong's passing, the war that engulfed the entire eastern continent, rife with revengeful undertones, the Dragon King had been dismembered and subdued, Osail imprisoned, and the oceanic demon god vanished without a trace. An unnecessary yet inevitable conflict had brought forth an abundance of regrets within the game. Now that he had arrived in this world, he felt compelled to instigate some change if nothing were altered. If he merely sat idly by and allowed events to unfold, would his journey not be in vain? Moreover, he harbored the distinct impression that this pair was an officially sanctioned couple, albeit the authorities had never made it explicit. Merely hinting at the connection between the two deities, the existence of the earthly lock seemed designed to mislead players into believing that Gui Zhong harbored unspoken affection for Zhongli, only thwarted by unfortunate circumstances that prevented her from expressing her feelings. Meanwhile, it was implied that Zhongli was akin to a stone, utterly oblivious to the nature of love, thus rendering their eventual separation inevitable. Perhaps Gui Zhong had always been the one to suffer in silence. Between the two of them, there exists a wealth of information yet to be unearthed, yet these insights, which could clarify their relationship, remained unspoken until after his arrival. This predicament has left him quite distressed. However, now that he is here, he is determined to enhance the bond between the two. He, Sunan, shall secretly play the role of a matchmaker. Yet, Sunan has discerned a crucial point. Why is it that until now, he has not encountered those celestial beings? Sunan fell into deep contemplation, his gaze surveying the area beneath Tianhing Mountain. To be candid, if he wished to comprehensively grasp the current circumstances of the rock tribe, he could simply unleash his perception and conduct a vast scan. However, such an action would be exceedingly rude and imbued with a sense of provocation. Should he dare to proceed in this manner, it might incite conflict with Morix, likely leading to an inevitable clash. While Sunan was lost in thought, Morix had already exchanged parting words with the Dragon King. "In 1,000 years, we shall meet again," Morix said with a light-hearted smile, bidding farewell to the Dragon King. "This brief separation is merely a prelude to a more splendid reunion that I look forward to our next encounter." "Lustard, so do I, Morix," the Dragon King replied with a smile as he stepped into the secret realm. Yet, at the very last moment before entering, he turned back to cast a deep gaze upon the three deities present. A gentle smile gracing his face as he stepped inside. Observing the Dragon King enter the secret realm, Morix reined in his expression, golden divine light soaring into the heavens. 4 massive golden pillars of light ascended from the 4 cardinal directions of Tianheng Mountain, converging to outline an exceedingly intricate rune. After 3 days of studying celestial arts, Sunan had garnered sufficient understanding of the rune system. Thus he immediately recognized the meaning embodied within this rune. Divine. Following this, a myriad of runes began to coalesce, each representing distinct meanings, yet all existing to facilitate the Dragon King's cultivation. Minutes later, as the runes were fully formed and illuminated the void where the secret realm resided, a symbol representing ethereality was affixed at the entrance of the secret realm. The surrounding stones began to tremble as the secret realm gradually sank into the mountainside, exhibiting a phenomenon of ethereality. Seemingly concerned that Su Nan and Guizhong might misinterpret the situation, before they could voice their inquiries or display puzzled expressions, Morix preemptively explained, "Recently, some of my subjects have suddenly emerged, prone to wandering about. I worry they may venture up Tianheng Mountain with unclean intentions, potentially disrupting the Dragon King's cultivation. Therefore, I have submerged his cultivation secret realm into Tianheng Mountain to prevent those wayward mortals from causing unforeseen disturbances." "I see," Su Nan responded, his expression one of understanding. Back in his gaming days, he, as a sprightly young character, delighted in wandering hither and thither, occasionally digging in hopes of uncovering hidden treasures. He was undoubtedly a pest in the realm of Teyvat. If players like him were like that, what of the original adventurers? Human curiosity is an insatiable force. Hence Su Nan comprehended Morix's decision. "Morix, are you planning to relocate those mortals to Liyue Harbor next?" Su Nan inquired of Morix and Guizhong. "Indeed," Morix nodded. "From here on, we shall rely on Guizhong's mechanical expertise." Heh. Guizhong chuckled with pride, hands on her hips, her head held high. "In the end, it all hinges on me. Doesn't it? Morix, in this regard, I must say I've outdone you." Guizhong leaned slightly forward, speaking to Morix with a triumphant tone. Morix could only shake his head in resignation, a smile gracing his lips, observing the harmonious atmosphere between the two deities. Su Nan quietly withdrew that it was time for him to attend to his own matters. As he traversed the vast, boundless ocean, feeling the invigorating surge of power within him, Su Nan began to meticulously organize and plan his forthcoming endeavors. In the Genshin Sea region, Ozer is practically unrivaled, thus he need not worry about affairs there. He trusts him implicitly. He then set his sights towards the direction of the Inazuma Sea region. Oroba and Remus have already commenced their arrangements there. He could sense his authority as the sea god growing ever stronger. It seems they are thriving and performing admirably as for the South Sea region, the North Sea region, and even the far-off West Sea region. Su Nan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Perhaps it would be prudent to ease off for the time being. The other 3 sea regions border the central land, the Western continent and the Northern continent. These 3 continents differ greatly from the Inazuma Sea region. The War of the Archons in Inazuma was essentially a duet performed by the Raiden sisters, devoid of any formidable archons. However, the other 3 continents present a stark contrast. Therefore, the sea regions adjoining these 3 continents pose a far greater degree of danger and complications than the Inazuma Sea region. For now, he shall set aside plans for the 3 sea regions and focus on fully dominating the East Sea and Inazuma Sea regions. Once the disputes in these 2 regions are resolved, it would be opportune to conclude the Archon War in the Eastland for after the war here concludes, it would be time to devise a comprehensive strategy for the high seas. He could sense that the power of the primordial abyss would be the most pivotal aspect of his plans to dominate the seas. In the face of the primordial abyss's power, the plans for the other 3 seas can be temporarily shelved as Yunin gazed towards the direction of Fontaine, his eyes becoming profoundly contemplative. Chapter 63. In the name of the sea god. All gods shall bow, To strategize the power of the primordial abyss, one must not overlook the currently imprisoned sovereign of waters, the pure water spirit king, Egeria. Egeria, appointed directly by the Sky Island as the inaugural water god, received her mission from the heavens and the remnants of the old Dandelion only after the demise of Remus. However, prior to that, she was merely a pure water spirit endowed with extraordinary power. Of course, she is not an ordinary pure water spirit, but rather a tool spirit. During the distant era of the Eternal Continent, post-creation war, the god of life, the ruler of life, the sovereign of life, crafted a being to suppress the life force of the primordial abyss. Thus, the god of life created Egeria, the heart of the primordial abyss. Egeria's life has been one of compassion, yet also one of servitude. After the fall of Liyue, she was imprisoned deep beneath the sea and was thrust into the role of the heir to the fallen nation, ultimately founding and establishing the nation of Fontaine. When the Canria War erupted, her powers effectively suppressed the encroachment of the abyssal forces, leading her to willingly perish, transforming into the Sea of Dew, assisting in the resistance against the abyssal invasion. Throughout her life, she experienced 3 significant rises and falls, yet it can be summarized as a life spent as a tool. Upon reflection, it seems rather pitiable. Su Nan mused, scratching his cheek as if speaking to himself. Well then, when I reach the high seas, I'll be a bit kinder to her. It shall be my act of compassion towards this unfortunate soul. Su Nan considers himself a good person, although he has committed acts of heinous nature, murdering entire families, eradicating roots, backstabbing superiors, and bullying the weak. He genuinely believes himself to be a good person. That if anyone doubts this, they can ask him, just see if he would kill your family. That if he refrains, then he is indeed a good person. If he does, you better acknowledge him as such. However, speaking of which, what has Ozer been up to lately? Su Nan's gaze drifted towards the direction of the Qianqing Sea region, sensing something amiss with him during this period. Never mind, I shall go see for myself. What if he encounters some dangerous foe that leads to disaster? With these thoughts in mind, Su Nan deftly navigated the waters, racing towards the nebulous sea within the Thousand-Star Sea region. In just a couple of hours, he traversed thousands of miles, arriving at the nebulous sea. At this moment, the nebulous sea had undergone significant geological transformations due to the recent divine battle and the demise of Gaddis. The sky was intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, accompanied by torrential rains and ravaging gales. While colossal waves surged upon the sea, despite the seal placed by Oser, the vast expanse of ocean made it exceedingly difficult to thoroughly stabilize the tectonic undercurrents in a short span of time. Thus, observing the scene from outside the nebulous sea appeared tranquil and serene, yet upon entering, one would feel as if they had stepped into an apocalyptic realm. Sensing the atmosphere, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Nan's eyes. To his astonishment, it seemed that a foreign upper-level demon god had perished here, and its strength appeared formidable. Following his astonishment came concern for his friend Oser. Where had that fellow Oser gone to recuperate? Honestly, didn't he know to call for help? With so many of us, we could have banded together to teach this unfamiliar foe a lesson. Shaking his head in resignation, Su Nan summoned the ancient tides of the deep sea once more. The resonant and melodious tones echoed as he invoked his divine authority to realign the ocean's undercurrents. Although his friend Oser seemed somewhat unwell and weakened, the immediate priority was to restore the stability of this region's geological foundations. Assisting an ally in addressing post-battle complications was also part of their duty as comrades. He tore apart the cloud cover with divine might, communicated with the ocean's sentience through his powers as the sea god, and supplemented this with the force of faith to mend and restore. A month later, the undercurrents had been completely stabilized, though he refrained from disturbing the seal at the sight of the demon god's demise. At this moment, Oser had also arrived by his side. Have the undercurrents been restored? Oser inquired of Su Nan. A month prior, he had sensed the shattering of the barrier he had established in the nebulous sea. Initially believing that some unwitting individual had breached it, upon returning after some time, he found Su Nan engaged in the task of stabilizing the undercurrents. Therefore, Oser had quietly remained at Su Nan's side, serving as his protector while he focused on his work. Yes, it has been restored, Su Nan replied, stifling a yawn, glancing at Oser with a hint of exasperation and complaint. How could you just kill an upper-level demon god? He sought to kill me, so I killed him, Oser stated calmly, yet his tone bore a trace of dissatisfaction. Perhaps he felt displeased by Su Nan's words. sensing the slight discontent in Oser's voice. Sunan pondered briefly and comprehended the source of Oser's feelings, leading him to respond with greater resignation. Surely you don't think I lament the loss of an upper-level demon god's combat prowess? If so, you are mistaken. Oser's expression reflected a hint of confusion. In response, Sunan rolled his eyes and remarked, a demon god harboring grievances against the members of the Alliance should be eliminated without hesitation. I merely find it a pity to lose his divine essence. Extracting such a wealth of primal power could have been advantageous for storage or mending the damaged undercurrents. Moreover, the essence of an upper-level demon god can rapidly regenerate over time with the support of faith. It is a reusable resource, and to eliminate it outright is truly a waste. As he spoke, a look of regret crossed Sunan's face. Oser fell into a moment of silence. Initially, he had thought Sunan was lamenting the loss of a potentially recruitable upper-level demon god, only to realize that Sunan's lamentation was over the loss of a reusable divine tool due to Oser's swift actions. I see, I misunderstood. Oser's expression softened slightly, but he felt compelled to clarify. Gaddis committed suicide. Gaddis? Oh, so Gaddis took his own life, Sunan mused, recalling the words of Remus, leading him to an epiphany. Oh, it was that fellow. Then killing him is no great loss. By the way, how goes your work in the Thousand-Star Sea? Sunan set aside thoughts of Gaddis and shifted to another topic. Not well. Oser shook his head. Thus far, I've dispatched 3 demon gods, while 6 others, accompanied by their kin, have fled to other seas. They seem unwilling to accept the dominion of the Alliance. Hearing this, a glint of coldness flickered in Sunan's gaze, his overwhelming murderous intent surging forth, stirring the once calm sea into towering waves once more. Unwilling. They dare. A bunch of worthless creatures. Do they think they can act brazenly after being given a taste of authority? Absurd. If they refuse to cooperate, then let them all perish. In the name of me, the sea god Alius, all gods shall bow. Chapter 64. In the name of the sea god, all gods shall bow. After uttering these words, Sunan gently placed his hand on Oser's shoulder and said, I will handle the affairs of the Thousand-Star Sea from here. You should return to the Vortex Reef to recuperate. Oser remained silent for a moment before sighing. Perhaps it's best to spare some lives. Those demon gods may have simply been caught off guard, wanting to see the choices of the others. You know, demon gods can be quite conformist. Upon hearing this, Sunan's previously fierce expression softened slightly, his killing intent and battle fervor diminishing significantly. In light of Oser's counsel, Sunan responded with a hint of resignation. You are too kind-hearted. Very well, I will grant them one final opportunity in the new world of the Alliance. There is no place for the foolish. Am I truly too kind-hearted? Oser mused, a peculiar expression crossing his face, reflecting on his own actions prior to battling Gaddis, where he had slain several demon gods and driven some, along with their kin, from their longtime homes. He pondered, perhaps kind isn't quite the right descriptor. Yet, upon recalling Sunan's past misdeeds, such as rooting out enemies, annihilating entire families, and backstabbing superiors, he suddenly felt that the term kind-hearted could indeed apply to Sunan. After all, compared to Sunan, his actions appeared considerably gentler and more compassionate. Oh no, I am not the demon god of the Vortex, but rather the kind-hearted demon god, Oser exclaimed in shock, realizing a startling truth. Very well, in any case, the decision is yours to make. Oser stretched and gazed longingly in the direction of his domain. That I must return to recuperate. I sustained significant injuries in my battle with Gaddis and require ample time to heal. Do not summon me unless necessary. Seemingly worried that Sunan might forcibly conscript him, he added, don't call for me. Understood? With a slight twitch of his lips, Sunan sighed. Fine, whether in need or not. I won't call for you. Is that satisfactory? He rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, you lazy bum. Oser grinned at this, saying nothing further as he transformed into divine light and vanished from Sunan's view. Observing his departure, it was clear he was heading towards the realm of the Vortex Reef. With a resigned shake of his head, Sunan gradually composed his expression, his gaze turning deep and indifferent. The demon god of the Vortex has gone to rest. Now, it is time for the sea god to take action. The Sea of White Clouds, often referred to as the ocean that meets the sky, is a realm where thick layers of clouds converge with the vast sea, as if celestial deities have transported their heavenly abodes to this very place. Amidst the expansive sea of clouds, a mysterious giant seems to lurk, sometimes rolling, sometimes trembling, and at times emitting a thunderous roar. As mist swirls around, droplets of water frequently descend. At the heart of the sea of white clouds lies a secluded island, inhabited by a number of human commoners, remnants of ancient times who fled from the mainland. They found themselves stranded here due to their disorientation. Humanity possesses a formidable capacity for adaptation, capable of surviving in many harsh environments. Yet, this adaptability comes with a prerequisite, the imperative to survive. Due to the unfamiliar terrain, many of these commoners perished during the initial stages of settling on the island. In their desperate bid to endure, they attempted to beseech the heavens. Fortunately, their prayers were answered, and a divine light descended upon them. Following the direction of this celestial illumination, they discovered a new faith, a massive, pulsating cloud that radiated brilliance. Witnessed by countless commoners, a deity emerged from the clouds. Standing above them and proclaiming himself as the cloud deity, Sanders that he vowed to guide the development and future of the island's inhabitants in the years to come, promising them protection, sustenance, and knowledge until they would no longer require his presence. As time progressed, the cloud deity Sanders upheld his ancient promises until today, when everything began to shift. Sea deity Oleus, you have overstepped your bounds. This is my territory, my sea of white clouds. Do not dare to seize what is mine. Depart from here. Leave. Sanders roared from atop the clouds, his lower half entirely fused with the immense cloud cover that enveloped the sea for hundreds of miles. That he wielded his staff, summoning various forms of thunder, storms, and torrential rain. However, the absolute disparity in power rendered all of Sanders' divine techniques seemingly ineffective, leaving him to despair as the imposing figure approached him step by step. Sunan, arms crossed, gazed indifferently at the deity before him. He had set no defenses. The divine techniques unleashed by Sanders merely grazed the edges of his garments. With the conquest of numerous seas by the Alliance of Oceans, his dominion as the sea deity had grown even more formidable, rendering him increasingly powerful in every aspect. As he regarded the cloud deity Sanders, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Did Sanders truly believe that harnessing the oceans could harm him? A deity favored by the sea, he should understand the significant reduction in damage from oceanic powers, a consequence of the absolute hierarchical difference between superior and inferior deities, compounded by at least a 50% reduction in oceanic damage. The mere fact that his garments had been grazed was due to the opponent's use of lightning element divine techniques. This individual had not only failed to dutifully approach Lemuria after the declaration of war, but had also stubbornly remained in the Thousand-Star Sea. Did he truly think he was an amicable deity? Thus, he resolved to exert maximum pressure upon him and utterly crush him. As for killing him, Ossel had advised to spare some lives, so he would heed that counsel. After all, even an inferior deity could be stripped of their essence and serve as a suitable tool deity. Is this truly your strongest power, Sanders? Sunan stepped forward, causing peculiar blue ripples to ripple through the void, eliciting a roar from the ocean, a response to the sea deity. As the ocean's roar resonated, a strange divine light instantaneously pierced and tore through the expansive cloud cover. Sanders howled, as countless layers of clouds began to collapse. His upper body was grazed by a beam of divine light, obliterating the left half of his divine form. So feeble, Sunan remarked coldly. What audacity grants you the courage to defy the commands of the Alliance of Oceans? Do you believe we are too timid to wage war? Foolish wretch. In the forthcoming new world, the Alliance of Oceans shall have no need for imbeciles like you. Become a stepping stone for the new world, and pay the price for your foolishness. Cloud deity Sanders. From the depths of the ocean, the chains that bridged heaven and sea re-emerged, extending from the void and swiftly penetrating the layers of clouds above the sea of white clouds. A colossal vortex materialized beneath the cloud cover, its terrifying binding and devouring powers rendering Sanders utterly defenseless. As he was ensnared in the realm of oblivion, Sunan calmly extended his hand into the void. And moments later, he grasped a crystal sphere that contained the cloud deity Sanders. As he toyed with the crystal sphere in his hand, Sunan gazed at Sanders, trapped within like an insect encased in amber. Lost in contemplation, just how many deities resided within the Thousand-Star Sea? According to Remus's incomplete statistics from days of yore, there were at least over 20, and a number had departed, Some had pledged allegiance, though no alliances were yet formalized. They would unite collectively later, and some had been slain. Now, only 4 or 5 deities remained in the Thousand-Star Sea, and one had just been sealed by Su Nan. This indicated that the issue of deities in the Thousand-Star Sea would soon be resolved. However, resolving the deity problem did not equate to resolving the racial issues. The Thousand-Star Sea harbored a vast food chain, with various sea races constituting the current plethora of factions within the ocean. Why did Ossel mention that addressing the issues of the Thousand-Star Sea would require at least a century? It was precisely because of the deep-seated enmities that existed among these sea races. The rise of one race signified the decline of another, which was often a branch of yet another race. Such intricate relationships were challenging even for superior deities to navigate. They would require decades to untangle the web of relations among the races. Su Nan had never been fond of dealing with such matters, and thus he had resolved that once he dealt with the deities of the Thousand-Star Sea, he would leave the remaining complexities to Ossel. As the saying goes, those capable should bear more burdens. Su Nan, self-deridingly considering himself a mere waste, was not one of the capable, hence he needed a good friend like Ossel to assist him. Placing the crystal sphere containing Sanders into a pocket dimension, Su Nan steered the ocean towards another maritime realm, the star-drenched sea. I am Oleus, the sea deity, sovereign of the oceans, instilling fear across the realms. You rebellious deities, do not court your own demise. Yet what answered Su Nan was a divine spear, imbued with the power of divine winds, stretching hundreds of feet long. The spear seemed to have amassed its might for an eternity, poised to unleash a fatal strike in this very moment. As he faced this assault, Su Nan's gaze grew solemn, but he discerned that the shadowy deity, Cesaro, was among the most dissatisfied with him and the alliance of oceans. For this divine spear's might had transcended that of a typical inferior deity. Was he attempting to resist by accumulating power? Su Nan's expression remained impassive. It appeared he did not grasp the significance of the disparity between superior and inferior. In the face of what Cesaro believed to be a decisive blow, Su Nan did not even employ divine techniques. He merely extended his right hand, summoning the might of the ocean. A colossal hand, formed from the waters of the star-drenched sea, manifested, seizing the divine spear in an instant. A hint of surprise flickered in Su Nan's eyes. This spear had not been crushed. Indeed, he had initially intended to shatter this divine spear. But he was taken aback to find that it not only resisted, but seemed to possess a will of its own. Observing this, a glimmer of interest flickered in Su Nan's eyes. Could it be akin to the oceanic divine artifacts? Similar to the great eye of Cybros, with a slight increase in his grip, the oceanic hand tightened its hold, and the divine spear emitted a mournful cry before transforming into a spear of a foot in length. Now firmly in Su Nan's grasp, examining the dimly shining weapon in his hand, Su Nan nodded with satisfaction. As the saying goes, treasures of the world belong to the virtuous. My fist is larger than Cicero's. Hence my virtue surpasses his. The deity of my caliber, brimming with virtue, rightfully deserves more divine artifacts. This spear is commendable, but regrettably, it shall soon belong to me. With the divine weapon placed into another dimension, Su Nan redirected his gaze towards the seabed below. Having previously wielded the colossal hand that shaped the waters of the stargazing sea, and with that hand yet to return, Su Nan intentionally controlled the sea to leave only a meager amount of water for the survival of the marine beings within the expansive 100-mile radius. Observing the fierce and unrepentant expression of Cesaro Fei below, Su Nan let out a cold chuckle before instantly appearing before him, delivering a resounding slap. Damn it, do you think you can challenge me? Su Nan poured his true strength into this strike, sending Cesaro Fei back to his original form, along with propelling him a considerable distance away. Only when he reached the edge of the stargazing sea did a new giant hand emerge from the periphery, bringing him back. Watching Cesaro Fei being slapped back, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Su Nan's eyes. Upon his arrival in the stargazing sea, he had approached Cesaro Fei with cordiality, clearly explaining the benefits of joining the Alliance of Seas. Yet, this fellow not only refused to listen but also dared to launch an attack against him. Initially, Su Nan thought Cesaro Fei was merely reacting defensively due to his presence, and after parrying a few strikes, he urged him to surrender promptly, suggesting that he could leave the Thousand-Star Sea if he chose not to comply. However, to Su Nan's utter astonishment, it became the imaginative prowess of Su Nan is remarkably strong. as he directly associates the current circumstances with the underworld during the Age of Eternity. At that moment, the surrounding environment seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, swiftly converging towards a specific direction. Observing this, Sunan quietly followed suit. After journeying for approximately several hours, he stumbled upon a towering structure constructed from countless bones. At the pinnacle of the skeletal tower, a black vortex resided, selectively absorbing the surrounding dust of corpses. As the dust diminished, the tower appeared to expand subtly. After an indeterminate period, once the surrounding corpse dust was entirely drawn into the vortex, the environment transformed, becoming markedly clearer, as if life had returned anew. While Sunan pondered the unfolding events, the skeletal tower suddenly erupted, disintegrating into a myriad of dust particles that spread rapidly. In mere moments, the entire withering sea was engulfed once more by the dust of corpses. With the withering sea once again filled with the remnants of death, the surrounding environment underwent another transformation. The ancient kingdom of the deep sea re-emerged before him. The colossal barrier enveloped the realm of the deep, where beings both human and non-human traversed the land together, an ancient machinery whirred with an air of enigmatic power. This was an illusion, and Sunan scrutinized his surroundings, carefully observing this scene that had never graced his eyes in reality. How magnificent and beautiful it is, isn't it? Just then, a languid yet insightful voice whispered in his ear. Sunan, unfazed, turned to gaze in the direction of the voice. Dark, ink-like hair was veiled by a black scarf, partially obscuring her cheeks, while deep purple lips exuded an unusual allure. The corners of her mouth slightly curled, as if to suggest her pleasant mood. Clad in an exceedingly conservative black dress adorned with roses and thorns, she seemed to embody an enigma. Is this the demon god of whispering death, Lute? Sunan inquired with a tone of certainty that I never expected the illustrious Lord Alius to be aware of someone as insignificant as myself. Lute replied, lifting her head slightly, her inky eyes meeting Sunan's gaze, seemingly taken aback by his knowledge of her. Well, since it is you, that makes things easier. Sunan nodded, suppressing his expression, and stated rather indifferently, your affairs do not concern me. I merely wish to know your perspective on the alliance of the seas. Having neither chosen to depart the Starry Sea nor journey to Lemuria for negotiations, it appeared that Lady Lute harbored some unnecessary thoughts regarding the alliance of the seas. Silently withdrawing the heavenly sea divine blade from the void, Sunan coldly regarded Lute, as if ready to strike at the slightest inappropriate remark from her. In truth, such was indeed his intention. A fan unfurled, concealing her slightly parted lips, as Lute smiled at Sunan. It seems Lord Alius is not in the best of moods today. However, what answered Lute was the sound of the blade being drawn. The edge of the sword glided past her cheek, its chilling sharpness imparting a slight sting to her skin. Sunan held the heavenly sea poised against Lute's neck, a cold smile gracing his lips. I grant you a chance to reorganize your words, Tha. Upon hearing this, feeling the blade poised to strike, Lute, who had initially harbored a hint of amusement in her eyes, was suddenly rendered speechless. Is this really so direct? She had anticipated a verbal duel, an intellectual contest where, under the weight of his astonishing wisdom, she would ultimately have to submit and join the alliance of the seas. Yet, the current turn of events was decidedly unexpected. The other party had opted for a physical confrontation. Just as Lute was about to articulate her thoughts, she felt the blade press down slightly against her neck, experiencing that unmistakable sensation of pain. She fell into silence once more. Are you truly serious? Lute gazed at the coldly smiling Sunan, her expression contorting with conflict before she resignedly uttered, I am willing to join the alliance of the seas and become one of its members. Upon hearing this, Sunan nodded with satisfaction, retrieving the old employee, the great seashell, from the void and placing it between himself and Lute. She gazed at the seashell before her. Lute's face was pie. Do you truly believe that my millennium of existence has been in vain? The celestial beings lurking in the shadows harbor not a single benevolent intention. Shinyu pleads. Esteemed readers, I find myself in dire need of reviews. With so many readers, yet so few reviews, I cannot help but feel that my work is destined for failure. Chapter 68. In the name of the sea god, all gods shall bow. Completed. This marks the last demon god standing in stubborn resistance. Sunan stood at the edge of the void sea, surveying the expanse of water. Once he resolves this matter, He can entrust the remaining affairs entirely to Ossard. I have no desire to involve myself in the disputes of the sea tribes. It is an utterly tiresome endeavor. As he stepped forward into the void sea, a colossal barrier instantly manifested across the entire sea. The sky quickly darkened, with stars twinkling in the inky void. It resembled a space-based annihilation cannon. Sun stroked his chin, gazing upwards, wondering if it would soon unleash hundreds or even thousands of divine beams. Just as he anticipated, the heavens rained down annihilating divine light. A question mark slowly formed in his mind, leaving Sun utterly bewildered. Is it truly a space-based annihilation cannon? To his astonishment, when the divine light descended upon him, it caused no harm whatsoever. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Sun casually dispelled his defensive spell and extended his hand to test the divine light falling from the stars. No sensation of pain came, and there was even a hint of warmth. Why does this light possess no power? An idea flashed through his mind as Sun prepared to probe the great barrier of the void sea. I sense that at least 3 upper-tier demon gods are hidden here. The Crimson Red Dragon, the Azure Giant God, and the Golden Divine Eagle. As Sun spoke, 3 formidable giants indeed materialized before him. These giants corresponded to the 3 divine apparitions he mentioned: Osiris' Sky Dragon, Obelisk's Giant Soldier, and the Winged Dragon of the Sun God. Their towering forms exceeded 1,000 feet, radiating an utterly terrifying aura. How intriguing, mused Sun, a slight grin spreading across his lips as he instantly shifted to stand before the giant soldier. Extending his right hand towards it, deep sea, raging current, the pure resonance of divine power summoned the endless might of the ocean. In an instant, a colossal formation comparable to the size of the giant soldier emerged, unleashing a torrent of elemental waves that obliterated the giant soldier's form, cutting through the void sea with unyielding force. Retrieving his hand, Sun fell into contemplation. After a brief validation of his conjecture, he deduced the purpose of the barrier. Quite interesting, yet not particularly so. Silently, Sun drew forth the sea goddess blade, realizing it to be but a mere illusion, devoid of the might befitting an upper-tier demon god. The game must come to an end. His gaze shifted to the stars twinkling in the pitch-black sky. The nodes are too conspicuous. It is best to reveal themselves. Swish, heavenly sea, star shatter, the blade of light, infused with immense divine power, sliced through the sky, shattering the illusory stars above. With the destruction of these false stars, the barrier enveloping the entire void sea simultaneously vanished. Simultaneously, a blue figure descended from the heavens. Splash! The figure plunged into the sea, creating a considerable splash as a flicker of divine light passed through Sun's eyes. Immediately, a colossal hand emerged from the ocean, its palm cradling the demon god of the void sea. The illusory demon god, Enlilar, that moment, Enlilar lay in the giant hand, blood oozing from her body, a deep gash visible from her right shoulder to her left waist. It was evident that Sun's previous strike had nearly cleaved her in two. Coughing, Enlilar struggled to lift her head, her azure eyes fixed intently on Sun. She seemed to be attempting to utter something, but her injuries rendered even that arduous, casually casting a healing spell to aid her recovery and prevent her from perishing. Sun noted her weakened state. However, as a demon god, she could still draw upon her essence. How dull. Observing her condition improve, Sun stifled a yawn, denying her the chance to speak. Instead, he proceeded to seal her away in the realm of the abyss, just as he had done previously, crafting a crystal sphere that would halt the flow of time and confining her within. Stretching slightly, Sun also retrieved the other 2 crystal spheres containing the imprisoned demon gods. The 3 who dared to retaliate against me have been secured. Thus, the 1,000 Stars Sea can now be deemed free of demon god-level foes. My affairs have come to a satisfactory conclusion. After stretching his limbs and stabilizing the elemental disturbances in the sea, as per his usual practice following each conquest, he set his course towards the kingdom of Riemlian. There were matters he needed to address personally. In the kingdom of Riemlian, within the depths of the Sea Palace, the gods had gathered to discuss the establishment of a covenant with the Alliance of Seas. None of the gods capable of spearheading the treaty were present in the kingdom. After deliberation and with the consent of the sea god's 3 vassals, they temporarily resided in a side hall of the palace. Knock, knock. The sound of rapping echoed from the side hall. As a somewhat disheveled demon god rose from a crystal chair to open the door, there stood one of the vassals, Princess Yinar, controlling 6 bottles of the famed wine, Drunken Dream, with her elemental power as she entered the room. Initially, she had intended to carry the exquisite wine by hand, but her petite and delicate frame limited her to grasping only 1 bottle at a time. Thus, for the sake of convenience, she resorted to elemental assistance. However, due to the special method of concoction for the Drunken Dream, using elemental power for transport might slightly affect its flavor and effect, perhaps making it even more intoxicating. Esteemed guests, I bring you the most renowned wine of Riemlian. Drunken Dream. Yinar's gentle voice resonated as she graciously introduced the beverages placed upon the table. This is the wine the sea god himself prepared to host the other esteemed guests. I trust you will find it to your liking. After a slight bow, Yinar prepared to withdraw. The demon gods, upon seeing the wine, immediately recognized its high quality and exquisite taste. Yet, upon hearing Yinar's subsequent words, they hesitated. How to put it? Wine prepared to entertain other esteemed guests, they easily understood what those esteemed guests represented. Out of respect for those individuals, they refrained from touching the wine on the table. It simply did not meet their standards. What if they drank the wine and displeased those esteemed guests? The gods of the Alliance of Seas were not to be trifled with. Were they easy to deal with? They would not be present here, but rather enjoying a cozy meal at home, singing songs and blissfully napping. Shinyu adds, this is an additional update. We still lack sufficient reviews, and the novel has yet to receive a rating. Thus, may I earnestly request genuine reviews, not just comments on segments or chapters. So, my dear readers, could you possibly grant me a 5-star rating? Chapter 69, The Princess and the Knight. Chapter 70, The Covenant with the Gods. Upon seeing her deep ocean bow land atop Su-Nan's head, the expression on the goddess's face shifted through embarrassment, awkwardness, panic, concern, and grievance, yet her small hands remained tightly grasped around Su-Nan's collar. Sigh, it is what it is. Who told me to raise her like a daughter? Su-Nan, with a resigned smile, reached out to gently pat the small head of Gubo, concerned that this child might fall into self-reproach over such a trivial mistake, potentially leading to feelings of despair or even depression. Feeling the warmth from above, Gubo's face immediately broke into a silly grin. At that moment, under Su-Nan's affectionate gesture, she resembled a simpleton. Just then, a peculiar phrase echoed in his ears. Su-Nan felt a small hand tugging at his pant leg and lowered his gaze to see Xiaoyi, with her adorable, wide eyes blinking expectantly. Xiaoyi looked up at Su-Nan with a face full of anticipation. After glancing at the seemingly dim-witted Gubo in his arms, and then at the eager Xiaoyi, Su-Nan pondered for a moment before pulling Xiaoyi into his embrace as well. Thus, Su-Nan found himself cradling a little lowly in each arm, accompanied by another lowly by his side. After a brief moment of warmth shared among the 3 little ones, Su-Nan gently set them down, preparing to head towards the side hall. The 3 little ones understood that their divine master had important matters to attend to and did not disrupt him. Obediently standing in place to watch as Su-Nan made his way to the side hall. Once Su-Nan entered the side hall, the 3 little ones began to converse amongst themselves. Inua glanced at the little princess beside her with a displeased expression, her small face puffed up like a pufferfish. Why didn't you tell us when the divine master returned? You sneaked off on your own, and now I'm upset. It's the kind of anger that can't be soothed. With that, she turned her face away, her little lips pouting as if they could hold a gourd. Inua shyly scratched her head, for her silence was due to her desire to enjoy Su-Nan's warmth all to herself. However, she understood that Gubo's words were spoken in anger. So she extended her small hand again to gently rub Gubo's face, easing all her frustrations away. All right, my valiant knight. This time I truly know my mistake. Will you forgive me? Inua smiled warmly and sincerely apologized to Gubo. Really? Gubo was easily appeased, and upon hearing Inua's apology, she immediately forgave her, though she still asked with a hint of pride that of course it's true. You, my most formidable knight, Inua exclaimed, showering Gubo with compliments. Hearing the words most formidable knight, Gubo's face flushed with embarrassment, completely forgiving Inua, even as her proud little mouth uttered words of absolution. Well, that's more like it. The most formidable knight would certainly forgive her princess. With her hands on her hips and her head held high, Gubo seemed to bask in Inua's praise. She had already decided that if Inua deceived her again in the future, She would never forgive her again, unless, of course, she called her the most formidable knight. Witnessing this exchange, Inua Air and Xiao Yi exchanged smiles, their eyes sparkling like crescent moons. How about we go on a grand adventure? A grand adventure? Gu Bo's eyes lit up with excitement. Yay! As Sunan opened the door to the side hall, he was met with a scene that left him somewhat at a loss. How should he express this? An overwhelming scent of alcohol assaulted him. As 6 empty bottles of drunken dream lay strewn across the table, the 6 gods were sprawled carelessly on the floor, seemingly inebriated to the point of unconsciousness. After a brief moment of silence, Sunan quietly set up a barrier around them, and then slightly released his divine aura. An oppressive force instantly filled the side hall, causing the previously sprawled gods to abruptly open their eyes, which were now filled with palpable terror. Fortunately, this terrifying aura dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. For the gods, even the specially concocted drunken dream could not truly induce a state of drunkenness. The drink might not intoxicate them, but it could lead them to indulge in the fantasies of life. Thus, they were drunk, yet not truly so, merely desiring to be. Now, after being startled awake by Sunan's divine presence, they gazed at him with a mix of fear and confusion. Lord Olias? Enrique tentatively called out Sunan's divine name. He was the very god who had initially opened the door for Inua Air and appeared somewhat disheveled. Sunan nodded in acknowledgement. He observed the gods calmly, noting the discrepancy between their number and the earlier messages of allegiance he had received. It seemed those who had not arrived must have encountered some misfortune. Perhaps they had perished, or perhaps they had fled, but none of that mattered now. May I inquire if you all are willing to join the Alliance of the Seas and become its divine beings? Sunan asked calmly, holding in his hand the conch shell known as the Deep Sea's Tide Sound, which had long served him well. The gods exchanged glances, and after a few moments, Enrique was the first to speak. I, Enrique, am willing to join the Alliance of the Seas. That he solemnly bowed to Sunan, performing the ritual of Armilia. Sunan regarded him with surprise. He had not anticipated that this god would employ the customs of Remelia. Clearly, this individual was not to be underestimated. Sunan fixed his gaze on him, as if to imprint his likeness in his memory. Since he was exceptional, he would be assigned a correspondingly unique role. The more outstanding a paladin, the more challenging the tasks they would face. The other gods, witnessing Enrique's declaration, stepped forward in unison. I, Claudia.I, Palos.I, Lucadel.I, Osali.I, Tipia. We are all willing to join the Alliance of the Seas. Very well. Let us seal our covenant. With that, the conch shell in Sunan's hand radiated divine light. Chapter 71. Rest and preparation. After forming the alliance with the gods, Sunan directed them to the Vortex Reef, instructing them to deliver their letters to Osali, who would determine their next course of action. These excellent paladins required even more capable supervisors. In Sunan's eyes, Osali was his most exceptional paladin acquaintance. I hope he won't be angry, Sunan mused with a relaxed smile. Now, the multitude of events in the Eastern Sea had truly commenced. Among the 3 great seas, all but the Boundless Sea had fallen under the dominion of the Alliance of the Seas. The Boundless Sea was entrusted to the likes of Orobase and Remus to resolve, which gave Sunan a sense of ease. After all, there was still over 1,000 years until the complete conclusion of the God War. That ample time was more than sufficient for the Alliance of the Seas to conquer the various seas of Teyvat. The matters in the Inazuma Sea, no matter how troublesome, would not exceed 100 years. Thus, within that century, the Eastern Sea would be thoroughly ruled by the Alliance of the Seas. This would signify genuine dominion, encompassing both the gods and the sea folk. After 100 years, Sunan returned to the sea god's palace, leaning against his divine throne, his fingers gently tapping the crystal armrest. Well, I should take a break for a time. After careful consideration, Sunan decided to rest for 100 years, utilizing that time to prepare for ascension to the high seas. Initially, it was the mystical system of Morix that, alongside the dominion over the seas, augmented his strength, allowing him a century's time to thoroughly assimilate it. Although he could not be compared to Morix, the progenitor of all deities, he would certainly not fall far behind. Next came the establishment of shipbuilding and the creation of a navy. Sunan had already devised a plan. The Alliance of the Seas required a dedicated navy to patrol the various maritime regions. This necessity arose from the peculiar nature of the elemental creatures in this world. Some of these beings possessed extraordinary power, yet curiously lacked intelligence. Sunan designated these unintelligent yet formidable elemental beings as dangerous species. Due to their absence of wisdom, they posed a threat to all sentient beings. Dangerous species serves as a collective term for such creatures, which can be further classified into more specific categories, such as giant dangerous species and ordinary dangerous species, based on their size. Any dangerous species exceeding 5 meters in length would fall under the classification of giant dangerous species. Additionally, based on their unique abilities, they can be categorized as mysterious dangerous species and ordinary dangerous species. Mysterious dangerous species typically exhibit bizarre abilities that are either exceedingly peculiar or entirely useless. The navy that the Alliance of the Seas was about to establish was specifically intended to eradicate these dangerous species. Now that the seas were largely under his control, he naturally felt a responsibility to oversee them. However, relying solely on his divine power, it was impossible for him to attend to every detail. Thus, the establishment of the navy in Lemuria became imperative. He could not remain stationary indefinitely unless he were to be defeated, sealed, or killed. In such a case, he would have no opportunity to act. With the navy's formation, technological advancement was unavoidable, necessitating a visit to Gilead, now appropriately referred to as Gili City, to gain insights into machinery techniques. Contemplating this, Sunan suddenly felt overwhelmed, collapsing back onto his divine throne. Rendered momentarily powerless. Yet, given the vastness of the Lemurian Sea Kingdom, it was only reasonable to assume that suitable talents existed, allowing for the development of their own machinery techniques. An idea seemed to spark within Sunan. Reinvigorating his spirit, the technological tree needed to be activated. Though he recognized the inherent complications involved, he pondered. A hint of bitterness crept across his face. Just then, the grand doors of the Sea God Palace swung open, and Inua entered, cradling a basket enveloped in a special bubble, filled with offerings, fruits, from the citizens of Haoyuan City. In truth, Sunan did not require offerings from his subjects, yet his temple priests and citizens had conspired to present them regardless. To prevent waste, Sunan typically instructed Inua to send someone to collect the offerings and distribute them to those citizens living in less fortunate circumstances. However, his subjects' happiness was exceedingly high, resulting in most offerings finding their way into the bellies of the 3 little ones. "My lord, what troubles you?" Inua inquired gently, her soft voice resonating as she noticed the shadow of worry etched upon Sunan's brow upon entering the great hall. After placing the basket of offerings on the table, she floated to Sunan's side, lifting her small hands to massage his shoulders. Having done this before, she had learned to find Sunan's comfort points with precision over time, feeling the gentle pressure of her hands on his shoulders. Some of Sunan's worries dissipated. However, he refrained from confiding in Inua about his troubles. In his heart, he regarded this little one as still quite young, merely a few decades old, and in the age classification of the Sea Tribe. She was undoubtedly a little girl. It was best to shield such a young girl from these burdensome matters. While he could exert pressure on the demon god Palu, he would never do so to his dear little ones. "If you don't speak, I might just get angry," Inua continued softly, "and then I won't pay any attention to you for a whole day, or even several days. So please tell me." Inua had grown up and felt capable of sharing Sunan's burdens. Sunan remained silent, appearing genuinely reluctant to share his troubles with Inua. Observing his demeanor, Inua's small face puffed up with indignation, perhaps recalling something. Her expression shifted to one of delight, and she ceased her massage, turning to Sunan with a soft voice. "If you don't tell me, I'll go speak with Gubwa and Shioi, and we'll all ignore you together." Hearing Inua's words, Sunan shot her a surprised glance, yet within her eyes, he discerned determination. After a brief silence, Sunan reluctantly divulged his thoughts on future developments and the necessity for technology to reach a certain level, lest it pose a potential danger to his astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, Inua proposed a feasible solution. My lord, based on your insights, we could establish a research institute dedicated solely to the Alliance of the Seas, involving the wise individuals from various maritime regions in the advancement and research of technology. As for the potential dangers associated with technological progression, there is no need for concern. Once the institute is established, we shall continuously monitor the advancements. Should we approach the perilous threshold you mentioned, we will immediately halt all research and bind the researchers by contract, prohibiting any further exploration. In this manner, Inua swiftly formulated a developmental direction for the Alliance's Research Institute within mere moments. Taking an additional half-hour to articulate all the constraints, developmental paths, and ideas applicable to civilian or military purposes, Sunan listened, astonished, momentarily questioning whether he was dreaming. Chapter 72, A Century, rubbing his head in confusion. Sunan tentatively inquired, "So all of this? Of course, it will be entrusted to me." Inua replied earnestly, "I can assist you, my lord." "Very well." Initially hesitant, upon locking eyes with the resolute gaze of Yinur, Sunan ultimately chose to acquiesce. Thus, under Sunan's authorization, Yinur established the Future Ocean Research Institute, spearheaded by the esteemed Remelia. Although the name may lack sophistication, its significance is undeniably profound. Armed with Sunan's decree, Yinur, accompanied by Gubwa, embarked on a quest across the Eastern Sea to seek out suitable sages. Over the course of 3 years, she meticulously selected 30 adept individuals from various sea tribes, each renowned as a sage within their communities. Those who could recognize 2,000 colors and distinguish 1,500 scents were considered to have passed her preliminary tests. Subsequently, they underwent assessments of logical reasoning and emotional intelligence. After an array of evaluations, only 30 exceptional beings emerged from the countless denizens of the sea to meet Yinur's stringent criteria, in her vision of pursuing transcendent technology. She believed that immense perseverance and wisdom were essential for uncovering a promising future for the ocean. Thus, she implemented the most rigorous, yet not excessively harsh, standards for testing. After all, she could not impose upon others the same expectations she held for herself, which initially required the ability to recognize 3,000 colors and differentiate 2,500 scents. Despite Yinur's seemingly gentle demeanor, she was a prodigy of extraordinary intelligence, surpassing the boundaries of genius. Often, her apparent naivety stemmed from Sunan's reluctance to allow her involvement in certain matters. The library of the Remelia Sea Kingdom housed a staggering total of 180,000 tomes, encompassing comprehensive information about the realm. Yet this wealth of knowledge had already been thoroughly examined by the astute Princess Remelia. Yinur possessed a remarkable photographic memory, as did Xiaoying. However, Gubwa was quite the opposite, proud and somewhat dim-witted. Nonetheless, having accompanied Yinur in her search for sages over the past 3 years, she began to develop an interest in learning. Thus, time flowed inexorably onward, and before long, a century had elapsed. Throughout this century, Sunan had devoted himself to an in-depth study of Morix's celestial arts, achieving a synthesis of various techniques. Meanwhile, the research at the Future Ocean Research Institute had commenced in earnest, due to Sunan's pre-established guidelines. The majority of the institute's research focused on enhancing the well-being of the populace, with only a minor emphasis on military concerns. Given that the formidable sea god was still present, along with the deities of the Sea Alliance reigning over the various tribes, military research was considerably limited. After all, everyone resided under the protection of divine beings, placing their faith in their powers. Excessive studies into military matters could lead to the acquisition of knowledge that ought to remain concealed. Risking the ire of the gods, deep within the sea god palace, in a chamber enveloped by numerous barriers, Sunan slowly opened his eyes as he extended his right hand, his fingertips dancing with a peculiar variant of elemental power. Elemental force serves as the foundation of existence, while celestial power is a mutation of elemental force, arranged in a unique manner. If elemental force can be likened to the periodic table of elements, then celestial power represents the answers derived from special arrangements of those elements. The essence of celestial power remains tethered to the confines of elemental force. Sunan withdrew the celestial energy from his fingertips, reverting it to its primordial elemental form. His gaze fell upon a clock, a product of the Future Ocean Research Institute. After delving into the truths of technology, the institute swiftly developed a clock. They drew parallels between the clock and the celestial patterns of the sky, ultimately creating a device to measure time. The advent of the clock significantly improved the daily routines of the Remelia Sea Kingdom. Similarly, through Yinur's deliberate efforts, the clock gradually made its way to the mainland, in the present eastern continent. The clock stands as a hallmark of advanced culture. Naturally, the emergence of such an artifact necessitated the establishment of a suitable currency to facilitate transactions. Yinur found herself at a loss regarding this matter, in the Remelia Sea Kingdom. The currency utilized is a unique deep-sea mineral, a consumable substance. Generally, according to the quality standards set by Sunan, 1 gram of this mineral can provide a regular sea denizen with a full day's worth of energy. Consequently, the extraction sites of this mineral have been designated as official forbidden zones, where no individual or tribal faction is permitted to mine. Any violations would result in being placed on the Remelia Sea Kingdom's wanted list. The war against the demons of the Eastern Sea was drawing to a close. Sunan stood, brushing off non-existent dust and stretching his limbs. The conflict on the Eastern continent, however, was far from over. With this thought, Sunan felt a tinge of helplessness regarding Morix's excessive leniency. For those defiant deities, capturing and sealing them with a dragon service would suffice. There was no need for endless discussions. Just then, Sunan sensed something and retrieved his seashell, the deep sea tide sound. From an alternate dimension, the IT shimmered with an unusual light, and judging by the flickering frequency, it was likely conveying a message to him. Thus, Sunan dispelled the barriers surrounding the chamber. As the obstructions to information were lifted, a phantom materialized upon the seashell at Sunan's behest. The Morix's message read, "Please come to Liyue for an important discussion." Upon reading this message and observing Morix's apparition, Sunan blinked, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. What could possibly warrant his personal presence in Liyue for a discussion? Could it involve matters concerning Remelia and Liyue? Or perhaps something else entirely? Was it related to the sky? Did the little rascals of the heavens intend to harm him, prompting Morix, who was privy to the inner workings, to warn him to flee? Taking a deep breath, Sunan collected his scattered thoughts and exited the chamber, making his way to the main hall of the Sea God Palace, though it was the palace of the Sea God. To the 3 little ones, it felt like home. Thus, under Yinyuer's guidance, Gubwa took the initiative to form a maid team, dedicated to tidying the various halls of the Sea God Palace at appropriate times each day. Naturally, certain special chambers were off-limits. Therefore, upon entering the main hall, Sunan was greeted by a floor so pristine that it could reflect light. Chapter 73. Misunderstood as a lowly enthusiast. Sorrow? Is this truly my sea god? The floor's brilliance rendered Sunan momentarily disoriented. Had it not been for the sight of his unchanged divine throne, he might have questioned whether he had traversed dimensions once more. The cleanliness was astonishing. And yet, there were still individuals engaged in tidying up. Observing a young sea maiden wielding a broom not far ahead, Sunan felt an inexplicable twitch in his right eyelid. What on earth was happening? After nearly a century of absence, how had a young sea lowly in a maid outfit suddenly appeared in his divine palace? Upon scrutinizing the little sea maiden, Sunan quickly recognized her as belonging to his own kin. The water-spraying fish tribe. Oh no! A flash of panic surged through Sunan's mind. Why was a little sea lowly tasked with cleaning his sea god palace? Surely, he was not being mistaken for a perverted lowly enthusiast. Rumors had even spread through the streets and alleys of the Remelia Sea Kingdom that the sea god was a lowly enthusiast. If that were the case, Sunan felt as though, although alive, he was already dead. No, I cannot be seen as a lowly enthusiast. Taking a deep breath, Sunan forced a strained smile onto his face. That moment, the little sea maid, occupied with her cleaning, noticed Sunan. Ah, it's the sea god. Gulu hurriedly set down her broom, clutching her skirt tightly, then bowed to Sunan, her crisp and melodious voice ringing out. I pay my respects to the sea god. Sunan hesitated for a moment, glancing around before quietly inquiring, how is it that you came to clean in my sea god palace? Gulu blinked her large eyes, gently poking her cheek with her finger as she pondered aloud. The princess said that the sea god might need to rest for an extended period, so she proposed forming a dedicated maid team to clean the Lord's quarters during the National Assembly. The Guardian Knight volunteered to lead the maid team. Hence what I mean is, why would such a small child like you be here to clean for me? Sunan gently extended his finger, lightly tapping on Gulu Ling's delicate lips, signaling the young girl to remain silent and listen to his inquiry. After making his point, he withdrew his finger, feeling the lingering sensation of Sunan's fingertip on her lips. Gulu Ling's small face flushed with a gentle hue, and she lowered her gaze, stammering, Because everyone says that Lord Sea God likes adorable little girls, and I really like Lord Sea God. So I took the initiative to apply to be a maid in the cleansing of the divine palace. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt had struck him, as if a high-speed train had suddenly run over his head. Sunan instantly felt dizzy. This was disastrous, truly catastrophic. His illustrious name had been tarnished by the damned rumor of his fondness for cute little girls. Pain. Pain so intense it was hard to breathe. Sunan sensed that the rumor of being a Lilican might haunt him for the rest of his life. No. A grim expression crossed Sunan's face. Absolutely. Unequivocally. This rumor must not continue to spread. Or how could he live on? Some live, yet they are dead. Others are dead, yet continue to live. And Sunan, who was rumored to be a Lilican, was likely already dead. Lord Sea God. Gululing, noticing Sunan's silence, curiously lifted her head, only to see his ever-changing expression, feeling a slight worry that she had said something amiss, fearing she had incurred the sea god's displeasure. Tentatively, she asked, "Is something wrong? Did Gululing say something incorrect? If I did, please punish me." Lord Cgodas, she spoke. A look of concern and grievance appeared on her face. Sunan took a few deep breaths, gently massaging his temples with his left hand while reaching out to pat her small head with his right. Soothing the young girl's emotions that "I am merely a bit surprised," a forced smile appeared on Sunan's face as he continued to inquire. "Has the matter of my fondness for cute little girls already spread?" Under Sunan's gentle reassurance, Gululing quickly regained her composure. Upon hearing his question, she answered with a hint of confusion. "Hasn't everyone always thought so? I've heard adults at home say that many years ago, when Lord Sea God chose the queen, princess, and the guardian knight, this matter gradually spread. Goodness, this infernal rumor that Sunan was a Lilican had apparently been circulating for over a century." Sunan's complexion changed like a mask, first turning pale, then red, then purple, and finally black. With a darkened expression, he remained silent for a long time, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. "I am exhausted. Let this boring world be destroyed." Sunan felt as though he had died spiritually, and thus he would not allow others to thrive materially. In the face of material and spiritual existence, one must choose to die together. Lord Sea God? Gululing observed the vivid changes in Sunan's expression, feeling a hint of admiration. Truly, as the sea god, even his facial expressions could be so rich and swift. "You do your job well. Keep it up that I must attend to some important matters now." Once Sunan had regained his composure, he lightly patted Gululing's small head and turned to leave the sea god palace. He felt it best not to remain in the sea god palace for the time being, nor even in Remelia. Otherwise, he feared one day he might hear strange remarks such as, "Lord Sea God is actually a perverted Lilican," or "Lord Sea God loves cute little girls. How naughty. I like him so much." Should such a situation arise, even with his thick skin akin to Remelia's grand barrier, he would struggle to endure those idle gossip. Sunan had contemplated the possibility of enacting stringent laws to prohibit the citizens of Remelia from spreading the rumor that he was a Lilican who favored cute little girls. But, as the saying goes, the more one forbids something, the more it comes to pass. He believed that if he were to implement such strict laws, the citizens of Remelia would likely discuss it even more fervently, and the original rumor would be inexplicably solidified. As for the punishments of the law, they were his own subjects, and in a sense, they had grown up under his watch. How could he bear to punish these sea-dwelling citizens? Alas, if he could not provoke them, could he not simply escape? At worst, he could retreat to the high seas, where such rumors of him being a Lilican would surely not arise. Chapter 74. Bidding farewell to Morix. Heading to the high seas, Sunan had made up his mind. After visiting Liyue, established by Morix, he would immediately flee to the high seas. After all, even if he did not go to the high seas now, he would eventually have to venture there when he sought to seize the primordial sea power. Since he was going, and considering the betrayal from the rumors among the beloved citizens of Remelia, he felt that heading to the high seas sooner rather than later was the wisest course of action. With his belongings packed, the moment he departed from home, Sunan hummed a soft tune, navigating the ocean, transforming into a beam of divine light toward the direction of Liyue. Of course, before setting off for Liyue, Sunan sent a message to Morix. An hour later, Sunan traversed thousands of miles to arrive at the peak of Tianhing Mountain in Liyue Harbor. At the summit, near the statue of the Dragon King, a pavilion rose, where Morix sat calmly. Gulu. Timing it just right, Morix brewed a pot of farewell tea to bid Sunan farewell. He understood Sunan's intentions and aspirations, so he would not do anything unnecessary to impede his journey, despite having some troublesome matters to handle recently. After pouring the tea, 3 minutes passed, and a beam of divine light appeared on the stone bench opposite Morix. "You have arrived. This is the farewell tea I brewed for you. I hope you enjoy it." Morix extended his hand calmly, indicating for Sunan to partake in the tea. Without a moment's hesitation, Sunan drank the farewell tea prepared by Morix. "Don't you have anything to say?" Morix observed Sunan's decisive action and sighed before inquiring. Sunan, stroking his chin, his eyes brightened slightly, and he asked with a smile, "How are things going with Guizhong? Are you referring to Guizhong City?" Morix paused, hesitating for a moment before tentatively asking. Indeed, a stubborn one, Sunan sighed inwardly, but refrained from intervening directly, smoothly transitioning the topic. "You may consider it so. How has Guizhong City fared nowadays?" "Guizhong City has developed quite well over the past century," Morix remarked, playing with the jade ring on his thumb, his expression slightly distracted as if lost in thought. Sunan, noticing Morix's fiddling with the jade ring, was taken aback, and his gaze swept over, catching sight of a jade-carved green sword hanging from Morix's waist. Pan Yinjielu. Upon seeing the green sword, a glimmer of divine light flickered in Sunan's eyes. "Has that unknown jade demon god appeared as well?" Sunan pondered. "But where is that demon god's domain?" "Never mind. It is none of my concern. I must head to the high seas. That I wonder what the high seas were like during the demon god war. I've heard there were even barbarians." "If there are barbarians, then is there a barbarian god?" He chuckled at the amusing thought in his mind. Noticing the slight melancholy etched across Morix's brow, Sunan frowned slightly. "Never mind. I'll remind him gently later." According to the original background story, it seemed the jade demon god and he were friends. Sunan could not bear to see friends turn into foes. Thus, with these thoughts in mind, Sunan spoke with a hint of counsel. "Sometimes it is best not to be overly concerned with others' opinions when taking action. You and I are both powerful among the demon gods. As strong beings, we have the right to be willful. If you encounter matters that are difficult to handle, establish a ceiling space and confine those who are disobedient and unruly, one by one. If they remain disobedient even while confined, then give them a beating. If one beating is not enough, give them two. In short, if they do not listen, beat them, confine them, and once their rebellious spirit is extinguished, release them." Sunan began to speak eloquently, recounting his own experiences. "That I shared with you that I had previously encountered some dishonest individuals, whom I subsequently apprehended. Those who were particularly disobedient were dealt with swiftly, while those who showed a modicum of compliance were merely confined, occasionally receiving a reprimand at AS for those who were amenable and willing to hear my reasoning. I accepted them wholeheartedly. Are you aware of the inherent flaws of intelligent beings? As the saying goes, cutting off water only makes it flow more, and if one does not rectify their faults, they will persist." As Sunan continued his discourse, he gradually veered off topic, engaging Morix in discussions about daily life and various other matters. As time passed, the sun traversed the sky, marking the transition of day and night. The teacup before Sunan was filled once more, again and again. Finally, when the moment aligned with the celestial order, Sunan ceased speaking and gazed wistfully at Morix. "I must take my leave," he sighed, appearing somewhat hesitant. "Return early and take care." Morix raised his teacup once more in a gesture of goodwill. "But I accept your blessings," Sunan smiled, drinking the last cup of tea, which had grown somewhat cool. Even the hottest of tea will eventually lose its warmth with the passage of time. Yet, their sentiments shall remain unchanged. "You too, Morix. Thank you, and may you return triumphantly." Sunan set forth, flying northwest from Tianheng Mountain. This time, he chose to embark alone, reminiscent of his previous campaigns against various sea deities. Gufengdan, or Gao Hai, is situated in the northwest direction of Liyue according to geographical coordinates. Thus, by simply heading in the right direction and forging ahead, one could reach Gao Hai. Naturally, he would encounter various challenges along the way, such as deities obstructing his path or flying creatures launching attacks. What might pose considerable difficulties for others were mere trifles for Sunan. His status as a higher deity compelled any obstructing entity to ponder whether their life was worth extinguishing. The distance between Tianheng Mountain and Liyue and Gao Hai is a staggering 10,000 miles. More precisely, 16,000 miles. Such an immense distance is trivial in the eyes of a deity. As time elapsed, Sunan made no stops this time, continuing resolutely northwest. Eventually, under reasonable exertion, he arrived at the edge of Gufengdan after half a day's journey. Embracing himself, Sunan stood amidst the void, gazing longingly at the distant sea. The heart of the primordial fetal sea, Egeria. Oleas has arrived. Chapter 75. The Search for the Primordial Fetal Sea's Essence, Chapter 76. Egeria Sunan employed spatial divine techniques to directly transport himself into the primordial fetal sea. Upon truly arriving in this oceanic expanse, he comprehended why the backstory proclaimed it as the sea that once nurtured life, the very origin of all existence. The waters flowed like pulsating veins, exhibiting their own rhythmic movements. With each breath, one could almost feel the heartbeat of the primordial fetal sea. Encasing a portion of its waters with divine power, Sunan brought it before him, extending his hand to grasp it. It feels somewhat viscous, he remarked, rather reminiscent of slime. What is slime? Just then, a gentle and elegant voice graced his ears. Taken aback, Sunan turned to find himself locked in gaze with a pair of pure, light blue eyes. Egeria? He instinctively inquired, carefully observing her. Her long, pale blue hair cascaded down to her ankles, swaying gently with her movements, akin to ocean waves lapping against the rocks. Those pristine eyes shone like a clear azure sky, leaving an unforgettable impression. Her soft gaze seemed to encompass all the tenderness and compassion of the world. Dressed in a simple yet elegant white gown, she exuded grace and poise. The pure white fabric appeared soft and comfortable, reminiscent of moonlight spilling upon a tranquil lake. The delicate pleats at the hem fluttered like blooming flowers in the breeze. The neckline, sleeves, and hem were adorned with exquisite golden lace, twinkling like stars scattered across the night sky. She was truly beautiful, radiating an air of gentle elegance. Do you know me? Egeria asked, her curiosity piqued. Since her inception, she had been confined within the primordial fetal sea, her role being to suppress its vitality as its heart. Hence, she had never encountered a being like Sunan. It was precisely this unfamiliarity that sparked her intrigue. Egeria could distinctly sense that the individual before her was entirely different from herself, not merely in essence, but in power as well. You are from the outside world, are you not? Egeria pondered. I know a bit, Sunan replied, a subtle smile playing on his lips, though it was not a wide one. What do you mean by a bit? Egeria tilted her head, continuing her curious inquiry. Lacking the contemporary knowledge of her era, her understanding of the world was limited to the rare visits of the pure water elementals who came to see her. She had never witnessed the world firsthand, thus her curiosity was boundless. The bit simply means not much. Sunan's eyes sparkled with amusement. What does not much entail? Egeria's expression reflected a hint of confusion. Not much means just that, Sunan teased lightly. Ugh, Egeria furrowed her brow, feeling as if she were becoming utterly bewildered. A bit. Not much. A bit is not much, yet not much is a bit. What exactly is this bit and not much? Observing the perplexed expression on Egeria's face, Sunan chuckled softly, deciding not to continue teasing her. Your name is Egeria. He began to articulate his understanding of her. Long ago, you were created by the god of life to serve as the new heart of the primordial fetal sea. Initially, Sunan intended to describe her as a creation, but upon meeting Egeria's pure and curious gaze, he reconsidered. The term creation bore a certain harshness that felt inappropriate to voice. After all, goddess sounded far more agreeable. In a sense, the god of life was indeed the creator of Egeria, making her akin to a daughter. Thus, what was wrong with referring to Egeria as a goddess? Let it be a manifestation of compassion. Sunan sighed inwardly, continuing, you have dwelled here for an eternity, to the point where you have lost all sense of time. Egeria proved to be an exceptionally attentive listener, conjuring a chair from the primordial fetal sea to sit upon. Behaving like a refined lady as she quietly absorbed Sunan's words, she would never interrupt another's speech, for in her recollections, aside from her creator, there were only the pure water elementals and the boundless primordial fetal sea. Now, a new and entirely different existence had appeared before her. Uncertain of when this being might depart, she cherished every moment spent in his company, for she could not predict when they might meet again, or if he would still be the same person upon their next encounter. You truly understand me, Egeria remarked, her eyes sparkling like the morning star in the sky. You know so much about me. Does that mean I am famous in the outside world? Do many people recognize me? What sort of being do they perceive me as? Egeria gazed at Sunan with eager anticipation. Hearing this, Sunan, who had been animatedly sharing, suddenly paused. He found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. All he knew were fragmented bits of information gleaned from playing games in the past, in this current era. Did anyone still remember her? The answer is evidently clear. Egeria is profoundly sensitive. After enduring a prolonged solitude, she has become acutely attuned to her emotions. Thus, upon observing Sunan's expressions and gestures, she has already arrived at her conclusion. The joy on her face gradually morphed into dejection, and her starry eyes dimmed slightly. In truth, it is not such a grave matter. Egeria managed a somewhat forced smile and remarked, "It is already quite wonderful that you still remember me. At least it signifies that I have never been forgotten." Her delicate hand clutched tightly at her skirt, a hint of grievance and sorrow entwined in her brow. Sunan fell into silence, unsure of how to console her. After hesitating for a few moments, he noticed Egeria's lips slightly pursed, and the purity of her eyes seemed to flicker with a glimmer of light. The sight of her nearly on the verge of tears stirred a sigh within Sunan's heart. Alas, who could blame Sunan for his kind-hearted nature? He could not bear to witness another's tears. Chapter 77. Your name thus. Sunan inhaled deeply and softly addressed Egeria. In fact, you are quite renowned outside. A thick nasal tone emerged, and Egeria's tearful demeanor softened slightly. Her gaze towards Sunan infused with a hint of perplexity. Is it truly so? Her inquiry resembled that of a wounded creature encountering a human. Filled with both trepidation and a flicker of hope, while fearing further harm, she simultaneously yearned for salvation. Her eyes fixated on Sunan as if seeking the truth within his gaze. Indeed, though Sunan's eyes appeared somewhat vacant, he feigned confidence as he reassured Egeria. Of course it is true. I would never deceive you. He endeavored to maintain earnest eye contact with her, though time's passage rendered his gaze increasingly unfocused. Just as Sunan felt on the verge of giving up, Egeria averted her gaze, her fair and delicate cheeks tinged with a faint blush. How delightful! Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, radiant as the celestial rivers above. So I truly am quite famous outside. Phew, I managed to deceive her. Sunan exhaled a sigh of relief, gently rubbing his forehead as if to wipe away non-existent sweat. However, just when Sunan believed he had successfully assuaged her, Egeria, her face alight with anticipation, inquired, "Could you tell me how they perceive me?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of anguish crossed Sunan's brow. Why am I so foolish? He mentally berated himself, tugging at his collar in frustration. Why did I deceive her? Now, a single benevolent lie necessitated a multitude of others to conceal it. Steady yourself, Sunan, he reassured himself. You are Aulus, the sea god, destined to rule the oceans. That it's merely a harmless fib. Yet, locking eyes with Egeria, whose gaze brimmed with hope, Sunan faltered once more. Deceiving a person seems trivial, but my heart cannot bear the weight of it, despite the tempestuous turmoil within him, akin to a demon battling amidst chaos. Sunan maintained a serene facade, responding with a gentle smile. Everyone refers to you as Egeria, the benevolent, the great goddess of life. They's various titles, fitting yet never before uttered, reached Egeria's ears. Her eyes brightened further. So, I truly am remarkable, Egeria exclaimed, her laughter ringing with joy. Yet, in the midst of her mirth, she suddenly burst into tears, as if releasing the solitude and grievances she had long harbored. Initially, upon witnessing Egeria's smile, Sunan felt a slight alleviation within, mirroring her joy. However, his smile faltered as he could not comprehend her tears. Why are you crying? I have exhausted every effort to comfort you, and yet you remain unmoved. Sunan found himself at a loss, staring at Egeria as she wept for several minutes. Hesitant, he finally voiced his confusion. Why do you weep? Because, Egeria gently wiped her cheeks with her sleeve, her eyes slightly reddened, and crystalline tears traced their way down her face. Yet, at that moment, the sadness and loneliness that once lurked deep within her were nowhere to be found. That I am happy, she replied, her gaze towards Sunan becoming remarkably tender. I am glad that so many remember me. I am elated that I have never been forgotten. I am even more delighted that there is someone willing to deceive me with kindness. In truth, Egeria had long since realized Sunan's deception, yet she chose to remain silent. Egeria was profoundly lonely, despite the tears she shed, which birthed the primordial pure water spirits. Her solitude persisted. This loneliness was uniquely poignant. The pure water spirits regarded her much as she had once gazed upon the goddess of life. That it was precisely this understanding that rendered Egeria's loneliness so profound. However, today felt different. She sensed a shift. She did not feel alone. There was this one person, a stranger, who remembered everything about her, her past, present, and even her future. She was genuinely joyful. Joyful that such a unique individual remembered her. Joyful that such a gentle soul would weave benevolent lies to comfort her. Her heart surged with indescribable emotions, and this unnamed feeling made Egeria cherish every moment spent with Sunan even more. By the way, I just realized I do not know your name. Slightly calming her emotions, Egeria gazed at Sunan with her gentle, watery eyes and inquired about his name. My name. Sunan paused for a moment before opting to share another name. The one he currently bore. I am Alias. The sea god Alias. Thank you. Alias. Egeria smiled warmly. I am grateful you came to see me, and even more so for your concern. There were many things she could not voice, fearing that should she speak them, the delicate reality before her might shatter like fragile bubbles. Truly, I apologize, Alias, for I too have deceived you, but I am sorry. I am genuinely afraid. This revelation caused Sunan, under Egeria's tender gaze, to feel a slight embarrassment as he turned his head away. For reasons unknown, he suddenly found himself reluctant to disclose the purpose of his visit. Thus, Sunan averted his gaze, while Egeria continued to regard him with gentle eyes. The atmosphere between them was harmonious. Time slipped away unnoticed until Sunan felt his neck growing stiff from the awkward position. Finally, Egeria broke the peculiar tension. Alias, will you leave here? Egeria's gaze shimmered with a hint of hope. Although she understood Sunan's departure was inevitable, she still harbored an unrealistic wish for him to remain, to accompany her. Upon hearing her words, Sunan turned to meet Egeria's hopeful gaze, letting out a soft side-eye. I understand that I am already quite happy that you can visit me. Egeria replied with a gentle smile. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. As if struck by a thought, her brow sparkled with joy. Of course, if you wish to stay here, I would welcome you with open arms. Her playful words stirred a momentary flutter within Sunan's heart. Chapter 78. The promised next meeting. Feeling that slight flutter in his heart, Sunan opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. Was it that he couldn't speak, or simply didn't know how to respond? Really? I am indeed extending both arms and legs. As she spoke, Egeria, who had been seated gracefully, began to lift her arms and slightly raise her feet. It was only at that moment, when Egeria elevated her feet, that Sunan was astonished to realize she was not wearing any shoes. The tender, delicate skin radiated an extraordinary sheen, while the voluptuous curve of the heels and the silky arch of the foot were strikingly beautiful. Faintly discernible were the intricate textures upon the soles. The toes, elongated and fair, subtly suggested a blossoming elegance. It appeared that the owner of these jade-like feet was not accustomed to this sensation of weightlessness. Observing this, Sunan promptly interjected, Wait, I trust you. He felt that if he remained silent any longer, he might witness something truly astonishing. Although Egelia's dress was quite lengthy, such movements as hers would likely lead to inadvertent exposure. Despite Egelia's apparent indifference to such matters, Sunan himself was rather concerned. You believe me, right? After a few moments of contemplation, Egelia extended her hand, from which a mesmerizing glow emanated, conjuring a cup filled with pristine fetal sea water. I possess nothing novel aside from this primordial fetal sea water. Surely, you have encountered many wonders outside. However, there is no primordial fetal sea water out there, she continued. So, let this serve as a parting gift from me to you. If you would accept it. Her pure, earnest gaze locked onto Sunan's, brimming with anticipation, as if hoping he would graciously receive her modest offering, having lived all her life within the primordial fetal sea. Her hands bore little else to offer besides this precious liquid. She comprehended that Sunan's arrival meant far more than a mere visit and casual conversation. After a brief silence, Sunan reached into the void and retrieved a crystal orb. This was the very orb he had employed to seal the demon god, now rendered a mere ornamental artifact since the demon within had been relocated elsewhere. Of course, should Sunan desire, this orb could still fulfill its original purpose. In Sunan's mind, he had little of interest to present, so he deemed it fitting to proffer this demon-sealing crystal as a gift to Egelia. This is a specialty from my sea god palace, he said, turning his face slightly, feeling a touch of embarrassment, though its value is modest. Egelia quickly accepted the crystal orb from Sunan's hands and pressed the cup of primordial fetal sea water into his embrace. Thank you for your gift, she said with a gentle smile. This is something I have never seen before, and I truly adore it. As she spoke, she tightly grasped the orb, as if to convey to Su Nan her genuine fondness for this small trinket. "I'm glad you like it," Su Nan replied with a smile, taking a subtle step back. However, upon witnessing his movement, the once bright glimmer in Edge Leah's eyes dimmed slightly. "Are you leaving?" she asked tentatively, her smile appearing somewhat strained. "Yes, I have many important matters to attend to." For reasons unknown, Su Nan found himself unable to meet her gaze. "That we will meet again, won't we?" Edge Leah's eyes glimmered with a hint of hope. "Of course," Su Nan nodded emphatically, his smile as warm as spring. "Next time we meet, I will bring you some other gifts." "That sounds wonderful." Edge Leah's eyes sparkled a bit more brightly. "But you must promise not to deceive me." "I won't deceive you," Su Nan assured her. Nevertheless, he took his leave, departing with the primordial fetal sea water he had so effortlessly acquired. Once he was gone, Edge Leah's smile gradually faded, and she let out a soft sigh. Curling up in solitude, appearing profoundly lonely, her eyelids drooped slightly. "Once again, I am left alone. When will we meet again?" She clutched the crystal orb tightly, as if grasping her own future through the divine art of spatial transference. Su Nan shifted himself out of the realm of the primordial fetal sea and returned to the origin point of the tunnel. "What a dreadful sensation," he mused, his eyes cast downward as he sighed involuntarily. Holding the cup brimming with primordial fetal sea water, Su Nan seemed to envision Zhongli, who had bid him farewell the previous day. He understood the principle of sending off guests with a full cup of tea. There was no reason for disdain. Edge Leah was indeed a commendable friend. With that thought, he left behind a spatial marker and proceeded along his intended path. Before him, the tunnel, filled with earth, began to silently crumble and separate. Eventually, Su Nan returned once more to the seabed of the high sea. Gazing down at the abyss-like pit, he silently filled it again and casually set up 180 barriers, primarily to prevent any unwitting creatures, lucky ones, from disturbing Edge Leah. What was he to do next? A flicker of confusion crossed Su Nan's eyes, but he quickly regained his resolve. The Dominion of the Seas had truly embarked on its journey. His arrival in this high sea region was nothing short of a quest for sovereignty over these waters. A nation must be established. It was merely a matter of re-establishing Lemuria. Perhaps the high seas Lemuria could be considered a branch of the eastern continent's Lemuria. With that thought, Su Nan's expression became slightly peculiar. "Never mind. I shall first select a suitable barbarian tribe and become their deity. Every region requires a demon god to guide humanity. Only thus can myriad wishes be conveyed to the heavens." In the backdrop of the game's narrative, despite the fall of Lemuria of Remus, Edge Leah's ascension to the status and mission of a demon god came only after enduring countless trials, allowing her to truly become the water goddess of Fontaine. Contemplating this, an idea began to take shape in Su Nan's mind. What if the unification of a domain could generate sufficiently vast wishes, and these wishes could indeed reach the heavens? Could it be that if I unify the high sea in the shortest time possible, it would invite the attention of the skies? If that were the case, perhaps the dominion of the high sea ought to be approached with some caution at a critical juncture that I do not wish to engage with the maintainers so soon. Chapter 79. The Barbarians. It was time to venture towards the myriad islands of the high sea. As Su Nan contemplated this and prepared to manipulate the waters to depart, a strange wave emanated from beside him. Instinctively, he sidestepped to avoid the breath formed from elemental water. The breath passed through the spot where Su Nan had just stood, striking a nearby rock and shattering it into fragments. Quite fierce, indeed. Observing the scattered debris and disturbed silt, Su Nan raised an eyebrow and regarded the source of the attack, the deep-sea dragon lizard. Remarkably, it was a variety of dragon lizard he had yet to encounter. During his time as an elemental fish, Su Nan had never come across the deep-sea dragon lizard clan, even after becoming the sea god. He had not paid them much heed. Now, with the opportunity at hand, he pondered whether to prepare it as braised or steamed. Lost in thought, Su Nan failed to notice the deep-sea dragon lizard trembling slightly, inexplicably feeling a chill wash over its body. How peculiar! It was a dragon lizard, a deep-sea dragon lizard, yet it experienced an inexplicable sense of cold. After some deliberation, Su Nan decided to tackle the deep-sea dragon lizard in a different manner. He would simply swallow it whole and chew it up. The process seemed too tedious, and he lacked a chef. Countless runes manifested around Su Nan as he assumed a human form, which then vanished, revealing a colossal fish approximately 200 meters long. This was his true form, adjusted to a smaller size. Its streamlined body was adorned with robust scales, and its sharp teeth gleamed ominously. Upon witnessing Su Nan's transformation, the deep-sea dragon lizard was utterly dumbfounded. In the collective memory of the dragon lizard clan, entities resembling Su Nan were typically deemed weak and powerless prey. However, today, this one appeared somewhat different. It sensed the predatory aura emanating from Su Nan. It realized it was confronted by a top-tier predator. An overwhelming surge of fear engulfed the dragon lizard's already limited intelligence. Yet, before the dragon lizard could react further, Su Nan's transformed form opened its gaping maw and bit down, rendering it completely unconscious. Crunch, crunch, crunched out as he chewed the dragon lizard. Su Nan remarked, "The texture is lacking. The tenderness is acceptable, but the chewiness is rather mediocre." He thus placed the dragon lizard clan on the list of barely edible options. Transformed back into human form, Su Nan wiped the corner of his mouth, which bore traces of blood. He cast his gaze upward. With a slight shift in his thoughts, the ocean, influenced by his will, began to part slowly on either side, creating an unusual canyon centered around him. Subsequently, he walked step by step along the route he had meticulously planned, making his way toward the island ahead. This was an uncharted island. At the heart of this nameless isle lay a tribe composed of thousands of barbarian folk. Having lost their previous civilization and heritage, they were unable to create various tools that represented wisdom. Without these special instruments, their development was severely hampered, compounded by geographical limitations and the presence of monstrous creatures. For the tribe known as Jia, their advancement had reached its utmost limit. Thus, over the years, Jia had established a peculiar custom. Periodically, they would exile a portion of their elderly, frail, or disabled members. Their existence significantly depleted the tribe's resources, compelling them to make such a decision for the sake of their continued survival. Even if it meant casting out their own kin, they had no choice but to do so. Once again, the time had come. The leader of the Jia tribe, a mere 25 years of age and hailed as the tribe's foremost warrior, Jealous sighed deeply as he pushed open the wooden door of the chief's dwelling and stepped outside. The moment he emerged, he noticed his tribespeople greeting him one by one. Greetings, chief. Greetings, chief. As the leader, he could not display any sign of weakness. Thus, he suppressed the sorrow within him and responded to each of his people that he made his way to a larger thatched hut where the leaders of various hunting teams were already seated. These captains were of similar age to Jealous, embodying youth and vigor, which represented vitality and the future in the tribe. Only the strong and young had the privilege to hunt, for they alone could procure food on this isolated island that was frequently besieged by monsters. Brother, no, chief, must we truly proceed with this? The vice chief, Callius, asked Jealous with a pained expression. He was the second most powerful individual in the tribe, yet he had not yet reached the age of 18. Gifted with exceptional strength and greater talent than the average tribesman, he had swiftly ascended to the position of Jealous's right-hand man. It could be said that in a year or two, once his combat experience had matured, he would become the new leader of the tribe. However, he was still too young to grasp the responsibilities that came with leadership. Jealous remained silent, bowing his head in contemplation. This was the tribe's tradition, a choice made to ensure their continued existence. Even among those set for exile was the previous leader of the tribe, his father, Helles. During a hunting expedition, Helles had encountered a terrifying monster, the dragon lizard. He had bravely held off the beast to allow his comrades to escape, but in the process, he had lost an arm, and by the time they found Helles, he was on the brink of death. Thanks to the tribe's healer, he managed to cling to life, yet he had lost the ability to stand. Now, Helles required dedicated assistance for his care and sustenance. Seeing Jealous's silence, the young Callius rose in anger, gripping Jealous's shoulders and shouting, "But that is our father." "I know," Jealous replied, his expression cold, yet his eyes harbored boundless sorrow, the abhorrent feeling of exiling his own blood. Sending a family member into the abyss of death filled him with revulsion. "I am the leader. I must consider what is best for the tribe." He spoke with a mixture of detachment and grief. Father was indeed a hero, but now he has become a burden, consuming the tribe's resources. In truth, this was something Jealous had not wished to articulate, yet it was the reality forced upon him by his father. Once a hero, now rendered incapacitated, Jealous had always been obedient, striving to fulfill his father's every command. Until this moment, His resolve had wavered. Exiled tribesman. Even his own father, the tribe's hero. Chapter 80. If only there were gods, if only there were gods. Jealous sighed inwardly, recalling the words his father often spoke in his youth. What is a god? The young and naive Jealous had once asked. His robust father would gently stroke his head with his large hand, saying, God is a great being that he will provide us with food, freeing us from hunger. He will grant us protection from the monsters. He will bring us warmth and comfort, bestowing upon us knowledge and a future. Is it true? Are gods that powerful? Young Jealous had gazed up in curiosity and longing for a world under divine protection. But of course, my Jealous, my child. His father smiled, affectionately ruffling his hair. Then where is God? Why have I never seen him? His father's hand paused, seemingly contemplating something, yet unwilling to shatter his child's dreams. With a forced smile, he replied, My child, humanity has committed sins that displease the gods. Thus, the gods have decreed that we must endure 81 trials. If we remain devout in our hearts through these tribulations, then the gods shall grant us miracles and a future 81 trials. Young Jealous expressed confusion, inquiring, Father, how many trials have we endured so far? Soon, soon. The strong Hele smiled, though sorrow lingered in his eyes. That we have but one final trial left before we can meet the gods. Really? The young Jealous exclaimed in delight. Indeed, my child. How could I deceive you? Unbeknownst to the young Jealous, his father was merely spinning a falsehood to maintain hope. Gods. Where were they? Just a lie from a father unwilling to let his child despair. That it was known that Hele's own father had shared similar tales with him. Now, Hele's was merely perpetuating this illusion, passing down a false hope. Jealous closed his eyes momentarily, reminiscing about his cherished moments with his father. Now the leader of the tribe, Jealous had gained significant insight into their circumstances. Thus, he understood that the tales of trials and gods his father had shared were merely fabrications meant to sustain the tribe's hope for survival. Acknowledging his father's plight, he embarked on the same path, choosing to continue the legacy of tales surrounding gods and trials. If only there were gods. Jealous sighed within, then pried his brother Callias's hands from his arms, his expression gradually hardening. Brother, you cannot do this. Seeing Jealous's demeanor shift to one of indifference, Callias seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. That he tried desperately to resist Jealous, but alas, he was too young, his body and strength not yet fully developed, leaving him unable to oppose his elder brother. Rest for a while, my brother, Callias, Jealous whispered. When you awaken, everything will change. Trust me. No, Jealous, you cannot. Yet before Callias could finish his plea, the seasoned Jealous struck him with a single punch, rendering him unconscious. Cradling his fallen brother in his arms, Jealous sighed and placed him in his designated spot. Observing this action, the captains of the hunting teams exchanged glances, their expressions momentarily tense, yet they remained silent. For they understood that one day, Callias would occupy that very position. Taking a deep breath, Jealous prepared to issue the order for the exile of the tribesmen. However, at that moment, a staggered figure burst into the thatched hut. Not good. Not good. The newcomer gasped for breath, trembling, eyes wide with shock and fear, yet faintly glimmering with a hint of hope. What has happened? Jealous inquired in a low voice, seeking to calm the distraught tribesmen. The sea has parted. The visitor took a few deep breaths to regain composure before exclaiming, I saw the gods in the ocean. God. Is there really a deity? It turns out that it is not merely a legend, but a reality. The many hunting team leaders present exclaimed in astonishment. Even the eyes of Grith were filled with incredulity. However, unlike the others, he maintained the composure befitting a tribal chief, suppressing his inner excitement as he inquired, Where? Tell me, where did you see the god? Over there. The messenger from the tribe pointed towards the eastern side of the island. Yet, due to his lack of understanding of the concept of east, he could only describe it in simple terms. It seemed that he recalled his father's words, that the tribe's suffering was but one final trial away, and he restrained his excitement, casting bloodshot eyes towards the others. Follow me. Thus, the hunting team leaders and the chief of the Chia tribe set forth as a grand procession towards the eastern side of the island. All that transpired on the island was closely observed by Sunan. This was a deliberate act on his part, aimed at naturally becoming the god of a primitive tribe in the high seas. In the name of divinity, he would guide all beings towards an infinite future, for who could bear to witness the separation of kin? The island and tribe that appeared in Sunan's perception were not limited to the Chia tribe. There were others as well. However, in comparison, this tribe's plight was indeed the most dire. Thus he chose to become their god. Sunan was a benevolent deity. Especially after his interaction with Egilia, he had become even more benevolent. Nevertheless, if he were to embody the god of this tribe, it would be prudent to enhance his divine persona. With a subtle thought, Sunan silently activated his divine form that a pale blue robe enveloped his divine figure. Appearing as if woven from the finest silk, each thread meticulously polished and dyed to reveal a profound azure hue. The patterns embroidered upon the silk mirrored the starry sky above, with every twinkling morning star intricately engraved upon it. It seemed as though one could glimpse the destinies and futures of all beings through this divine garment. The sea god's attire, the faith of all who believed in him transformed into an infinite starry expanse. Eternally inscribed in the cosmos. Barbarians? No, they are my people. With a single step, a brilliant blue radiance instantly enveloped the surrounding ocean. At the moment Grith and his tribesmen burst through the forest and reached the coastline. They beheld an immensely towering figure. I am the Sea God. Chapter 81. Divine Miracles, Divine Grace, Divine Might. To masquerade as a deity, one must first reveal divine miracles. If even miracles cannot be manifested, the charade cannot continue. After all, as a god, if one lacks any distinctive qualities, who among the foolish would choose to believe? Secondly, there is divine grace, as a deity. It is natural to bestow corresponding blessings upon one's followers. The actions of a tyrant, who merely offers empty promises, are to be avoided at all costs. Thus, the moment Sunan displayed his divine miracle, Grith and his witnesses had already become shallow believers. To few of the hunting team leaders even transformed into fervent devotees, unhesitatingly kneeling before the god, vowing to dedicate all they had to him. To put it bluntly, if Sunan commanded these fervent leaders to deliver a righteous backstab to Grith right now, they would do so without hesitation. Striking this former tribal leader down. Why refer to him as former? That is an excellent question. The moment Sunan appeared, in their hearts, the tribal leader was no longer Grith. Grith? Who? Apologies, I do not recognize you. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, there exists divine might. Divine grace is like the ocean, while divine might is akin to a prison. Mere miracles and grace will not truly compel humanity to bow in reverence. Thus, divine might is essential. Sunan had already contemplated whom to target with his display of divine might. He recalled the aggressive encounter with the deep-sea dragon lizard. If memory serves correctly, the current leader of the dragon lizards in the high seas is a toxic dragon known as Skura, a royal dragon. Skura, do not blame me for establishing my might through you. After all, your kin initiated the attack against me. Now, having demonstrated divine miracles to them, it was time for divine grace. Sunan directed his gaze towards the center of the island, where the thousands of barbarian commoners resided. There, a group of approximately 50 to 100 commoners was on the verge of being exiled to other regions. Under normal circumstances, they would face various misfortunes and perish after their exile. However, things were different now, for Sunan had arrived as the sea god. He would bestow blessings upon his followers. Yet, these blessings could neither be too great nor too small. They must consider the current needs of these commoners. Due to the land's carrying capacity, the island was unable to sustain more commoners. Therefore, theoretically, he only needed to impart knowledge of agriculture and animal husbandry. However, given that this was the high seas, such knowledge applicable to the eastern continent would likely be unsuitable here. Then let us move mountains and fill seas, Sunan thought to himself, contemplating relocating islands from other regions here or employing spatial transmutation to transport them to more expansive islands. Wait, that's not right. Suddenly, he realized I only need to relocate them to larger islands. Why waste divine power? I forgot about the ships from Lamilia. It seemed a thought struck him, causing a slight frown that I nearly forgot. If anyone among them has a sense of nostalgia for their homeland, that could complicate my subsequent plans. Better to move mountains and fill seas, a simpler and more direct approach. Thus, with newfound resolve, Sunan began to manifest his divine grace, glancing down at the trembling commoners. He released a portion of his perception, selecting suitable islands in the surrounding waters. These islands should ideally be devoid of barbarian inhabitants. Otherwise, his grace would quickly devolve into tribal conflict. Found it. Sunan's eyes brightened as he discovered an island approximately the same size as the one before him. Located over 100 miles away, yet completely uninhabited by barbarians, that it is decided. The surging divine power resonated with the will of the high seas. The waters surrounding the uninhabited island began to spontaneously protect it. Accompanied by the turmoil of the sea and the tremors of the earth, under the sun's radiance, the people witnessed massive waves casting colossal shadows upon the land. This marked the dawn of Lymelia in the high seas. Under the gaze of the heavens, we beheld the magnificent sea god. The sea god granted us a new sanctuary, just as the legends foretold. After enduring 81 trials, the deity would bestow upon us eternal beauty and dreams. Under the will of the sea god, Lymelia shall undoubtedly emerge victorious in all endeavors. When the great island arrived beside this territory, all the commoners of the tribe erupted with fervor at Sunan's words. "This is the land I bestow upon my followers." Standing above the surging waves, Sunan proclaimed, "To those who follow me, I shall grant supreme honor, eternal glory, and boundless beauty and dreams. I am the sea god Oleus, the most powerful sovereign of all seas. My faithful, my followers, now venture forth to your new territory and witness the blessings of the divine." As he spoke, Sunan silently improved the island using divine power. He caused various fruits and vegetables to flourish across suitable areas of the island, establishing a fishing lake within which lay a special spatial transmutation passage, capable of attracting and accommodating ordinary and edible fish. Thus, even the most inept fishermen would find success, for Sunan had set a special command at the lake. As long as someone stood by the lake for over a day, harboring the desire to catch fish, the fish would leap into their nets at the right moment. Hence, even the king of inept fishermen would no longer return empty-handed, would they? Then came the transformation of the terrain. The peaks of the mountains were silently leveled, followed closely by the conjuration of a replica temple through divine arts. Sunan had never been accustomed to having mortals construct temples for him. Throughout the ages, he had always personally sculpted his sacred abodes. Thus, in a certain sense, he could also be regarded as a master architect. Naturally, to ensure that the temple exuded the grandeur befitting a deity, he meticulously inscribed a multitude of runes around its periphery, using his divine power. These runes interconnected, forming an illusory barrier imbued with various effects such as protection, expulsion, and illumination. The overarching theme was one of ostentatious luxury, clearly indicating that this was a realm beyond the reach of mere mortals. Chapter 82. High Sea Remilia. Once all matters pertaining to the divine were established, Sunan issued another divine decree. From henceforth, he would abolish the tribal name and establish the nation of High Sea Remilia, with the silent addition of a few words in his heart. Eastern Sea Division. Time waits for no one. To govern a realm, numerous tasks lay ahead. Thus, Sunan resolved to implement sweeping reforms within the Hu tribe. Whether it be past malpractices or peculiar customs, he would personally amend them one by one, diligently rectifying each issue. Just as he had once prohibited the vile practice of live sacrifice among the mortals he sheltered by the sea, he similarly decreed the banishment of such abhorrent customs here, crushing those who dared to perpetuate them into mere fragments, extracting their souls and binding them in the abyss of the ocean. Sunan's intentions were straightforward. Offerings to him were acceptable, as were tributes, but live sacrifices were absolutely intolerable. Such practices must be eradicated entirely, and any life that sought to revive them deserved to perish. As for slavery, the current Hu tribe, now High Sea Remilia, had yet to form a system of slavery due to geographical circumstances, but the absence of such a system now did not guarantee its non-existence in the future. He vividly recalled how the character Poseidon, one of the four formidable beings in the game, almost became a slave, referred to, relic golden troop. The institution of slavery was unacceptable. Sunan would not permit even a trace of it to emerge. While he could allow the existence of nobles in the future, those who contributed to the expansion of Remilia's territory, this did not assure their perpetual prosperity. As time passed and generations of nobles succeeded one another, should they fail to continue making meaningful contributions, their titles would be downgraded, and if they persisted in their lack of merit, further reductions would ensue. Once the territory expanded to a certain extent, Sunan would cease further expansion. Any future aspirations for noble status would require alternative contributions. The tribes of High Sea had largely lost their previous heritage, falling into ignorance and folly. Therefore, should anyone be capable of advancing cultural or technological development, granting them noble status would be entirely reasonable. Furthermore, there was the matter of laws. Sunan needed to personally investigate the conditions of various regions and establish a legal code applicable to all of High Sea based on local customs. Whether reasonable or unreasonable, the laws applicable to the sea tribes could not simply be transposed to the human populace. Thus, he would not replicate the Sea God Code of Eastern Sea Remilia. As for the laws of Fontaine, it would be best if they did not manifest at all, as some laws were simply too peculiar. Sunan sighed, lightly rubbing his forehead. If only I could bring over Yaina or Shioi. Alas, they are currently engaged at the Future Ocean Research Institute. Compared to these characters of High Sea, the citizens of Eastern Sea Remilia hold greater significance. Regardless, it is time to draft a simple set of laws. Constitution of the High Sea Remilia Empire. The Sea God holds an unparalleled status within the Remilia Empire. However, the Sea God is benevolent and requires no sacrifices or tributes related to live or blood offerings. Finally, it was completed. Sunan, working tirelessly and drawing inspiration from the civil code of his former homeland, devoted 3 full months to finalize the corresponding legal framework. The remaining details would need to be refined through subsequent events. Sunan widened his weary eyes, analyzing the entirety of the imperial constitution word by word. Once he confirmed there were no glaring flaws, he slumped into his divine seat. The task of establishing this constitution was indeed no undertaking for an ordinary individual. 3 months. I must be losing my mind. A few minutes later, having rested slightly, Sunan emerged from the temple and approached the rudimentary prayer house that his subjects had constructed from stone. This modest structure was situated on the hillside. While his temple stood atop the mountain, the current high priest of High Sea Remilia was Hellas. Despite having lost a leg and an arm, his wisdom surpassed that of his kin. Thus, following the recommendation of Grice and the warning from his preternaturally strong yet underage brother, the others reluctantly agreed to his leadership. Presently, Hellas resided in a makeshift shelter beside the prayer house. Inside the prayer stone house, as Hellas conducted his daily prayer rituals, he suddenly heard a voice. Your manner of prayer is incorrect. Sunan stood at the entrance, observing Hellas kneeling before an oddly shaped stone pillar in supplication, and an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. Furthermore, I am not that unsightly. After casting a few more glances at the peculiar pillar on the altar, a hint of disdain crept into Sunan's eyes. He extended his hand, and with a surge of divine power, the stone pillar soared directly before him. With a mere thought, a multitude of stone fragments began to fall to the ground, and the originally strange pillar began to transform into the divine form of Sunan. Minutes later, a statue resembling the sea god from the game materialized before Sunan. After contemplating the stone statue for a moment, he began to inscribe runes upon it, imbuing the statue with additional effects through the power of the runes. In the midst of Hellas' astonishment, Sunan placed his divine likeness back upon the altar. The great sea god Hellas, who had been kneeling, attempted to turn around and bow to Sunan upon witnessing this. Observing this scene, Sunan slightly furrowed his brow and spoke. My followers need not kneel before me. Upon hearing Sunan's words, Hellas' expression shifted to one of alarm. Fearing that his appearance had somehow displeased the sea god, he hastily attempted to explain, only to be interrupted once more by Sunan. Your condition is rather dire. The divine spell imbued with restorative and healing properties was cast, the gentle power of water stimulating changes within Hellas' body. Thus, I bestow upon you divine grace. Hellas felt the areas where he had once lost limbs tingling with a mix of sensations, from numbness to itchiness, and even pain. Yet, my divine grace is not so easily attained. You must offer something in return. This is the Constitution of Remilia. I require you to thoroughly familiarize yourself with these laws and establish a court of judgment, an adjudicative body, and a council. Since you have received my boon, it is only right that you contribute in kind. That a beam of divine light manifested 2 items. The former was a physical book of the imperial constitution, while the latter contained knowledge regarding the establishment and functions of imperial institutions, which flew into Hellas' mind, imparting gentle knowledge without damaging his brain. That I will return to assess the results in due time. I hope you do not disappoint me. With that, Sunan vanished from the spot, leaving Hellas in a state of astonishment and elation. That in that moment, Hellas was whole once more. The limbs he had lost were restored by Sunan's healing. Chapter 83. devouring the waters of the primal fetal sea, feeling himself restored. Hellas wore a fervent expression as he gazed in the direction Sunan had departed, then turned to behold the effect-laden statue of the sea god. O great sea god, the supreme deity, I willingly dedicate the rest of my life to you. In that instant, Sunan gained another fervent devotee. How delightful it feels to be the one in control. Sunan returned to his temple, collapsing onto his divine seat. Though his posture was somewhat ungainly, his face radiated comfort. I always said I was ill-suited for personally managing a vast nation or organization. Were it not for the desire to seize the power of the primal fetal sea waters and dominate high sea, I would have little interest in establishing this division of Remilia. The thoughts of Sunan remain as obstinate as ever. He seems to have contemplated something regarding the current state of Auser, his expression shifting to one of schadenfreude, only to be quickly followed by a hint of worry. He hopes that in a fit of rage, he won't come to seek me out for a brawl. With the intricate relationships among the myriad sea tribes, one would presume that a responsible individual like him would not abandon his duties as I have. Regardless, it appears these troublesome matters have distanced themselves from me, and I ought to attend to the truly significant affairs at hand. Extending his hand into the void, Sunan appears to rummage within. Retrieving some object, and then withdrawing his hand in a pale blue cup, he finds a shimmering liquid, the primordial fetal sea water. This essence, the very source of life, is the cradle from which all beings emerge. Gazing into the cup before him, Sunan's eyes gradually deepen with contemplation. While I may not be adept in researching such matters, I can certainly consume and analyze its essence. With this thought, Sunan aimed his cup towards the sky and raised it high, softly proclaiming, "Let us cheer for the gods of the myriad seas soon to be born, world." With that, he drank deeply. As the primordial fetal sea water flowed down his throat, the essence of life coursed through him. The authority of the sea god began to unravel the potency of the fetal sea water, and as time drifted by, Sunan felt as though he had entered a profound slumber that spanned eons. When he awoke, his gaze bore an unfathomable depth. "Who am I?" he gently whispered, as if recalling something long forgotten. Yet, it no longer seemed significant. Memories, emotions, and desires coalesced into an infinite expanse of stars that he reached out, as if to grasp the myriad morning stars scattered across the heavens. This sky, however, was but an illusion, obstructing his resonance with the sea of stars. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and it appeared as though the world had been laid bare before him in that instant. A soft chuckle escaped him, as if he had glimpsed something amusing. So it is, he mused. The false world would eventually be utterly torn asunder by the sacred light of eternal night. He looked forward to it. It was intriguing, indeed, that even a concept such as himself could possess form and wisdom. He fell into a reverie that I have been ambushed. I know not by which scoundrel that I should not have come into being. Let him reclaim all that belongs to him. Yet, from another perspective, one could argue that I am indeed a fragment of him. That he smiled gently, transforming from him to him. Upon fully regaining consciousness, Sunan instinctively uttered an exclamation of pain. What the hell? Why does it hurt so much? The soul-deep anguish compelled even this usually unflappable being, accustomed to self-inflicted wounds in battle, to curse aloud. To illustrate, it felt as though his very consciousness had been cast into a blender, subjected to countless merciless compressions. Had he not been accustomed to pain from his previous habits, he could scarcely fathom that such agony existed in this world. That it was as though the concept of pain had been personified and merged with his very soul and flesh. As the most excruciating moments gradually subsided, Sunan reflected on his recent sensations. However, not long after, the pain dissipated entirely, replaced by an inexplicable comfort. Oh dear, Upon hearing his own dismal utterances, Sunan quickly covered his mouth. This comfort was difficult to articulate, and he feared that should he elaborate too extensively, his tale would conclude prematurely. Thus, to prevent the arrival of a deity so formidable that even the mightiest of gods and emperors would bow before him, he opted to cast a silent spell upon himself. Releasing his mouth, he reveled in the enveloping sensation of comfort, feeling slightly languid upon his divine seat. Thanks to the effects of the silent spell, Sunan no longer emitted those unseemly sounds. Hours passed, and upon complete recovery, he felt a twinge of headache. Why did no one inform me that drinking the primordial fetal sea water would lead to this? He pondered. And what of my own powers? Why has my authority as sea god failed to unveil the essence and strength within the primordial fetal sea? Could it be that my assumptions were flawed? Or perhaps, Sunan furrowed his brow, I consumed too little of the primordial fetal sea water? Pondering this, he recalled the image of Adurlia stepping barefoot upon the primordial fetal sea water. Suddenly, he shivered all over. What a dreadful notion. Sunan felt a slight headache creeping in. He had just entertained the idea that drinking the primordial fetal sea water was rather pleasant. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that he had not truly comprehended any new power. His brow furrowed deeper as he sighed. Indeed, to grasp the strength of the primordial fetal sea, I must consult Adurlia, the heart. But if I return so soon, will she suspect my ulterior motives and view me as a villain? Perhaps it is best to delay my visit. Chapter 84. Seeking a gift, however, why would consuming the primordial fetal sea water yield such contrasting sensations? Sunan's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Could it be a form of alternative transformation or evolution? Perhaps there were changes at play that I have yet to perceive. Sighing, Sunan rose from his divine seat. No, the stranger the questions and doubts, the sooner they must be resolved. Otherwise, when they become a pressing issue, it will be far more difficult to handle. While I could easily attribute all the bizarre misfortunes to Istalu, this time, such blame would not suffice. This time, the responsibility must fall upon the god of life and the water dragon king, given their close ties to the primordial fetal seed. And if all else fails, I could also implicate Fans. He had never been one to sit idly by, and now that he had reached this juncture, retreat was not an option. It was essential to pay a visit to the primordial fetal sea. As previously agreed, I ought to bring her some gifts. What should I prepare for her? Sunan fell into contemplation. Did Adurlia have any particular fondness for certain foods? It seems she does not require sustenance. Well, she has never truly ventured beyond the realm of the primordial fetal sea, and in that case, perhaps I should bring some flora from the high seas. Though she is a goddess, a fondness for flowers and glittering gems should be universal. Should it not? With a hint of worry, he scratched his head, and amidst a flicker of divine light, Sunan vanished from his spot. He intended to explore the high seas and see if he could gather some trinkets. That way, when he visited Adurlia, he wouldn't appear empty-handed, which would be rather awkward. Although it was likely that Adurlia would not mind, he himself was rather concerned about it, had it not been for the primordial fetal sea water. He wouldn't have bothered to bring her gifts. In terms of being stubborn yet soft-hearted, Sunan was quite adept. The first item he sought was the Lake Light Lily. In his mind, the Lake Light Lily served as a breakthrough material for Fanina in the game, and he believed it would be something she would appreciate if Fanina liked it. Might Adurlia also have an affinity for it? Perhaps all water deities cherish the Lake Light Lily. Fanina, as a part of the water deity, might share similar tastes with Fucarlos, whose essence is that of a pure water spirit, born from the tears of Adurlia. With this reasoning, it seemed entirely plausible that Adurlia would favor the Lake Light Lily. Thus, Sunan compared his current location with where he had played the game previously and proceeded toward what he deemed an appropriate direction. That if memory served, the Lake Light Lily was located in what would later be known as the Eyrie Forest. Though the name may differ now, the location should be relatively similar. He hoped he would not stray from the path. Accompanied by the ebb and flow of the tides, Sunan embarked on a journey towards the horizon. After approximately an hour, he arrived upon a colossal island. Rather than merely being an island, it could be more accurately described as a continent. After all, the high sea is classified as an inland sea. Should the reference point be altered, what was once deemed an island would indeed transform into a continent. The Lake Light Lily, flourishing at the confluence of water veins, radiates a hue of blue and exudes a fragrance that is both cool and refined. Sunan began his search based on the information regarding the Lake Light Lily. He extended his perception, delving into the topographical details of his surroundings. However, what took him by surprise was the realization that someone was being pursued and attacked by a monstrous creature. Sunan was momentarily taken aback. Could this truly be mere coincidence? Why, in such a perilous situation, did the individual not bear the blue or purple exclamation mark above their head? Did they not know that the appearance of such an exclamation would summon a certain little yellow-haired figure from beyond this world to assist them? Within his perception, he noticed a man, poorly attired and seemingly humble, being relentlessly pursued by two never-before-seen beast-like monsters. These creatures bore resemblance to lions, yet their bodies were covered not in fur, but in scales. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sunin appeared to have an epiphany. His eyes brightened as his figure abruptly vanished from sight. Coincidentally, there was a local. Perhaps this young man knew the whereabouts of the Lake Light Lily. Curse it! Why must I encounter a land demon merely while foraging for herbs? Stan exclaimed, panic-stricken as he fled through the forest. In his desperate attempt to evade the demon's hunt, he deliberately darted into the thickets. The underbrush in this era was still remarkably lush, and the land demon, with its awkward size, found itself in a rather precarious position, neither too large nor too small. This awkwardness rendered it unable to navigate the dense thickets with ease. Its colossal form, when it collided with the environment, could easily cause mountains to crumble and forests to be trampled. Lacking the innate ability of insect-like monsters to burrow anywhere, it required considerable effort to hunt a solitary human. With a cacophony of rustling leaves and the demon's furious roar echoing in his ears, Stan's face turned even more ashen. Good heavens, is it truly my fate to perish here today as the self-proclaimed future chieftain of my tribe? Just then, fortune took a turn for the worse as he accidentally stepped on a sharp stone, sending a jolt of pain through him. Stan stumbled, losing control of his footing, and fell to the ground, sliding roughly a meter. Ouch, he gasped between clenched teeth. Struggling to rise he turned to glance behind him. He was horrified to see the land demon drawing perilously close, its jaws agape, ready to devour his upper body. Intending to transform him from Stan into Stan, the foul stench assaulted his senses, and his pupils dilated in terror. Is this truly how I meet my end? I do not wish to die. Is there no one to save me? Just as despair flooded his thoughts, a voice suddenly pierced through the chaos, interrupting his spiral of memories. Domai. It appears that the little yellow-haired figure is not here to rescue you. It seems they have yet to manifest in this realm. I had thought they had been frolicking here for many years. With the utterance of that voice came an explosive shattering of the very monster that was about to claim Stan's life. Blood from the land demon splattered, coating Stan's previously fair skin in a new hue. Chapter 85. The Edge of the High Sea. The Sandy Sea is also a sea. Chapter 86. The war above the Sandy Sea upon the expanse of the great red Sandy Sea. Countless monstrous armies clashed with fervor. They hailed from two formidable factions. One was the Red Sand Legion led by the Red Sand King, Amon, the strongest force reigning over the Sandy Sea. The other was the Burning Legion, commanded by the Lava God, Andilor, whose territory spanned both the Sandy Sea and the Molten Lands. A century prior, with the onset of the Demon God War, Amon proclaimed himself the Red Sand King. Upon receiving the celestial decree, he unhesitatingly declared war upon all demon gods residing in the Sandy Sea. He, Amon, aimed to subjugate the pantheon of gods single-handedly. The might of the blazing sun would envelop the great red Sandy Sea. At least as far as Amon was concerned, this was an endeavor achievable in the short term. Proud as Amon was, aside from the flower goddess, Neba Marikata, he held no other demon god in high regard. Thus, in response to his declaration of war, the majority of the demon gods in the Sandy Sea forged alliances, preparing to retaliate against him in the eyes of the weaker demon gods. While Amon was undeniably powerful, it did not render him invincible. With sufficient numbers, they could overwhelm him. Unfortunately, the notion was correct, but the outcome was dismal. The collective of demon gods in the Sandy Sea amounted to 17, with none being high-ranking. Consequently, Amon, akin to his Red Sand Legion's effortless conquest of numerous city-states, easily suppressed the pantheon of gods. The disparity in ranks among demon gods sometimes rivaled that between humans and dogs. All the vanquished demon gods of the Sandy Sea fell to Amon's might. Subdued beneath the throne of the blazing sun. It was only later that the rise of the lava god interrupted the impending unification of the Sandy Sea. The lava god, Andilor, harbored ambitions on par with Amon, establishing his realm at the juncture of the Central Land and the Western Continent, thereby accumulating the faith of countless beings. He sheltered 9 major clans and 33 minor clans, among them an immense variety of monsters. He meticulously delineated the territories of various races and humans, forbidding any monster from disturbing the lives and futures of the Sandy Sea's denizens, thus earning their devotion. Andilor not only incorporated the common folk of the Sandy Sea under his rule, but also established a vast human city-state in the Western Continent. The populace under the lava god numbered in the hundreds of thousands, while the monstrous legions exceeded that number tenfold. Currently, The forces clashing here comprised merely 1/7 of the Burning Legion, with an additional 6/7 poised to launch a cataclysmic war against the Red Sand Kingdom at a moment's notice. This battle was but a microcosm of the countless conflicts spanning decades. Yet, this time, both the Red King Amon and the Lava God Andilor graced the battlefield. They soared above the fray, their golden and crimson chariots eclipsing a portion of the sun's radiance. To the monsters and mortals below, it appeared as though three suns had emerged in the sky. How terrifying! Amon, your Red Sand Legion seems rather lackluster, Andilor remarked, reclining against the crimson throne of his chariot. Casting a cold, indifferent gaze upon the brutal carnage below. One of your Legion commanders has just perished. Amon casually recounted a significant event unfolding below, seemingly unfazed by Andalor's words or the slight grimace that followed. In the midst of the slaughter, Illidan, one of the commanders of the Burning Legion, wielding the artifact known as the Flame of Joy, had been slain before the eyes of many, while Illidan had met his demise. The assassin responsible for his death was swiftly surrounded and dispatched. Noticing the assassin's demise, Andalor's expression softened slightly as he addressed the unfolding scene. The death of Olio was worthwhile, Amon calmly replied. His existence underscored the significance of an assassin. Amidst a myriad of soldiers, one can still claim the head of an enemy commander, and in the ensuing battles, your Burning Legion shall witness the fall of more commanders. Akin to Illidan, Amon continued. Is that so? Andalor's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile. Then what of that artifact, the Frostmourne, which you created? Will you simply relinquish it? According to the agreement between us, that artifact shall rightfully belong to me. Of course, if your Red Sand Legion manages to defeat my Burning Legion in this war, then the artifact shall remain yours. Just an ordinary artifact, Amon said, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. Though he maintained an air of nonchalance, if it is lost, so be it. I can always forge another. The Frostmourne was an artifact crafted from the remains of defeated gods that to date. Many demon gods had fallen at his hands. Yet the remnants were scarce. Thus, even he felt a pang of regret over the potential loss of the Frostmourne. This was a remarkable artifact, capable of being wielded even by mortals to harness formidable power, enabling them to vanquish beings of the subordinate ranks. Is that so? If you say so, then I shall entrust this artifact to Gul'dan, Andilor remarked with a light chuckle. With Gul'dan's prowess, he should be able to fully unleash the power of Frostmourne and transform Illidan's past into the future of your Crimson Sands Legion. Upon hearing this, Amon fell into a momentary silence. Andalor's arch-nemesis and the God King who had been locked in a stalemate with him for decades. He was well aware of who Gul'dan was, the most notorious berserker of the Burning Legion. Indeed, a berserker, not an assassin. The commander of the Burning Legion's berserker vanguard. Gul'dan's combat prowess was indisputable. Throughout the decades of warfare, Gul'dan had directly clashed with 3 commanders of the Crimson Sands Legion on the battlefield. He even withstood a 3-day confrontation against the Crimson Sands Legion's supreme commander, the King of Crocodiles, without defeat. If he were to acquire the artifact Frostmourne, it would spell significant trouble. With this thought, Amon's brow furrowed slightly. Noticing Amon's expression, Andalor's initial distress over Illidan's assassination began to dissipate. He envisioned a future where the King of Crocodiles was slain in battle by the berserker commander Gul'dan. If he could achieve that, I shall grant him an independent legion, allowing him to wage war against surrounding nations at will, Andilor mused, already preparing to weave grand visions for Illidan. Andilor contemplated how to entice Gul'dan. Amon's voice suddenly reached his ears. Let's have a battle. A hint of perplexity crossed Andalor's face. You wish to fight me? Amon calmly rose, gazing into the distance at the crimson war chariots. Are you in such a hurry? Andilor felt no fear of battle or slaughter. He was merely surprised by Amon's eagerness to commence a contest between God Kings so swiftly. If not controlled, the aftermath could easily affect the Crimson Sands Legion and the Burning Legion below. Despite the thunderous clamor of millions clashing in combat, it appeared trivial to the eyes of the 2 God Kings. Should they unleash their full power, each clash would claim vast numbers of their Legion members. This world is starkly realistic. The weak lack even the privilege to observe the strong engage in battle, for the mere aftershocks of their conflict could extinguish their lives, should a God King battle erupt now. Employing wide-ranging destructive divine spells, this place would become a wasteland within mere breaths. The remnants of those Legion warriors might barely remain. Let us wait until the Legion's war concludes, Andalor softly suggested. Lest our skirmish inadvertently ensnares them, I would not wish for my hard-won formidable Legion to suffer a seventh of its strength for such a trivial reason. I trust you share this sentiment. Amon remained silent, his expression suggesting he concurred with Andalor's reasoning. They turned their gaze towards the battlefield below, where both legions were locked in a fierce struggle. The air resonated with deafening roars as the siege forces of the burning legion, 30,000 lava hellbugs, harnessed the volcanic energies they bore. Within 5 breaths, countless molten meteors cascaded from the sky like raindrops. Each molten meteor fell into the ranks of the Crimson Sands Legion, the terrifying lava immediately spreading, incinerating numerous creatures of the Crimson Sands Legion to ash. One of the commanders, the Sand Ape Marion, with its long-haired hand raised slightly, unleashed a powerful innate ability, Sand Breath. The other Sand Ape warriors coordinated with their leader Marion to unleash their Sand Breath as well. While Marion's Sand Breath might only stir a small sandstorm, the combined efforts of tens of thousands of Sand Ape warriors under Marion's command would conjure a sandstorm capable of sweeping the heavens. The towering sandstorm surged forth, engulfing the battlefield and saturating the realm of both legions in a hue of sand. The razor-sharp grains, propelled by the hurricane, effortlessly pierced through numerous creatures of the burning legion, obliterating them. Many of the Crimson Sands Legion members who ventured too deep into enemy lines also fell victim to the chaotic sandstorm, perishing beneath their own allies' spells. However, before Marion could issue further commands, a sudden wave of fatal danger washed over him, and a flicker of fear crossed his face. Yet, he had no time to call for help before a crimson streak of the Crimson Divine light once again burst forth. As if it had gathered the might of all that is great in the world, striking another divine radiance in a fleeting moment. That light emanated from the war behemoth, the Horn Hunter. Unleashed through its golden horn, a terrifying force, the two beams of divine light clashed, neutralizing each other, and the golden horn of the war behemoth dimmed instantaneously. Upon witnessing this scene, Lade revealed a grim smile. As if all support had been stripped from his being, collapsing to the ground. Great god of lava, lord of volcanoes, I can no longer offer you my strength, he sighed, as shadows enveloped him, and the iron hooves of the war behemoth descended, marking the complete withdrawal of this grand mage of the burning legion from the stage of war. Meanwhile, his kin, the fiery mage, the mage legion, suffered grievous losses under the onslaught of the Horn Hunter. Given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely they could form a new mage battalion. You shall perish. Following closely behind the Horn Hunter, Gul'dan's eyes brimmed with fury at this sight, roaring as he wielded his 2 colossal artifacts with the ferocity of a whirlwind. He leapt high into the air, soaring from the earth to the sky, as strange runic halos flickered behind him. With each flicker of the halo, a terrifying propulsion surged forth, propelling him toward the war behemoth below. He infused all elemental power into the 2 artifacts in his grasp, and with the interplay of icy cold and searing heat, the monstrous blades descended, cleaving the war behemoth in 2 at the waist. The Horn Hunter let out a mournful cry as it collapsed to the ground, its blood cascading like a waterfall, staining the battlefield below in a crimson sea. Gasping for breath, Gul'dan felt the scene before him slightly disarrayed. He had expended tremendous stamina in the recent battle and had forcibly utilized the artifact's power to slay the war behemoth. The horrifying toll left him somewhat drained. Now is the time. On the other side, one of the commanders of the Crimson Sand Legion, Prince Agri of the Crimson Griffin, waved his hand vigorously. With his motion, a new battle command was issued, and the aerial legion, the Crimson Griffin Knights, began to soar into the sky in waves. Those powerful warriors bound by the life-sharing pact with the Crimson Griffin brandished their weapons, their faces ablaze with fervor as they joined the fray. The densely packed Crimson Griffin Knights surged forth to launch a surprise assault on the lava hell worms of the burning legion. Accompanied by the brilliance of the shadowlight, one after another, the lava hellworms fell upon the sandy expanse. In the face of the Crimson Griffin Legion's assault, one of the commanders of the Burning Legion, Sargeras, maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. He withdrew a gem from his robe, a summoning device for the Titan worms. The Titan worms, corpulent like the lava hellworms, bore on their backs tubular structures akin to hollow containers. Within them lay vast reservoirs of plasma and lava extract, The Titan worms were a serendipitous creation of Sargeras during his studies of the lava hellworms. After receiving praise and orders from Andilar, Sargeras began to cultivate them in great numbers. Now, the Titan worms had reached a staggering population of 50,000, and now he would summon at least 30,000 of them. Ready to bring down those living targets in the sky. With a rumble, the sandy expanse began to tremble, the earth splitting apart, runes emerging from the endless sands, illuminated by a red glow, as the 30,000 Titan worms concealed in the netherworld were unleashed. Sensing the tumultuous elemental energy in the air, Prince Agri felt a twinge of unease in his heart. His gaze turned toward the distance, where, beyond 100 miles, a group of Titan worms had already aimed their artillery at the Crimson Griffin Knights, who occasionally swooped down to strike. Agri's apprehension deepened as he scrutinized the horizon, and after careful consideration, he ascended into the sky. However, as he soared through the clouds, he beheld the countless Titan worms for the first time. These were creatures of the Burning Legion he had never encountered, and thus his eyes brimmed with wariness. As the first Titan worm launched its assault on the Crimson Griffin Knights, one after another, the Titan beast charged, unleashing terrifying lava electric light. Witnessing the divine judgment-like rays of light hurtling toward the Crimson Griffin Legion, Agri's pupils dilated in shock, panic overtaking his countenance as he shouted, "All forces of the Crimson Griffin Legion, retreat, retreat." The order to withdraw resonated throughout the ranks, yet time proved insufficient for the Crimson Griffin Knights to react. The clouds above were pierced, and the members of the Crimson Griffin Legion plummeted like raindrops. Screams and wails echoed through the sky. A quarter of an hour later, under the onslaught of the Titan worms, merely 30% of the Crimson Griffin Legion managed to escape. The two suns in the sky faced each other, their atmosphere growing increasingly tense amid the ongoing conflict below. The devastation wrought by this war far surpassed previous encounters, as both the Crimson Sand Legion and the Burning Legion had obliterated at least 3 unique units from each side. The Crimson Sand Legion's Crimson Griffin Knights and Sandape Mage Corps, along with the Burning Legion's Lava Hellworm Siege units and Crimson Flame Sorcerers, were left with only a handful of surviving members. And those remaining would prove ineffective in the ensuing battles. In other words, both sides suffered tremendous losses in this war. Consequently, neither King Amon nor the god of lava, Andilar, could look at each other with the same camaraderie as before. Once, they regarded each other as commendable foes, believing that if the war ended, they would honor one another with incense offerings. Now, however, they concluded it would be far better to obliterate each other. Chapter 89, Amon vs. Andilar vs. Sunan. 1. Such a degree of casualties had reached an almost unbearable threshold for both deities. Thus, a tacit understanding passed between them as they exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's intent to withdraw. "Let us retreat. It is time for our battle to commence." The two deities spoke in unison. Prideful as they were, neither wished to be the first to suggest a retreat, yet now they spoke simultaneously. This meant neither had lost face before the other. With dignity preserved, they could afford to grant each other a modicum of respect, accompanied by an unusual resonance that reached the battlefield below. The once fierce skirmish between the Crimson Sand Legion and the Burning Legion abruptly ceased. They exchanged glances, gradually withdrawing. The command of the gods is paramount the moment the divine edict was issued. No matter how much they loathed their enemies, they were compelled to halt and retreat. Several hours later, both the Crimson Sand Legion and the Burning Legion vacated the battlefield, leaving behind a sea of corpses and blood. The howling wind surged, stirring up sand and dust, as the blazing sun and erupting lava converged. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed by a colossal barrier. At the moment the barrier enveloped the area, a unique wave pulsed, rendering all concealed entities utterly visible. This was the special understanding between the two sovereigns. They would not allow any rogue to hide in the shadows. Originally, they merely acted in accordance with established customs. Yet they had not anticipated that this time, they would indeed uncover a hidden rogue. Moments prior, Sunan, having noted the complete withdrawal of the forces below, bore an expression of excitement. "The confrontation is imminent. I've waited so long, and they are finally about to clash. Through their battle, I can ascertain my own position." However, before he could revel in his excitement for long, he suddenly realized that the once tense gaze of the two deities had shifted toward his location. Blinking a few times, Sunan subtly shifted to the left. He briefly locked eyes with the two deities, Noticing their gazes followed his movements. Don't know. I've been discovered. Confirming his discovery, Sunan offered an awkward yet polite smile, saying, I was merely passing through. Do you believe me? The two deities said nothing, merely observing Sunan in silence. Sigh, seeing his ruse thoroughly unraveled, Sunan sighed in resignation, suppressing his expression, his demeanor shifting to one of cold indifference and madness. With a swift motion, he drew his divine blade from the nether realm, its azure brilliance shining forth. In that moment, a fourth blue sun appeared in the sky, pointing his blade at the two deities. Sunan coldly declared, Which of you will come first, or shall you both come at once? Proud as they were, how could they conjoin forces against Sunan? In their eyes, it should have been the other two deities uniting against them. Thus, the two deities slightly adjusted their positions, transforming the confrontation of two gods into a standoff of three. With neither of the gods taking action, Sunan's gaze shifted towards the Crimson King, his brow arching slightly as he signaled him, if there were to be a battle, let it be with the strongest, the mightiest of the Sand Sea. The Crimson King was indeed worthy of a duel. As for that so-called god of lava, Andilor, apologies, but I have never heard of such an insignificant being. What arrogance! Amon, sensing Sunan's provocation, narrowed his eyes slightly. Does he perceive me as a weakling? A flicker of anger ignited in Amon's gaze. Accompanied by the chaotic elemental forces swirling around him, the Crimson King Amon, a descendant of the divine possessing 7 elemental powers, was among the most formidable of all demons in the earthly realm. The king's artifact, the Crimson Sand Staff, crafted from obsidian, materialized in his grasp as he gazed impassively at Sunan. Come, with a whoosh, accompanied by the sound of tearing wind, space behind the Crimson King ruptured, and Sunan emerged from the rift, an abundance of divine power coalescing in his legs, aiming a powerful kick straight at the Crimson King's back. Should Sunan's kick connect, it would surely leave the Crimson King in need of a suitable wheelchair. The Crimson King, ever vigilant, had anticipated this move, and with a swift swing of the Crimson Sand Staff, he turned to block Sunan's strike. Bang! However, the old strength had waned, and new strength had yet to arise. The tremendous force caused a flicker of astonishment in the Crimson King's eyes. Before he could dissipate the impact, he was propelled dozens of miles away by the force of the kick. After sending the Crimson King flying, Sunan's attention immediately shifted to Andilor. With a second strike, space tore anew, divine power accumulating. Was it another kick? Incorrect. It was the divine blade unsheathed, slicing through the heavens. Heavenly sea, star shatter. The strike that once shattered the celestial star of rock reemerged, as primordial heavy water gathered upon the blade, instantly transforming into divine power that cleaved through the void. Lava, Guardian, stand firm and protect the celestial pillar. In response to Sunan's sudden change in tactics, Andilor swiftly invoked his most potent protective divine technique. Fiery lava manifested, intertwining and inscribing numerous runes upon it. A shield, forged from countless lava connections, materialized before him. This was a one-way shield, possessing unimaginable defensive capabilities. Boom. The Star Shatter blade struck the shield, leaving a distinct, visible gash upon it. As the first scar appeared, countless light blades instantly enveloped the shield. Just then, a searing aura surged towards both Andilor and Sunan. It was a radiant sun. Andilor's pupils constricted slightly, and he quickly sidestepped several miles to evade the incoming solar cataclysm from Amon. Meanwhile, Sunan had no time to evade. Facing the solar cataclysm head-on, the heavenly sea divine blade plunged downward, its scattered strikes tearing a deep chasm into the sands below. Deep sea, sand sea, guardian. As the sand sea trembled, torrents of sand surged skyward, akin to fledgling swallows taking flight, frantically rushing towards Sunan. An endless storm of sand enveloped the sky, summoned by Sunan's will, advancing to confront the radiant sun. Sand sea, dust storm cataclysm. As the infinite sand obscured the heavens and earth within 100 miles, a flicker of divine light flashed in Sunan's eyes, in an instant, akin to a nuclear fission. Every grain of sand in this realm erupted. Boom! The terrifying explosion instantaneously unleashed an unfathomable tempest. Chapter 90. Amon vs. Andilor vs. Sunan. 2. The dread explosion had not fully dissipated when a colossal hand surged from the sand sea. Witness the might of the blazing sun, Amon proclaimed. As if the world obeyed his command, unleashing a terrifying force. Radiant Sun's majesty. Celestial pulse descends. Countless runes materialized, a golden barrier emerging in his grasp, forcibly containing the explosion within the barrier, and the giant hands swiftly closed. Radiant Sun's majesty. Daylight. Simultaneously, a spectrum of colors illuminated, as a brilliant sun was forged by Amon, hurtling towards the closing giant hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The searing blade light shimmered as countless blade rays erupted from the center of the closing barrier, shattering it while simultaneously severing the giant hand into fragments. The flying blade rays compelled Andilor, who was dodging the giant hand and the blazing sun, to retreat several miles once more. As the hand and barrier were utterly cleaved apart by Sunan, he emerged somewhat disheveled, directly colliding with a resplendent sun. Sunan's gaze sharpened slightly, but there was no time to react. He could only raise his blade to block. Boom! The moment the radiant sun made contact with the blade, it detonated, unleashing an inferno that incinerated the surrounding void. The roar echoed, resonating throughout the skies, shattering clouds for hundreds of miles. Whoosh! Like a plane crashing or a meteor falling, a somewhat dark figure plummeted from the heavens into the sand sea, raising a cloud of dust and creating a massive crater upon the sands. Ignoring Sunan, who had been blasted away by the radiant sun, Amon turned his gaze towards the retreating Andilor, wielding the crimson sand staff, as divine winds coalesced into wings behind him, with a slight flap. He appeared before Andilor in an instant. Radiant Sun's majesty. Seven-colored divine light flickered upon the crimson sand staff, interacting and intensifying the already violent energy fluctuations. Wherever the staff passed, space fractured inch by inch. So you truly regard me as mere clay to be molded, do you? Everyone has dared to lay a hand upon me. From the very beginning, he had been on the defensive and evasive, either enduring Sunan's powerful kicks and slashes or dodging Amon's radiant sun and colossal hands. As a formidable deity ruling over territories spanning the West Great Road and the Central Land, could he endure such treatment? Certainly not. If he could tolerate this, how would he continue to be a god king? Would he emulate Tang San? Then his life would be utterly ruined. Was Tang San a paragon that any ordinary god king could emulate? A flicker of rage flashed in Andalor's eyes as he summoned a crimson greatsword from the void. Greatsword, fiery core of the earth, forged from volcanic heartstone and earth flame crystals, it could effortlessly conjure a tempest of searing flames with a mere swing. Lava, ashen cataclysm, a torrential flame storm materialized between heaven and earth. Soaring thousands of meters high, rapidly forming and coalescing, absorbing an immense amount of elemental power, culminating in a terrifyingly violent force within the greatsword. Lava, centuries' demise. The world seemed to split in two. As the cataclysmic divine power erupted in an instant, become the ashes of the old world. Andalor's voice resonated like an unfathomable abyss that it was a terrifying strike capable of annihilating all things. Boom! The moment the fiery core of the earth collided with the crimson sand staff, the resulting high-energy reaction shattered the surrounding space in profusion. Alas, this scene went unnoticed by the well-informed passerby, who would have certainly gasped in horror. Moreover, they would have eagerly explained to the other onlookers just how powerful and terrifying these forces were. The narrative would focus on how a deity akin to the sun could be gazed upon, and that the spectators would be immune to the carnage unfolding in this fierce battle. Of course, such a terrifying energy reaction indeed attracted the attention of a few fortunate demons who survived the Central Land's demon war. However, unlike the brave demons from the Eastern Land, these fortunate demons merely cast a distant glance, comparing their own strength before hastily fleeing into the distance. Spectate? Not a chance. One could easily deduce the identities of the two combatants. The god of lava, Andilor, the king of crimson sand, Amon. Neither of these deities were known for their benevolence. Since the onset of the demon war, countless demons had perished at their hands. Should these two deities take note of their presence, they would undoubtedly become mere statistics in their kill counts, not worth the trouble. Moreover, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that as they fled, they caught a fleeting glimpse of another deity emerging from the sand sea. With three great powers clashing, it was far wiser for these lesser beings to retreat. If misfortune befell them, and they were caught in the aftermath, they would surely become a brilliant firework upon the sands. As the space shattered, a red storm erupted like a torrent, enveloping the sky entirely. The terrifying force rendered the already scorching sand sea even more blazing. A golden figure plummeted through the crimson storm. It was Amon. Although Andalor was slightly winded, he quickly regained his composure. The prior strike had combined two terrifying battle techniques, and the unleashed power was such that even Amon needed to temporarily evade its brilliance. Sand Sea. Dragon's Fury. Two massive sand dragons arose from the Sand Sea, their colossal forms stretching for hundreds of miles, as they stirred countless grains of sand into a whirlwind around them. The sand dragons roared, engulfing the already fatigued Andalor and the retreating Amon. Countless grains of sand, under the dominion of Sunan, are driven forth to wash away the corporeal forms of the two divine kings, a feat, that is, of course, unattainable, for both divine kings, prior to being engulfed by the sand dragon's wrath, unleashed their protective divine arts: lava, heart of the earth, radiance of the fiery sun, sacred glory. The molten lava transformed into a shield, a formidable barrier forged in imitation of the heart of the earth's protection, capable of withstanding even the overwhelming force of the blazing sun. A kaleidoscope of colors emanated a divine majesty. The brilliance of the celestial beings shimmering for a fleeting moment. A golden pillar of light enveloped the divine forms, shattering the massive sand dragon in an instant, as he broke free from the sand dragon's assault. Amon had yet to stabilize his stance when a searing blade light from Sunan descended upon him in a heartbeat. Celestial Sea. Instant annihilation. A considerable amount of divine power was compressed upon the razor's edge. That intensely concentrated blade light was enough to shatter even the seven-colored sacred glory. The two figures intertwined in a flash. The air fell silent for a brief moment, and then an unbounded tempest erupted. Radiance of the fiery sun. Supreme sovereignty. The golden halo expanded instantly. A powerful repulsive force sent Sunan flying away from his blade's defense, while Andalor, just freed from the sand dragon, was blasted away dozens of miles by the sudden force. Chapter 91. Amon vs. Andalor vs. Sunan. 3. The astonished expression on Andalor's face was fleeting. He quickly regained his composure, inhaling deeply as divine power erupted from him like a volcano, painting the sky crimson. Lava, heart of the fire realm. Numerous red runes accompanied by incantations emerged, and formations began to spread in all directions that Sunan and Amon engaged in fierce close-quarters combat in the sky. Everything around them was suffused with the divine power of lava. Remarkably, Sunan executed a block followed by a powerful kick, sending Amon staggering back hundreds of meters. That he raised his gaze, surveying the surroundings, a slight arch of his brow indicating his intrigue. Everywhere he looked, the landscape was consumed by crimson flames, even the void twisted and distorted by the inferno, crafting an advantageous battleground. Was it? Do you understand what it means to be the sea god? The Sea of Flames is still a sea. As the authority of the sea god was invoked, the once stable heart of the fire realm rapidly succumbed to Sunan's influence. The foundational runes of the incantations were disrupted, and amidst the tremors, the chilling breath commanded by Amon suddenly enveloped the entire fire realm. Radiance of the fiery sun, elemental transformation, ice, the breath of frost decay, as the seven-colored brilliance flowed. Under Amon's will, all transformed into pure white ice power, significantly amplifying the strength of the ice elements with divine energy. Pure white runes manifested, outlining a triangular formation, tearing the fabric of space apart. As an endless chill began to spread, the once blazing heart of the fire realm collapsed completely under the influence of Sunan and Amon. Upon the collapse of the fire realm, a flicker of astonishment crossed Andalor's face. However, he quickly regained his composure, wielding the heart of the crimson flame to join the fray of the two gods. Although the heart of the fire realm was an exceedingly formidable domain divine art, both gods were of the same caliber as himself. While he could not comprehend why his control over the fire realm had been compromised, it was of little consequence. They could fight. All three gods were proud beings, never deigning to gang up on a single opponent. Thus, in their eyes, the other two were merely adversaries. Thus ensued a chaotic battle that at times one would find themselves beset by the other two, only for the apparent cooperation to dissolve into mutual assault moments later. As time passed and the battle raged on, the three gods began to discern each other's techniques, intensifying the ferocity of their clashes. Tearing through space, Sunan evaded a radiant sun cast by Amon. extending his hand towards the Sand Sea in resonance, summoning its formidable power. Sand Sea, mastery of infinite currents. With the influence of the sea god's authority, countless grains of sand began to swirl like quicksand. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles. The expanse of the Sand Sea fell under Sunan's command, defying gravity as it soared skyward in an instant. Sand Sea, countless grains of the Ganges, the 3,000 worlds. An immense surge of divine power began to swell forth, as every grain of sand around was transformed by Sunan's divine energy, becoming the foundation of a special space. After forcibly reshaping these innumerable grains into spatial anchors, Sunan once again utilized his celestial art, the illusions of the celestial realm. In mere moments, a multitude of small worlds materialized, yet still, it was too taxing. After conjuring numerous small worlds, Sunan's complexion paled slightly, sensing the near depletion of his divine power, prompting a twitch at the corner of his mouth. With a mere thought, the small worlds that had only just begun to take shape shattered, reverting to pure divine energy that returned to him. Approximately 3,000 remained. Adequate numbers. Thus, prepare for my judgment upon the world. Sunan directed his hand towards the embroiled Amon and Andilor. Sand Sea, countless grains. Burial, final judgment. Countless radiant grains of sand, carrying the shattered small worlds, rained down upon the two gods in their desperate evasion. Sunan was a fair man, offering each god 1,500 small worlds. There was no need for contention or theft. As the small worlds exploded into fragments, their star-like brilliance began to radiate outward. When the 3,000 sand-grain worlds shattered completely, everything around seemed to plunge into silence. Had Amon and Andilor fallen? Of course not. Though the 3,000 worlds unleashed by Sunan wielded tremendous power, they lacked effective locking and targeting capabilities, allowing the two gods to tear through the void and escape to evade the impending onslaught of exploding small worlds. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Amon and Andilor emerged from the void, their expressions slightly pale, the once vibrant brilliance about them dimmed. Blood trickled from their arms and torsos, their gazes fixated intently upon Sunan. Powerful, truly powerful. This was a genuine, formidable foe. Amon finally regarded Sunan with earnestness, inquiring about his name. What is your name? The sea demon god. Alias. Sunan inhaled deeply, responding while striving to restore his internal strength. That previous incomplete divine art had nearly drained him entirely. Ambition had perhaps been too great, but it mattered little. Should a day come when he could mold countless grains of sand into small worlds through the heart of the celestial realm? He believed he could stand shoulder to shoulder with beings of the Four Shadows caliber, merely based on the limits of divine power reserves. Uncertain of the Four Shadows-specific combat prowess, Sunan could only estimate himself in this manner. The sea demon god, upon hearing this, Amon's expression shifted slightly, his gaze towards Sunan tinged with discontent. Yet this discontent swiftly morphed into incredulity, for amid their previous tumultuous battle, all of Sunan's concealed auras and nuanced divine arts had lost their efficacy. And Amon sensed the purity of Sunan's essence, as clear as water, akin to the sea itself. Are you truly the sea demon god? In that instant, even Amon, with his divine heritage and the dignity of the Crimson Sand King, found the scene before him difficult to fathom. A water elemental demon god. The sea demon god effortlessly commanded the domain of the Sand Sea, whose water elemental demon god behaves in such a manner. Amon could control the Sand Sea because he himself was a demon god of the seven elements, equipped with the authority of the blazing sun, effortlessly manipulating various powers. Yet, what manner of being was this self-proclaimed sea demon god? A pure water elemental demon god, yet capable of wielding powers entirely unrelated to himself. Chapter 92. Amon versus Andilor versus Sunan. Final. Is this not absurd? Utterly outrageous. Pray do not tell me this fellow is a sea god. The kind that can control all things sea-related. As Amon restored his divine power, he fell into contemplation. In a certain sense, their battle had entered a temporary intermission. Each of the three gods bore wounds, and their divine powers were depleted. The expenditure of various large-scale destructive divine arts could not be sustained, regardless of their divine power reserves. On the other side, Andilor silently recuperated his divine power. The inexplicable manner in which the heart of the fire realm had been unraveled left him somewhat unsettled. He could understand if Amon had caused its collapse through the interaction of elemental forces and divine power. Yet, to have a mere water elemental demon god, a demon god of the ocean, inexplicably diminish the heart of the fire realm's intended terrifying might, was beyond comprehension. The sea demon god Aulus, was it, in the vast expanse of the sky. Andilor, recuperating from his injuries and restoring his divine powers, gazed at Sunan and calmly declared, "I have remembered your name." Similarly, Andilor regarded Sunan as a formidable adversary that I understand. Sunan replied, his expression as cold as that of a warrior poised for battle. With that, the second round commenced between the king of Crimson Sands, Amon, and the god of lava. Andilor, as Sunan's words echoed in the air, dozens of crimson scars suddenly materialized on his divine form. Radiance erupted from his eyes, enhancing the terror of his presence. True to form, he launched a fierce kick. From the void behind the two deities, Sunan's initial target was Andilor, desolation of the Sand Sea. Treading the Sand Sea, two divine techniques were unleashed simultaneously. As Sunan's right foot swept through the air, the very fabric of space was violently distorted, leaving behind dark traces of energy. Boom! A surge of explosive energy and powerful shockwaves erupted, and the prepared Andilor countered Sunan's onslaught with a full-force block using the heart of crimson flames. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a figure was sent reeling backward. Crack! The corner of Sunan's eye twitched slightly as a healing divine spell was cast. Mending his fractured right leg at the same time, he repositioned the heavenly sea divine blade behind him. Whoosh! The sound of slicing wind filled the air as the crimson sand staff came crashing from behind, its terrifying energy eliciting a bone-chilling pain in Sunan's back. He had anticipated this. Bang! The clash of metal reverberated, sending waves of sound rippling through the atmosphere. Sunan was sent tumbling into the Sand Sea by Amon's strike. Rather than pursuing his advantage, Amon turned to confront the oncoming Andilor. Solar sovereignty. Elemental collapse. 7 elemental forces surged in reverse, intensifying their reactions, and with divine energy binding them, a terrifying torrent of elemental power cascaded from the heavens. The 7-colored deluge obscured the sky and earth, sweeping away all in its path. Once again, a blazing blade of light descended, slicing through the 7-colored torrent from the Sand Sea towards the sky. Yet, the flood generated by the elemental collapse seemed inexhaustible, and the blade of light was swiftly consumed by the torrent. Panting heavily, Amon struggled to maintain the reverse flow of the 7 elemental forces. While capable of unleashing tremendous power, it also imposed immense strain upon him. This pressure was something even he could not endure for long. He gazed down into the vast chasm carved by the elemental flood, where 2 faint presences began to swell, soon radiating with the brilliance of twin suns. Andilor was the first to emerge from the depths of the Sand Sea, his eyes ablaze, shining like 2 miniature suns. He looked toward Amon in the sky and Sunan in the chasm, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "You both have made quite a spectacle. It's my turn now, isn't it?" With that, a colossal surge of divine power erupted from him. Lava, annihilation of worlds. Infinite runes shimmered around him, manifesting a starry projection that resembled the fiery core of the earth, yet was profoundly distinct. Witness the collapse of the great world. The projected world materialized only to instantaneously shatter. An unfathomable force of lava engulfing everything around it. The 3 deities exchanged blows, unleashing one devastating divine technique after another. Thus, the battle raged on for a full 3 months. After 3 months of relentless combat, a victor remained elusive as their divine powers dwindled and their injuries became insurmountable. Andilor withdrew from the Sand Sea, returning to his realm of lava. Sunan departed to the northern regions, retreating to the domain of the High Sea. While Amon calmly returned to the capital of Crimson Sands, they had not achieved a conclusive victory. Before their departure, they exchanged glances, conveying a singular message. They would battle again, immersed in the waters of the High Sea. Sunan bore a satisfied yet weary smile. This battle had been far more exhilarating than the previous encounters, albeit with injuries that were somewhat excessive. Struggling slightly, he raised his arm to inspect the visible wounds of bone and flesh. Now, he felt pain coursing through his entire being, the depletion of divine power rendering him incapable of even the most basic healing spells that my reserves are insufficient. If only I had more, I could continue fighting. He gently closed his eyes, succumbing to a state of rest. Thankfully, I am the sea god. The ocean always favors me. Though unable to heal himself with divine energy, he soaked in the soothing waters of the high sea. Gradually recovering under the ocean's benevolence. In the realm of lava, Andalor's first act upon his return was to immerse himself in a volcanic bath. His injuries were the most severe, having endured the full brunt of Sunan's and Amon's mightiest divine techniques. The moment he entered the lava, he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the kingdom of crimson sands, Amon, straining to maintain his divine form, made his way to the Flower Sea realm, where he beheld the goddess he longed for. Flower goddess Nabum Marikata, I have returned, he said with a faint smile, before collapsing before her, not truly falling, but succumbing to his exhaustion. Upon noticing Amon's condition, the flower goddess rushed to his side, supporting him. Amon, her words trailed off as she observed his tightly shut eyes and faint breaths. You are gravely injured. With a soft sigh, her delicate, alabaster hands gently smoothed the furrowed brow of Amon, guiding him into the sea of flowers adorned with the blossoms of petiolan and water lilies. Rest well, Amon. Chapter 93. Farewell to Egeria. As night descended, the inky curtain of darkness slowly drew back, revealing the vast expanse of the starry sky. Countless stars twinkled like gemstones embedded in the endless firmament. The moon cast its silvery light, intertwining with the brilliance of the stars to create a breathtaking tapestry. How long have I been asleep? Sunan's expression revealed a hint of confusion as he surveyed his surroundings, spotting harmless marine creatures encircling him, seemingly observing or guarding him. However, upon his awakening, the little beings gradually departed. It felt as though an eternity had passed. Rising from the surface of the sea, Sunan stretched his arms and examined the marks upon them. The once clear wounds of bone and flesh were now obscured by resilient, pristine skin. As he sensed the divine energy within him, he realized it had not yet returned to its full potential. Nevertheless, it was significantly improved compared to his condition after the battle with the two deities. This battle has likely clarified my true level of strength. Standing atop the sea, he stretched lazily and engaged in some light movement. Casting his gaze downward, beneath the high sea lay the primordial womb of the ocean. Should I pay her a visit? Sunan pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. My gift. I have yet to gather the lake light lily. I should do that first. Moreover, it was not merely the lake light lily. He also needed to collect the sea dew flower, gentle lantern bells, and other flora. Should I gather the items dropped by those magical creatures as well? To present them as gifts? Unlike the mechanisms in the game, where defeated enemies vanish, leaving only their weapons and breakthrough materials behind in their wake, the rules of this world are quite reasonable. Upon the demise of monsters, they leave behind varying degrees of remains, which, when dissected, can yield some useful parts. Thus, Sunan spent approximately 3 days traversing the entirety of Fontaine. As for why he refrained from venturing to other locales, such as Nat or the winter regions, the answer is rather simple. He has yet to fully recover and is not inclined to engage in battle at the moment. He prefers to wait until he has completely healed from his injuries before proceeding. Returning through the spatial coordinates he had previously established, Sunan found himself back in the space he had excavated with the burrowing fish. Before him loomed a deep blue barrier, emanating a peculiar force that felt both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. Reflecting on the cost he had incurred after drinking from the primal amniotic sea, he instinctively took a step back. Although the benefits were indeed significant, he would rather face the Crimson King and his ilk than endure such a sensation. With a hint of self-mockery, he activated his spatial art once more and entered the realm of the primal amniotic the heart of this primordial sea. Albeit temporarily, Egeria possessed a unique perceptive trait. She could sense any anomalous entities that appeared within the primal amniotic sea, regardless of whether they were alive or dead. This was the reason Sunan encountered Egeria shortly after his arrival in the primal amniotic sea months ago. His presence disrupted the long-standing tranquility of the region. And the curious Egeria, utilizing her position as the heart of the sea, instantaneously teleported to his side. Today, Sunan's arrival once again disturbed the calm of the amniotic sea, prompting her to appear. You have returned. A flicker of brilliance passed before him, and this time Egeria did not abruptly materialize behind him as before, but instead appeared before him with a gentle smile. Yes, I have returned. Sunan nodded, unperturbed by her presence, as he had previously experienced her sudden appearances. Upon receiving Sunan's acknowledgement, Egeria tilted her head slightly, scrutinizing him. It seemed she sensed something amiss, and a flicker of concern crossed her brow. You appear to be unwell. Have you sustained injuries? Her graceful visage displayed a trace of worry. "That I'm all right, I suppose," Su Nan replied, blinking in confusion and feeling somewhat awkward, unsure of how to respond. After all, such unexpected concern felt rather strange, easily leading him to harbor misconceptions at a loss for how to reciprocate Ejiria's kindness. Su Nan extended his hand, subtly conjuring forth the small gifts he had prepared. Avoiding her gaze, he awkwardly changed the subject, saying, "Here, these are gifts I brought for you. Since you've never left the primal amniotic sea, I thought it fitting to present you with some tokens from the outside world. This is a lake light lily, this is a sea dew flower, and this," as he introduced each small item by name. He acknowledged that they might possess different appellations in this era, yet to Su Nan, they were as stated. Only after unveiling all the gifts did he dare to meet Ejiria's gaze. That a peculiar sensation enveloped him, yet he found no distaste in it. Egeria smiled tenderly, shaking her head gently, declining to accept the gifts. Instead, she reached out and took Su Nan's hand in hers. Her grip was not tight. It was soft, akin to a cloud enfolding his hand. Su Nan suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Unable to articulate his feelings. "Are you still in pain?" Egeria inquired softly, her gaze as gentle as her namesake in the game, imbued with kindness. Her soothing words brushed past his ears like a gentle breeze, eliciting an involuntary tingling sensation. "That I have witnessed countless corpses," she continued, as if sharing an untold part of her past. "Those were the deep-sea Dracocas, dissolving into the amniotic sea, transforming into the flow of life. Listening to their voices, I felt their anguish. Powerless, I could only shed tears. That must have been painful." Indeed. Chapter 94. Crystal of Pure Water. Ejiria's gift. Listening to Ejiria's words filled with concern, Su Nan fell into a contemplative silence. Was it painful? It was somewhat, yet he had grown accustomed to it, much like he had learned to mask sorrow with a smile, concealing pain behind a facade of cheer. Often, to spare his followers and friends from worry, he adopted a calm, serious, or self-assured demeanor in the face of adversity, including war. Reflecting on his journey since he first traversed into this realm, he realized he had possessed nothing, save for a soul and memories that did not belong to Teyvat. From an ordinary elemental fish to the formidable sea deity, his experiences had been vast. Yet, he had become accustomed to expressing everything with a smile, responding to even the gravest situations with a semblance of cheer. Why had he been transported to this era? Why as a monster? Su Nan had voiced his dissatisfaction with his circumstances more than once. Yet, despite his grievances, he had grown used to it. There was little to say. He had crossed over, and that was that. Wait, why am I suddenly reminiscing about these things? Big, you wicked woman, how dare you disrupt my peace of mind? Su Nan jolted, instinctively withdrawing his hand from Ejiria's grasp. Once, twice. Why couldn't he pull away? He gazed at Egeria in astonishment. Don't you know that such intimacy is frowned upon between the genders? Yet, as he thought this, he perceived a glimmer of resolve in Egeria's gentle gaze. What was she intending? Su Nan felt a flicker of doubt, but refrained from resisting the clasp of her hand. Tears streamed down her cheek, radiating iridescent light, as the power of the primal amniotic sea enveloped them. Moments later, Egeria held a deep blue gem in her other hand, presenting it to Su Nan. "You are my friend," Egeria whispered, "a very good friend. That I am trapped within the primal amniotic sea and cannot escape. Therefore, I apologize for being unable to assist you more. However, I will do all I can. This is the crystal of pure water that in the past, I entrusted the pure water spirits with the duty of understanding all things. And this crystal will aid you in communicating amicably with those children. While your strength may render this unnecessary, I must confess," her gentle smile bore a hint of bitterness, "that I feel remorse for not being able to assist my only friend." Just as Su Nan was about to speak, a soft hand pressed against his lips, the blue gem nestled within it. Perhaps had it not been for this gem, he might have found himself kissing that delicate hand. "Please do not refuse me." Egeria's eyes sparkled with hope. This time, Su Nan did not shy away from her gaze. He met her eyes directly. "I accept the gifts you have bestowed upon me." A playful smile graced her lips as she released her hand from his mouth, the gem adhering to his lips as if it were affixed with double-sided tape, with a mischievous glint in her eyes. She tilted her head slightly, observing Su Nan, whose lips appeared adorned with the gem. "Reciprocity in gift-giving is what you taught me, after all," she remarked, and with that, she gently picked up a lake light lily. presenting it between them. This, gazing at the nearby shimmering lake adorned with lilies of the valley and the enchanting Egeria, Su Nan's eyes momentarily drifted into a state of reverie. He slightly turned his head, only to notice that his right hand had been clasped by Egeria's left hand from the very beginning. Everything that had transpired was orchestrated by her right hand, in other words, taking a deep breath filled with either the fragrance of flowers or the scent of her being. Su Nan's gaze grew profound. His somewhat fluttering heart was tightly restrained. There were numerous tasks awaiting him, and he remained uncertain if this was merely an illusion. Should he maintain this state? He contemplated with a hint of self-mockery. Removing the gem from his lips, and half-jokingly, half-seriously addressed Egeria. You mustn't blame me for exploiting the pure water spirits as if they were Palus that in truth, he had already discerned the purpose of the pure water crystal. According to Egeria's explanation, this crystal seemed to serve as a bridge for him to communicate with the pure water spirits. However, in reality, should he desire, he could exert forceful control over them through the crystal. In a sense, Egeria's act of bestowing the pure water crystal upon him was tantamount to transferring the dominion and control of her kin into his hands. To put it more plainly, if Su Nan wished, he could summon a new batch of pure water spirit kin at this very moment. Thus, his words were both an inquiry and a test. Egeria's brow radiated tenderness as she smiled gently, softly affirming, entrusting those children to you fills me with assurance. I believe in you, just as you believe in me. Her voice was melodious, akin to the gentle trickle of a mountain spring, cascading into his heart and bringing forth a sweetness that lingered. Su Nan chuckled softly, closing his eyes momentarily. When he opened them again, the gaze he directed at Egeria was transformed. If his previous regard was one of pity for her existence as a mere tool, now it was imbued with kindness and warmth befitting a friend. Since you've said so, I shall indeed treat these children as Palus to extract every ounce of their potential. Egeria blinked her beautiful eyes, chuckling lightly as she replied, but do refrain from being too harsh. Although I know not what Palus entails, it seems their existence must be quite miserable. No, not necessarily, Su Nan countered, shaking his head. Different Palus encounter different individuals, naturally leading to diverse circumstances. Their eyes met in earnestness, a silent promise passing between them. He would provide them with the best. Could you share the tale of the Palus with me? Egeria inquired, taking Su Nan's hand and guiding him to a nearby bench fashioned from the waters of the primordial sea. Of course, allow me to recount the stories of the mythical beasts known as Palus. He began. As he reflected, he realized that this seemingly troublesome woman had, in truth, become a genuine friend. Chapter 95, The Pure Water Spirits. After bidding farewell to Egeria and returning from the primordial sea, Su Nan stood upon the surface of the high seas, raising the pure water crystal towards the sun above. The sunlight filtered through the transparent crystal, casting a radiant glow that pierced Su Nan's eyes. Through that illuminated haze, he momentarily envisioned Egeria's every smile and frown. She truly possessed an extraordinary gentleness, Su Nan mused, infusing the crystal with his energy. The pure water crystal, a gift from Egeria, had been imbued with a touch of divine essence, rendering it a unique artifact. Su Nan cherished this artifact far more than the sealed demon god's Moko crystal. Thus, he resolved to refine it slightly. He would first inscribe a spatial coordinate upon it, as well as a protective barrier, followed by divine runes and heart imagery. Hours later, Su Nan completed the enhancement of the pure water crystal. Compared to its original capabilities, which were limited to observation and influencing the pure water spirits, its functionality had significantly improved. It could now be described as a versatile artifact of both offense and defense. If it were to be categorized within a game, it would likely be a 5-star magical tool, augmenting critical damage and water elemental damage. Finished, Su Nan beamed, admiring the subtly altered gem in his hand. I must keep this pure water crystal close at hand, lest it be stolen inadvertently. The thought of a certain mischievous blonde flashed through his mind, causing his brows to furrow slightly. The foremost pest of Teyvat. This blonde would comb through the vast world, searching and excavating. He was uncertain what the future held, but he knew such a significant object as the pure water crystal could not be carelessly placed aside. What if it were to fall into the hands of that mischievous one by some unknown means? Speaking of which, he was quite curious about the true identity of this world's mischievous blonde. Was it a boy or a girl? Momentarily lost in thought, Su Nan quickly regained his composure. His fingers gently tapped against the pure water crystal, and a flash of blue light flickered as an unusual wave began to propagate. Recognizing that this wave was connected to the ley lines, he did not display any surprise. The recent transmission through the ley lines must have been a summoning signal. He surmised that it would take some time. As the pure water spirits each held their unique responsibilities in understanding the essence of all things, she was a pure water spirit, as free as a bird, named Siphiat as the youngest of the original pure water spirits. She harbored her own dreams, namely, to possess the courage to soar freely through the sky, just like the birds before her. Bird, what grants you such courage? She inquired of the red bird before her, seeking answers from its response. Unfortunately, the little red bird seemed to be just a charming fledgling, bewildered by its own circumstances, and thus could not answer Siphia's question. Moreover, even if the bird wished to respond, it would require wisdom and the ability to speak. Wouldn't it? The little bird appeared somewhat shy. Consequently, it began to chirp, seemingly calling for its elders. The melodious song of the little bird soon summoned its elder. And with the girl's startled exclamation, a bird adorned with a crest launched an attack on Siphia. Hey, why are you attacking me? I mean no harm, truly. Yet the red-crested bird, upon hearing its offspring's call, became increasingly enraged. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The red-crested bird incessantly pecked at Siphia with its sharp beak. Wah, 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 please stop hitting me. I'm leaving. Is that not enough? Despite the capacity to effortlessly claim the fledgling's life, the kind-hearted pure water spirit, having inherited the nature of the original pure water spirits, refrained from initiating any aggression towards other beings. Thus, she could only retreat into the depths of the sea while crying out in a voice tinged with distress. Upon witnessing Siphia seek refuge in the waters, the red-crested bird, after several futile attempts to dive in, finally let out a few warning calls before departing. I just wanted to ask a question. Why must you be so fierce? Siphia lamented, feeling disheartened. However, soon after, she began to ponder her task. How could one truly understand all things? It seemed that no one was willing to help her comprehend. Leaving her quite troubled, she wondered how her older sisters had managed to succeed. Just then, a message from the pure water crystal unexpectedly reached her through the ley lines. She received the information. Her large eyes displayed a mix of confusion, surprise, and longing. Is this my mother? No. It feels more akin to that esteemed one, she murmured, following the coordinates in the message to begin her journey. There were many pure water spirits like Siphia, each bestowed with the duty of understanding all things by the original pure water spirit. Of course, these spirits had only emerged after the original pure water spirit had comprehended the principles of all things and procreated. In a way, they were all fragments of the original pure water spirit. However, after living independently for so many years, they had developed their own exquisite memories, marking them as true individuals, despite their individuality. The echo of her voice lingered in their minds, urging them to understand, to connect with all living beings. That was a shared memory, and they all distinctly remembered her essence. She was their origin, their sovereign, their creator, the heart of the primordial sea. Egeria, it is precisely due to the responsibilities bestowed upon her that they strive so diligently to coexist and communicate with all things. Now, they have begun to perceive the message emanating from her. Sunan was not well versed in the circumstances surrounding the pure water spirits, yet he found himself unconsciously pondering their nature. If memory serves, it seems that the higher the intelligence, the greater the memory of a pure water spirit, thus rendering them more formidable. Sunan stroked his chin, unwittingly recalling the world boss pure water spirit, Lotia, from the game. Lotia, the chief spy of Fontaine, theoretically could be considered the most powerful among the pure water spirit lineage. With this thought, he pondered whether Lotia might indeed be the progenitor of pure water spirits. He felt a twinge of frustration. Had he known earlier, he would have diligently followed the narrative and absorbed the plot details, rather than remaining half-informed. Alas, he thought, he would wait for the arrival of those pure water spirits to discern whether Lotia truly is the progenitor. Chapter 96. The nameless progenitor pure water spirit, as myriad streams converged, and the celestial bodies shifted in their celestial dance, pure water spirits began to appear before Sunan, one after another. The first to grace his presence was an exceedingly diminutive creature, seemingly dazed and innocent. Reminiscent of the little spirit, Yendora, from the game, its aura was not powerful. Rather, it was remarkably feeble, even evoking a sensation in Su, and that he could have easily subdued this little one upon his arrival in this world. The spirit's gaze was devoid of any emotion, appearing as pure as a blank slate, easily moldable with a gentle touch. With a series of soft, curious sounds, the spirit flitted around Su Nan, emitting an adorable ing-ing-ing. Was this the characteristic call of pure water spirits? Su Nan extended his hand, cradling the charming little creature. Observing it closely, it seemed that pure water spirits in their infancy were akin to little snow leopards. This thought brought a smile to Su Nan's face as he playfully engaged with the spirit. It appears that you have taken quite a liking to this child, a voice, elegant and gentle, akin to that of a nurturing elder sister, chimed in. Su Nan was not at all surprised. He held the little spirit in his hands and turned to locate the source of the voice. It was a woman who bore a resemblance to Egeria, though unlike Egeria's mixed shades of blue and white. This pure water spirit's hair was a singular brilliant blue. Does this little one have a name? Su Nan inquired, sensing the mature essence radiating from her, which led him to speculate her identity. This child was born only yesterday. The progenitor pure water spirit, came the soft, melodic response. Thus, I have yet to bestow her a name. However, should you wish to do so, you may grant her one. The progenitor pure water spirit chuckled lightly. Of course, according to human customs, you would have to assume the responsibilities of a father. Ha-ha-da-do. Is that so? Su Nan shrugged. In that case, perhaps not. Raising a child seems rather burdensome. The thought of the 3 little ones from the eastern sea, Remelia, brought a fond yet helpless expression to his face. Young children are invariably mischievous. It seems you have experience in raising children, the progenitor pure water spirit remarked, a hint of envy in her voice. I wonder which fortunate children have the privilege of your guidance. You know me? Su Nan asked, slightly taken aback by her words. That I do not know you, she replied, shaking her head gently. But I am aware of what that divine artifact in your possession is. Her gaze shifted towards the crystal of pure water in Su Nan's hand. As a creation of Egeria's tears fused with the primordial womb of the sea, she recognized the significance of that crystal, despite sensing a formidable change within it that emanated a sense of lethal threat. The essence and will she cherished were unmistakable. This suggested that the unknown individual before her was indeed favored by Egeria. Otherwise, they would not possess the crystal capable of commanding the pure water spirit clan. Given her acknowledgement, it was likely that he was a being of considerable stature. Being nurtured by such a presence since birth filled her with envy, endowed with the innate ability to comprehend and communicate with all things. Upon grasping human emotions, she naturally acquired the corresponding feelings. Envy was a human emotion, and she too now shared in that sentiment. By the way, you must be the first pure water spirit to ever exist in this world. Are you not? Su Nan shifted the topic, seeking clarification on her identity, as mere speculation warranted confirmation from the individual in question. Misidentifying someone could lead to an awkward situation. As you say, I am indeed the first pure water spirit created by Lady Egeria. The progenitor pure water spirit responded respectfully. I have been entrusted with an immensely significant mission by my mother, Lady Egeria. Hearing her refer to Egeria as mother struck Su Nan as somewhat peculiar. As a composite of myriad emotions, the progenitor pure water spirit sensed the strange nuance in Su Nan's gaze and swiftly clarified. The term mother is used in accordance with human understanding. In truth, if we were to interpret it from your perspective, I should be considered a creation of Lady Egeria. Before she could complete her thought, Su Nan interjected, All right, but what is your name? Up until now, I have yet to learn it. I shall introduce myself first. I am Aureus, the sea god Aureus. The progenitor pure water spirit paused, momentarily taken aback by Su Nan's interruption, yet her astuteness allowed her to quickly grasp the meaning behind his words and actions. She looked at him with a hint of gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Lord Aureus. The progenitor pure water spirit said wistfully that I once had a name, but since I began to engage with humanity and grasp their culture, I abandoned my original name. Why relinquish your former name? Su Nan inquired, perplexed in his understanding. Names should be akin to gifts from the world, not easily discarded. Much like his own peculiar title as the sea god Aureus, an appellation inherited rather than chosen. Because that name was not bestowed upon me by Lady Egeria, the progenitor pure water spirit explained softly that in human culture, names are given by one's parents, and my original name was not conferred by Lady Egeria. Thus, I chose to forego it. Chapter 97. Lilia to relinquish one's original name. Sunan felt a twinge of surprise, yet upon noticing the expression on the progenitor pure water spirit's face, he refrained from further commentary. After all, it was her personal conviction, and it would be inappropriate for him to unilaterally decide for another. Moreover, he had previously promised Egeria to treat these pure water spirits kindly, if kindness was his aim. He certainly could not exploit them as he would a mere Palu. Such adorable Palus should not be subjected to such treatment. Was he not too inhumane? Oh, right. He was a god, an elemental being. He was not human, so all was well. How should I address you now? After a brief moment of contemplation, Sunan inquired once more that I currently lack a suitable name, and the titles the children use to address me do not suit you. The progenitor pure water spirit reflected for a moment before tentatively suggesting, would you be willing to bestow a name upon me, given your status? It would certainly be fitting. A water elemental question mark suddenly appeared above Sunan's head. Leaving him perplexed, he couldn't quite shake the feeling that the term ancestor pure water spirit sounded rather peculiar. She claimed to require a name bestowed upon her by her mother, Egeria, yet did not mind if he were to assign her a name instead. As he pondered this, Sunan felt his cheeks flush slightly, but he quickly coughed to alleviate the awkwardness and addressed the ancestor pure water spirit. It would be inappropriate for me to bestow a name upon you. I shall inquire about it during my next visit to Egeria. Sunan refrained from questioning why the ancestor pure water spirit did not attempt to return to the primordial womb to request a name from Egeria. As he vividly recalled from the game's narrative that those from Fontaine would dissolve upon contact with the highly concentrated waters of the primordial womb for the less concentrated less. It was akin to poison for the pure water beings. However, Sunan's words soon took a new turn. But I can temporarily assign you a title. It would be remiss not to provide her with a suitable appellation, especially since he would eventually require her assistance. How would he address her then? Calling her the ancestor pure water spirit was unlikely to be well received, recalling that formidable pure water spirits often bore the character U in their names. Sunan contemplated the names of those spirits he had encountered and, after a moment of reflection, declared, Lilia. With a serious expression, Sunan inquired, what do you think of this name? He found the act of naming to be quite tedious. And given that it was merely a temporary moniker, he felt no qualms about its simplicity. Thank you for your bestowed name. No, I should indeed refer to her as Lilia, the ancestor pure water spirit exclaimed with a hint of excitement. From this moment forth, my name shall be Lilia. With a smile at Lilia's exuberance, Sunan handed over the small creature he had been cradling. The little sprite appeared quite fond of Sunan. Refusing to leave his hands even as he passed it to Lilia, wrapping its tiny wings around his fingers, Lilia looked at Sunan with a hint of concern, saying, Lord Olias, this child seems reluctant to part from you. Do not mind her, Sunan replied, rolling his eyes. Children tend to behave this way. As he spoke, he stabilized the small sprite with one hand while gently placing the other beside its head, with a slight bend of his middle finger. He executed a playful flick. Pop! The sprite was sent flying, flapping its wings mid-air before landing atop Lilia's head. Given Lilia's thick hair, one might infer that she was not particularly bright. After being flicked away, the sprite, feeling slightly dazed, settled on Lilia's head, seemingly treating it as a temporary nest. Lilia could only smile in resignation as she reached up to remove the sprite from her crown. As time passed, a new batch of pure water spirits arrived, some taking on human forms, classified as the pure water beings from the game, while others retained their elemental forms. These pure water beings were the original batch. Unaware of their lineage, among them was the lively Sifia, the second youngest child of ancestor Lilia, who arrived in this expanse of sea today. Upon her arrival, she immediately noticed the humanoid form of her mother, the ancestor pure water spirit, Lilia. Brimming with excitement, she approached Lilia and exclaimed, Mother, I have failed once again. As she spoke, her expression displayed a mixture of disappointment and curiosity as she scrutinized Lilia's reaction. Seeing Lilia's puzzled gaze directed at her words, Sifia glanced around and quietly added, I still cannot comprehend why birds possess the courage to soar so high. Lilia, cradling the sprite in her hands, fell into a contemplative silence, her expression towards Sifia laden with complexity. How could she articulate the reason behind birds' audacity to ascend? Having listened to the exchange between the two spirits, Sunan soon lost interest and shifted his gaze towards the original pure water beings. The first generation of pure water beings had transformed from pure water spirits. Reflecting on the narrative he recalled from the game, Sunan's expression turned contemplative. Egeria's interference with the natural order had, in turn, entangled the future citizens of Fontaine in an inescapable original sin retrospect. He had always found it somewhat unsettling. Upon delving deeper into the background, he began to perceive that Egeria's original sin might not solely involve the anthropomorphization of pure water spirits. After all, the prophecy of punishment suggested that the people of Fontaine would dissolve within the primordial womb, or so it seemed to him. While his memory on the subject was not entirely clear, he retained a favorable impression of those matters that piqued his interest. The reason the people of Fontaine would dissolve in the primordial womb was that they were not truly human, but rather pure water beings. Pure water beings originated from pure water spirits, which in turn stemmed from the primordial womb. Upon contact with it, they would revert to their origin. Chapter 98. Sunan's interference plan. Thus, Sunan surmised that the true original sin attributed to Egeria could very well be the extinction of humanity. In the game's backdrop, during the early days of the Archon War, the common folk were steeped in ignorance. Among them were pure water spirits who integrated into early human society in pursuit of their mission. Some of these transformed pure water spirits endeavored to forge bonds with natural humans. Perhaps due to reproductive isolation, pure water beings and natural humans could not produce offspring. Yet, at that time, whispers suggested that through a certain ritual, pure water beings and natural humans could indeed bear children. Much like the case of the lush springs that be why praying to the lush springs, they could receive a special blessing that would enable them to have progeny. It seemed wondrous, did it not? However, the reality was quite different. The newly born were still pure water beings, not natural humans. At that point, pure water beings remained oblivious to their true nature, instinctively growing in accordance with human developmental trajectories. Continuing to form bonds with new partners, whether they be pure water beings or natural humans, the cycle persisted, resulting in a Fontaine populated solely by pure water beings, with no natural humans remaining. What did this signify? It meant the extinction of the natural humans of the high seas. Then, a new question arose. According to the records in the White Knight Country's archives, the Initial had a divine plan for humanity. In essence, as long as humans remained passive, the Initial would be loving. However, should humans cause trouble, the Initial would bring death. The Great Flood mentioned in the game's background stemmed from this very premise. As the humans of that era lost their capacity for mischief, it was deemed that the Initial continued to harbor love for them, since the Initial still cherished humanity, despite the severe damage to the functions of divine justice. The maintainers endured that in light of this, the nature of Egeria's original sin became a topic worthy of debate. Was it merely the usurpation of the power to create life, or was it the extinction of the natural humans of Fontaine? Upon further scrutiny, the main storyline's conclusion revealed that the reclamation of the dominion over water, facilitated by Violet, absolved the citizens of Fontaine from their original sin, transforming them from pure water beings back into natural humans. No, rather than calling them natural humans, it might be more accurate to refer to them as primitive humans, the indigenous inhabitants of Teyvat, after reminiscing about the profound narrative surrounding the high seas. Sunan's eyes reflected a glimmer of contemplation. What if I were to attempt some interference? After gaining dominion over the entire high seas, what would be the consequences of enacting laws that prohibit love between pure water beings and natural humans? Explicitly stating that true offspring could never arise from such unions? Love is a curious phenomenon. Perhaps the barriers of race cannot truly serve as deterrents. After all, even in our homeland, there exist some unique individuals who transcend such limitations. If my memory serves me correctly, those dreadful individuals from the subcontinent seem to spare even the mighty monitor lizards. Lost in contemplation, Sunan pondered this matter deeply. Time passed, and as nearly all the pure water spirits gathered in this maritime expanse, Sunan conceived a solution. First and foremost, it was imperative to clarify the identities of the pure water beings and the natural beings, thereby creating suitable identification cards to denote their racial distinctions. For instance, the race of the pure water beings would be identified as pure water spirits, while the natural beings would be classified as human. This would serve as a foundational method of differentiation. Once Gauhai Limulia assumed control, every old and new citizen would be required to possess such identification to distinguish their races. However, identification cards are often lost due to peculiar accidents or personal negligence. necessitating a periodic census. Those pure water beings or natural beings who misplace their identification must be compelled to reapply for new cards. The resources for this reissuance would be borne by the government of Gao-Hai Limulia, thereby alleviating dissent among the citizens of Limulia. But of course, even with such consideration, if dissenting sentiments persist, it may be necessary to impart a lesson on the nature of truth through more forceful means. Thus, establishing a law enforcement patrol would be prudent, perhaps to be named the peacekeepers, who would be tasked with maintaining domestic order. Regarding potential discrimination stemming from racial differences, Sun En had also devised a resolution, the establishment of a tribunal. This tribunal, akin to the ecclesiastical courts of ancient Western medieval times, would focus on issues of race rather than matters of faith. That it would be managed by Sun En's direct kin, specifically targeting those opportunists who exploit racial issues. Upon apprehension, after confirming the veracity of their actions, they would be incarcerated, and if the offense is grave enough, sentenced to death. These intricate details would require further elaboration. Once the issue of racial distinction was resolved, there remained the matter of love transcending racial boundaries. Given that pure water beings and natural beings often appear nearly identical, and many pure water beings are quite attractive, it is inevitable that some natural beings, enamored by beauty, would seek deeper connections with the pure water beings. Therefore, it was crucial to establish comprehensive and appropriate laws in this regard. For instance, it might be unwise to encourage love between pure water beings and natural beings, as this could potentially impact the fortunes of Limulia. Should love blossom between the two races, it is acceptable, yet it must be remembered that no offspring could arise from such unions. Additionally, it is imperative to prohibit any illicit means of obtaining or encroaching upon false affections. This issue is even more convoluted than that of race, as attraction is one of the vital driving forces of human advancement. Sun En felt a slight headache, recognizing the complexities of governing Gao-Hai Limulia. Were it not for the desire to rule more effectively, he would not exert such effort. After contemplating these significant matters, Sun En perceived that no new pure water spirits had appeared, leading him to conclude that all those who could arrive had already done so. Thus, he took 7 steps into the sky, lowered his gaze, and surveyed all the pure water spirits present. Upon noticing this familiar yet revered figure ascending, the pure water spirits ceased their previous activities and listened intently to the words Sun En was about to utter. Chapter 99. The pure water spirits are Palu. I am Oleus. The CGOD. Sun En's voice resonated deeply and powerfully. I am an old acquaintance of the heart of the primordial sea and the goddess of life. Egeria. She is aware of my grand ambitions and has bestowed upon me the crystal of pure water as a gift. Sun En scanned the pure water spirits below, attempting to gauge their reactions. However, aside from the humanoid pure water spirits, he could discern nothing due to their uniform appearance, which obscured any signs of emotional fluctuation. Yet, upon closer examination, one might observe slight variations in the flapping speed of some spirits' wings and the swaying of their tails, perhaps an indication of their emotional states. Uncertain, Sun En continued, I know that Egeria, in the distant past, entrusted you with a great mission, and now, I shall assign you a new one. I in the realm of the game. The pure water spirit lineage is the most elite faction of spies, traversing the springs and rivers of the continent to gather many unknown tidings. Some of this information is trivial, while other aspects are confidential, coupled with the unique attributes of the pure water spirits. It is rare for either monsters or humans to harbor malice towards them. Naturally, during the era of the Remulia Empire in the game's background, this was not the case. Regardless, the descriptions of the pure water spirits in the game convey one clear message: pure water spirits Palu. Although Sun En had indeed promised Egeria that he would not exploit the pure water spirits as mere Palu, the intrinsic nature of the pure water spirits compelled him to do so. After all, they represent an exceptionally valuable labor force. To leave them idle would be a waste of resources. Thus, Sun En resolved to employ the pure water spirits as freelance spies. These freelance spies would, while ensuring their own safety, venture across various seas, rivers, or nations to collect information. Should they encounter danger or a potential threat during their missions, they would be permitted to flee. The primary principle is that a spirit's life holds more value than information. Furthermore, these freelance spies could also take on additional roles, such as waterway coordinators, officially known as river administrators, or more poetically, the lords or gods of rivers. The oceans and rivers of Teyvat are intrinsically interconnected. Certain peculiar occurrences may lead to disruptions in the waterways. The pure water spirits, by their very essence and abilities, can naturally facilitate the restoration of these waterways from the moment of their inception. Although merely a sea deity, the connection between rivers and the sea justifies Su Nan's self-proclaimed title as the sovereign of all currents. This thought, a flicker of inspiration, illuminated Su Nan's mind. As he envisioned a new concept, the interconnectedness of waterways could serve as a medium for information dissemination. Should any issues arise within my domain, I would be instantly informed. Furthermore, the convergence points of these waterways could be utilized as signaling towers. Thus, the oceans under my dominion would form an immense network. As he mused on this, an unusual expression crossed Su Nan's face. How should one articulate this? He felt that his actions bore a resemblance to nurturing a counterfeit world tree of water elements. The world tree of Teyvat functions as a global information processing center. Wherever the ley lines extend, they retain memories and subsequently transfer them to the world tree. Should there be a chaotic node within the ley lines, the recorded scenes of yore would be vividly reenacted. Suddenly, Su Nan recalled a pertinent matter. If memory serves, the nation of Mondstadt's Findinil Snow Country was seemingly afflicted by the descent of the Frostfall Nail due to their research on ley lines. Or was it the abyss they were investigating? Perhaps it was a combination of both. His brow furrowed deeply. This plan may very well be quashed before it even begins. With a resigned shake of his head, a crystallized memory orb materialized in Su Nan's hand. This orb encapsulated the professional functions and methodologies of the freelance spies and waterway coordinators. Although delving into ley lines was off limits, a mere touch should pose no grave danger. Right? Language is feeble and powerless. Only memory and emotion constitute the essence of the pure water spirit's wisdom. Thus, this orb, in a certain sense, could be likened to the class transition crystals found in various games. The memories within the replication crystal could impart information about the respective professions and methods of work, thereby assisting in the enhancement of the pure water spirit's capabilities. If this isn't a class transition crystal, what is? A single spirit could juggle two jobs, and in the future, they might even undertake multiple roles without needing to offer anything substantial as remuneration. How astute I am! Su Nan felt a sense of self-satisfaction. Yet inexplicably, the memory of that gentle, melodious voice returned to haunt him, casting a shadow of worry upon his thoughts. Though he had firmly resolved not to exploit them as Palu, he found himself unable to resist. A flicker of conflict danced in his eyes as he pondered, ultimately deciding to erase the information pertaining to the role of a covert investigator, retaining only the details of the water vein coordinator. After completing this task, Su Nan couldn't help but let out a sigh. After all, I am a man of my word. How could I possibly breach a promise? Suddenly, an idea illuminated his mind. If I were to establish an information exchange platform, would it not encourage the pure water spirits to actively seek out information? Some pure water spirits possess lively dispositions, relishing in sharing and communication. Take, for instance, the spirited little sprite, Sifia, with whom he had just conversed. She was indeed a vibrant presence. If memory serves, did not the void of Sumeru originate from the creation of the god of trees, the great benevolent tree king, by year, utilizing the heart of God? If the opportunity arises, perhaps I might endeavor to seize the heart of water element to forge the void of Gauhai Remuria. What? Some assert that the heart of God is the corpse of the descendant, rendering its use inauspicious. How can that be? It is undoubtedly auspicious. Was it not the seashell, the deep sea's tide sound, that was initially forged from the remains of my elder brother? Subsequently, many demon gods took residence within, accompanying my elder brother in his radiant existence. There are those who speculate whether the heart of God serves as a vessel for the ancient dragon's authority. This seems plausible. Thus, when attempting to obtain the heart of God, I shall also explore the possibility of separating the ancient dragon's authority. Such power is unnecessary for me, as I am the sea god, unwilling to be constrained by the laws and will of a mere planet. The ancient dragon's authority, akin to poison in my eyes, has always been something I approach with caution. After sharing the matter of the job transfer crystal with them, Su Nan presented it to Lilia in front of all the spirits, entrusting her, the ancestral pure water spirit, with the responsibility of overseeing the transfers for the remaining pure water spirits. Chapter 100. The transformation of Gauhai Remuria. Lilia is a figure of trustworthiness. This conclusion arose from Sunan's interactions with her. Thus, the cumbersome task of job transfers was best left in her capable hands. Today marked yet another day of being a hands-off manager. With that thought, Sunan transformed into a beam of divine light, disappearing from the waters for the future development of the pure water spirits. Sunan had meticulously laid out plans and goals within the crystal he left behind. And with Lilia serving as a vigilant overseer, he harbored no concerns regarding their affairs. Of course, the most crucial aspect was that Sunan had left a safeguard within the crystal, much like the modification of the pure water crystal. The crystal entrusted to Lilia possessed corresponding offensive and defensive capabilities, ensuring that this ancestral pure water spirit would be protected in times of danger, having been away for such an extended period. It was likely that Gauhai Remuria had made significant progress. With a sense of curiosity, Sunan set forth towards Gauhai Remuria. Within the grand hall constructed of white stone, Helis and his sons engaged in discussions about state matters. "Father, how long has it been since the sea god departed?" Kaluz, once the deputy chief of the Chua tribe and now the supreme leader of the Gauhai Remuria Empire, inquired with evident concern. Supreme leader, the chief of the military within the governance structure of Gauhai Remuria, Marshal Helis, responded calmly. It has been over 6 months he carved the history of Remuria into the stone. He continued to immerse himself in his work after addressing his younger son. Helis, now not only the high priest of the sea god, but also the chief secretary of the Gauhai Remuria Empire, bore the responsibility of documenting the divine feats of the sea god. Today, he was to inscribe the illustrious deeds of the great sea god upon the stone with his chisel. Upon hearing Helis' response, Kaluz's expression fell into one of disappointment. Once, he had not been privileged to witness the visage of the sea god, unable to bask in the divine radiance, which filled him with profound regret. Even now, having become the supreme leader of the Remuria Empire through absolute might, his heart remained heavy with sorrow. Contemplating this, Kaluz cast a resentful glance at the silent Gris. "Brother, as the judge, can you not offer an explanation?" Judge. Within the governance structure of Gauhai Remuria, the judge interprets and applies the law, tasked with gathering and organizing numerous events occurring within the empire as references for future legal amendments, and possesses the duty of adjudicating the guilty according to the law, making discretionary judgments based on public sentiment. The judge lacked the authority to modify laws. Only the sea god held such power. For before the sea god, all beings are equal. Gris feigned ignorance, retorting, "Kaluz, my brother, what nonsense are you spouting?" "Brother, you know well." Kaluz's resentment seemed to take on a tangible form. "Kaluz, you are aware that I had no choice." Gris, sensing Kaluz's discontent, turned his face slightly, speaking with a hint of exasperation. "I could not have anticipated the sudden arrival of the sea god. The fact that you could not bask in the glory of the sea god is not a consequence of my volition. And considering this occurred before the establishment of the empire, it was not a matter of grave importance. Thus, even according to imperial law, I would not face punishment." With Gris's explanation, Kaluz's resentment deepened. "Imperial law? While it is indeed troublesome, as supreme leader, I was compelled to study its entirety at our father's behest. Though I may not remember it all, I still recall some points." Gris is entirely correct. Logically and emotionally, I should not harbor grievances against my brother. Yet, that was the glory of the sea god. Kaluz leaned closer to Gris, asserting, "Brother, I do not care. You were in the wrong. Then I apologize." "Will that suffice?" Gris replied, his expression one of resignation. "I do not desire your apology." Upon hearing this, Kaluz recognized an opportunity to fulfill his aspirations. His spirit ignited as he declared, "I merely wish for you to take me to meet the true form of the sea god upon his arrival, so that I too may bask in the divine radiance." "Very well. It turns out my younger brother is also a devout follower of the sea god." Gris shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Recalling the reverent scene of the sea god's arrival months prior, his gaze filled with admiration. Were it not for the sea god's descent, he might have borne the weight of guilt for a lifetime, living forever in regret and remorse. "O great sea god, under your guidance, the prosperity of the Remuria Empire shall endure eternally." Gris silently prayed, hoping for the everlasting flourishing of both the sea god and Remuria. Upon the towering peaks, the temple surveyed the realm below. Nestled within the mountainside was the sanctuary of the sea god. Outside the sanctuary lay a broad staircase constructed of stone, The staircase bustled with the citizens of Remuria, ascending to pay homage to the sea god, while others sought to glimpse the true visage of the divine. Shifting his gaze from the mountain, Sunan noted that the once humble huts of straw and branches had vanished without a trace. In their stead stood stone houses, predominantly single-story with a few two-story structures. The ground, however, remained largely unchanged, comprised of sand and mud, albeit somewhat firmer. It has been nearly a year since my arrival here, and such remarkable transformations have taken place, Sunan mused, surveying the two islands with astonishment. 3 months of lawmaking, 3 months of battle time, spent in slumber, travel time, various chores, 1 year. Furthermore, in terms of population, a cursory scan revealed several hundred newcomers, predominantly adults. Their auras indicated they were neither pure water beings nor transformed celestial beasts. Thus, one possibility remained. They must be natural inhabitants from other islands. Following this line of thought, Sunan expanded his senses further,